Chapter 1. New book, 2 more guarantees every day, please collect it, thank you. Young Master Ning, this is the scroll of the chakra extraction technique that you ordered me to find. Early in the morning, in a huge mansion. 3-year-old Ning Hao waved his little arms and legs in the backyard, doing simple exercises and moving his body. Although Ning Hao is only 3 years old, he looks like he is 4 or 5 years old, which is definitely a type of person who has developed too fast. Hearing the words of the butler Fu Bo, Ning Hao hurriedly collected his work, ran to the butler's side, snatched the scroll in his hand, and couldn't wait to open it, and began to check this simple thing, chakra extraction technique. Young Master Ning, I think you should refine the chakra in 2 years. Standing beside Ning Hao was an old man with white hair and half 100, and he was also Ning Hao's housekeeper. What was his name, Ning Hao didn't know. He only called the old man Fubo, about 50 years old, with a white beard on his chin, which gave people a very kind feeling. This Fubo had always been the housekeeper of the Ning family before, but before Ning Hao was born, his cheap father was killed by thieves, and Ning Hao's mother also passed away not long after giving birth to him. Later, it was this Fubo who took care of him, and Ning Hao always called him Fubo, and he never asked for his name, because he had a very good name. Ning Hao heard Fubo's words full of concern, waved his hand and said, "An-la, don't treat me as a child, okay? Do you think I look like a 3-year-old child now? So don't worry about me." Ning Hao looked like he was 4 or 5 years old, much taller than his peers, and he was also stronger than his peers. At first, Fu Bo thought that there was something wrong with Ning Hao's body, and he took him to Konoha Hospital for examination, but after examination, he did not find the slightest problem, but he was very healthy. That. Young Master Ning, why don't I go to the 3rd generation Hokage and hire a teacher for you to come and teach you? Fu Bo looked at Ning Hao with a worried look on his face, still looking a little uneasy. Not really. Fu Bo, you go down first, I'll try to refine the chakra later, don't bother me, you don't know that I'm not that kind of child. Ning Hao glanced at the scroll of the chakra extraction technique. He had already written down all the contents on it, and he was going to try it next. Fu Bo knows that Ning Hao has been different since he was a child, he doesn't cry or make trouble, and he hasn't wet the bed even now. There is too much difference between him and ordinary children. If you want Fu Bo to comment, it's that he, young Master Ning, is too demonic. Yes, young Master Ning. In the end, Fu Bo still retreated. He had watched Ning Hao grow up since he was a child, and knew that Ning Hao was not a reckless person. It's been 3 years, how can I do it if I don't hurry up? Time. Watching Fu Bo leave, Ning Hao looked up at the sky slightly. His face showed a maturity that did not match his age, and his tone was also very old, full of emotion. Ning Hao was originally an otaku on Earth. One day, when he was reviewing the classic anime Dragon Ball, he suddenly recalled a lot of memories, and he thought of buying a set of Dragon Ball to collect. So he opened the website of a certain treasure. But the web page suddenly jumped, and it became a website with a black background, and 7 Dragon Balls flashed on the page, and a conversation popped up on the page, whether to download the Dragon Ball wishing system. Just watched the Dragon Ball anime, Ning Hao thought it was a game, and he had memories of Dragon Ball, so he clicked directly to download. As a result, the download was finished, and the loading was completed, but the game did not come out, but a golden light rushed out of the computer directly, and Ning Hao in front of the computer disappeared on the earth. And Ning Hao also learned that he was possessed by a system, and he was bound to him, which was the one he downloaded before, Dragon Ball Wishing System. As the name suggests, this is a wish-making system. This system can get a first-level wish every year, and the first-level wishing power can make a 1-star wish. And 2 first-level wishing power can be combined into a second-level wishing power, and second-level wishing power can make 2-star wishing. 2 second-level wishes can be combined into 1 third-level wishing power. And so on, the highest is the 7th level of willingness. However, to synthesize the 7th level willpower, it takes 64 first level wills, which is 64 years, the 6th level willpower also takes 32 years, the 5th level willpower takes 16 years, the 4th level willpower takes 8 years, the 3rd level willpower takes 4 years, the 2 level willpower takes 2 years, and the 1st level willpower is 1 year. Generally speaking, the 1st level wish power is the same as the 7-star wish power, and you can make a wish. However, at the 1st level of wishing power, the system can only fulfill some simple wishes, and the higher the level of wishing power, even if it is difficult to achieve wishes, the system can fulfill them for you. If Ning Hai wants to get the blood stains of the blood wheel eye, it is a wish that belongs to making something out of nothing, and this wish requires a level 3 or more of willpower for the system to help Ning Hai realize it. The power of wish can be accumulated, not used this year, and can be called at any time in the future. And the power of the will can also be stacked. If the wish you make is too simple, the system will increase the wish power when you make a wish next time, so that the wish you make will be strengthened, and the power of the wish will not be wasted. It has been 3 years since Ning Hao came to the Hokage world, and so far he only has 2 first-level wish powers, and not long after he was born, Ning Hao made a wish. One is to see if this so-called system is real, and second, it is really needed. Because Ning Hao's wish is to have a perfect body, this body is perfect both in terms of chakras attributes and growth. Now that Ning Hao had felt it, his wish had also come to the fore, and his body had completely reached the limit of his peers. And because Ning Hao's wish was too simple, his wish power was strengthened, not only his body would become perfect in his future growth, but Ning Hao's own spiritual power would also be strengthened. As a traverser, Ning Hao's spiritual power is already extremely powerful, and after being strengthened, he already has the ability to never forget, even if he has experienced everything in his previous life, he can recall it like a photo. Because of such a strong memory, Ning Hao doesn't have to worry about forgetting the plot over time. He even recalled a time when he read a novel before, and a book wrote about a method of making wine. Ning Hao taught this method to Fu Bo to operate, and now Ning Hao also has a million family fortunes. In addition, Ning Hao can also control every inch of muscle in his body, which can be said to have absolute control over his body. Chapter 2. In the world of the Hokage, Ning Hao's parents are ordinary people, but they are too ordinary, they can only be said to be rich, specializing in the business of alcohol, selling to various other countries. It is precisely because of this that Ning Hao's cheap father was attacked by bandits during a delivery and died. As for his mother, Ning Hao only saw him when he was born. He was a very beautiful and gentle woman, but he passed away after giving birth to him. Fortunately, after Ning Hao made a wish, his spiritual power was strengthened, and he remembered the method of brewing wine. After Fang Fubo improved, now Ning Hao is sitting here to collect money. They are only responsible for brewing and wholesale, and other caravans come to Konoha to buy. Because Ning Hao's renovated wine is full of strength, and it is very balsamic vinegar, as well as fruit wine, it is deeply loved by major countries. And now it has been 3 years since Ning Hao crossed over to the Hokage world, and he is also 3 years old, and his body is comparable to that of a person who is 4 or 5 years old. Ning Hai could feel that the meridians of his body had basically developed completely, as long as it was not excessive cultivation, it would be fine. So he intends to start refining chakra. It is now the 37th year of Konoha, counting it up, Ning Hao is Kakashi's generation of people, and when he is a teenager, it is the time when the 3 wars broke out, and before that time comes, he must have some strength to protect himself. If it weren't for the Dragon Ball system, abbreviation, Ning Hao would definitely choose to live a peaceful and stable life, marry a few daughters-in-law and have 2 big fat boys, and that's it. But the possession of the Dragon Ball system made Ning Hao unwilling to be mediocre. Since it came, there is such a golden finger, how can it be mediocre? So Ning Hao has to become stronger and live a wonderful life. And he is so rich, maybe when the war breaks out, he may be by the river crab. So to become stronger, to survive, strength is the most important thing. The Dragon Ball wishing system that Ning Hao got has no elves, and no system guidance, but is only responsible for accumulating wish power and fulfilling wishes. But some wishes can't be realized, and the system will give an explanation, giving Ning Hao the feeling that this system is like a computer, and it doesn't seem to have reached the level of the brain species. Just like Ning Hao made a wish before, if he wanted to get the blood inheritance limit of the writing wheel eye, he couldn't achieve it. Because this is a bloodstain that Ning Hao himself does not have, it is something out of nothing, so it takes level 3 wish power to achieve it, that is to say, Ning Hao has to accumulate for 2 years before he can get the blood inheritance limit. But when Ning Hao made a wish to get the Mu Dun bloodstain blood inheritance limit, the reply he got was, "Is it confirmed?" This proves that he actually has Mu Dun's bloodline in his body. In order to look at the development of the entire Hokage world, in the end, it is the world of all kinds of pupil techniques and blood inheritance limits, and there is no blood inheritance limit, so you can only go to soy sauce. But Ning Hao can't wake up Mu Dun now, because this is a bit of a dick. What if he awakens Mu Dun and makes some movement? And he's still young, he still has to go to school. And he has to follow Shangren to know the teacher. If it is known that there is a wooden escape, the end may be miserable. You must know that the entire research madman of Orochimaru is still in Konoha now, and Tuanzang is not a good bird. If the third generation knew that he had Mu Dun, he might also be called over to check the bottom line. So Ning Hao didn't wake up Mu Dun immediately. Everything will be said after it is bigger, no matter how economical it is, it must have chakra, otherwise if Mu Dun awakens, there is no use for eggs, and there is no Mu Dun ninjutsu, and there is no use for eggs, so Ning Hao wants to create ninjutsu by himself? He doesn't even know what the hell chakra is creating? Ning Hao didn't want to waste such a wish. After all, it was not too far away from the Third Ninja World War, and every wish should be used on the blade. At the same time, a doubt appeared in Ning Hao's heart. How could he have the bloodline of the Thousand Hands clan? Concentrate and be calm. Putting the clutter of thoughts aside, the mind recalls the way to extract the chakra, as well as some details and tricks to pay attention to. Ning Hao started the first extraction of chakra. Chakra is an energy generated by the perfect fusion of cellular power and spiritual power, and it is also a kind of energy that casts ninjutsu, illusion, body art, secret art, and blood inheritance limit. And so on all need chakra. And with the chakra in the body, it still needs to be sealed before the technique can be used, and as for the seal, Ning Hao has always been in contact. After a few minutes, Ning Hao began to merge the power of his body's cells and his spiritual power. Under the control of Ning Hao's powerful spiritual power, coupled with a perfect body, in just one time, in a few minutes, Ning Hao refined the first trace of chakra. Then everything became much simpler, and the physical power was constantly extracted, fused with the spiritual power, forming the chakra, which operated in the meridians of the body. Because his body is still small and subject to a lot of restrictions, Ning Hao can't refine too much chakra, otherwise it will become a squeeze on the body, and the damage caused to the body is huge. Moreover, Ning Hao knows that his body is still growing, and he can't rush it, and the meridians are not completely shaped, and proper cultivation can achieve the effect of exercising the body and expanding the meridians quickly. But not excessively. With chakra, Ning Hao can also increase his time slightly when he cultivates the body technique and the contact seal, and when he is tired, he can also use chakra to recover. Everything seems to be moving in a very good direction. However, Ning Hao is not a wealthy family after all, just a rich ordinary family, without enough background, let alone ninjutsu, and even the chakra extraction technique was also purchased by Fu Bo on the black market. If it is in a big family, there is no shortage of various resources and ninjutsu. This is also the reason why Ning Hao has become stronger. The real resources have always been in the hands of the major families. And there are also major families, which are the real pillars of a village. If Ning Hao's strength is not strong enough, when the war breaks out, Konoha needs money, or Konoha is destroyed. Konoha will definitely find Ning Hao, a little better, he will ask Ning Hao to donate a little directly. It may make Ning Hao disappear. Therefore, in the next time, Ning Hao continued to cultivate, asking Fu Bo to pay for the poor in the village, building buildings, adding clothes, or something, in short, accumulating a little reputation first, so as to avoid being crabbed by the Konoha River by that time. At the same time, Ning Hao asked Fu Bo to carefully go to the black market to buy ninjutsu, and he must not expose himself. Fu Bo knew that Ning Hao had refined the chakra, and he was also very happy in his heart, but he was used to seeing Ning Hao's demonic level, and now he had immunity. For everything Ning Hao said, Fu Bo did it, and he also knew that helping the civilians of Konoha was to accumulate reputation and fame. Went to the black market to buy ninjutsu. Fu Bo naturally knew that he would not expose himself, otherwise he would be captured by the bandits before he arrived at the black market, and he might be invited by Konoha to interrogate him when he came back. And without ninjutsu, Ning Hao could only practice sealing. If it is two people with little difference in strength fighting, one of them is fast, and the ninjutsu is performed, and the other person is still sealing. 2 chapters in a row ask for collection. The update time of this book is generally more than 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock in the evening. The 2 chapters are updated together. Chapter 3. P.S. Brothers, collection and flowers are very important. Brothers who don't have a collection can just click on it. The old snake has thanked you here. Da-da-da. In the backyard of the Ning family's courtyard, Ning Hao's hands kept turning into a seal, and his body walked straight on a tree trunk, walking towards the top of the trunk. On the ground behind Ning Hao, there was a high foam cushion. Even if it fell, it wouldn't be too much of a problem. Abominable. Because while practicing the seal, he practiced climbing the tree, and although the seal was almost easy, the strength of his body would still be dispersed, causing him to fall from the trunk of the tree. Ning Hao made a back fan, on a steady cushion, and then continued to sprint towards the trunk. After a few times, Ning Hao climbed the tree steadily, and tried several times in a row. Only one fell halfway, and the other times he reached the top directly. It's almost time to tread water. Ning Hao fell from the end of the tree, wiped the sweat from his cheeks, rested for a while, and prepared to tread water. Climbing trees and treading water is naturally to exercise the ability to control the chakra, so that when performing ninjutsu, the chakra in the body will not be wasted, and it can also be a good foundation for the form change of the chakra in the future. A few months later. Wu 787980. Ning Hao stood upside down, pressed his hands on the water, and relied on the strength of his arms to prop his body up. Drops of sweat run down the neck and down to the forehead, dripping onto the water. 9586-98999100. Wu. After completing the 100 handstands, Ning Hao gently landed on the water, walked under the courtyard tree as if walking on the ground, and began to cultivate the next project. Ning Hao first moved his body and hands and feet, and then stood up. Iron. As Ning Hao whispered, relying on his strength and subtle control of the body, the muscles of the body were precisely arranged together to increase the body's defense. Because there was no ninjutsu to practice, Ning Hao could only practice sealing, accumulating chakra, and exercising his body first. After practicing chakra's control, Ning Hao began to copy, oh no, it can't be said to be a cottage, but the cultivation of creating the 6 styles. However, the effect of the iron block is not very strong, although Ning Hao arranged the muscles of his whole body precisely, but how to say that he is also flesh and blood, it is impossible to really achieve the effect of the iron block. However, after Ning Hao's body became stronger, even if he just arranged his muscles like this, he could increase his defense a lot. No, he is still young now, and his muscles are not strong and hard enough, and after learning Thunder Escape in the future, he can condense chakra into armor like the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow, which may greatly increase the body's defense. Shave. Ning Hao stomped on his feet on the spot a dozen times, and his body rushed out. It's just that the effect of shaving is not great, just rushing out more than 2 meters and there is no strength to continue to support. Learning to shave is a bit demanding on the body, even if Ning Hao can control his body now, in terms of the strength of his body, it is not up to standard. After all, he is only more than 3 years old. Even if his body is perfect enough, he will be 5 years old at most. However, Ning Hao did not give up, but practiced shaving, and he was able to reach the realm of practice makes perfect. If he waited for the strength of his body to be enough to take cultivation in the future, he would not have enough time at that time. There are still a few years before the Ninja World War breaks out, and in these few years, Ning Hao must improve his strength as much as possible. Paper painting. After practicing shaving, Ning Hao entered the practice of paper painting again, and his body was like a piece of paper, casually breaking and fluttering in the air. Because he can control his body perfectly, Ning Hao can perform paper painting very well, but when he casts paper painting, he can't attack, which can only be improved when he becomes proficient in the future. Moon step. Bang bang bang. Ning Hao stepped on the air under his feet, chakra attached to his feet, his body rose into the air, and after rising 2 meters into the air, he slowly fell, and after so many times, Ning Hao slowly stopped. Because this is the compound of the Ning family, but it can't be raised too high, otherwise it will be discovered. Because in the Hokage world, there are not many abilities that can control the sky, there are only a few: the repulsion of the Shinra Tense, the ability of the 3 generations of Tsuchikage, the complete body of Susanangu, and the psychic beast that can fly. Therefore, the ability to control the sky is very rare. Ning Hao is still young now, and he can't be exposed too early, otherwise he can't explain it. Finger robbery. Arashiki. Finger snatching. Ning Hao can also be used, but the power is not great, and it is still subject to strength and physical strength. However, after learning the change of the nature of chakra, or the change of form, the ability to finger grab can be greatly improved, which is the foundation of Emoji ninjutsu. Lanjiao. Ning Hao can't use it at all, and it's even more difficult than using shaving. Lanjiao needed a strong force to suppress the air and slash out a vacuum slash. With Ning Hao's current strength, it was impossible to suppress the air and slash out a vacuum slash. Hu. After cultivating the 6 forms, Ning Hao's body was trembling slightly. The cultivation of the 6 styles has high requirements for body control, and it is necessary to control every muscle of the body, and most of the requirements for the body, even if Ning Hao is only a simple cultivation now, after cultivating once, he is also a little out of strength. Sitting down, Ning Hao began to refine the chakra to relieve the fatigue of his body, and also took advantage of this time to contact a seal. At noon, the next person came over to inform Ning that it was time to eat, and he finished refining the chakra. Now Ning Hao's chakra has properly reached the point of forbearance. This is the benefit of a perfect body and a strong spiritual power. In the future, Ning Hao is also the master of chakra. As he grows older, his body will develop, and after cultivation in the future, his body will become stronger, and the increase rate of chakra will only be faster at that time. Ning Hao felt that in the future, his chakra would not be less than that of people with special physiques like Kushina and Naruto. Of course, what Ning Hao said was that they, without the help of the tailed beast chakra. After lunch, Ning Hao continued to cultivate, still the beginning of the body's exercise, then the control of the chakra and the seal, then the 6 forms, and then the refining of the chakra to relieve the fatigue of the body. As the sun went down, Fauber finally returned. Young Master Ning, this is a ninjutsu purchased from the black market, and they are all low-level ninjutsu, you can take it and see. P.S. Thank you for the reward of the 2 brothers of Empire Smile Allure City 1000 Hands Sword God. The old snake is very grateful, but the white lady can't give it to you, so I will give Su Xian a reward to you. Chapter 4. Fu Bo cautiously returned to Ning's house, went directly to the backyard, and walked to Ning's house side with a few scrolls. It can be seen that Fu Bo is very careful. Even now, there is still a little trace of camouflage on his body that has not been removed. After all, he must revoke his camouflage before returning to Konoha, otherwise it will be too easy to be discovered. Fauber has worked hard. Ning Hao finished refining the chakra and walked to Fu Bo's side. This thank you was a real thanks. This old man went out for a day, and in order to be careful not to be discovered, he did not come back until now, which is indeed hard. This is what we should do, Ning Xiao should come on. Fu Bo encouraged Ning Hao, and handed it to Ning Hao with the roll in his arms. Okay, I know, Fauber, you can go get something to eat first. Ning Hao nodded and took the scroll. I won't disturb young Master Ning's cultivation. With a kind smile on his face, Fu Bo slowly left the backyard, leaving the entire backyard to Ning Hao. After Ning Hao's parents died, Ning Hao was alone at home, and Fu Bo was taking care of Ning Hao alone. In addition, there are only 2 subordinates in the huge Ning family's mansion who are responsible for cleaning and cooking, which is very quiet, but it is also suitable for Ning Hao's character, and it is also easy to cultivate. Open and roll away, they are all some simple ninjutsu, and from the water escape, fire escape, earth escape, thunder escape, wind escape, all of them are some simple basic ninjutsu. It seems that Fauber doesn't know the attributes of my chakra, so he has acquired some of them. There were 7 parts of the scroll, 1 for each of the 5 attributes, of which there were 2 parts for thunder and fire, which was enough for Ning Hao to cultivate for a period of time. And to practice ninjutsu, you don't need to look at the chakra attributes, only when the strength reaches a certain point and needs to be further improved, do you go back to learn the nature of chakra. From the chakra attribute that you have into your throat, the easier it is to complete the nature change, the more powerful the ninjutsu is cast, and even some ninjutsu can only be mastered and used if you learn the nature change of chakra. And without its own attributes, it is several times, or even more than 10 times, difficult to learn the changes in the nature of chakra. I don't know what my chakra attribute is. My body is the most perfect, it won't be 5 attributes, right? Or even 7, plus yin and yang. Ning Hao was a little excited in his heart, and planned to get a chapter of chakras attribute paper another day to test it. The top priority is to practice ninjutsu. Let's start with the wind and thunder. The 3 attributes of wind, thunder, and fire are the 3 attributes that Ning Hao prefers, because the power and lethality are strong, mainly because the demeanor and thunder escape are basically developed in the original book. As long as he practices it, he can plagiarize it and use it. In fact, it can't be said to be plagiarism, he developed it first, and it is original. Yes, original. Fire escape, fireball technique, this is a low-level fire escape, right? Wind escape, wind blade cut. Thunder, this is an electric arc, right? Ning Hao looked at the instructions on the scroll, they were all very simple ninjutsu, and they were also the lowest level ninjutsu. Maybe it was a low-level ninjutsu that Fu Bo deliberately acquired when he first started to cultivate. Alas! Let's practice slowly, just practice the seal and chakra control. Although Fu Bo's meticulous care is very good, Ning Hao sometimes feels quite a headache. Putting aside the little depression in his mind, Ning Hao began to practice ninjutsu. As an otaku, Ning Hao has been yearning for ninjutsu for a long time, especially the Attack of Gods instantaneous ninjutsu, as well as the extremely fast one-handed seal, which is definitely a must-have move for pretending to be forced, playing handsome, and slapping the face, and it is also the goal of Ning Hao's efforts. Woo! Fire escape fireball technique. Ning Hao's hands turned into an afterimage. Like this low-level ninjutsu generally only has 3 or 5 seals, this fireball technique only has 4 more seals. Ning Hao can complete the seal within 2 seconds. Whoa! A return ball the size of a face disc was released from Ning Hao's mouth and rushed towards the small pond that Ning Hao had used to tread water before. Wow! A fireball the size of a basin fell into the pond and struck a ripple and smoke on the surface of the water, and the flame intersected with the water, and suddenly there was a burst of sound and a burst of mist. This fire escapes, just bully the child. Ning Hao looked at the fireball that was only the size of a basin. With his current control, this kind of fireball was already the biggest limit. After all, it was just a low-level fire escape ninjutsu. Unless he could improve and upgrade this technique, increase the order of some seals, and mobilize more chakras, maybe he could increase the power of this fire escape. However, if you want a little kid to modify ninjutsu, it doesn't look like it's possible. After all, without that accumulation, even if this little kid is an adult soul in his body, he can't do it. The next period of time was spent in Ning Hao's intensive cultivation. Time passed very quickly, and before he knew it, Ning Hao was already 4 years old, and the new year had begun. Every morning, I get up to practice physical arts, seal and refine chakra, and go down to practice ninjutsu, chakra control, sealing, and refining chakra. The whole day was full, but it would not overly squeeze Ning Hao's physical potential. Do you want to try it first? This is something that Ning Hao has been struggling with since he had chakra. In Ning Hao's opinion, with Mu done, whether it is cultivation or fighting, he will be able to recover super quickly, whether it is physical strength or injury. Even if he didn't use Mu done, this kind of recovery power alone would be enough for Ning Hao to enjoy for a lifetime. Lean, let's wait first, don't become a Mu done when the time comes, and defeat Mu done. Although Mu done's resilience is very strong, if this kind of resilience provokes Uncle Snake's peep, it will implicate himself in awakening Mu done, and there will be no place to cry when the time comes. In the end, Ning Hao still suppressed the new restless mood. After all, he is an adult, and he knows that if he can't bear it, he will make a big plan, and sometimes it will be better to be patient. If you are born into a big family, you don't have to hide it like this anymore, and you can still be offered as a genius. Ning Hao was a little envious of Konoha giants like Senju, Uchiha, and Hinata. If it is a genius of a big family, all kinds of resources can be called at any time, and there are all kinds of ninjutsu, illusions, and physical skills you want, and you don't have to worry about safety. Naturally there are people from the family to protect you. But if you were really born in everyone's house, you are still a genius, and you will also be assassinated by Don't Beat Home. Only the genius who survives is useful. So no matter where you are born, survival is the most important thing. Hey? That's Might Dai and Might K. P.S. Old Snake, the White Lady was captured by Su Xian again. Brothers, give some collections and flowers, and let the Old Snake go to hang Su Xian's 5 scum. Chapter 5. P.S. There doesn't seem to be much at night. New books need popularity. Let's have a chapter first. Ask for collections, flowers, evaluation, rewards, comments. Those who have money hold a money field. Those who don't have money hold a personal field. All throw it at the Old Snake. That's Might Dai and K, right? Ning Hao went out for a run and saw Akai, who was born on the same day as him. Ning Hao was born on January 1st because of the system, and on the first day of every year, he can get a first-level wishing power. And Akai's father is Might Dai, a master of physical skills, and he is also a shinobi, and he is also a fierce man who can open the 8 gates Dunjia to the 8 gates. Ding! A crisp sound sounded in Ning Hao's mind. Ning Hao was dressed in a small t-shirt and small shorts at this time and began to run long distances in Konoha at this time, and the surrounding early residents all greeted Ning Hao, the little young master. The Ning family is a well-known good person in Konoha, and Ning Hao usually shows a good moral character, which is deeply loved by everyone. Coupled with the death of his parents since he was a child, Ning Hao is even more cute in the eyes of many people, which can arouse people's pity. Ning Hao also greeted everyone along the way, and refused all kinds of things sent by everyone, fruits, vegetables, breakfast or something. When he arrived at a place where there were fewer people and ran for a while, Ning Hao stopped to rest for a while and began to check the Dragon Ball system in his mind. The crisp sound just now seemed to emanate from my mind. Task 1, defeat Mate K and convince him to lose. Task reward, 1 Tier 1 Wish Power Fragment. Time limit, 3 days. Mission 2, show your physical talent and impress Mate Dai. Task reward, 1 First Level Wish Power Fragment. Limited time mission, 3 days. Note 1, the task is to start immediately, and a maximum of 3 displays will appear, and it will disappear after overwriting, and a maximum of 3 tasks will be claimed. Note 2, collect 7 wish power fragments corresponding to each level, and you can combine them into a complete wish power to make a wish. This broken system still has a mission. Ning Hao looked at the task that appeared in his mind, and the document was the same, and 4 rows of words appeared, which was really simple. Originally, he thought that this system was a computer, and it couldn't have a system wizard like that kind of smart brain, so naturally there would be no tasks. Who knew that this thing actually has a task system? But these tasks are very simple, and there doesn't seem to be a failure punishment. Or the failure punishment hasn't been written. It's really a dog. Ning Hao was speechless for a while about this broken system. If this broken system was at the level of smart brain, how good it would be to have an explanation. Take on tasks 1 and 2. Ning Hao tried to read a sentence in his mind, and the 2 tasks were suddenly accepted, and the time-limited time behind the tasks also began to count down. Don't cheat me with this broken system. With my current physical skills, it shouldn't be difficult to defeat Kai, right? Ning Hao's current height is much taller than Kai, but it is not too tall. After all, Kai K has been exercising since he was a child, and his body will not be bad. However, Ning Hao has 6 styles, coupled with the perfect control of his body, it is not difficult to defeat a Kai. At the same time, with the perfect control of the body, he may be able to impress Mate Dai. Mission. After Ning Hao accepted the task, he continued to run, chasing after Mate Dai and Mate Kai in front of him. But along the way, Ning Hao didn't even see a hair. Where did you go? Ning Hao was speechless for a while, feeling that he couldn't chase anymore, and directly began to turn back. But Ning Hao ran, and after a while, he saw Mate Dai and Mate Kai running towards him, and the 2 of them had already run around. Of course, it's not running around Konoha, it's running around this attached building. After all, Mate Kai is still young, and now it's running around Konoha for a lap? Definitely enough. Ah, it's you. Ning Hao looked at Mate Dai and Mate Kai who were running towards him, and suddenly showed a slightly surprised expression. You guys have actually run a lap. Amazing. This is the easiest way for Ning Hao to come up with a conversation. If the other party is a sister paper, he may choose a better way to talk, but unfortunately the other party is 2 men. Just talk to him, get acquainted with it, and then practice with a Kai to defeat a Kai, which is considered to have completed the first task. After defeating a Kai in the second mission, he used it to ask Mate Dai for physical skills, showing him perfect control of his body and impressing him. Ning Hao thinks so, and the script is written like this. It's you, young Master Xiao Ning. Ning Hao rarely appeared before, but as his cultivation unfolded, he came out to exercise and began to appear in front of everyone. Everyone had always known that there was only one young master left in the Ning family, so everyone knew that the Ning family often helped people in difficulty in the village. So for Ning Hao, Mate Dai also knew. Has young Master Xiao Ning also started cultivating? Mate Dai looked at Ning Hao, who was covered in sweat, and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, I'm going to go to ninja school at the beginning of the year, so let's get some exercise now. Ning Hao said. What a coincidence. I'll go to ninja school next year. Mate Kai's eyes lit up when he heard Ning Hao's words. Yes, it's a coincidence. Ning Hao looked at Mate Kai and said, My name is Ning Hao, I am 4 years old this year, and I was born on January 1st. Mate Kai, I'm also 4 years old, and I was born on January 1st. Mate Kai looked at Ning Hao with a happy face, but he didn't expect the two of them to be the same age, or born on the same day. I didn't expect the two of us to be born on the same day. Ning Hao looked surprised. In fact, he already knew. I heard Fu Bo say, you have cultivation every day, can I usually be with you? This is Ning Hao's purpose, first get acquainted, then it will naturally be easy to find a chance to learn from a Kai, not to mention that Ning Hao is the same age as Mate Kai, and it is not too simple to find an excuse to learn. After all, children are not far behind, not to mention that Ning Hao and a Kai are still the same age. Once Ning Hao surpasses a Kai will definitely not admit defeat, and will definitely chase after him. Poor Akai, at a young age, was calculated by Ning Hao, a black-bellied man with an adult's soul in his body. Of course, said Mat K, looking at Mat Dai. And Mat Dai also said very welcomely, very welcome, youth should be full of energy, I am very optimistic about you, Master Xiao Ning. Ding! Mate Dai is impressed by the fact that you have cultivated so hard at such a young age. Task 2, let Mate Dai be convinced, it has been achieved, and the reward is one first-level wish power fragment. Ning Hai was in a messy state in the wind at this moment. He had already conceived the script and was going to convince Mat Dai, but now it was useless, and it was indeed unexpected for Ning Hao to complete the task so simply. However, only a person with a true temperament like Mat Dai would be so simply impressed by Ning Hao. After all, Ning Hao is only 4 years old, and his parents are dead. He is the only son of a rich family, he has thousands of family fortunes in his hands, and no one supervises him, so it is indeed not easy to cultivate so consciously. Chapter 6. As the largest ninja village, Konoha has many training grounds, both indoor and outdoor. At the largest training ground in Konoha, Ning Hao, led by Mate Dai, walked over with Akai. It's an open-air training ground, and although it's still early in the morning, there are already quite a few people. For this training ground, Ningai is also the first time to come, and it feels pretty good. Alright, let's start the formal cultivation. Mat Dai took Ning Hao and Akai to a corner where no one was around, stood in front of the two, faced the two, and began to teach Ning Hao what he called cultivation. In fact, even if he is a cultivator, Mate Dai will not teach any advanced physical skills because Akai is too young now. That's why Mat Dai teaches simple punches, leg kicks, and muscle stretching techniques. Ning Hao did not look down on these cultivations, but studied very seriously. Has a strong memory, basically glances at the movements made by Mate Dai, coupled with Ning Hao's absolute control over the body, Mate Dai does it again, and Ning Hao can reproduce it perfectly. Originally, Mat Dai slowed down a little because of Ning Hao's coming. But he was surprised to find that Ning Hao could learn perfectly after he did it once, even if it was a little reverie, after 3 times at most, he could completely remove these reveries and reach the point of perfection. Genius! What a genius! Mat Dai was already very surprised in his heart, especially when Ning Hao was cultivating. He found that Ning Hao's control of his body had almost reached the limit. Even if he did, it was impossible to do it. Young Master Xiao Ning, your movements are perfect, I can't find the slightest reverie, your control of your body has reached the point of perfection, I don't think the whole Konoha can find 3 people who can reach your level. After finishing the simple cultivation, Mat Dai admired Ning Hao very much, first praised him, and at the same time warned Ning Hao not to be proud, but to persevere in his cultivation. Later, Mate Dai also pointed out Ning Hao's shortcomings. Although young Master Xiao Ning has reached the point of perfection in the body, he has not yet found a skill in the application of the body, like the cultivation just now. You should be very tired now, right? Hearing Mat Dai's words, Ning Hao wiped the sweat stains on his face and glanced at Akai. Akai gave Ning Hao a thumbs up. Although he was also sweating, he was definitely not as sweaty as Ning Hao, and his physical exertion was not as much as Ning Hao. That's the technique of using physical arts. Mat Dai saw that Ning Hao was very curious, and he also explained like Ning Hao, cultivation and physical skills require a strong physique, and also require a lot of physical strength. When using and cultivating, we must find the right skills. While cultivating, we must reduce the consumption of physical strength, and at the same time, we must also find opportunities to relax the body. Later, Might Dai began to teach Ning how this technique of using physical arts. Might Dai is just a shinobi, he can only do physical arts, which also leads to Might Dai has been studying and using physical techniques for more than 10 years. After more than 10 years of cultivation and a large amount of cultivation every day, Might Dai's cultivation and use skills for physical techniques are definitely the top existence. And although Might Dai is a lower ninja, it does not mean that he only has the strength of lower forbearance. Perhaps the most useful thing that Ning Hao learned from Might Dai was the technique of using and cultivating physical arts. With these skills, the time for Ning Hao's cultivation of physical skills can be increased a lot, and his body will become more and more powerful. Akai, I'm going to compete with you. After completing the cultivation, the time was almost up, and Ning Hao could see that Might Dai and Akai were ready to go back to eat. Although the deadline for the mission was 3 days, Ning Hao still decided to complete it all within today. And judging from Might Dai's mission, the competition doesn't have to be a real fight. Under the puzzled gaze of Might Dai and Akai, Ning Hao looked at Akai and said, "If you win against me, I'll teach you a trick of my self-created physical technique." Self-created physical technique. Akai looked at Ning Hao puzzled, as if he was not interested. He was still young and didn't know what was so great about his self-created physical technique. When Might Dai heard Ning Hao's words, he was very surprised and said, "You have actually created a physical technique by yourself." Ning Hao is only 4 years old, and he has actually started to create his own physical arts. Although I don't know how Ning Hao's self-created physical technique is, this has already surprised Might Dai. After all, physical skills are not something that anyone can create, and the cultivation and understanding of the body are needed, not to mention that Ning Hao is still young. Look! Ning Hao looked at Might Dai and Akai, mobilized the muscles of his body, and arranged them anew, iron block. In an instant, the muscles on Ning Hao's body were rearranged, making the body look very smooth, because Ning Hao's muscles and body were not strong enough hard, and they didn't look like the luster of stone or metal. That's amazing! Might Dai couldn't help but praise Ning Hushi as he watched Ning Hushi display the iron block. When Ning Hao was cultivating with him just now, Might Dai knew that Ning Hao's control of his body had reached the point of near perfection, but he didn't expect to rely on controlling the muscles of his whole body to rearrange and increase the body's defense. But this kind of move is not something that anyone can learn, not even Might Dai, because his control over his body has not yet reached that level. That's amazing! Akai looked at Ning Hao with bright eyes. For a child, seeing Ning Hao's whole body become smooth, he was very interested. "How do you want to compete with me? Then it's better than guessing boxing. If you win me, I'll give you this iron block," Ning Hao said to Akai, and he smiled slightly in his heart. Defeat Akai? Guessing the fist is defeated, is it not the same as defeating Akai? As for convincing oral, even if you can't guess once, won't you be convinced if you come a few more times? Guess. Guess the box. Akai was already planning to make a move with Ning Hao, but he didn't expect Ning Hao's voice to change and actually want to guess the boxing with him. "Okay, let's come." But Akai also agreed, ready to try guessing with Ning Hao. Might Dai smiled and didn't interject, watching the two little children compete. But the result? It can well be imagined. Ning Hao can perfectly control the muscles and bones of his whole body. And before Akai punches, he knows what he is going to do when he sees which muscle power in his hand is powered. And after the first competition, Akai was naturally not convinced, and then started the second, third, and fifth. The 10th time. "Well, I lost." In the end, Akai still admitted defeat and guessed 10 punches, and the final result was complete defeat, no victory. P.S. The second chapter is sent, begging for collection and flowers. Now the update is not fast, the old snake seeks stability, try to implement the 3NOS policy of constantly changing, many more and not asking for leave, and the brothers who have not collected please collect it and cast a flower. PS2, thank you for bandits de Zhang, Tui, Leg, friends who like special forces can go and watch special forces, Lao Tzu is a mechanic. Chapter 7. Ding. Matt K lost to you 10 times in the guessing box, and he lost convincingly. Mission 1, defeat Mate Kai and convince him, has been achieved, and reward 1 wish power shard. Guessing boxing can be said to be Ning Hao's cheating by relying on his own advantages, and it can be regarded as taking advantage of the loophole in the system. Fortunately, there is no requirement for this broken system, if it is an intelligent system, otherwise something may go wrong. Ning Hao still feels for the first time that this backward system is still a little beneficial. Then Ning Hao told Akai about the skills of cultivating iron, but he didn't know if Akai could learn it. After all, the cultivation of iron requires a high degree of body control. However, Akai is still under the law, and if he starts cultivating from now on, there is still a possibility of success. After separating from Mate Dai's father and son, Ning Hao hummed a little song and returned to Ning's house. At this time, it was already 9 o'clock, and Fu Bo had been waiting for a long time for the breakfast he had prepared. Usually Ning Hao had already come back early, but today because he was cultivating with Might Dai, he didn't practice in the backyard, and he came back a little late. However, following Might Dai's cultivation, the gains he got were also very great, so that Ning Hao could have perfect skills when cultivating and using physical techniques. Spring goes to autumn, the 4 seasons rotate, and the year goes quickly, and it has been 39 years since I bought Konoha. Ning Hao has spent the past year polishing his body and physical techniques, practicing the 6 styles, sealing, refining chakra, and controlling chakra. Physical technique, Ning Hao learned a few simple physical techniques from Might Dai. The progress of the 6 styles is not small, and shaving can also be used, but it is limited to the body is not strong enough, and can only run more than 10 meters. If it is used with the instantaneous technique, it can run 50 meters, and it is already very fast to run 50 meters in an instant. The other 6 styles are still the same, but they are becoming more and more proficient, and the Lanjiao still can't be used. Relying on the perfect control of his body, Ning Hao has officially broken into 3 seals in 1 second, and 4 seals in 1 second with one hand. Practice makes perfect, and he still needs to continue to practice. Chakra's control has reached its limit, and it can still only be cultivated and used slowly by exams. The amount of chakra, Ning Hao has doubled in the past year, far beyond the ordinary lower ninjutsu. If there is a slightly more advanced ninjutsu, Ning Hao can use it. The most important thing is that Ning Hao now has 4 wishes accumulated, and there are also 2 first-level wish power fragments. Since the last time he met Mate Dai and Akai appeared in 2 tasks, this task system did not seem to appear, making Ning Hao speechless for a while. Originally, I thought I could rely on a simple task to brush a little bit of wish power fragments. Now it seems that it won't work. This task system, it's a thing that skips tickets. Under normal circumstances it won't appear at all. The 4 level 1 wish powers that Ning Hao had accumulated could already be combined into 2 level 2 wish powers, or 1 level 3 wish powers. Ning Hao thought about it, gritted his teeth, and synthesized a level 3 wishing power. System, I want to hope to get the most perfect blood limit of the writing wheel. Anyone can play word games. Ning Hao himself does not have the blood inheritance limit of the Uchiha clan, and if he wants to obtain the blood inheritance limit, he belongs to making something out of nothing, and he needs the wish power of level 3 to realize this wish. Of course, it also includes level 3 of the wish power. If you use the level 4 wish power to make a wish, you can also make a wish, maybe after getting the blood limit of the writing wheel I. Because the wish is too simple, it will make the wish power stronger, and it may not be possible to get the writing wheel I of the 3 hooks directly. Of course, this is just Ning Hao's speculation. It is really a waste to ask him to use the level 4 wish power to make a wish for the blood inheritance limit of a writing wheel I. even if he uses a level 3 wish to get the writing wheel eye now, Ning Hao also feels a bit wasteful. If it weren't for the fact that he was about to enter the school, he would get the writing wheel eye earlier, and he would be able to upgrade the writing wheel eye slowly, and he would be able to copy the ninjutsu when the time came, and he wouldn't have to worry about ninjutsu. The most important thing is that the sooner you get the writing wheel eye, the sooner you can start developing it, and the sooner you can upgrade it to the writing wheel eye of the 3 hooks. And as long as Ning Hao is not seen when he uses it, he will not be exposed. Unlike Mu Dun, even if you don't use it, the strong vitality carried by Mu Dun has super resilience, and this resilience will attract attention. After some consideration, Ning Hao finally exchanged for the writing wheel eye, whether it is from the future need ninjutsu, or the upgrade of the writing wheel eye is a little slow, and it needs to be upgraded slowly, now it is the best choice to exchange the writing wheel eye. A level 3 wish is required to fulfill this wish. Do you confirm the fulfillment of this wish? In Ning Hao's mind, such a sentence emerged, and Ning Hao chose without hesitation, sure to achieve. Wish has come true. As this line of words appeared in his mind, Ning Hao felt a strange chakra appear in his body, fused perfectly with his body, and then rushed towards his eyes. Hiss! A blazing hot feeling melted into his eyes, and Ning Hao suddenly felt a hot pain in his eyes, as if a chili pepper flew into his eyes, and tears suddenly slipped from his eyes. But soon, the blazing hot feeling began to subside, and the eyes were replaced by a burst of refreshment. Ning Hao hurriedly ran to the mirror in the mirror room and looked at the pupils in his eyes. The mirror shows Ning Hao's appearance, with short black hair, sword eyebrows, a pair of eyes that are very bright. He is already very handsome at a young age, and he will definitely be able to fascinate thousands of girls when he grows up. In the mirror, the pupils of Ning Hao's eyes turned red, and in each pupil, there were 2 megatamas slowly rotating. Seeing the writing wheel eye of the double hook jade, Ning Hao was excited. Double hook jade. This is the writing wheel eye of the double hook jade. The writing wheel eye of the double hook jade can already see through the ninjutsu and copy some physical techniques, which is exactly what Ning Hao needs. And Ning Hao is only 5 years old now, just 5 years old. The writing wheel eye has already reached the double hook jade, and when the time comes, it is absolutely appropriate to upgrade to the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Although even if he can't upgrade to the kaleidoscope, Ning Hao can also make a wish to upgrade, but that is also a waste of a first level wish power, isn't it? Not to mention that I don't know if the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye can be realized as long as it reaches the wish power. Could it be that the 3rd level wishing power made a wish and obtained the blood inheritance limit of the writing wheel eye, which is still a little simple. But my body is perfect, and the blood limit of the writing wheel eye is also perfectly integrated with the body, plus my mental strength is extremely strong. Perhaps because of this, the writing wheel eye has evolved directly to the double hook jade. Forget it, I don't want to, anyway, it's a double hook jade writing wheel eye now. Ning Hao didn't bother whether it was his spiritual power that made the writing wheel eye advance, or whether the level 3 wish power strengthened the willingness power and upgraded the writing wheel eye to a double hook jade. In short, his current eyes are the writing wheel eyes of the double megatama. I have a desire, I am willful. Thanks, who am I, for the reward. The contract has arrived, and I signed a contract. Ask for a collection, brother who didn't collect, please collect it, thank you. Chapter 8. Everyone, please feel free to click on the collection and flowers, thank you ha. At the age of 5, Pushou Ning Hao is going to ninja school. For Konoha, the residents of Konoha are encouraged to send their children to ninja schools. After all, ninja is a very, very, very dangerous profession, and many residents of Konoha still won't send their children to ninja schools, and it is impossible for Konoha to force them, so it can only be said that the residents of Konoha are encouraged to send their children to ninja schools. It's just that ninjas have been in the business for too long, up to decades. Even now that the Great Ninja War has passed, peace has returned to the ninja world. But who knows if there will be a large-scale war in these decades, and even if there is no war, the tasks performed by the ninja are very dangerous and the mortality rate is extremely high. As a result, many residents do not want their children to become ninjas, and not everyone likes to be ninjas. Especially a person like Ning Hao, who has a lot of money. However, after Fu Bo helped Ning Hao sign up, Konoha naturally would not refuse. After all, Ning Hao and the Ning family were also good people in Konoha, so it was better to take proper care of Ning Hao. Early in the morning, Ning Hao's biological clock had already been fixed, and he would have woken up as soon as the time came. After getting out of bed, putting on a black t-shirt and shorts on the boat, Ning Hao washed up briefly, and went to the backyard to move his body first. Today is the opening day of the Konoha Ninja School, and Ning Hao doesn't plan to cultivate, but it is still necessary to move his body. An hour later, Ning Hao simply performed the 6 forms, refined the chakra for a while, and then took a shower, changed his clothes, and went to eat. Young Master Ning, today is the opening day of the ninja school, and young Master Ning's friend Might Dai has also signed up. Ning Hao sat down, Fu Bo served breakfast to Ning Hao, and then stood aside and chatted with Ning Hao without a word. Ning Hao once asked Fu Bo to sit down and eat together, but Fu Bo would never agree, and Ning Hao didn't agree to anything. Over time, you get used to it. I know he's going to school, who is there besides Akai? Ning Hao asked casually as he ate breakfast, but he knew in his heart that Kakashi Hakiki should also be in this class, and he would graduate this year. Kakashi is definitely a bull. There should be a lot of people, but it's not clear who they are. Fu Bo shook his head, he didn't know about this, but when he was signing up for Ning Hao, he met Might Dai and Might Kai, and knew that Might Kai and Ning Hao were friends, so he paid attention to it. I know, I'll know when I go. Ning Hao said and put down his hand on the dishes and chopsticks, and said, I'm full. It's already good. Fu Bo walked to the side of the cabinet and took out a wooden box and handed it to Ning Hao. Ning Hao took the wooden box and opened it. It was wrapped in silk, and after taking it out, he opened it in silk and saw that it was a glass. No, it should be sunglasses. This was made by Ning Hao and asked Fu Bo to help him customize. With his eyes, he saw that the outside was a faint ink color, and when he looked at the pupils outside the sunglasses, he couldn't see anything. It can be said that this is definitely an artifact of Genda Guangming's use of writing wheel eyes. Copying ninjutsu and body arts. Nice, not bad. Ning Hao played with it, the workmanship was very fine, it was the sunglasses he had common in his previous life, but in the Hokage world, it was still relatively rare, or no one had thought of making the glasses black. Ning Hao put sunglasses on the bridge of his nose and covered the glasses, which can be said to cover half of his face, making Ning Hao look less handsome and a lot more ordinary. But with a big sunglasses, it's even hotter and more eye-catching. Fauber, I'm going to the ninja school first. Ning Hao said hello to Fu Bo and left Ning's house. As the soul of a city old man, it was impossible for Ning Hao to let Fu Bo send him to the ninja school. And Fu Bo also knows Ning Hao's character. After so many years of getting along, Ning Hao likes to be independent since he was a child, and likes to do everything by himself. In the past 2 years, Ning Hao has also cultivated by himself, and his strength is not bad. 3 or 5 people cannot be Ning Hao's opponent, so Fu Bo is still more assured. The Konoha Ninja School was created by the second generation of Hokage Senju, in order to give Konoha a steady stream of hematopoiesis, so that the fastest institution to train ninjas was established, in order to continue to transport ninjas when Konoha needs war. After the establishment of the ninja school in Konoha, other major ninja villages established ninja schools one after another. It can be said that Konoha is a pioneer many times, from the establishment of the ninja village to the ninja school, and even the dark part. After the launch of Konoha, other ninja villages began to imitate. Ning Hao walked towards the Konoha school, dressed in a black t-shirt, black trousers and a pair of shoes with black stripes. He looked like a good-looking young man, but with a black glasses on his face, covering half of his face, attracting a lot of attention. When you get close to Konoha School, you can see that there are more people, mostly adults with children. From time to time, there are cries. After all, it is a child, and entering the ninja school proves that you have to leave your parents. Not every child can be independent. Ning Hao stepped into the ninja school and saw Akai. Akai came very early, and Might Dai was not there. He came by himself, and he had been waiting for Ning Hao. It's coming. Akai looked at Ning Hao coming, looked at Ning Hao, shook his head and said, "These black glasses don't look good." Originally, Ning Hao was still very handsome, but after wearing glasses, he lost a lot of color, so Akai felt that Ning Hao looked good without glasses. This is called personality, and it is also to take care of your feelings. When the time comes, because of my handsomeness, I will attract the attention of all the girls. You won't be uncomfortable. Ning Hao didn't pay attention to Akai's words at all. Admittedly, it doesn't look good with sunglasses, but the writing wheel eye can't be exposed. And with sunglasses, it also attracts sister paper. Girls can't do it, it's too delicate. Akai's words made Ning Hao almost fall, but this can be regarded as a child's thinking, or Akai only knows how to cultivate physical arts, and the rest are floating clouds. Let's go to class. Ning Hao followed Akai and walked directly into the class. There are already quite a few people in the class, sitting in scattered places. Ning Hao glanced over and saw a lot of acquaintances. Kakashi Hakiki, Sunset Red, Yunfei Asma, Uchiha Obito, Rin. Read books on Friday and have fun, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 9. One by one familiar figures appeared in front of him, making Ning Hao feel a feeling of enthusiasm. It's a big time. Since you are here, you have to fight hard, not to mention dominating the ninja world. At least you must move the ninja world, otherwise how can you be worthy of the identity of the Traverser? How can you be worthy of the Dragon Ball system? Ding! Ding! A series of sounds sounded in Ning Hao's mind. Ning Hao was slightly stunned, his face suddenly changed, but fortunately, he had a big sunglasses on his face, which was not particularly obvious. Only Akai, who was familiar with Ning Hao, saw a hint of clues, and immediately asked, "What's wrong?" "It's okay." Ning Hao's heart was dripping blood. He walked to the back and found a place to sit down, and then began to check the system in his mind, while Akai sat next to Ning Hao, sitting quietly, ready to wait for the ninja teacher to come over. In his mind, Ning Hao looked at the task system, and sure enough, a new task appeared. The crisp voice just now was the sound of the task, and it was also a lot of tasks released at once. Ning Hao knew that there must be a task covered, so his heart was dripping blood. That's a mission. Completed at least one fragment of first level wish power, he is still 5 fragments away, and he can collect 7 of them, and he will be able to summon the divine dragon when the time comes. No, it's a synthesis of complete oneness and willingness. Task 1 is overwritten. Mission 2 is overwritten. Mission 1, complete his studies in the same year as Kakashi and graduate from the ninja school, and defeat Kakashi. Task reward, 2 first-level wish power fragments. Time limit, 1 year. Mission 2, become friends with Yunfei Asma. Reward, 1 Tier 1 wish power shatter. Time limit, 1 year. Task 3, win Sunset Red's first kiss. Task reward, 1 level 1 wish power fragment. Time limit, 10 days. Seeing these tasks, Ning Hao's heart was dripping blood, because these tasks were related to supporting roles with relatively high exit levels. Kakashi, Yuri Hong, and Yunfei Asma can be said to be supporting roles in the Hokage. Of course, they are not as good as supporting roles at the level of Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru. Ning Hao was sure that at least 3 or 4 tasks were covered in front. Because there are also Obito, Rin, and Mute here. There may be some people that Ning Hao didn't recognize, and these people may also trigger the task, but the task is triggered too quickly and is directly overwritten. The entire task system only displays 3 tasks, and the recurrence of the task will overwrite the previous task. Damn! Ning Hao complained about the entire system again in his heart, otherwise he would probably have to gather the fragments of his wish power. Accept Quest 1 and Quest 3 and cancel Quest 2. Defeating Kakashi is a must, and graduating in 1 year is also a must, so take on Mission 1. Mission 2 Becoming friends with Yuanfei Asma? Ning Hao saw it and decisively cancelled it. Yuanfei Asma actually died in the end, and he made Sunset Red widowed, and he couldn't look at it directly. What's more, Mission 3 is to win Sunset's first kiss, so you still be a ghost friend with Asma. 10 days to win Sunset's first kiss. Ning Hao looked at the task with the shortest time. It was undoubtedly 10 days to win Sunset's first kiss, although Sunset Red was only 6 years old, but there was that degree. And the only thing that makes Ning Hao more entangled, is there any task punishment? System, don't pit me! Ning Hao shouted thoughtlessly in his heart, and could only hope that this system would not be too pitiful. Students. When Ning Hao was thinking about how to win the Sunset Red first kiss, a male teacher wearing a green vest and a forehead guard on his forehead walked into the classroom, then introduced himself, and said to everyone, "Let's spend 3 years together, so let's introduce ourselves now, let the teacher and everyone know each other, names, hobbies, dreams, anything is possible. Let's start with the first row on the left. Introduce yourself from the first row, from left to right, and then to the second row." Ning Hao sat in the middle of the last row, which was considered to be the back. My name is Risa. This is a shy girl, blushing and standing up, saying her name and sitting down quickly. My name is Akamoto, my hobby is reading, and I hope to become the most knowledgeable person in Konoha. This is a man with eyes. Kakashi Heiji. Kakashi said little, his face tense all the time, as if someone owed him $1 million, and sat down after saying his name. He's Kakashi Heiji. I heard that it was his father who failed in his mission and later, committed suicide. After Kakashi's introduction, there were sporadic discussions, maybe Kakashi was used to it, and he didn't care at all, still with a cold face. Perhaps part of the reason why Kakashi graduated so quickly was that he couldn't stand the of these classmates. However, the death of Konoha White Fang, Kimoseun, has to be said to be a pity for Ning Hao. I didn't see this kind of legendary character with my own eyes, but it also proved that Konoha's river crab Dafa was very awesome, dignified Konoha and white teeth. Comparable to the existence of the 3 ninjas, and was forced to die. My name is Mizuki. My name is Mute. My name is Yuanfei Asma, and my dream is to become the Hokage. Asma when she was a teenager was naturally influenced by Yuanfei Ri/ hoping to become the Hokage. My name is Uchiha Obito. My name is Rin Nohara. My name is Sunset Red, and my dream is to become a master illusionist. Please read and advise. When I was a child, I had long hair, covering my cheeks, revealing a white face, and a pair of red eyes blinking and blinking, which was very cute. My name is Mate K, I'm XXXX. Mate Kai stood up and said a lot, just like turning on a faucet, and I couldn't stop at all. Alright, Mate K, we all know you, you can sit down. Mr. Shangnan, who was standing on it, wiped a handful of sweat from his cheeks and interrupted Akai's speech. Akai didn't feel anything wrong and sat down generously. Ning Hao stood up slowly, with black hair, black clothes and a big sunglasses on his face. He still looked very handsome. If it weren't for the sunglasses on his face, it might be even more attractive. Everyone's eyes fell on Ning Hao, only to see Ning Hao say softly, "My name is Ning Hao, my hobby is competition, I think that everyone with strength can come to me to challenge at any time." Chapter 10. No one believed what Ning Hao said at all, even the upper ninja teacher just smiled. The level of the 3 ninjas may be the famous ninja world, that is already an existence that everyone will look up to for a lifetime. And make the entire ninja world tremble? Is there such a powerful person? Yes. The first Hokage, Senju Pillar. Konohashira, Madara Uchiha. There are only these two people, and it can be said that they are the men who make the entire ninja world tremble. After everyone introduced themselves, Shinobu began his lesson. The first thing to talk about is chakra, sealing, and art. At the same time, when talking about chakra, he will also say some techniques for refining chakra. After all, not all the people here have already begun to refine chakra. The ninja school can be said to be the foundation of a village, so the teachers are still very conscientious and excellent. Just like this teacher who is lecturing, he is a ninja, and he is also a shinobi who participated in World War II, whether it is for theory or some skills to perform, he can say it, which makes people gain a lot. This era is not peaceful, so the things taught are definitely the most practical things. You can kill the enemy with one sword, and you definitely don't need a second sword. Red, can I call you Red? At noon, teacher Sharingan has been working on chakra, art, and other things all morning. Ning Hao can completely remember after listening to it. As soon as the teacher left, Ning Hao ran to Sunset's side, but he was worried about completing the task. But this can't be rushed, you need to take it slowly, otherwise Xiao Lori told his father that Ning Hao might not know how he died. Sunset Zhenhong is a master of illusion, known as a cow who can rebound even the illusion of the amplitude of the kaleidoscope writing wheel. If he knew that Ning Hao was bullying her daughter, an illusion came, Ning Hao might jump into the river by himself, and he did. Know how to die. When? Of course. Sunset Hong looked at Ning Hao leaning over. She was still a little unfamiliar with Ning Hao, and she seemed a little shy, but as a classmate, she still agreed. At the moment, it was noon. Sunset Red brought a lunch, and Ning Hao's was sent by Fubo. Eating a bento, Ning Hao had already formulated a set of plans and guidelines on how to have a good relationship with Sunset Red in the morning. As long as it was implemented step by step, it would not be difficult to win Sunset's first kiss. Hong, is your illusion powerful? Ning Hao watched Sunset Red bury his head in eating, and didn't raise his head at all. He had to ask and find a topic to talk about. It's all right. Not very powerful. Sunset Red is still young, although under the teaching of her father Sunset True Red, she began to refine chakra and learn illusion knowledge, but for illusion, she has just learned it. Hong, you are modest. I know that your father's illusion is very powerful. You are so smart, you must have learned illusion, right? I like illusion very much. Can you teach me illusion? I can teach you physical skills in exchange. Ning Hao coaxed the little Lori first, and then it was like holding a lollipop and tricking the little Lori into going to the goldfish. Ning Hao's search for Sunset Red to learn illusion was also after some thoughtful deliberation. Ning Hao's spiritual power is strong enough, even if it is Sharingan. It may not be enough for his mental power, plus he has a writing wheel eye and the effect of amplitude illusion. It is really a waste not to learn illusion. But he doesn't have illusions, and illusions are the least of ninjutsu, physical arts, and illusions. So Ning Hao thought of learning from Sunset Red, that is, he could get familiar with little Lori, and he could also learn illusions. As for teaching Sunset Red what physical arts, Ning Hao had already thought of it. Yuebu. The moon step can control the sky. For children, to be able to go to the sky, absolutely from a young age to think of doing things. Although the moon step is somewhat important, Ning Hao takes it out, and it is also the easiest to attract Sunset Red. This I may not be able to. Xirihong heard that Ning Hao was going to learn illusion from her, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. For children, they often heard their father's teachings, so they also wanted to be able to teach others like their father, but Xirihong was afraid that she couldn't. Don't worry, you will definitely be able to. When the time comes, I will teach you a physical technique that I created myself, and after you learn it, you will be able to fly directly to the sky. Ning Hao smiled slightly, there is naturally a difference between flying and stepping on the moon, but no matter how you say it, it is to the sky. Do you have such a physical technique? Sunset's red eyes suddenly widened, looking at Ning Hao, looking full of disbelief. There are a lot of people here, find a place with fewer people after eating, and I'll show you. Ning Hao looked at the classroom and there were still many people, so he whispered to Sunset, after I hand over this physical technique to you, you must not teach others, try not to be seen, this is my secret, it will belong to the two of us in the future, and the secret is something that cannot be let others know. Okay. Seeing Ning Hao's mysterious appearance, Sunset Hong seemed to be very careful, and she believed Ning Hao more and more, and nodded vigorously to show assurance. After eating, Ning Hao and Xi Hong left the classroom. Because in addition to the time to eat, there is also a time to rest at noon, leaving students to practice what they have learned by themselves, plus a period of lunch break, there is still a long time to rest. So for such a long time, Akai finished eating early and had already gone to cultivate. Ning Hao and Sunset Hong washed the dishes and looked for a long time before they. A place where no one was. Ning Hao had to complain, now that the ninja school is open, it is indeed not easy to find a place where no one is around. Look, I'm going to use my own physical arts, I'll leave it to you, and you have to teach me illusions. Ning Hao stood 2 meters away from Sunset Red and emphasized one point to Sunset Red again. Sunset Hong looked at Ning Hao tightly, nodded his little head vigorously, and said, I know, I can't tell others yet, right? Well, this physical technique is called moon step, a kind of body that can make people step on the air and constantly rise into the air. Bang, bang, bang. Ning Hao said, relying on his absolute control of his body, coupled with chakra's exquisite control, he stepped directly on the air and rose into the air too. Because after more than a year of practice, whether it is the strength or the control of the chakra, Ning Hao is already wishful, and when he casts the moon step at will, the sound of stepping out is already very small. The second is sent, please collect it with your hands, the old snake is here. Chapter 11. Ning Hao stepped on his feet, his body rose into the air little by little, and he was already 3 or 4 meters above the ground in a short time, looking down at the little lorry below. And Sunset Red put one hand on Zy's side, looking at Ning Hao with a surprised face, a pair of eyes shining, as if he had seen gold. Just like Ning Hao thought, the ability to control the sky is definitely a huge temptation for children. Whoever you are, when you were a child, imagined that you yearned to fly in the sky like a bird. Although Ning Hao's moon step cannot be regarded as flying, Ning Hao has now risen to 5 or 6 meters into the air, which is absolutely attractive for Sunset Red. Hey! Ning Hao stepped on the void with both feet, ready to descend. But when he glanced at it, he found that on the roof of the building to his left, a Dao gaze was watching him. Because the man was standing on the top of the building, covered by a fence, and Ning Hao was looking up at the roof, he could only see that the man was wearing black clothes, a mask covering half of his face, covering the bridge of his nose, plus silver hair, waving a short knife in his hand, and seemed to be practicing knife skills. Because of Ning Hao's appearance, he stopped the short knife that kept swinging in his hand and shifted his gaze. Although this is a lot of distance, Ning Hao can't see the other party's face clearly, but dressed up, don't think about it, there is only Kakashi in the entire Konoha who has silver hair that still covers his face and dare not see people. And Kakashi has a little impression of Ning Hao, or because of the sunglasses on Ning Hao's face. Kakashi didn't expect to see such an amazing scene when he was contacting the sword technique on the rooftop. A figure stepped on the void, rose from the ground, stepped into the sky step by step, directly rose a distance of 6 or 7 meters, and then slowly fell down. The ability of the sky. Everyone knows that after jumping up, because there is no place to borrow strength, the body is the most dangerous in the air, and if you have the ability to resist the sky, you can dodge in time, which is definitely a very important physical skill. For every ninja, it's true. Ah, I was discovered. Little Lori Sunset Red looked at Ning Hao in the air and turned his head sideways and looked up at the roof of the building. She also looked away, only to see half of her head and silver hair, knowing that she had been discovered. At the last moment, Ning Hao was still warning her that she couldn't tell others, and she was discovered at this moment. Sunset Red felt too unlucky, and at the same time wondered if this would bring any distress to Ning Hao. Day. Ning Hao fell from the air, a bead of sweat appeared on the bridge of his nose, and he said with a faint red glow, "Let's go." With Sunset Red, Ning Hao walked towards the classroom. And Sunset Red followed behind Ning Hao, and asked cautiously, "Will this cause you any inconvenience?" "It's okay, it's just seen by one person, it's still our own classmates, don't worry, it'll be fine." Ning Hao said with a smile on his face, thinking about Sunset Red seriously, not caring at all. But Sunset Hong felt more and more that this would bring some trouble or distress to Ning Hao, so she was a little reluctant. "Why don't you teach me Uebu?" Sunset Hong likes Uebu very much, after listening to Ning Hao say it once. She has already remembered the name, and when she said that Ning Hao didn't teach her Uebu, she was also very reluctant in her heart. After all, she liked Uebu very much. "It's okay, let's talk about it. You teach me illusion, I'll teach you physical arts, you may not regret it." Ning Hao heard that Xiao Loli seemed to have some guilt, and immediately smiled slightly. "Okay, I'll teach you illusion well." Hearing Ning Hao's words, Xi Rihong's heart suddenly became beautiful, and she decided to teach Ning Hao illusion well. Back in the classroom, Ning Hao and Xi Rihong sat together. There were not many people in the classroom at the moment, children were playful, and few could sit still. So after Ning Hao and Xi Rihong sat down, Ning Hao looked at little Lori and began to tell her about the skills of learning some moon steps. Because the Hokage world has chakra, among the entire 6 styles, it is the moon step that is the best to learn. Okay, this is the cultivation technique of Uebu. If you have time to wait after school, you will go to practice again, I will take care of you, lest you fall from the air. Ning Hao told Sunset Red about the technique of using the moon step and asked, "Have you written it down?" Little Lori nodded cutely, and then whispered, "There are some that don't. A little bit is not remembered." Ning Hao didn't suggest, and said, "It's okay, it's all trivial, it doesn't matter if you don't remember it, I'll tell you a few more times when the time comes, and this needs practice to master it faster." Sunset Hong felt that Ning Hao was very easy to speak, nodded vigorously, and said, "Then I'll tell you about illusions." Little Lori looked like a little teacher, but before she spoke, she didn't know how to start. After all, she didn't want Ning Hao to be like her, she had the soul of an adult, and she could tell it when she opened her mouth. Therefore, Sunset Hong paused, organized his language, and then said to Ning Hao, "Illusion is a kind of mental attack that can disturb the opponent's mental thoughts, causing the mastery of the 5 senses, to be abnormal and cause it to fall into the world of hallucination." Little Lori started talking slowly, talking for a while, and then stopping to think about it, completely recalling the basic knowledge of illusion that her father taught her, and the basic illusion. But these are enough for Ning Hao. After Sunset Hong brought out the knowledge that her father taught her, she also knew that she was not good at speaking, and what she said was obviously not as smooth as Ning Hao's, so in order not to let Ning Hao laugh at her, she hurriedly said, "I only learned a simple illusion, called, confusing the heart, I will teach you this illusion. This illusion seal is, Zi, Wu, Wei, Hai, Mao." Saying that, Sunset Red nodded the seals. There were 5 seals in total, she just normalized the order of the seals, and did not show the magic, mainly because she was not very good at controlling illusions, and she was afraid of hurting Ning Hao. This technique can confuse the enemy, and it can make the enemy turn what is in his heart into the environment, and let the enemy fall into the illusion. P.S. Ask for collections, ask for flowers, walk by, please click a little. Chapter 14. In the afternoon, teacher Sharingan continued to lecture, and Xirihong had been tricked by Ning Hao to sit beside him, and the price was just a little snack to bribe the children around him. For a local tyrant like Ning Hao, it's not bad for money. Anything that can be solved with money, that's not a problem. And for Mr. Sharingan, he won't pay attention to these little things. After all, this is the Konoha school, and it's normal for a group of imps to change positions after getting acquainted. The shinobi teacher began the lesson and repeated the chakra extraction essentials in the morning, which is basically the most important thing, marking the greatest possibility of whether you can become a ninja or not. Of course, you can become a ninja without chakra, Xiang Might Dai, and later Akai, Xiao Li, and others. However, not everyone can be as powerful as them. Next, I'll show you the basic ninjutsu, the three-body technique. Three-body technique, stand-in technique, transformation technique, and doppelganger technique. After the teacher finished speaking, an identical person had already appeared above, causing everyone to exclaim. The only thing that had not changed was perhaps the disciples of some big families, or the ninja family lived. After all, the three-body technique is very common. Poor Ning Hao, he hasn't learned the three-body technique yet. When this Sharingan teacher performed the three-body technique, the two hooked jade writing wheels in Ning Hao's eyes rotated wildly, and the order of the three-body technique was recorded. After all, the three-body technique is very simple, and the simplest one is only one seal. Among them, the stand-in technique can be said to be a very important technique, and it is also a very practical technique. Even if it is a ninja or even a shadow-level battle, it can be used. Ning Hao listened carefully to the lecture of this Sharingan, and his hands were constantly practicing sealing. For this, Akai has long been accustomed to this. When he practiced physical arts with Ning Hao before, Ning Hao was like this. As long as one hand stopped, he would practice sealing. Xirihong, who had not been with Ning Hao for a long time, was very curious to play with Ning Hao, and saw that Ning Hao was listening to the teacher's lecture with two minds, and his hands were still practicing sealing, and he didn't seem to be affected at all, and he seemed to have long been accustomed to this state of being single-minded. It's amazing. Xirihong sighed with emotion in her heart, and at the same time, she also knew that Ning Hao was able to seal so quickly before, and it took a lot of effort to do it. And since the last time Kakashi saw Ning Hao perform a physical technique that could take off, he had a close eye on Ning Hao and began to pay attention to Ning Hao. Kakashi also found that Ning Hao would listen to whatever he wanted to teach shinobi, even if it was very simple common sense. He listened very carefully, but after the lecture was over, he was crooked with sunset. Kakashi also knew the reason for this. After all, Ning Hao didn't have ninjas in his family, and he didn't even know the common sense of these ninjas. But in this case, the kind of physical technique that Ning Hao used to take off was created by himself, or was it taught by others? In the next few days, Kakashi slowed down the progress of his cultivation and took the time to get to know Ning Hao. And found that Ning Huzi was learning physical skills with Might Dai. Maybe it was Might Dai who taught him. Kakashi thought about it. In the afternoon, everyone began to go home from school. Ning Hao took Sunset Red to cultivate Moon Step. After all, she promised Xiao Lori to teach her to practice the Moon Step, and these days and sunsets were just remembered by Ning Hao to perform the skills of the Moon Step, and today he officially started to learn the Moon Step. However, Ning Hao has already learned a lot of skills in using illusion since he was a child Lori, and he has also learned two illusions. One is the illusion technique, confusing heart that he learned before, and the other is the illusion road technique, which can confuse the enemy and make people stand still, but they think they are constantly hurrying. Ning Hao knew that this must be the little Lori who went back to ask if it was really red in the past, so Ning Hao decided to teach the Sunset Red Moon Step well. Bang bang! Under the guidance of Ning Hao, Sunset Hong experimented several times, but it was unsuccessful. At most it was like stepping on a stone under his feet, jumping up, and he couldn't step on the air again at all and continue to rise into the air. Ning Hao frowned slightly when he saw this. He knew that Sunset Red had not controlled the chakra well, and used too many chakras to perform the moon step, and after taking off, he could not maintain the chakra to perform the second moon step. Isn't it stupid to learn it? No, it won't. Ning Hao shook his head and said, I was like this at the beginning, let's practice chakras control first. Originally, Ning Hao, a sunset red, would be more powerful in terms of control. After all, she had a very powerful father, so her father should teach her to learn the control of chakra first, right? In this way, you can contact Uebu directly. However, the truth is not what Ning Hao thought. Sunset Red's control over chakra is not too good, it can only be said to be average. Of course, compared to ordinary people, it is already very good. Okay. Sunset Hong heard Ning Hao's words, knowing that this was just to comfort her, knowing that the latter was just comforting her, he seemed a little lost, and he was not very interested in training chakras control. Let's practice climbing trees first, this will increase your control over the chakra, and after learning this, let's move on to the next project. Look! Ning Hao said and walked under a tree, stepped on the trunk of the tree with the soles of his feet, and walked up easily, without using his hands at all, and his body did not make contact with the trunk. How about this? This can be a good exercise of chakra's ability to control. Do you want to learn? Ning Hao walked to the top of the tree trunk, his feet attached to chakra and grabbed the trunk tightly, his body hung directly on the trunk, and he looked at the sunset upside down. I want to learn. I want to learn this. When Sunset Hong saw Ning Hao, he walked directly to the tree like he wanted to walk, and he was still hanging on the tree, and he suddenly looked very excited. When Ning Hao walked on the trunk, it's so handsome. Okay, then next, I'll teach you how to climb trees and practice chakra control. The chakra disappeared under Ning Hao's feet, and his body fell from the trunk of the tree, and he fell steadily to the ground with a backward flip. Ning Hao looked at Sunset Red and said, practice the control of chakra, when using ninjutsu and illusion, you can control chakra well and avoid waste. Sunset Hong listened quietly, she had completely regarded Ning Hao as a little teacher, and she listened very seriously, feeling much more interesting than when her father taught. And Kakashi was on the trunk of the tree in the distance, looking at Ning Hao, and if he thought about it, he actually began to practice climbing the tree. If you have something to do in the evening, upload it early, ask for a collection, thank you. Chapter 15. Very well, keep practicing, and soon you'll be at my level. Ning Hao caught Sunset Red, the two of them had long been used to it, put Sunset Red down, and smiled a few words of encouragement. Suddenly, Ning Hao felt a mental shock and was in a trance. Someone was casting illusions on him. Who? Ning Hao snorted, pulled Sunset Red with one hand, and instantly avoided it into the distance, blocking Sunset Red behind him, and looked vigilantly at the woods in the distance. Little ghost, very strong spiritual power. Sunset True Red instantly appeared from the woods, and slowly walked towards Ning Hao, who gave you the physical skill just now. Father. Sunset Red looked at Sunset Zhenhong who was walking slowly, with a look of surprise, and then crossed his hands on his hips, looked at Sunset Zhenhong with a questioning face, and asked, why are you here? I'll come and see, what if you're going to be deceived by this little ghost? Sunset Zhenhong looked at her baby daughter with some puzzlement, not knowing why Sunset Red was so angry. And Ning Hao obediently stood aside and handed over the battlefield to the Sunset Red father and daughter. This Nima, Sunset Zhenhong ran over? When I hugged Sunset Red just now, Sunset Zhenhong should have been there, right? Will it be split in half? Ning Hao was a little apprehensive in his heart. At this time, Sunset Hong said to her father, we said that we should keep it secret when cultivating Uebu, did you see it just now? No, I was discovered by this little ghost as soon as I arrived, so I raised his mental power very strongly. Sunset Zhenhong directly vetoed. Just now he used illusion to confuse Ning Hao, but he didn't use too powerful illusion. I thought it would directly make Ning Hao fall into illusion, how do you know that Ning Hao's mental power is strong, and the illusion falling down has no effect at all, and Ning Hao directly discovered his existence? It's good that I didn't see it. Sunset Red actually directly believed what Sunset Zhenhong said, nodded, and didn't say anything. Ning Hao wiped the cold sweat on his face. In fact, there was no sweat at all, it was just a mental effect. Hello uncle, my name is Ning Hao. Ning Hao obediently greeted the former True Red. I know your name is Ning Hao, the little good man of Konoha, young master Xiao Ning. Humph. After the sunset was really red, the little lorry Sunset Red snorted coldly. I just said that I didn't see it, so I asked now? The sunset was really red, and he looked directly at Ning Hao. Listening to Sunset's words before, that trick seems to be called Yuebu, a very vivid name, but I don't know who came up with it. I created it myself. Ning Hao said confidently. For a small child, it is natural to be confident at this moment. Oh. Sunset Zhenhong looked at Ning Hao, nodded, and said, it's a great physical technique. You're only 5 years old, right? Ning Hao heard it, although Zhenhong was praising him in the past, he obviously didn't believe it. Humph, I know you don't believe it, Yuebu is just one of the 6 styles I created, and there is another trick iron block I taught Akai, but he hasn't learned it yet. Ning Hao snorted, looking like I was a genius, full of arrogance Jiao. Of course, Ning Hao also has a purpose in saying this. First, he can directly open the topic, so that Sunset Zhenhong doesn't care about the fact that he hugged Sunset Red before. And secondly, he naturally wants to establish an image of a genius in front of Sunset Zhenhong, even if it looks like a relatively arrogant genius image. It's definitely good for the future. Because now I know that Ning Hao is a genius and a human being, only Might Dai, but Might Dai is just a lower ninja, and the dating circle does not radiate the top level of Konoha, and only knows cultivation. And Sunset True Red is different, he is a veteran elite shinobi in Konoha, and the news of this move Moon Step, Ning Hao's 50% certainty will be transmitted to the 3 generations of Hokage. 6 styles, amazing. Sunset Zhenhong also nodded when she heard Ning Hao's words, feeling a little believable. Just ask Might Dai again. You guys cultivate slowly, pay attention to safety, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Sunset Zhenhong didn't ask Ning Hao what the 6 moves 6 styles had, but told Ning Hao and Sunset Red that they were mainly safe when cultivating, and then left directly. As for Ning Hao, he was holding the Sunset Red before. In the eyes of Sunset True Red, it is just 2 children, not to mention that Sunset Red falls from the sky. Ning Hao does not catch Sunset Red, Sunset True Red will also go over to catch Sunset Red, and then it will give Ning Hao a violent shudder. As for Ning Hao's worries that Sunset True Red will find trouble with him, it's purely Ning Hao thinking too much. Alright, let's continue to cultivate. In the past, Zhenhong was gone, and Ning Hao also breathed a sigh of relief. I'm sorry, it looks like my father saw Yuebu. Sunset Red said to Ning Hao with some apologies. Ning Hao waved his hand and said indifferently, it's okay, it's not him alone who sees it. Kakashi, this guy, has been stealing teachers recently, from climbing trees to treading water, and today he is still stealing Yuebu, and Ning Hao is not unaware of it. Sunset Zhenhong also sent a little, but he didn't say it, it's all a matter between children, and it's not easy for him to interfere as an adult, but this matter is really fun. At the same time, Sunset is really red and has to admit that Ning Hao is really a genius. A rare genius. Although there is some self-confidence, some arrogance pride. Sunset Zhenhong didn't know if the so-called moon step was created by Ning Hao, but when he saw the suggestion of his good daughter Sunset Red practicing treading water on the side, he knew that Ning Hao had come up with it. With Sunset's true red knowledge, she naturally knew that she was practicing chakras control, thinking that when her good daughter came home a few days ago, her pants and half of her clothes were she, presumably she was practicing treading water in Lien, preparing for the cultivation of the so-called moon step. It's common for ordinary ninjas to walk on water, but who would have thought that a little imp who has just refined chakra and has not yet graduated from ninja studies can practice treading water and thus exercise chakra's control. Only to find out that the chapters are in the wrong order. But it doesn't affect the reading. Ask for a collection. Chapter 16. Chapter 16, Invisible Pretending, the Deadliest. Isn't this really red? There was a laughing voice behind the sunset, and the sunset really red glanced at it faintly. It's from the beginning. Rare rest, walking around. I'll take the water gate to carry out the mission, next time we talk. Jiraiya and Sunset Zhenhong took the Wavewind and Water Gate, left quickly, and rushed towards the gate. Hello Zhenhong Sr. Bo Feng Shuman quickly walked by Sunset Hungjin's side, greeted him, and followed closely behind Gillette. Seeing this, Sunset Zhenhong nodded slightly, and said to himself, that little ghost's spiritual power is very strong, and it seems that he can also be accepted as a disciple. I just don't know when I will graduate. But it's a hassle to be a teacher. Sunset Zhenhong was a little entangled, so he could only put this piece aside, and then walked towards the training ground. As expected, Might Dai is cultivating here. After inquiring about Ning Hao's situation, Sunset Zhenhong was also very surprised. Ning Hao. Might Dai was covered with sweat, gasping slightly, and said, young Master Ning of the Ning family, right? He is a genius, a real genius in physical arts. As long as I have taught something once, he can completely memorize it, and no more than 3 times, he can completely copy it. He can perfectly control every muscle in his body, and even control the muscles of his body to rearrange them, and he has created a physical technique iron block, which is to increase defense by controlling the muscles of the body to rearrange them. I know. Sunset Zhenhong nodded slightly after hearing this, and was greatly surprised in her heart. I originally thought that the evaluation of Ning Hao was already very good, but I didn't expect that little guy not only has extremely strong mental power, but can even remember it, and can also achieve complete control over his body. He is really a genius. I have to meet the 3 generations of Hokage. In the past, Zhenhong wanted to be Ning Hao's instructor, but as for Ning Hao, he had just entered the school, and he ignored him directly. However, leaving the Hokage building, the former True Red looked a little confused. He told the 3 Hokages about it, but the 3 Hokages looked at him in surprise and didn't agree directly, but asked why? Why? Preparing to be an instructor for a student who has not yet graduated, what do the 3 generations of Hokage actually have to ask? Even if Ning Hao is the little master of the Ning family, he shouldn't ask, right? But Sunset Zhenhong still told him what he knew about Ning Hao, and was ready to determine his Sharingan teacher. But the 3 generations of Hokage listened with interest, and actually didn't agree, but said, well, I'll think about it. You're done listening, nod your head and tell me to think about it. Sunset Red felt hurt and left the Hokage building full of confusion and depression. It seems that the identity of that imp may not be simple. In the end, Sunset Zhenhong can only think of this, otherwise even if Ning Hao is the only son of a wealthy family, he can be regarded as the only son of a wealthy family, and the 3 generations of Hokage have all kinds of opportunities, and he will not care about what happens to a little ghost, not to mention that he still wants to be accepted as a disciple. Konoha School. A few more days passed. And the teaching finally increased from the classroom course to the outdoor class. The 2 of them are actually fighting, mainly to test the 3-body technique, kunao throwing. Of course, when fighting, they will not use real kunao, and the wooden kunao will be brushed with a layer of black paint, which looks the same as the real one, and even the weight is equal, and I don't know what kind of wood it is made of, which is very strong. The kunao and shuriken throwing skills I taught next. Teacher Sharingan stood in front of the target a few meters away, stretched out his hands, grabbed kunao with one hand, and grabbed a row of shuriken with the other, and then threw it at random, only to hear the sound of dong dong dong. Kunao's shuriken fell on the 2 targets respectively, all of which hit the red heart. Wow, so handsome! That's amazing! Accidentally forced to succeed by this Sharingan teacher, aroused the desire of many students to learn hope, and then the Sharingan teacher began to explain the skills of throwing kunao and shuriken, as well as some application skills, plus iron wires, detonation charms and other practical applications. Ning Hao had already copied the movements of this Sharingan teacher when he pretended to throw the shuriken, and then he only needed to practice and adjust the strength. Among them, only Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, Yuan Fei Asuma, and a few people from the Hyuga clan with cataracts were not interested. For them, this kind of kunao throwing has been practiced for a long time, and some people feel that it is not applicable, so it is good to practice a little, and for the Uchiha Obito, this is the signature of the Uchiha clan, and it is really simple. Let's practice on your own. If you don't understand, you can ask me, I will watch you practice, and then tell you about the shortcomings. After Mr. Sharingan explained the main points, he practiced by himself, and he was stuck on the side, walking in front of each student and pointing out the shortcomings. Wow, that's amazing, worthy of the Uchiha clan. I feel like I'm fighting with the teacher. Uchiha Obito held kunao and shuriken in both hands, all kinds of fancy throws, and it was a good hand B, and everyone screamed and envied together. And Ning Hao silently opened the writing wheel eye on the side, and through the ability of the writing wheel eye to copy and slow down the action, he saw the Uchiha Obito throwing kunao method in his eyes, wrote it all down, and then began to practice by himself. Soon, a strange scene appeared in front of everyone. Ning Hao began to practice the throwing of kunao and shuriken. At the beginning of learning the throwing method of the teacher Sharingan, once he failed, the kunao flew wildly, and luckily one of them landed on the target, and it was still hanging on the outermost. The second time, the kunao in Ning Hao's hand and the shouting in his hand were thrown. With the experience of the previous time, the strength and angle were adjusted, and all the kunao's shuriken fell on the target. Most of them hit the original point, and the others also fell on the inner ring. The third time, with the experience of the previous two times, there is no doubt that all the kunao and shuriken all hit the target and all fell on the red star. Then Ning Hao began to copy Uchiha Obito's kunao throwing technique. Once, twice, 3 times. Each throwing technique, no more than 3 times. All were learned by Ning Hao, and finally after the Uchiha Obito made a difficult kunao throwing technique, Ning Hao was then able to copy it. After practicing throwing many times, there was no need to experiment with the strength and angle, it was directly copied, and there was no failure. Everyone's eyes suddenly fell on Ning Hao, even the teacher of Sharingan, and the Uchiha Obito, who was already out of breath, all fell on Ning Hao. Chapter 17. Ning Hao is so powerful. Did you know how to throw bitterly before? Have you learned it, right? Sunset Red looked at this Ning Hao with admiration. Unlike Uchiha Obito, Ning Hao practiced all kinds of kunao throwing movements, and did not breathe, but there was a trace of sweat on the tip of his nose, and it could be seen that Ning Hao's physical strength was definitely above Obito, and it could even be said that in the entire class, Ning Hao's physical strength was the first. Even Kakashi, it was not as good as Ning Hao. Hearing Sunset's words, Ning Hao shrugged his shoulders and said lightly, maybe. Ning Hao didn't deny it, nor did she admit it, but Xirihong knew that Ning Hao hadn't learned it before, because after getting familiar with Ning Hao, she was also Ning Hao's attitude towards things. And as a shinobi teacher, as well as Uchiha Obito, Kakashi, and others, it is not difficult to see that Ning Hao really did not throw bitterly at the beginning, but learned it in a period of time. Demons. Genius. Can only use these 2 words to accommodate Ning Hao. Uchiha Obito gasped slightly. He didn't expect the kunao throwing technique he used later. The difficulty was already high, but Ning Hao glanced at it, and directly copied it. How did you do it? Uchiha Obito looked at Ning Hao, a little puzzled. If Ning Hao really just learned the throwing skills of kunao, like the superb kunao throwing skills used by Uchiha Obito before, throwing kunao twice in a row, hitting the kunai thrown in the previous one, and concentrating all the targets on the field. Although some did not hit the hearts, it was also commendable. But Ning still just glanced at it, directly copied the past, and even surpassed the Uchiha Obito, the user, and hit all the hearts. You must know that the Uchiha Obito can only get this kind of level after hundreds or thousands of exercises, and he can't even hit all the hearts? Ning Hao learned the Kyo technique for the first time. Just watched it once? Directly copied the past? And all hit the bullseye? If that's the case, Uchiha Obito feels that his previous 2 years of training have been trained on dogs. For me, as long as I read a book or an action I see, I can clearly write it down. Ning Hao looked at the Uchiha, who was a little unwilling to admit defeat, and said lightly. That's... Uchiha Obito felt that even if this was the case, he might only learn the kunai throwing today, and he would be able to directly copy the Uchiha clan's kunai throwing skills, and it would be even more powerful than his training 110 times. Ning Hao said lightly, I haven't finished talking yet. Then Ning Hao stretched out his hand. He was wearing a t-shirt, and everyone's eyes fell on him, even if it was Kakashi and the others. Mr. Sharingan also looked at Ning Hao with interest, and he was also a little curious, how Ning Hao did it. When everyone's eyes fell on Ning Hao, his arm moved. No, Ning Hao's arm didn't move. But the muscles on his arm moved, moving in a strange movement, one moment like water waves, wave after wave, and then neatly arranged like soldiers. Seeing that, everyone around them opened their mouths wide and were speechless in surprise. It's just an arm, and you can still play like this? Ning Hao said, I can control every muscle and bone in my body. And I can control the strength and body even if you can't reach the point of holding it in your life, so you need to practice thousands of times to find the strength and angle to swing the kunai, but I don't need to practice at all, I can do it directly. Genius! Teacher Sharingan blurted out directly when he heard Ning Hao's words. Uchiha Obito also closed his mouth and sighed, but he couldn't find the peace of mind to refute. This is a talent, just like Ning Hao said, even if they are a lifetime, they can't reach the point of controlling and developing their bodies, and the entire Konoha can control their bodies and control their power to that point, no more than 5 people. That's more. Tsunade's control of chakra and strength may be subtle, to the point of Ning Hao's, but his control over every muscle and bone in his body may be slightly inferior to Ning Hao. This guy Orochi may be able to do it, after all, he may have created the person who created the soft body technique. Then everyone began to practice kunai's throwing skills on their own, while Ning Hao was teaching Xi Rihong, and a group of people ran over to Ning Hao to teach them kunai throwing. Ning Hao's popularity is simply better than that of Sharingan Sensei 1. Seeing this, Teacher Sharingan shook his head indifferently, and simply walked to the side and sat down to watch this practice of kunai throwing skills. And Ning Hao directly replaced the teacher of Sharingan, became the teacher, and taught everyone to practice kunai's throwing. Of course, the main thing is to teach sister paper. Like Sunset, Silence, and Lin. Thank you. After the end of the kunai course, the sisters who were instructed by Ning Hao also came over to make a sound, feeling that Ning Hao's teaching was not bad, at least it was not so much pressure compared to watching teacher Sharingan's teaching. This was followed by free activities, some people rested directly, some people were still practicing throwing kunai, and some people were practicing others. It's not good to cultivate here, so Sunset Red practiced kunai throwing, and Ning Hao watched from the sidelines, pointing out from time to time. In addition to Sunset Red, there are also Shizuan and Lin who are also practicing, and Ning Hao is also pointing from time to time, like the people of the Uchiha Obito and Hyuga clans. Yuanfei Asma and Akai are cultivating other things. Ning Hao. When Ning Hao leisurely instructed a few sisters to practice kunai throwing, a cold voice sounded behind him. Don't think about it, just listening to this voice, Ning Hao knows who it is. This cold voice was no one but Kakashi, and when he turned his head, he looked at Kakashi, his eyes narrowed slightly, something If you counted it before, does it count? Kakashi looked at Ning Hao, half of his face was covered by a mask, and with his cold eyes, he looked at his expression. What's that? Ning Hao looked at Kakashi with some curiosity. He didn't seem to have spoken in front of Kakashi, did he? The whole big ice cube disappeared after class, probably running to practice swordsmanship. Ning Hao didn't say hello to him at all. Kakashi looked at Ning Hao and said coldly, before, you said that your hobby is competition, and powerful people are welcome to compete with you, does this sentence count? You want to compete with me? Ning Hao listened to Kakashi's words and nodded. When he introduced himself, he said such things. And he just said it to Kakashi. Location? Du Feng asked directly. Kakashi said, rooftop. The collection has risen a lot, but it doesn't go up when I sign a new book. I beg you to collect it, and see if you can rush to last week's collection list. Can you do it? Everyone give some strength. Today's 3 watches, although I will go to the countryside tomorrow, and the manuscript is also nervous, but today it has risen by hundreds of collections, and it seems impossible to add more. Read books on Friday and have fun, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 18. Rooftop Roof. Kakashi's cold words fell, and his feet moved, and he jumped a few times and stepped on the trees in the school to rush downstairs. His feet bent slightly, and then he jumped up hard, and his body rose into the sky like a sharp sword, jumping directly to the height of half a building, and then he had no stamina. Bang! When everyone thought that Kakashi would go down the river, Kakashi stepped on his feet, borrowed strength out of thin air, and his body was raised again, rushing directly to the roof of the building, a handsome backflip, and his body landed steadily on the rooftop. Ah yes. Ning Hao replied casually and nodded lightly. You're going to compete with Kakashi. Sunset Red looked at Ning Hao and said, I heard that Kakashi is very talented and powerful. When Ning Hao heard this, he looked at the sunset and smiled slightly, aren't I a genius? Wait for me here and come back soon. Ning Hao said as he left Sunset Hong's side, took a few steps forward, and then jumped up slightly, and stepped on the void with his feet bang bang. With Ning Hao's footsteps stepping out in the air, making a subtle sound, his body also rose higher and higher, as if he was jumping, and jumped to the top of the building, which was a little more shocking than the feeling that Kakashi brought to people. Even teacher Sharingan looked at Ning Hao in surprise, and his expression was like seeing a ghost. Are all the students so powerful now? Phew! The teacher had disappeared in place the next moment, and when he reappeared, he was already on the rooftop of the building. Looking at Ning Hao and Kakashi, judging from the performance of the two just now, they are undoubtedly geniuses, and now that they are competing, this Sharingan teacher naturally wants to watch, or it will not be good for anyone to be injured. Quick, go and see. Yes, go check it out. Soon a group of people were rushing to the school building, and began to slowly think about rushing to the roof. Sunset Hong watched Ning Hao directly use Moon Step to go up to the top of the building. She couldn't do it, but she could use Moon Step halfway to Kakaza like that, and she could still do it by going up to the top of the building with her strength. After all, she had been learning to bang Moon Step for a long time, and she had mastered Moon Step almost the same, just a chakra amount. If the chakra is enough, Sunset Red can also go straight to the roof like Du Feng. Woo! Thinking of this, Sunset Red also rushed out quickly. Like Kakashi, she stepped on the trees downstairs and rushed downstairs, and then a powerful chakra erupted under her feet, her body jumped up, and her body rushed to the height of half a building, and then stepped on the Moon Step to the top of the building. Woo! Sunset Red fell on the roof of the building, and slowly breathed a sigh. He was also stimulated by Kakashi and Ning Hao. After all, children have the concept of competition, otherwise she would not have gone to the roof like this. Teacher Sharingan watched Sunset Red come up like this, and nodded slowly, feeling that he was teaching a group of children, and it seemed that there were some amazing characters. "That's Sunset Red, isn't it? Can a girl be so good?" Before the group of people rushed downstairs, they saw Sunset Red and Kakashi stepping directly into the void to the top of the building. And they were surprised again. It was Kakashi and Ning Hao before, and the two were boys, so they were better. "You must know that Sunset Red is a girl, how powerful is it?" It immediately attracted the attention of countless people, and all the girls immediately regarded Sunset Red as the object of hard work. Rooftop, rooftop. Ning Hao and Kakashi looked at each other. "After watching it for so long, I finally know that I can compete with me." Ning Hao unceremoniously debunked Kakashi's peek at what he taught Sunset Red to his face. And Kakashi's face remained unchanged. I don't know if he was born cold, or if he was thick-skinned to a certain level, and still said lightly, "I just happened to pass by." "You won, the other moves of the 6 styles will also teach you." "I won, promise me one thing." Ning Hao didn't bother to argue with Kakashi, and directly stated the purpose. Ning Hao believed that Kakashi would not refuse if he tasted the benefits of trying Uebu, not to mention that Kakashi should have confidence in his own strength, so he would not refuse. Moon Step is also one of the 6 styles. Kakashi looked at Ning Hao and said, "What are the requirements? Let's say it first." "Lend me the ninjutsu you have for 2 days." "How is it?" Ning Hao looked at Kakashi. As the once glorious Heiji family, it was impossible for him to exist without ninjutsu. "No, I can't." Kakashi said, 6 styles can only be exchanged for 6 ninjutsu. "Yes, you have to win me." Ning Hao nodded and agreed. "Be careful, I'm going to do it." Kakashi reminded Du Feng of a word, put one hand on the short knife behind his back, and then rushed towards Ning Hao. "Hey!" The short knife cut through the air, and the speed was extremely fast. Ning Hao's body leaned back slightly, avoiding the attacking short knife. With Kakashi's current age, it was impossible to slash out such a high-level thing as a sword chi or vacuum slash, so after Ning Hao leaned back to avoid the incoming attack, he propped his hands back on the ground, and his feet were together, kicking towards Kakashi. Bang! Kakashi's short knife stood in front of him, blocking Ning Hao's kicking feet, and a huge force came from the knife, allowing Kakashi's feet to rub the ground, and his body withdrew more than a meter before slowly stopping. Woo! With a wave of his hand, Ning Hao struck several shuriken and kunao towards Kakashi, and directly sold it now, taking out the kunao throwing technique he had learned from Uchiha Obito. Ding ding ding! Kakashi also swung out a short sword, lowering the attacking kunao crotch, and then jumped lightly under his feet, avoiding the subsequent kunao and shuriken. Moon stepped on it, and rushed towards Ning Hao. Woo! Kakashi rushed to Ning Hao's side, the short knife in his hand constantly slashing towards Ning Hao. See, the trajectory of the knife technique. Ning Hao directly used the paper painting, his body shook like a leaf falling in the wind, avoiding all attacks, and the writing wheel eyes under the sunglasses slowly rotated, slowing down Kakashi's speed, and writing down Kakashi's Deo skills. Ding! The next moment, Ning Hao held a kunao in many places, blocked Kakashi's short knife, and picked it up casually, and the angular muscles on his arm instantly burst out, picking Kakashi's short knife away, and then stabbed Kakashi towards Kakashi with a kunao. And Ning Hao almost replaced the short knife with kunao, and used the sword technique that Kakashi used to deal with him just now. It's just that now it's Ning Hao attacking, and Kakashi is resisting. The second update, ask for collection. The old snake is here to thank all the brothers who collected, and I beg everyone who has no collection to collect and support it. If you can collect the list last week, you must add more. Chapter 19. Kakashi, as the person concerned, found out that this was the sword technique he had just performed on Ning Hao, but it was only used by Ning Hao to use the bitter instead of the short knife when Ning Hao used kunao to stab him. Suddenly, Kakashi thought of what Ning Hao said to Obito before, but all the actions he has read and seen in the books can be directly recorded and perfectly reproduced. Damn! Kakashi felt extremely aggrieved at the moment. Being used against him with his own knife skills was like eating a fly, which made people extremely uncomfortable. And the Sharingan teacher on the side also looked at Ning Hao with interest, and naturally saw that Ning Hao's routine of attacking Kakashi with Kunao was Kakashi's knife technique against Ning Hao before, but now it was copied by Ning Hao. Ding! Kakashi was naturally familiar with Ning Hao's sword technique with Kunao, so he found a gap and immediately swung out a short knife to block Ning Hao's attack. Hey! Ning Hao's Kunao in his hand was resisted, his body jumped back in an instant, and the Kunao in his hand was also thrown out casually, shooting towards Kakashi, and then his hands were sealed. Whew! The speed of the seal was so fast that I couldn't see my fingers clearly, and I could only see a series of afterimages, and the seal was completed in an instant. Fire escape, fireball technique. Ning Hao opened his mouth, and a fireball the size of a basin rushed towards Kakashi. This is just one of the basic ninjutsu that Ning Hao has learned. It is not very powerful, and it may be useful against ordinary imps, but for Kakashi, it doesn't seem to be enough. Ding! Kakashi was also a little surprised by Ning Hao's sealing speed, but seeing the flying fire escape, it was really not enough to read. It was just a recent fire escape book. Kakashi only knew at this moment why Ning Hao had proposed the conditions for exchanging ninjutsu before, because Ning Hao had no ninjutsu to learn. The ninjutsu taught by the ninja school was the most basic, and some ninjutsu were only taught by their respective instructors after graduation. Hey! Kakashi swung his dagger in his hand and slashed at the incoming fireball. Wind escape, wind blade cut. Before Kakashi swung out the short knife, before it could slash at the fireball, Ning Hao's hands had already completed the seal again, and he even waited for a while, and when he grasped the opportunity, a wind escaped and landed on the fireball. Whoa! Originally, the entire fireball was originally fixed, but now with the wind blowing, it suddenly turned into a large area of flames and attacked Kakashi. Bang! Wrapped in flames, Kakashi instantly turned into a piece of wood and used his stand-in technique to avoid the falling flames. Whew! Kakashi reappeared, already rushing in front of Ning Hao, the short knife in his hand slashing towards Ning Hao. Illusion technique. Facing Kakashi rushing in, Ning Hao's hands were sealed, his body retreated slightly, and the illusion fell directly. Then there were 5 more imprinted completions. Illusion, confusion. Kakashi only dodged slightly, and his short knife fell, directly hitting Ning Hao, slashing over Ning Hao's shoulder. Seeing this, Kakashi also retracted his strength slightly, and did not bring too serious injuries to Ning Hao, just a little abrasion, that is, a little blood. There will be nothing wrong. You've lost. Just when Kakashi thought he had won the contest, a cold edge pressed against his neck, causing Kakashi to wake up instantly. Look at it again, where is there an injured Ning Hao in front of him? He didn't even rush to Ning Hao's side, the knife he cut just now was just a slash towards the void, no wonder there was no touch. Is it an illusion? Kakashi should have thought of it a long time ago. Ning Hao and Sunset Red were tired of being together every day, how could they not be illusions? And Ning Hao can instantly memorize the movements after reading books, how can his mental power not be strong? That's right, it's an illusion, I just learned it, and you're still the first person to be cast by me. Ning Hao put away the kunao on Kakashi's neck and said lightly. When Kakashi rushed towards Ning Hao first used the illusion road technique to make Kakashi think that he had rushed in front of him. Later, Ning Hao used illusion, confusing hard again, making Kakashi think that the sword he swung had hit Ning Hao, making Kakashi relax his vigilance and think that he had won. In the end, Ning Hao's kunao had already hit Kakashi's neck. Remember, the 6 ninjutsu I want, the shadow clone technique or more ghost clone technique must be there, and the other 5 techniques I want to wind escape, thunder escape, or fire escape, any level. Ning Hao looked at Kakashi and smiled slightly, thank you for sponsoring. damn. Kakashi's cold face showed an angry expression. At this time he felt that Ning Hao was a little underwhelmed, but if he lost, he lost. Kakashi said, I'll go back and find it. I don't necessarily have the ninjutsu you want, if not, I'll just find you 5 ninjutsu. Try to find it, thanks. Ning Hao nodded and thanked Kakashi Hakiki. Kakashi was speechless for a while, thinking that he had actually lost under the illusion. It could be seen that Ning Hao's spiritual power was very strong, and he actually let him fall into the illusion, and he hadn't discovered it at all. The main thing is that Ning Hao is still using illusion for the first time, and the only flaw is that Kakashi has no touch when he hits Ning Hao. Will I lose next time? Kakashi looked at Ning Hao's voice leaving, and said lightly, as if he was talking to Ning Hao, and as if he was talking to himself. You are always welcome to come to me to challenge. Ning Hao waved his hand with his back to Kakashi and walked off the rooftop. That's amazing. Is this still a student who has just entered the ninja school? How do you feel better than those ninjas? The 2 of them can graduate, right? Seeing the competition between Ning Hao and Kakashi, a noisy sound suddenly sounded around him. Ordinary shinobi, probably to their extent. Shang Ninja Sensei nodded lightly when he saw the competition between Kakashi and Ning Hao. Wow, the teacher said, they have endured. Awesome! Even teacher Shangnan spoke, and his exclamation became louder. Kakashi was about to leave, he didn't like this kind of noisy place, but before he could turn around, he heard Ning Hao say to Shangnan Sensei, Teacher, I want to apply for graduation this year, I don't know if it's okay or not. The third more is sent, or ask for a collection, it's not too far from the weekly list. Tomorrow it's Grandma's birthday, I'm going back to the countryside, rush back in the evening to upload chapters, the manuscript is tight. Plus I have a cold again, I can't update it too quickly, everyone's understanding. Read books on Friday and have fun, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 20. Teacher, I want to apply for graduation this year, but I don't know if I can do it. Ning Hao's voice sounded on the roof of the building. His voice was not loud, because he had already walked to the side of the teacher Shangnan, but his voice made the entire roof of the building instantly quiet. Applying for graduation? Ning Hao seems to be the same as them, just a few months after entering the school, right? This. Teacher Shangnan was slightly stunned, and said to Ning Hao, you only entered the ninja school this year, and if you want to apply for graduation, you may not be able to. Didn't you say before that my strength has reached the level of lower forbearance? There is still more than half a year before the graduation exam, and my strength will definitely become stronger by then, and I will just be able to graduate by then after half a year of learning the basics, right? Ning Hao looked at teacher Shangnan, touched his chin with one hand, frowned slightly, and said his general plan for the future. And Kakashi stopped when he heard Ning Hao's words. He didn't expect Ning Hao to actually apply for graduation, which was also what he wanted to do. However, Kakashi Heiji plans to apply for graduation at the end of the year, and when the time comes, he will take the graduation exam directly. This. I may not be in charge, but I can help you ask. When the Shangnan teacher heard Ning Hao's words, he also hesitated for a moment. But thinking that Ning Hao's strength has indeed reached the level of lower ninja, and he has the ability to never forget, the basic knowledge can be basically memorized after listening to it, and it will be a waste to stay in the ninja school at that time, it is better to start teaching by the upper ninja instructor as soon as possible. Thank you, teacher. Ning Hao showed a smile on his face when he heard this, and thanked him, then it's troublesome teacher. You're welcome. Mr. Shinobu shook his head. Kakashi heard that Shangnan Sensei promised to come down and was going to help Ning Hao ask. He naturally couldn't lag behind Ning Hao, so he also rushed to Shangnan Sensei and said, Teacher, I also want to apply for graduation this year. The teacher shook his head a little helplessly, and said, Forget it, I'll help you to ask. I don't know if it's okay, don't get too hopeful. Thank you. Ning Hao and Kakashi thanked each other at the same time. Everyone looked at Kakashi and Ning Hao with admiration, and then left separately. The competition was over, and there was nothing to look at on the rooftop. Everyone dispersed and returned to the place where they had cultivated kunao before. Sunset Hong, Shizuan, and Lin were all practicing kunao throwing, but Sunset Hong seemed a little absent-minded and ignored Ning Hao. Ning Hao knew that it was his application for graduation, which might have made Xiao Lori feel angry, and after coaxing for a while, it was still useless. After school, Sunset Red still went to practice with Ning Hao, but she didn't care about Ning Hao. Even if Ning Hao coaxed her, she just snorted to express her dissatisfaction. Well, Ning Hao knew that this matter could not be done in a day or two, so he could only take his time. Anyway, he would have to stay in the ninja school for more than half a year, and after a long time, Xiao Lori's resentment towards him would be much smaller. Why are you here? When Ning Hao was teaching Sunset Red to cultivate, Kakashi finally appeared in the open. Here you go. Kakashi swept away the roll in his arms and threw it to Ning Hao. Woohoo! Ning Hao kept waving out his hands, catching the flying scrolls, and then gently falling to the ground. Relying on the exquisite control of the power, the falling scrolls were neatly stacked together. Yes, although the character is not good, he is still very trustworthy. Ning Hao took the last scroll and landed directly on the ground, starting to check what kind of ninjutsu these scrolls were. And Kakashi heard Ning Hao's words, and a black line appeared on his head. Is this praising him or hurting him? Kakashi didn't leave after sending the scroll, but found a place for Ning Hao and Sunset Red to cultivate. Ning Hao was checking the ninjutsu that Kakashi had sent. Although Sunset Red didn't want to pay attention to Ning Hao, she was also very curious, and quietly walked behind Ning Hao, lowering her head and peeking at it. Seeing this, Ning Hao hooked a smile on the corner of his mouth. Little girl, you are still playing Cold War with me, and you will be the same in 3 days. 6 scrolls, 3 thunder escapes, 1 fire escape, 1 wind escape, and the last one is the most important shadow clone technique for Ning Hao. The shadow clone technique is a cheat. Although he can only share the experience of cultivation, it is already very important for Ning Hao. With it, Ning Hao's cultivation can definitely be several times faster. However, the shadow clone technique has side effects, but Ning Hao's mental power is strong, and it is not a multiple shadow body technique. As long as the number of shadow clones is controlled, there should be no side effects. Shadow clone technique. Ning Hao finished checking the seal and casting skills of the hidden clone technique, then stood up and directly cast this technique. Relying on the subtle control of chakra, Ning Hao divided chakra into 5 parts and divided into 5 shadow clones, which was no big deal. Then the 5 shadow clones began to explore the ninjutsu on the ground, preparing to learn some of these ninjutsu. Is that okay? Sunset Hong looked at Ning Hao with some surprise, and actually separated the hidden clone to cultivate. Even Kakashi stopped his cultivation and stuck Ning Hao in some surprise. Can shadow clones still be used like this? The technique of shadow clone is a high-level doppelganger ninjutsu, and what comes out is a physical clone, but there is no precedent for anyone to use a shadow clone to cultivate. Absolutely. Ning Hao nodded and said, but ordinary people can't use it. The shadow clone is a physical clone, whether it is the feeling of damage received, or the experience of cultivation. At the moment when the shadow clone is lifted or dies, it will react to the body. Once it exceeds the tolerance limit of the body, it may make people become fools directly. Then why do you still use it? Sunset Red looked at Ning Hao with some worry and curiosity. Kakashi also looked at Ning Hao, waiting for his return. My spiritual power is strong, to put it bluntly. Even if it is the spiritual power of ordinary forbearance, it is impossible to have my spiritual power, and the cultivation experience of the 5 shadow clones. I should still be able to withstand it. Ning Hao said confidently. Your spiritual power is so strong. Xirihong was slightly surprised when she heard Ning Hao's words, and then seemed to think of something. Her cheeks suddenly turned red, and a pair of eyes stared at Ning Hao quietly. What's wrong? Ning Hao was a little nervously harried by Sunset's staring, and he didn't know what was going on. Your mental power is so strong, how could you have fallen for my illusion last time? Two blush flashed on Sunset's red cheeks, and he looked at Ning Hao a little shyly. Are you? You're doing it on purpose. Ning Hao looked at Sunset Red and turned around to go to cultivate. He also patted his forehead. How could he forget about this matter? Now it is not to admit himself. I just got home, and I was cooking, so I uploaded a chapter first. Now it's the last place on the weekly collection list, and it's been hanging in the last place since yesterday. The old snake knows that everyone has done their best, but please click on the collection of brothers who don't have a collection, so that the old snake has a feeling of chrysanthemum tightness. Chapter 21. Hokage Building. The shinobi teacher who was in charge of teaching Ning Hao and Kakashi also came to the Hokage's office with a written application. Knock knock. Come in. After knocking on the door, the shinobi teacher got permission from the 3 generations of Hokage and gently pushed the door in. Excuse me, Hokage-sama. Walking in the door, looking at the 3 generations of Hokage sitting upright in the chair, the shinobi teacher casually closed the door. It's Yunzi, what's the matter? The 3 generations of Hokage wore a Hokage imperial robe, and did not wear a Hokage hat, revealing a young face. The 3 generations of Hokage are actually not young now, and their bodies have begun to decline, but compared to the 3 generations of Hokage who have age spots on their faces in later generations, they are already a lot younger. Hokage-sama, 2 students I taught applied to take the graduation exam this year. This shinobi teacher handed over Kakashi and Ning Hao's materials. This information is about Ning Hao and Kakashi's usual performance, as well as this shinobi teacher's assessment of the strength of the 2. There is no doubt that Ning Hao Kakashi's strength has reached the level of ordinary shinobi, and by the time of the year-end graduation exam, the strength of the 2 may be able to reach the level of shinobi. In this way, the 2 of them continue to stay in the ninja school, and there is nothing to learn. With such good qualifications, they should arrange for the ninja teacher to teach higher level things. The special preparation is Ning Hao. This Sharingan teacher has a special note: strong learning ability, strong mental power, and the ability to never forget, and can perfectly control every muscle and bone. The body. It can be said that from Ning Hao's usual performance, this Sharingan teacher can see that Ning Hao is indeed a serious and hard-working person. As a Sharingan, it is impossible for this Sharingan teacher not to find that Ning Hao can use 2 minds, and when listening to his lectures, he is still practicing sealing. If he can't even find out this, he doesn't deserve to be a shinobi, and it is impossible for him to survive the last war. It seems that you have a high opinion of this Ning Hao. The 3rd generation Hokage flipped through the information handed in by this Sharingan teacher, and roughly looked at Kakashi's information, and then looked at Ning Hao's information. Although the 3 generations of Hokage had heard Sunset True Red say about Ning Hao before, they didn't think that he was indeed a genius. Okay, I know, you go down first, and we'll talk about this matter at the end of the year. The 3 generations of Hokage put away the information and nodded. Whether they agreed or not, it depends on the situation of Ning Hao and Kakashi in the next half a year. Kakashi and Ning Hao are indeed geniuses, but genius does not mean that they can cross too much, and if they are released on a mission so early, there is a great chance of falling. Only the genius who survives is a genius who is useful to Konoha. Yes. The shinobi teacher nodded, and then the 2 of them opened the Hokage building. Ning Hao has the technique of shadow clone, and a lot of cultivation can be put on the process. However, most of these cultivation focuses on ninjutsu. As for physical arts, Ning Hao's current body is in the growth period, and it will take a few years to do it. The changes in the form and attributes of the chakra are also slowly being learned, and both are being learned, and Spiral Pill and Chidori are also beginning to practice. With Ning Hao's subtle control of chakra, the form change was not very difficult, and the cultivation of the spiral pill was relatively simple. But the change in the nature of chakra can only be explored by Ning Hao himself. It is also only the wind escape that has a more detailed cultivation method in the original work. He can learn slowly, and the other 4 attributes can only be explored slowly, so he is stuck here in Qian Dive, and he can only change the nature of the wind attribute first. And the ninjutsu that Kakashi sent over had been cultivated within a month. During this time, Ning Hao and Kakashi both practiced together, and often took written exams, and the final result can be imagined. Kakashi was repeatedly defeated. The more he went on, Ning Hao's strength became stronger and stronger, and Kakashi had a hard time if he wanted to win. However, Kakashi has become more diligent and diligent as a result. And the same is true of Sunset Red, perhaps because he was stimulated by Ning Hao's application for graduation before, and he didn't take care of Ning Hao much for a month, but just practiced more attentively and hard. Originally, Ning Hao thought that he would be able to coax Xiao Lori obediently in a few days, but he didn't expect that there would be no progress for a month. It seems that Xiao Zirihong is also very resentful. Soon time passed in a hurry, and Ning Hao became the most dazzling genius in the entire school, receiving dozens of challenges from Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, Yuan Fei Asma, Akai, Hinata Ryun, and others. In the end, the results were all victories. Ninjutsu, physical arts, illusions. All of them are fine. And Ning Hao soon became the child of other people's family in the mouths of many parents in Konoha. Young master Xiao Ning, which he used to teach and encourage his children. This is the 40th time this has been tried. Next to the leisurely stream, Ning Hao and Kakashi looked at each other, ready to take the written test again. It's approaching the end of the year now, and the 39th year of Konoha is coming to an end, and Ning Hao and Kakashi's graduation applications have also been approved. And since Ning Hao and Kakashi's first written test, in the next half a year, the two have conducted a total of 39 competitions. Ning Hao completely crushed Kakashi with a proud record of 0 to 39 wins. And there are quite a few people next to the creek. Sunset Red is definitely there, as well as Shizuan and Rin, Akai, Uchiha Obito, Yuan Fei Asma, and Hinata Ryun, who are separated from Hinata Ryun. Among them, the 3 of them were cultivating with Ning Hao and Kakashi, and Akai would sometimes practice with Ning Hao. The rest of the Uchiha Obito, Yuan Fei Asma, and Hinata Ryun are all here to join in the fun. Because it will be the graduation exam soon, Ning Hao and Kakashi's previous request to apply for graduation has been approved, and it is agreed that the 2 of them will take the graduation exam, and whether they can pass it depends on the strength of the 2. However, the people who are following this battle are not all a bunch of imps. As the highest leader of Konoha, in the office of the 3 generations of Hokage, the 3 shinobi gathered. The 3 generations of Hokage used the far eye technique to look at Ning Hao and Kakashi, and in the past half a year, he has not been peeping at Ning Hao and Kakashi like this. Is this little ghost? Tsunade crossed his hands and looked at Ning Hao in the crystal ball. Ning Hao, right? Why did you even mute the whole little girl? Get involved with him. The second more sent, or ask for collection. Read books on Friday and have fun, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 22. Tsunade also learned from Shizuan that she was learning the control of chakra from Ning Hao, but Tsunade didn't care and went with her. I didn't expect that there were many girls and children around Ning Hao. This guy seems to be a rare genius. Orochimaru looked at Ning Hao in the crystal ball, and it was obvious that he also knew Ning Hao's deeds. A genius indeed. The 3rd generation Hokage held a pipe in his hand and looked at Ning Hao and Kakashi in the crystal ball. Look, if any of you are interested, you can accept him as a disciple. I remember that Zhenhong seemed to have this idea before. Jiraiya looked at the 3 generations of Hokage in surprise. It stands to reason that Sunset Zhenhong is also an old shinobi, and he is a master of illusion. Although he is proficient in illusion, but in other aspects, Sunset Zhenhong will not be too bad, but why did the 3 generations of Hokage refuse this thing? Let's talk about it later. Let's take a look at the duel between these 2 small families first. There will be unexpected gains. The eyes of the 3 generations fell on the crystal ball. And neither Tsunade nor Orochimaru, nor Jiraiya were asking, and their eyes fell on the crystal ball. It's almost the end of the year, and it's winter. Ning Hao was not dressed thickly, still a t-shirt and black trousers, but he put on a black robe outside, like a windbreaker, with short black hair. He looked capable and handsome. If he didn't have sunglasses that covered half of his face, it might be better. And Ning Hao's true face, the people he has seen are also Sunset, Mute and Lin. In addition, maybe there is only a Kai who practiced with Ning Hao before. There is no reason why Ning Hao likes to wear a big sunglasses. And at this moment, Ning Hao was standing opposite Kakashi, under the big sunglasses. His scarlet eyes were covered by sunglasses. No one could see that under the sunglasses, a pair of riding wheel eyes were slowly rotating, and it was also the riding wheel eyes of Urgoyu. You must know that Ning Hao is only 5 years old now. If you let the people of the Uchiha clan know that Ning Hao opened the riding wheel eye of the 2 hooks at the age of 5, he may even have the heart to die. However, for Ning Hao, in the past half a year and nearly 9 months, his riding wheel eye of the 2 hooks has been developed to the extreme, but he still has not evolved to the 3 hooks. This was where Ning Hao was a little dissatisfied, but he knew that there was only one opportunity left, and the riding wheel eye of the 2-hook jade could be promoted to the 3-hook jade riding wheel eye. Kakashi, I've tried 39 times. It's already the 40th time, don't you get bored? Ning Hao looked at Kakashi on the opposite side and said lightly. Damn, where is the lack of arrogance? Kakashi glared at Ning Hao angrily. This guy is so hateful. The competition is a competition. Do you need to say that this is the 40th competition? Let's do it. Kakashi said, his body covered in chakra, and the teleportation technique instantly rushed towards Du Feng. It's too slow. Ning Hao couldn't help but shake his head as he looked at Kakashi, who was rushing towards him. Although Kakashi's speed is already fast for the average shinobi, but in Ning Hao's eyes, it still seems too slow, not only because his strength is stronger than Kakashi, but also because he writes the wheel eye to slow down Kakashi's speed, making Kakashi's speed seem a little insufficient. Ning Hao looked at Kakashi, who was rushing towards him, and his right hand slowly stretched out. Illusion, the art of drawing shadows on paper. Ning Hao's right arm was raised, and his palm slowly stretched out from his sleeve, pointing at Kakashi, while his left hand was in the sleeve to complete the seal. The writing wheel slowly rotated, and with Ning Hao's powerful spiritual power, he suddenly launched an illusion. Kakashi saw Ning Hao stretching out to make a move, and originally thought that there would be kunao or some kind of attack released, but he didn't let the imagined thing. And when Kakashi watched Ning Hao raise his hand, the illusion was activated. This technique was undoubtedly created by Ning Hao based on Attaka's illusion bubble and paper painting. Paper painting has a very strong dodge ability. Ning Hao created this illusion to deal with the master of physical arts. After falling into the illusion will simulate a shadow like the enemy and fight the opponent. However, it is only a single illusion that can only be cast on one person. So in the eyes of everyone, Kakashi was like he was cultivating alone, and he was very happy to fight the air. It's illusion. Sunset Red felt it when Ning Hao launched the illusion. What a powerful illusion! The others on the side also noticed that Kakashi was caught up in the illusion, and without noticing it, he was having a good time fighting the opponent in the illusion. It is precisely because of this that it can be seen that this illusion is very powerful. Whenever you fall into the illusion, you will always notice it and try to solve it. Being able to make Kakashi fall into an illusion without being able to detect it is enough to prove the strength of this illusion, and it can also prove the strength of Ning Hao's spiritual power. Because Kakashi is still majoring in swordsmanship, his mental power is also very powerful, just like Uchiha Obito. If he casts illusion on Kakashi, he will not succeed at all. Even if Sunset Red's spiritual power is far beyond that of ordinary people, and he casts an illusion on Kakashi, Kakashi will find out and solve the illusion. Illusion solution. Kakashi, who was sweating like rain, finally realized that he had fallen into an illusion, and the Ninghao who fought with him had been fighting for so long, and he didn't directly defeat him. If it was normal, Ninghao would have given him a fatal blow a long time ago and knocked him down. This is also the weakness of this illusion, that is, the shadow simulated by the illusion will not be stronger than the enemy, because this simulated shadow is just dodging Kakashi's attack according to paper painting, and then with the help of Kakashi's attack, it is returned to Kakashi. So the shadow simulated by the illusion will not be stronger than Kakashi. Hoo! I didn't expect that just an illusion would consume my physical strength. Kakashi unlocked the illusion and looked at Ninghao, only to find that Ninghao never seemed to move, and just one illusion had consumed most of his physical strength. The third more ask for collection. Let the old snake eye keep the position of this collection list. Please click on the collection showing your face on the collection list is also an opportunity to be exposed. There is no recommendation during the new book. This opportunity is very rare. Chapter 23. Ever since the first time he tried with Ninghao, Kakashi had been guarding against Ninghao's illusions, but this time it seems to be a little different. Silently, he fell into Ninghao's illusion. If he hadn't finally found a clue and broke out the chakra to unravel the illusion, maybe he would have lost directly. At that time, Ninghao really just stood still and won this competition. Woo! Kakashi didn't admit defeat. This is the last competition before graduation, and he is a little unwilling to lose like this, so Kakashi is also desperate, holding a short knife in his hand, and rushes towards Ninghao. Crackling! Kakashi rushed to Ninghao's side, and the lightning light flashing on the short knife, although it did not reach the change in the nature of the thunder attribute chakra, it was not easy to release the thunder light like this. Woo! With a short knife of thunder light cutting through the air, Ninghao stepped out in succession, and a shaved flashed backwards in an instant, avoiding the incoming attack. If the enemy he faced was not Kakashi, but a real enemy, Ninghao might directly use shaving plus the instant body technique, and rushing over was a spiral pill that lifted him away. Where was the need to dodge like this? However, if a spiral pill lifts Kakashi away, then it is still a question whether Kakashi can survive. Even if he survives, there is Tsunade in charge of treatment, not to mention a year or two, at least a year and a half to be able to do it. Fire escape, dragon fire technique. Although Ninghao couldn't use the spiral pill to directly attack Kakashi, it didn't mean that he didn't want to win this 40th victory. The moment his body jumped, his hands turned into a series of afterimages, and the seal was sealed at the speed of 4 seals in 1 second, and the seal of the fire dragon technique had been completed in 1 second, which could be said to be in an instant. Wow! A flash of fire blurted out, like a sword formed by the convergence of flames, and rushed straight towards Kakashi. For Ninghao's sealing speed, Kakashi had long been accustomed to it when he was fighting so many battles, so every time he made a move, he would always leave himself a chance to dodge ninjutsu. Because Ninghao's sealing speed was too fast, if he hadn't stayed in advance at this opportunity and retracted his strength, he might not even have time to dodge when Ninghao performed ninjutsu. Moon step. Bang! Kakashi's body jumped to his feet, and his body rose up again, avoiding the incoming fire. Boom! The dragon fire jutsu landed where Kakashi had been, blasting out a large hole, and the flames scattered the moment they collided with the ground, turning into small fireballs and rubble that spread out in all directions. Originally, the people who watched the excitement also pushed away a distance to avoid being affected. This guy has a lot of chakra, and he has a lot of control over chakra. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade watched Ninghao's dragon fire technique perform it with one hand, and he seemed to be at ease. Moreover, the sealing speed is extremely fast, which proves that Ninghao's control over chakra is very high. Otherwise at this sealing speed, chakra cannot be controlled very well, and the ninjutsu power used will not be effective at all. But I'm not proficient in ninjutsu, illusion, or physical arts. And I'm also planning to take Konoha for too long, and after Shizuan graduates, I'm going to leave Konoha and go out for a walk. Tsunade still admires Ning Hao, but she has a phobia, and it is impossible for Gen to teach Ning Hao. And as far as Ning Hao's mental power and control of the body are concerned, they are all developing in the direction of the all-round type. She only knows a little about physical arts, and she is not proficient in illusion, and she is best at medical ninjutsu. Jiraiya and Orochimaru didn't speak, but watched quietly. In the eyes of Zai, he is more optimistic about Ning Hao, and now he is teaching Bo Feng Shuman. It is still okay to accept Ning Hao as a disciple. As for Orochimaru's pure crushing is watching a play, he doesn't have the spare time to take students at all now. His experiment has made great progress. If it weren't for the 3 generations of old men calling him over, he wouldn't have come these days, but went on a mission. Moon Step is a physical skill I created. Ning Hao's voice fell, and the Moon Step, which was more skilled than Kakashi, was cast, and his body was like a shapeshift, reaching it in an instant between the 2 points, and only every time he landed, his body showed an afterimage, and the speed was so fast that it still moved in the air, which really surprised everyone. Bang bang bang! After Ning Hao lifted into the air, he stepped on the Moon Step, constantly shaking beside Kakashi, and at the same time used his hands and feet at the same time, beckoning Kakashi over. Kakashi also pitted himself, although he can also take a month, but it is too far from Ning Hao, and at the same time, his physical strength and chakra are definitely not comparable to Ning Hao, and he also consumed a lot of physical strength in Ning Hao's illusion before. Now that his body was in the air, Kakashi's feet could only keep his body basically in the air, and the short knife in his hand couldn't attack Ning Hao's flexible body at all, but his body had already been attacked several times. If it was a real battle, he would have been cut into several pieces. Arashiki. Ning Hao's last kick flew towards Kakashi, although with Ning Hao's current strength, he still slashed out a vacuum slash, but the kick that flew out with Lan's foot was more powerful in terms of explosion of power than the attack of ordinary kicks. Ding! Ning Hao's flying kick was raised by Kakashi's short knife crotch, but Ning Hao's powerful attack hit the short knife, and the short knife in Kakashi's hand was slightly bent, and his body flew out directly as if he had been rushed by a mad bison. Poof! Without the slightest drop, Kakashi was directly kicked into the stream by Ning Hao, making a splash. Tread! Ning Hao fell from the sky, with a lot of sweat stains on his face. After all, the Moon Step just now, the powerful power that burst out made him move very fast in the air. It looked very shocking, but it consumed a lot of physical strength. Damn, you won again! Kakashi propped himself up on the water with chakra in his hands, and then stood on the water, soaking wet and his silver hair standing on end. See you for the graduation exams. Kakashi snorted, a little unwilling, but had to admit that he had lost. He is growing in strength, and Ning Hao's strength is also growing. Kakashi often cultivated with Ning Hao, and he knew that Ning Hao must be hiding his strength. Ning Hao had already mastered the escape technique he sent over before, and after that, Ning Hao's shadow clone did not cultivate with them, but stayed at home. Kakashi knew that Ning Hao must be studying some other ninjutsu or physical arts, otherwise he wouldn't have to leave the shadow clone at home and practice separately from the main body. P.S. I have had a cold for 2 days, and it is not very serious, and I said to move in the afternoon, but I wanted to vomit when I was active, and I didn't have any energy at all. Let's go to bed for 2 shifts today, and the old snake will go to sleep for a while. I didn't eat any more, and I felt like it was dark. Finally, thank you for your support to the old snake, the second to last on the collection list. No recommendation, nothing, it's not easy, continue to ask for collection. Chapter 24. Sure enough, it's this guy who won. Kakashi left, leaving everyone looking at Ning Hao with different expressions in their eyes: admiration, emotion, envy, jealousy. Xiang Yuanfei Asma, Uchiha, and others have all tried to compete with Ning Hao, but they all lost. As time passed, Ning Hao's strength became stronger and stronger, and only Kakashi could barely keep up, and it was impossible for them to catch up with Ning Hao. But this was all in exchange for Ning Hao's sweat. Even with the technique of concealing the clone, Ning Hao himself did not fall behind in cultivation, and every day he spent his time carefully calculated, and the whole person was almost like a machine by himself. Kakashi's strength should be a lot stronger than the original, but it's just like Kakashi thought. At the same time that he was getting stronger, Ning Hao was also getting stronger, not to mention that Ning Hao still had 10 hidden clones accumulating cultivation experience, which Kakashi had no way to compare. After all, Ning Hao's spiritual power is strong, and he can only withstand the cultivation experience of 10 hidden clones, and Kakashi can only use 1 or 2 at most, and he can't use it for a long time. Expected victory. Sunset Hong looked at Ning Hao, the corners of his mouth hooked into a smile, happy for Ning Hao. It's so strong, if only I had that kind of strength. Yuan Yelan looked at Ning Hao with admiration. Work hard, we can become strong in the future. Shizun heard Yuan Yelan's words and said lightly. But she knew that in the future, their qualifications might be able to become so strong, but Ning Hao should become even stronger, and they were destined to be difficult to match. I heard that Ning Hao and Kakashi will be graduating in 2 days, and I won't be able to see them in the future. Yuan Yelan's voice was a little lost. After all, with Ning Hao's guidance at school, and his teaching after school, his strength would improve a lot faster. Sunset Red and Shizun were silent. If Ning Hao and Kakashi passed the graduation assessment, it would really be a forbearance, and it also marked that Ning Hao would not go to school, and in the future, Ning Hao would also start to carry out tasks, and the opportunity to cultivate together might not be there. Hokage's office. Attach the chakra to your feet with a strong chakra control, and then make your body move quickly in the air by stepping on the air, and the stronger the chakra and power that erupts from your feet, the faster this movement in the air. It's a very good physical technique. I heard that the whole little ghost created it himself. Orochimaru has never seen Ning Hao's Uebu. He is a busy man, busy experimenting every day, where is he in the mood to pay attention to a little ghost like Ning Hao? For Uebu, it is more to listen to others. The people in the Hokage's office are all masters and masters. Through the battle between Ning Hao and Kakashi, it can be seen that Ning Hao has displayed several very good physical techniques. Moon step is basically no secret. In addition, Ning Hao stomped his feet continuously in an instant, causing his speed to skyrocket, which is also a kind of physical technique. And the illusion spell that was cast before seemed to be good, if it weren't for the fact that the experiment had entered a critical moment recently. Orochimaru might even consider teaching Ning Hao. Teacher Yuanfei came to us for something? Wouldn't it just let us see this little ghost? Then let the 3 of us see, who is willing to accept these 2 little ghosts as disciples. Tsunade looked at the 3 generations of Hokage with puzzlement. Kakashi and Ning Hao's qualifications were indeed not bad. But Tsunade didn't have a chance to teach them even 2. Kakashi, needless to say, sword and physical skills and ninjutsu are easy to develop, and Ning Hao is comprehensive, and it is indeed a waste to follow her to learn medical ninjutsu. I'll leave first. Tsunade felt that it had nothing to do with her at all, so he prepared to leave. Actually, if you really want to count it, Ning Hao can also be regarded as a member of the Thousand Hands clan. The 3 generations of Hokage took a faint puff of cigarette and said, Ning Hao's father died before he was born, and his identity is just an ordinary businessman, and Ning Hao's mother is a member of the Thousand Hands clan. Because there is no chakra, she hid the name of Thousand Hands and married Ning Hao's father, and Ning Hao's name should be based on his mother's surname, may be called Thousand Hands Ning Hao. The Thousand Hands clan. A gleam flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. With the death of the original Hokage Thousand Hands pillar, the Thousand Hands clan began to slowly decline. Even when the second Hokage Senju was in power, the people of the Senju clan began to slowly decrease for some reason. Decades have passed, and the Thousand Hands have withdrawn from the stage of history, and there are very few people still alive. Now, after that, Tsunade is still alive, but I didn't expect that there would be someone completely integrated into Konoha. Tsunade didn't stop because of the words of the 3 generations of Hokage, but left the Hokage's office directly. But for Ning Hao, Tsunade also remembers this name. How to say that he is also a person of half a thousand-handed clan, isn't it? Since that's the case, leave this Ning Hao to me. Orochimaru was originally not interested in Ning Hao. But when he heard the 3 generations of Hokage say that half of Ning Hao's bloodline was from the Thousand Hands clan, he also intended to teach Ning Hao. Among the 3 ninjas, it should be the most miscellaneous that Orochimaru has learned. Ninjutsu, body arts, and illusions are all involved, although they are also similar, but compared with Orochimaru, there are still many gaps. Therefore, in the eyes of the 3 generations, it is also the best choice for Orochimaru to teach Ning Hao. And Ning Hao's talent is indeed very good, and the 3 generations really know this, because he has not peeped at Ning Hao's cultivation, from the change of chakra's shape to the change of chakra's nature. Although Ning Hao intended to put the shadow clone in the Ning family to cultivate, the 3 generations still noticed it, or Ning Hao didn't think that he could hide it from the 3 generations at all. However, the Great Snake Pill was determined to teach Ning Hao because of Ning Hao's life experience, whether he wanted to use it for experiments, or because of Ning Hao's talent, or because of the death decision of the rope tree. No one knows, but there are many of these reasons. As far as Ning Hao is concerned, I don't know if this is sending sheep into the tiger's mouth, or the right way to do it. In that case, Ning Hao will hand it over to Orochimaru. When the 3 generations heard Orochimaru's words, they also agreed, and then said to Orochimaru, "This little ghost is definitely not as simple as you think. He has completed the change of chakra's form, and he is already in contact with chakra's nature change. Teach it well. Maybe he will be an amazing disciple in the future." The 3 generations of Hokage smiled slightly. Ning Hao's talent was so high, he planned to give it to the 3 of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade to teach, just to make Ning Hao return to Konoha in the future. But the plan of the 3 generations of Hokage is destined not to succeed. Not to mention that Ning Hao has an adult soul in his body, it is definitely not so simple to be trained, which makes Ning Hao desperate for Konoha, not to mention that Ning Hao has read the original book, and it will not be so easy to be subdued. And the big snake pill that taught Ning Hao is not reliable in itself, okay? How can you let Orochimaru teach Ning Hao to Konoha with his heart? It's really difficult. P.S. The second more to ask for collection support, the second at the end of the weekly collection, please keep the chrysanthemum of the old snake, and hold on for another 4 days, okay? Chapter 25. Ning Hao really didn't know his identity. The cheap father hung up before he was born, and his mother also died after giving birth to him, and Ning Hao only looked at him when he was born. As for his identity, Ning Hao can still guess a little. That is, it has something to do with the Thousand Hands family. No, he once wanted to make a wish to get Mu done, but he didn't say that what he didn't have required a level 3 or higher wish power to achieve like Sharingan, which was like writing Will I. This shows that there is a Mu done blood inheritance limit in his body, maybe very thin, or a little later, but only if it is necessary. It is enough to prove that he is related to the Thousand Hands clan. Either the cheap father is from the Thousand Hands clan, or his mother is from the Thousand Hands clan. But Ning Hao was not in a hurry to awaken Mu done, at least he didn't have that strength now, and after awakening Mu done, he had enough strength to protect himself. Ning Hao didn't know that his instructor had basically decided. After trying it out with Kakashibi, the people who watched the excitement were almost gone, leaving Sunset Red and Mute, and Haranorin practicing. Sunset Hong sat quietly on the lawn, holding her chin with both hands, looking at Yuan Yelin and Shizun surrounding Ning Hao, letting Ning Hao guide her cultivation. Sunset Red herself looked a little bored, her long hair covered her cheeks on both sides, and she pouted, looking a little unhappy. I don't know if it was because of Shizun and Yuan Yelin, or because of Ning Hao? Or maybe it's because Ning Hao is about to leave the ninja school. For Ning Hao to pass the lower ninja exam, Xi Rihong felt that with Ning Hao's strength, there was no difficulty at all. What's wrong? In a daze here. Ning Hao asked Shizun and Yuan Yelan to cultivate by themselves, and at some point, they had already walked to Sunset's side. Some of the dazed Sunset Red didn't notice it at all, and her eyes stared blankly at where Mute and Yuan Yelan were, and her mind was heading for something else. You're graduating, aren't you? Sunset Red held her little head and looked at Ning Hao, her big eyes flashed with luster, very cute, making people want to embrace her and pity her. Yes. Ning Hao nodded, stretched out his hand on the head of the little lorry, and said softly, even if I graduate, my cultivation may be very busy and there are many tasks, but I will also have time to see you. Really? Sunset Hong knew that Ning Hao's graduation was a foregone conclusion, and it might take 2 years for her to graduate. Not everyone could graduate early, and Sunset Zhenhong would not agree to Sunset Red graduating early. Who called Ning Hao and Kakashi both alone? Of course, I'm not going to lie to Red. Du Feng nodded and said. But Sunset's red eyes narrowed, and he snorted softly, you lied to me on the first day of school. The faint smile on Ning Hao's face also became stiff, and there was a faint sadness in his heart. It's been more than half a year, why does the little girl keep remembering this? Humph, if you don't come to see me, I'll tell my father that you bullied me. This is the threat of Chiguakuo, but Ning Hao can't think of a way to fight back, so he can only think that when the writing wheel eye is upgraded to the 3-hook jade, or the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, even if the sunset is really red, he doesn't have to be afraid. But now, Ning Hao hadn't yet been confident that he could break free from the illusion that Sunset True Red had used with all his might. Ahem, can we not mention this matter, it hurts the relationship between us too much. Ning Hao rubbed his forehead helplessly, feeling that this girl only grasped this point, and it seemed that this was the only thing that could make him obedient. Mute. When Ning Hao and Sunset Hong were talking, Tsunade, who had blonde hair, tied into a double ponytail, and was wearing white clothes and a green gown, actually walked over and shouted from afar that he was practicing the silence of treading water. Tsunade-sama. Shizun turned his head and looked at Tsunade, who was standing not far away, with a slightly surprised expression on his face. He didn't get here before Tsunade. Shizun is the niece of the break, and after the break, Shizun became an orphan and was raised by Tsunade, but Shizun's name for Tsunade is still Tsunade-sama. Tsunade's gaze moved away from Shizun's body, looking at Ning Hao. His eyes were very sharp, and he looked at Ning Hao from top to bottom. You are Ning Hao, is it not bad to look good? No wonder it is so popular with little girls. Be careful after graduation and don't die. Tsunade looked at Ning Hao and said something that made Ning Hao confused. When she walked to Tsunade's side, Shizun heard Tsunade's first half of the sentence, and was a little embarrassed, as if she was also following Ning Hao. Sunset Red also lowered her head shyly, not daring to look at Tsunade. For this Tsunade-sama, Sunset Red naturally knew that after all, he was one of the 3 ninjas in the famous ninja world, and he was also a disciple of the 3 generations of Hokage. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Although Ning Hao was a little puzzled, why did Tsunade say that he should be careful after graduation, but listening to Tsunade, it would be good to be smaller. Tsunade didn't speak, but left with a mute. After she learned that Ning Hao also had the bloodline of the Thousand Hands clan, she finally came here and warned Ning Hao. Because the people of the Thousand Hands clan will always slowly disappear and die, it is certain that someone is behind the scenes to push everything, although this situation has disappeared over the years, and there are not many people who know Ning Hao's identity. If it weren't for the 3 generations of Hokage, even Tsunade wouldn't know that Ning Hao's mother was actually a member of the Thousand Hands clan, even if it was just an ordinary person, not a ninja. But maybe Tsunade is thinking too much. After all, there are not many people who know Ning Hao's identity, not to mention that the strength in the secret seems to have disappeared for many years, Ning Hao should be fine. But geniuses will always have many disasters. When Ning Hao showed his genius side, he was ready to meet all this. So even Tsunade reminded him and told him to be careful. Ning Hao wasn't too nervous or surprised, because he was already ready. With the Dragon Ball system as the backing, Ning Hao also had the confidence to survive in this world. Be careful. Yuan Yelin also left. It was getting late, and although Sunset Red didn't know why Tsunade told Ning Hao to be careful, she also said a word of caution to Ning Hao, and then rushed home. And Ning Hao returned to Ning's house, ate the dinner prepared by Fu Bo, washed up and returned to the room. Solution. Ning Hao made a seal with one hand, and the 10 shadow clones who had been cultivating at home for a day were instantly lifted, and a large amount of cultivation experience poured into his mind. Ning Hao lay directly on the bed and began to sort out today's cultivation experience. Another day of calamity. Mom is also drunk. I can't live this day. Ask for a collection. There are more than 100 to be won ahead of the front. Today is Thursday, there are 3 days left. Everyone hold on. No collection of brothers. Please feel free to click on the collection. Chapter 26. The cultivation of the 10 shadow clones on the changes in the nature of the chakra in the 5 is both correct and wrong. After combing through these cultivation experiences, Ning Hao needed to understand the changes in the nature of various chakras, and he made a lot of progress, and then made improvements, and continued to separate the shadow clone to cultivate tomorrow. 10 shadow clones, for Ning Hao, can already fully withstand the sequelae after cultivation. But this is the shadow clone technique, not much ghost clone technique. Ning Hao can be separated from 10 shadow clones, which is already considered the limit. And the multiple shadow clone technique, although it is a ninjutsu, it is also listed as a forbidden technique by the 2nd generation Hokage, and it is not so simple to get it. By the way, it looks like I met Tsunade today, and I didn't pay attention to whether there was a mission. Thinking of this, Ning Hao sat up with a carp, his attention focused on the sea, and looked at the task list. Mission 1, complete his studies in the same year as Kakashi and graduate from the ninja school, and defeat Kakashi. Task reward, 2 first-level wish power fragments. Time limit, 9 days. Quest 2, obtain the wood escape secret art from Tsunade. Rewards, level 2 wish power fragments, 2 time limit, none. Existing level 1 wish power fragments, 3. Wood escape secret technique. Ning Hao looked at the new tasks in his mind, which was indeed related to Tsunade, which also proved his guess. The general main characters, the probability of triggering the task is very high, but it seems that they are all simple tasks. Except Mission 2. Ning Hao took over the task related to Tsunade. Anyway, the task period is unlimited, only after awakening Mu done, he will go to Tsunade. However, in addition to being able to get the wood escape ninjutsu from Tsunade, I just don't know if there is a wood escape ninjutsu on the Book of Seals. In addition, Madara Uchiha can also get the wood escape secret technique there, and in the future, he should be able to get the wood escape ninjutsu from Obito's hands, and Orochimaru should also have it in his hands. And the most effective way is undoubtedly to use the Filthy Earth reincarnation technique, summon the first Hokage, and then learn the wood escape ninjutsu from the Thousand Hands Pillar. The most comprehensive and authentic wood done ninjutsu here in the Thousand Hands Pillars, and there may even be some secret techniques that have not been passed down, and they can also be learned from the Thousand Hands Pillars. But it's too early to say this. Before he has the strength to protect himself, Ning Hao doesn't plan to awaken Mu Dun. And the Filthy Earth reincarnation technique shouldn't be so easy to get. In short, just get the wood escape secret technique from Tsunade, and the system doesn't say how many you can get. As long as you get one, it should be enough to complete the task. That's the only benefit of this broken system, right? After taking this task, Ning Hao also fell into a deep sleep. As for Kakashi's mission, there is still a 9-day deadline, but the day after tomorrow is the graduation exam, and he has won the previous competitions, as long as he graduates with Kakashi in the same year. Early the next morning, Ning Hao got up early to wash up, followed by refining chakra, which was a compulsory course every day. Followed by the fractional shadow clone, based on the experience summed up yesterday, began to continue cultivating chakra's nature change. After breakfast, Ning Hao went to school. Today is also the last day of school, and teacher Sharingan is still teaching basic knowledge. After all, this year, only Ning Hao and Kakashi applied for the graduation exam, and in the entire class, ordinary people still accounted for the majority. And today is also an exam for everyone, but it is very simple. Kakashi, Ning Hao, come over here. When school was about to end, Shang Shinobu finally called Ning Hao and Kakashi. The two of them walked in front of Sharingan. Take a look at this, if not, don't force it. Your graduation exam may not be too simple, and I don't know what it is. Kaminobu-sensei handed Ning Hao and Kakashi a piece of paper. Ning He and Kakashi took it, and when they saw the line of words on it, their faces became serious, and they said thank you, and then rolled up the paper in their hands and returned to their original position. It's something like a life and death contract, proving the danger of death in this graduation exam. This was the graduation exam of the war years. Of course, this may also be a graduation exam specially prepared for Ning Hao and Kakashi. Even if it is the shinobi teacher who taught Ning Hao and Kakashi, he doesn't know what the content of the assessment is. It is said that it was arranged by the 3 generations of Hokage himself. After school, it also proves that this school journey is over, and after the beginning of the year, the ninja school will open again, and everyone will go to school again. What did the teacher give you and Kakashi? After school, Kakashi left directly. Perhaps knowing that Ning Hao was going to take the graduation exam tomorrow, Yuan Yelin and Shizun did not follow Ning Hao to practice anymore. Only Xi Rihong looked at Ning Hao with some curiosity, not knowing what teacher shinobi gave Ning Hao and Kakashi. Nothing, just some speculation by the teacher about the content of the exam. Ning Hao said with a relaxed face, however, no matter what you want to assess, it couldn't be easier for me. Really? Sunset Red nodded, still looking like that. Ning Hao didn't believe what Ning Hao said. Because the teacher said it before, he didn't know what the test was, so what else did he speculate? Be careful. Sunset Hong turned around, took small steps backwards, and said to Ning Hao, if you can watch your exam tomorrow, I'll go back and cheer for you. Sunset Red didn't ask much, she took small steps backwards and waved her hand to Ning Hao, goodbye. Bye-bye. Ning Hao also waved his hand and looked at Sunset Hong's distant back, before he breathed a sigh. Fortunately, Sunset Red didn't ask and didn't let him be taken out by the agreement. This girl must have guessed that I was lying to her, but she didn't ask too much. Ning Hao shook his head helplessly, feeling that Sunset Red was indeed quite smart. When he returned to Ning's house, Ning Hao casually owed his name on the agreement, and then lifted the shadow clone technique and sorted out today's cultivation experience. Ask for collection, today is still 2 more, tomorrow there are 3 more. I beg for support from the collection, everyone add a fire, and rush forward. Chapter 27. After more than half a year of cultivation, coupled with the entire plug-in of the shadow clone technique, Ning Hao has also completely learned the nature changes of the wind attribute chakra, and then specializes in the attribute changes of thunder and fire and water and earth are put behind. Therefore, the attribute changes of thunder and fire are also progressing well, but they still have not succeeded in cultivation, let alone water and earth. However, even if Ning Hao completes the change in the nature of the wind attribute chakra, he will also be able to use the spiral shuriken, and it is impossible to use the spiral shuriken, because his current body can't bear it, and he needs to pass the time period of developing his body, or his body will become stronger, or he will have super recovery power, and he is not afraid of the side effects of spiral shuriken. Tomorrow is the graduation assessment, I'm really looking forward to it. Ning Hao licked the corners of his lips with a look of anticipation. Young Master Ning, Dinner is ready, let's eat first. Ning Hao usually had to cultivate for a while before returning to Ning's house, and today was considered to be relatively early, so after he came, Fu Bo asked his subordinates to prepare dinner. Come. Ning Hao answered and walked to the dining room. Young Master Ning, this is this year's revenue and situation. Ning Hao sat down, and Fu Bo took an account book and handed it to Ning Hao. Yes, I see. Ning Hao took the account book and glanced at the statistics on the first page. The annual income was as high as 10 million taels, and the expenditure was very small, because the Ning family itself did not take people, and it was mostly spent on helping poor households in Konoha. After reading the statistics on the first page, Ning Hao didn't look at the detailed statistics behind. For money, Ning Hao looked very lightly, not to mention that he was about to become a ninja. The ninja war was about to start in 6 years, and it didn't matter if there was more money or less money. I'm full. Ning Hao had dinner and said hello to Fu Bo, and then returned to the backyard, ready to sort out the ninjutsu and physical arts, as well as illusions. The exam is coming up tomorrow. Ning Hao knows that it won't be too easy. Sort out what he has learned, and play well when the time comes. Early in the morning, Ning Hao stepped into the ninja school wearing a wide black robe. At the moment, ninja studies have been on vacation, and there is no one. Ning Hao sat in his position for a moment, and Kakashi, who was also dressed in black short sleeves and carrying a short knife on his back, stepped into the classroom. The two nodded in greeting, and then Kakashi sat down as well, waiting for Yoshinobu to arrive. Wu! A figure appeared in the classroom in an instant. It was the teacher Sharingan. It seems that you are all early, and you have already decided to take this graduation exam. Now that Ning Hao and Kakashi have arrived, it proves that they have already agreed to face the graduation exam that is in danger of death. Of course. Ning Hao took out the agreement and put it on the table. Kakashi is no different. Well, I wish you all the best of luck in graduating. Kakashi and Ning Hao walked over to Kakashi, put the agreement away, and said, Next, it's the chief examiner of your exam who will announce your assessment tasks. Speaking of the chief examiner, a trace of surprise and admiration flashed in the eyes of this Sharingan teacher. Da-da-da! A footstep sounded in the hallway, and both Ning Hao and Kakashi's eyes looked towards the door. The first thing that catches the eye is a long black hair, and a cold face comes into view, a black dress and pants, a green vest, and a pair of golden vertical pupils make people stare at the two, which makes people shudder. Orochimaru. Ning Hao looked at the people who walked into the classroom, and suddenly felt a pain in the egg. He was really afraid of anything. If you want to say who Ning Hao is most afraid of, it is undoubtedly Orochimaru, a madman who likes to study. Because in the future, Ning Hao will definitely not have only one blood inheritance limit, not to mention that he now has the blood inheritance limit of the writing wheel. If it is known by Orochimaru, how to explain the blood inheritance limit of the writing wheel? Now there are still several years before Orochimaru defects, and it is impossible for Ning Hao not to make a wish for other blood inheritance limits, and even in the next few years, with enough self-protection strength, Ning Hao may make a wish to awaken Mu Dun. Tisk, the two little ghosts look very good. Orochimaru looked at Ning Hao and Kakashi, his eyes swept over the two of them, and he couldn't help but lick the corners of his mouth. Orochimaru-sama, I'll leave it to you next, and I'll go first. When Mr. Sharingan saw Orochimaru coming, he also left respectfully. Orochimaru didn't speak, and as Shinobu-sensei left, he looked at Ning Hao and Kakashi, and said, Your graduation exam is also very simple. If you complete this task, you will be able to pass this exam. Orochimaru waved his hand, and the two rolls flew towards Kakashi and Ning Hao. Don't blame me for. If you're dead. Phew. Saying that, the great snake pill flashed and left directly. Ning Hao stretched out and caught the flying scroll, and then opened it. On the scroll is a mission, and the task is also very simple, to exterminate a bandit in the north of Konoha. According to intelligence, the size of this bandit is about 40 or 50 people, and there are even 2 ninjas mixed in it. The mission is to kill them all. Looking at the content of the task, Ning Hao frowned slightly. He didn't expect that the content of the graduation exam was actually killing, and there were ninjas mixed in. In fact, if Ning Hao didn't apply for graduation in advance, in the future courses, there would be tasks such as exterminating thieves or rogues. Because Ning Hao and Kakashi applied for early graduation and did not go through this process. That is, neither of them has ever killed anyone. This quest is from Orochimaru. Damn, it must be Orochimaru's handiwork. Ning Hao didn't have to think about it, he also knew that it was Orochimaru's handiwork, and he knew that neither he nor Kakashi had killed anyone, so he deliberately made such a mission. The strength of those 2 ninjas should be the lower ninja, at most no more than the middle ninja. If there is an upper ninja, we can't complete such a task. Ning Hao looked at the information given by the scroll and frowned slightly. The problem of this task should not be big, these 2 ninjas may be easy to deal with, and the most difficult thing may be to overcome the sequelae after killing. It may not be possible to give up now. Let's go. Ning Hao put the scroll away, and he was sure that Kakashi's mission was the same as his. What is your mission? Kakashi pulled the scroll away in his hand, took his eyes off the scroll, looked at Ning Hao, and did not stand up. Exterminate the bandits in the north. Ning Hao said lightly. Our mission is the same, but in the opposite direction. But Kakashi's words are indeed beyond Ning Hao's medical treatment. I didn't expect Kakashi's mission to be with him, but another mission, such a task, he actually completed it alone? P.S. It seems to be the last place again, no wonder the old snake always feels the chrysanthemum tight today, but I didn't expect it to be blown down. Ask for a collection. If you don't have a collection, please click on the collection casually. Okay, the old snake is here to thank you. Chapter 28. Let's go. After a brief moment of surprise, Ning Hao walked out of the door of the classroom, jumped directly from the upstairs, and landed firmly on the ground, and then rushed towards the place where the Konoha gate was. Phew! Kakashi jumped and followed closely behind Ning Hao. The places where the 2 went on missions were exactly opposite, but they always had to go out of the village, and in the scroll given by Orochimaru, there was proof of leaving the village. Red. Ning Hao's body jumped up, straddling over the trunk of the tree, and saw Sunset Red walking towards the school. Today's Sunset Red has been on holiday, and yesterday she said that she came back to see Ning Hao's exam, provided that she could watch. Sunset Red also saw Ning Hao and Kakashi, and his body stopped, looking at the 2 of them rushing towards the outside of the ninja school, that direction. It is the direction that leaves Konoha. After Ning Hao waved at Sunset Red, he didn't stop, but put up an OK gesture. For this gesture, Sunset Red and Ning Hao have been messing around for a year, and they also know what it means. Seeing Ning Hao make this gesture, Xi Rihong knew that Ning Hao was saying that this graduation exam was stable, and it should be very simple. As for whether it's true or not, she doesn't know. Because she could only believe that it was true, although she also hoped that Ning Hao would stay, but seeing the direction in which Ning Hao's Kakashi was far away, it seemed to be leaving Konoha. If it was too difficult, Ning Hao might be in danger. Therefore, Sunset Red can only choose to believe what Ning Hao said. This time the task is very simple. His strength is so strong, there must be hidden strength, and he will definitely be able to pass. Sunset Red watched Ning Hao and Kakashi disappear into the layers of houses, and secretly comforted and encouraged himself in his heart. It seems that I am going to work hard too. Konoha Gate. This is the place to leave Konoha, and after Ning Hao and Kakashi landed, they walked to the door, handed the certificate of leaving the village to the people of the security department, and then stepped out of Konoha. I'm leaving. Ning Hao was going to the north, and Kakashi was going to the south. The 2 were going in opposite directions. Ning Hao waved his hand to Kakashi, if you don't pass, go back and wait for another year to take the test. I remember that someone is out of the village for the first time, right? Kakashi was also not to be outdone. looking at Ning Hao, and said coldly, "Don't vomit until you have no strength, I won't go to your funeral when you die." One to the other. "Goodbye." Ning Hao waved his hand, jumped up, and quickly left Konoha's gate. This is indeed the first time that Ning Hao has left Konoha, and he is also a little apprehensive in his heart. In the previous life, he grew up in the great heavenly empire with the red flag fluttering, but now he is going to kill someone. When he thinks of this, he is more helpless in his heart. Yes, helpless. Because Ning Hao didn't kill these people, he might die himself. The world of Naruto is a very cruel world, and if you want to live, you can only live and be free if you have absolute strength. Everything else is false. Ning Hao to the left, and Kakashi to the right, both of them rushed towards their destination with different moods, and the speed was not very fast. These two people are Ning Hao and Kakashi, right? The two geniuses of Konoha School applied for graduation just after entering the school this year, and I heard that their strength has reached the level of ordinary shinobi. Where, I heard that it has far surpassed the ordinary lower ninja, and the ordinary middle ninja is not an opponent. Much better than we were. The two people of the Uchiha clan are also idle and bored, and they are also hearsay about Ning Hao and Kakashi, and they don't know the truth. But Ning Hao and Kakashi's graduation exams were indeed different, and they actually had to leave the village to be assessed, which was something that had never happened before. Of course, on the other hand, it also proves that the names of Ning Hao and Kakashi's geniuses are known, even the two Uchiha clans stationed on the edge of Konoha know it. It seems that I met Orochimaru today and I don't know what the task is. Ning Hao moved forward slowly, and did not answer. It's daylight now, and the best time to start this task is definitely at night, so Ning Hao is not in a hurry, and the speed of the journey is not fast. It was no longer difficult for Ning Hao to concentrate some of his attention on his mind to see if there was a task after encountering the Great Snake Pill. Among the unaccepted tasks, Ning Hao really saw a task. Mission 1, Apprentice to Orochimaru. Rewards, Tier 1 Wish Power Fragments, 2, limited to 3 days. Apprentice to the Great Snake Pill. Ning Hao saw this task, and he had a feeling of being pitted, and he always had an unhappy feeling in his heart, and he was a little suspicious that this broken system knew that he was afraid of the Great Snake Pill, so he deliberately made this task. Thinking that Orochimaru might draw his blood and use him for experiments, Ning Hao wanted to give up this task at first. But see the quest reward, Tier 1 Wish Power Fragments, 2. Ning Hao now has 3 first-level wishing power fragments, and after he confirms his graduation, he will complete Kakashi's task, and when the time comes, the 2 first-level willing power fragments will be 5. Mission accepted. Gritting his teeth, Ning Hao still took the task. With his qualifications, when the time comes, he will go to see the 3 generations, or go directly to Orochimaru, and make a request to apprentice. Just do it. If it doesn't work, forget it. If it is done, the task is completed, and the 2 fragments are in hand. If it doesn't work, it's just a good time to see what the punishment will be for failing the mission, which seems to have never appeared. With a decision in his heart, on the way, Ning Hao took out the scroll and searched for a moment according to the map on the task scroll, before finding a mountain like a hump, which was also the place where the mission was carried out this time. Because it was daytime, according to the information on the scroll, there were more than 40 people here, and there were even 2 ninjas mixed in, possibly spies from other villages. In short, Ning Hao could not break through, he could only wait until the night to carry out the assassination, and only after being discovered could there be a head-on conflict. But before that, what Ning Hao needs to do is to explore the specific situation, from the distribution of personnel to the rotation of positions. Although I don't know if someone is in charge of standing guard or patrolling, I will investigate it, at least I have a bottom in my heart. Ning Hao's control over the body and chakra can be said to have reached the level of transcendent sainthood, and with his small body, he can hide it well. The hill with a hump on the shoulder, in the valley in the hollow of the hump, is the camp of the bandits. Ning Hao hid halfway up the mountainside, and the riding wheel eyes under the sunglasses slowly rotated, carefully checking the situation of the bandit camp. 2 chapters in a row, continue to ask for collection. Everyone, please click on the collection, the old snake is grateful here. Chapter 29. The sun slowly sets in the west. At noon, Ning Hao had already left Hump Mountain, climbed over a few mountains, and caught a few fish in a stream to fill his stomach. As for the situation of that cottage, Ning Hao has probably figured it out. As the intelligence shows, there are about 40 people, of which Ning Hao saw more than 30 people, and some people may have stayed in the room and did not appear. At least half of these more than 30 people are crooked melons and cracked dates, there is no force at all, and they can't even do the most basic organizational discipline. Maybe they are some refugees who have become bandits with a knife in their hands. This kind of person is used to make up the number of people, and it is also the legendary cannon fodder. Only a few dozen or so people came to be considered trained, and they should be able to dance knives and guns. As for the 2 ninjas shown in the intelligence, Ning Hao didn't see it, and Ning Hao, the leader of the cottage, didn't find it either. It's time to go back. Ning Hao looked at the sun that had sunk halfway, the whole land had been shrouded in darkness, and a waning moon had hung in the sky at some point, sprinkling a trace of moonlight. Woohoo! Ning Hao turned around the kunao in his hand, and I was in my hand tightly, calmed down a little, got up casually, and hurried towards Hump Mountain. When Ning Hao returned to the hump-like mountain, the valley was already dark, and the waning moon in the sky was not very bright, and the visibility was not high. But in the middle of the valley, the cottage is brightly lit, with 2 large bonfires lit in the center for heating and lighting. 3 or 5 people stood in the cottage with spears or knives hanging from their waists, rubbing their hands or shrugging their shoulders from time to time to drive away the cold. These people were just ordinary people, wearing thick floors, and even though there were 2 bonfires lit in the cottage, the temperature in the valley was not high. Phew! Ning Hao's figure moved in the mountain stream like a ghost, relying on the exquisite control of power, with chakra attached to his feet, his body moving rapidly, and even the ability of paper painting was used in running, which was used to avoid making a noise to alarm the people in the cottage. Approaching the cottage, Ning Hao squatted on the treetops without a breath, looking at the people not far away. These people in charge of vigilance, the outermost are some ordinary people, who seem to have drunk wine to resist the cold, and are a little dizzy. Ning Hao is confident that he can solve all 5 people in an instant. Only the 5 people in it were still trained, and it seemed like that, but these people could only be said to be samurai, or not even samurai, but soldiers. The technique of concealment. Ning Hao's left hand was sealed, and an identical figure appeared beside him. Ning Hao left the shadow clone on the treetops, and he fell to the ground silently, and then sank directly into the ground. Silently entering the cottage, Ning Hao slowly poked his head out of a corner, and then his whole body emerged from the ground, looking at the 5 people standing in the center. Illusion, confusion. Ning Hao's riding wheel eyes were spinning wildly under the sunglasses, and his body had already stepped out first, and his left hand was stamped with one hand. And the illusion was instantly launched towards the 5 people. At this moment, he has stepped out, and he has done it if he wants to turn back. The only thing that can be done is to kill these 5 people. Poof! In the illusion, all the scenes seen by the 5 people did not change, but Ning Hao's body had already approached silently, and with a wave of his hands, each holding a handful of kunao, his body rushed over, and the kunao in his hand crossed the neck of no one. Because the speed was too fast, no one felt anything. A red line appeared on the neck, and the spirit was still trapped in the illusion and died. Ning Hao stopped, caught the fallen corpse, and slowly put it down. Puff! The body fell, the blood instantly intensified the flow, the red line at the neck was washed away by the flowing blood, and the blood sprayed out. Ning Hao quickly put down the fearless corpse, and couldn't dodge it at all. Blood suddenly spilled on Ning Hao's face, and the black robe was also wet with blood, showing a dark red color. The faint temperature came into his mind with the smell of blood, making Ning Hao's breathing instantly speed up by half a step, and his stomach tumbled. At this time, the shadow clone who happened to be outside also made a move, and his body appeared from behind the 5 drunken guys, without a wave, without using illusions, and the 5 people were killed in an instant. Because the shadow clone is basically the same as Ning Hao, it is also the first time to kill, and it is even more disgusting than Ning Hao's body. The entire shadow clone is about to vomit out, and it can't be stopped at all, so Ning Hao directly cancelled the shadow clone. Bang 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 bang! The 5 corpses were not caught by the shadow clones, and they fell directly to the ground. And after the shadow clone was lifted, the feelings of the shadow clone also spread to Ning Hao, making Ning Hao want to vomit for a while, if it wasn't for controlling his body and holding back and not throwing it out. He may have vomited in the corner. The 5 people killed by the shadow clone have already made a lot of noise, although it is winter and people are relatively lazy, but someone will still appear to check it. However, in such weather, the time to put on clothes alone was enough for Ning Hao to do it. Phew! Relying on the control of his body, Ning Hao forcibly endured not to let himself vomit, and with a breath in his heart, his body flashed away and appeared in a room. A big man was about to come with clothes on his body, but before he could react, ZY had already been covered by Ning Hao, and as the kunao crossed, the big man's eyes widened, leaving a red line on his neck, and his body leaned against the wall weakly. Poof! Poof! Ning Hao's speed of action was very fast, and at the same time, he had to make a trace of movement. Enemy attack! Soon a frightened voice pierced the silent night. However, the whole cottage is already full of blood. In the square inside the cottage, 2 large bonfires continued to burn, and 7 or 8 corpses fell to the ground, and the blood had already stained the ground with a bang. Phew! Ning Hao's body was covered with chakra, and he rushed to a crowded place in an instant, and the kunao in his hand quickly slashed, leaving a red line on the necks of the 2 of them in an instant, and the other thieves suddenly dodged away, and Ning Hao's left hand kunao waved. Hey! Kunao broke out of the air and shot steadily at the head of a bandit. After Ning Hao's riding wheel slowed down, how slow was this person's dodge? How could he avoid the kunao that Ning Hao threw out? When Ning Hao threw out the kunao, he had already calculated the direction in which this person was going to evacuate, and it could be said that this person himself rushed towards the kunao. Chapter 30. Spiral Pills. At the same time as kunao flew out, Ning Hao's body was already in front of a group of bandits, with 2 high-speed rotating chakra balls in the palms of his hands imprinted on the chests of the 2 of them, only to see a huge depression appear on the 2 of them, a mouth full of blood spit out, and the body directly rotated and went out. Woohoo! 2 sounds of breaking the sky came, and Ning Hao's stand-in technique dodged instantly. Bang! I saw a piece of wood hit by 2 kunao and fell to the ground. 2 people rushed out of the bandits, one of them held kunao in his hand and rushed towards Ning Hao, and the other saw Ning Hao vacating into the air, and immediately released ninjutsu. Wind escape, wind blade whirlwind. The ninja disguised as a bandit should not be very strong, and the wind escape released is just a fast-spinning whirlwind. In the whirlwind, there is a Dao wind blade that constantly cuts everything in the whirlwind. In the eyes of this ninja, Ning Hao has nowhere to borrow strength, and if he wants to avoid his wind escape, he will definitely be injured, not to mention that another person has already rushed in front of Ning Hao. And Ning Hao was in a state of vacancy at the moment, looking at the ninja who was waving Ku Wachang, stepping on the moon step under his feet, borrowing strength out of thin air. His body suddenly increased by several meters, and his hands turned into a series of afterimages, and the seal was completed in an instant. Illusion. Ning Hao's illusion fell on the rushing ninja, making him stand still, and then opened his mouth slightly. Fire escape, dragon fire technique. A burst of fire spat out, and rushed like an arrow towards the ninja who had fallen into the illusion. Boom! The flames fell to the ground, and the entire ground was suddenly blasted out of a hole, and the ninja who fell into the illusion directly rushed out of the flames, and the flames burned all over his body, and the tingling pain made it wake up in the illusion instantly. It's a pity that it's useless anymore. Damn, stinking imp. Seeing this, the other ninja thought about Ning Hao viciously, and his hands were sealed, wind escape, chaotic blade wind. I saw a series of tiny wind blades attacking Ning Hao intensively. Ning Hao stretched out his right hand and pointed at the ninja, and sealed his left hand, illusion, paper shadow technique. The ninja was attracted by Ning Hao's illusion and immediately fell into the illusion, fighting with an invisible shadow. It's over, I didn't expect a stinky imp to lose one person to us. When Ning Hao's illusion fell, there was a sudden sound of breaking the air around him, and a short knife slashed towards Ning Hao's neck. There are not just 2 ninjas hiding in this cottage, but at least 3. Moon step. Ning Hao stepped on his feet, and the powerful force and chakra suddenly burst out, and his body jumped forward in an instant. Poof! A hot stinging pain came from behind him, and Ning Hao knew that he was injured. Damn, a little careless. Ning Hao flew out, turned to look at the person who made the sneak attack. It was a man in his 20s, holding a short knife in his hand, and he was attacking him quickly. With a wave of his hands, Ning Hao flew several kunao towards him, and then flew out a handful of kunao, rushing towards the ninja who had been hit by the illusion. Poof! Flew out and landed steadily on his neck, ending his life. Ding, ding! The person holding the short knife will swing the short knife to pick at the attacking kunao, and then leap lightly to avoid all the kunao. Shave! Ning Hao had chakra attached to his body, and with a stomp of his feet, his body turned into a black streamer and rushed out, and the kunao in his hand replaced the short knife, and he unleashed Kakashi's sword technique and slashed towards the man. Ding, ding, ding! The collision between kunao and the short knife sounded a sound of metal colliding, and in the dim darkness of the night, sparks were particularly conspicuous. Spiral pills. Ning Hao waved kunao with his right hand, and a spiral pill in his left hand was imprinted towards the man's chest. Smack! A figure suddenly appeared between Ning Hao and the enemy, and one hand pinched Ning Hao's arm steadily. Ning Hao felt a pain in his arm, and a cold voice sounded in his head, "Little ghost, it's over here. Kami shinobi. Kami shinobi. This is definitely a shinobi. It's not just the 2 shinobi who are hiding here, but the lower ninja team led by the upper ninja. Arashiki." Ning Hao leaned back and kicked out. With his current strength and body, it was originally impossible to kick out a vacuum slash. But Ning Hao had already learned the change in the nature of the wind attribute chakra, and this kick flew out, and a wind blade flew out with the powerful power of Lan foot, and as Ning Hao's foot slashed through the air, he pulled out a wind blade like a waning moon and a half. Poof! The shinobi who had fought with Ning Hao before was directly hit at the moment when the wind blade flew out, and his head flew out, and Ning Hao's proposed foot kicked directly towards the ninja who grabbed his arm. Smack! With a kick of the wind blade flying out, the upper ninja leaned back, avoiding the attacking wind blade, and grabbed Ning Hao's ankle. At this moment, Ning Hao's left hand and right foot were caught, and his body showed a strange bend, which was grabbed in front of him by the Sharingan. It's very good, I've already learned the nature change of chakra at a young age, and it's still a rare wind attribute. The man who grabbed Ning Hao praised softly, and then his voice became extremely cold. "A genius like you should die for me." Bang! Iron! When the cold voice of the Sharingan sounded, Ning Hao controlled the rearrangement of the muscles and bones in his body, and was grabbed by the Sharingan, and the muscles of his arms and ankles contracted, and the bones converged in an instant, and then broke free with all his strength. Thunder rapids! Ning Hao's body erupted with powerful power, and at the moment of breaking free from the restraints, a burst of thunder suddenly flashed on his body, and a crackling sound, allowing Ning Hao to instantly break free from the hands and feet that the upper ninja grasped. But the kick kicked by the Sharingan had already landed on Ning Hao, and then there was a crashing sound, click click, a sound of bones shattering sounded. Ning Hao only felt that the real question was like being hit by a rushing train, and although his body had broken free, it flew out directly backwards. Ahem, cough. Ning Hao, who flew out, coughed slightly, and blood slid down the corners of his mouth. If it weren't for the use of iron at the last moment, coupled with the vigorous break free, the kick kicked by the shinobi did not fall directly on his body. Otherwise, Ning Hao would not only break a few ribs now, maybe his body would be kicked and shattered directly, and the ribs would directly pierce the organs in his body. There is no help. In the end, the old snake was still exploded, insisted on a few days, recommended a change this week. The collection list was not kept, but after a few days of showing his face and contentment, continue to collect. I hope that there is no collection of brothers, just collect it, the old snake is here to thank you. Chapter 31. Not bad, very strong body control ability. That Sharingan also didn't expect that Ning Hao actually contracted the muscles and bones of his arms and ankles, and instantly burst out with powerful power and thunder light, breaking free from his restraints. Bang! Ning Hao's body turned over, his feet fell to the ground, and he kept rubbing against the ground, drawing a 2-meter trace, and then slowly stopped. The sharp pain in front of him made Ning Hao twitch. Thunder Escape, Torrent is naturally a ninjutsu modeled after the creation of Thousand Bird Stream, and it can only be regarded as a castrated version of Thousand Bird Stream. The nature change of the thunder attribute was not mastered by Ning Hao, so the thunder light that erupted from his body was not too strong, but it was not too weak. After all, he had been cultivating for most of the year, and there were 10 shadow clones cultivating the nature change of chakra, which was still concentrated in the thunder and fire attributes. As for the wind attribute, it has already completed the change of nature. Ahem! Moved his body, Ning Hao couldn't help coughing. He could only control his body and not let himself cough. In this case, faced with the question of life and death, the sequelae left by the previous murders seemed to have completely disappeared. The shinobi stood there and looked at his palm. Because he grabbed the ankle that grabbed Ning Hao's arm when thunder and lightning broke out on Ning Hao's body, he was also a little scorched by the electricity. Tut, although I haven't mastered the chakra nature change of the thunder attribute, I have also studied it deeply. The Sharingan looked at Ning Hao with interest, and it was not difficult to see Ning Hao's age, because Ning Hao's body was developing rapidly, and he looked like a child of 7 or 8 years old. And the general upper ninja has only mastered the nature changes of the 2 chakras, and the form change of the chakra, Ning Hao has already performed. It is the spiral pill that was blocked by this upper ninja. Phew! The moment the name Shinobi's voice fell, the body disappeared in place. This is the speed of pure shattering. So fast! Ning Hao let out a burst of exclamation, his body retreated sharply, and the lower 2 hooked jade writing wheels of his sunglasses spun wildly. With his development of the 2 hooked jade writing wheel, he has completely reached the extreme, and there is still no way to catch the trajectory of this Sharingan's movements, and sometimes he can only see a faint afterimage. Paper painting. Ning Hao felt the other party's attack coming, and his body suddenly felt like a sliding leaf, feeling the wind pressure brought by the many attacks, and avoiding the attacking attack. Phew! Ning Hao knew that he couldn't get close to this person, although he was also proficient in physical arts, but compared to this Sharingan, he couldn't compare to it in terms of strength or speed. Moon Step. After avoiding the attack of the upper ninja, Ning Hao quickly distanced himself from the other party. But that Sharingan was close behind. Ning Hao could only jump up, stepped on the moon step under his feet, and his body stepped into the air, and his hands were sealed. The speed was very fast, and he had already completed the seal in an instant. Fire Escape, Flame Bomb. Ning Hao opened his mouth, and a huge fireball rushed towards the lower Sharingan. Tisk Wind Escape, Great Breakthrough. The speed of this Sharingan's knot seal is no slower than Ning Hao's, which is greatly unexpected by Ning Hao. Originally Ning Hao thinks that this Sharingan is proficient in physical arts, and his strength and speed are so fast, he may be a shortcoming in ninjutsu. Unexpectedly, this person's ninjutsu is not weak at all, and he may have even guessed his intentions. Wind escape, great breakthrough. Ning Hao then also released a ball of wind balls, blessed on the fire escape. Ning Hao and that Sharingan released the wind escape great breakthrough almost at the same time, causing the fireballs that flew out before to become more powerful in the sandwich of the two wind escapes, but they exploded directly from the middle, and countless fireballs rushed out to both sides. Bang! When the two winds were sandwiching the fire escape, the Sharingan directly rushed into the sea of fire, kicked the flames with one kick, jumped up, and kicked towards Ning Hao. The speed of the rushing Sharingan was very fast. Ning Hao only felt that the flames were rushed away by a powerful force, and he didn't even see the figure, so he could react quickly. Moon step. Ning Hao stepped out quickly, as if changing shape, and his body suddenly rose several meters high, avoiding the incoming attack. The upper ninja's eyes narrowed slightly, and he didn't have the ability to borrow strength out of thin air, and his body suddenly fell downward. Damn, this guy's speed is too fast, and he will suffer a loss after landing, but if he doesn't land, Ning Hao won't be able to hold on for long. After all, his body is not strong enough to use Moon Step for a long time, and Moon Step is also a very physical skill that consumes physical strength. Wind escape, vacuum jade. When the Sharingan saw Ning Hao floating in the air, he was not in a hurry, and he seemed to see that the chakra consumed by this kind of physical technique would not be less. With Ning Hao's age, how long could he last? Therefore, the upper ninja simply released Feng Dun under Ning Hao, constantly attacking Ning Hao, so as to consume Ning Hao's chakra and physical strength. Moon step. Ning Hao directly stepped on the moon step and ran into the distance, fighting with a Shang ninja. It was really an unknown choice. Phew! Little ghost, how can it be so easy for you to leave? In front of Ning Hao, the Sharingan appeared again, and directly rose into the air, blocking Ning Hao's way, and instantly completed the seal, wind escape, great breakthrough. Wow! Wind escape, great breakthrough is only a sea-level ninjutsu, which is relatively easy to master, but in the hands of this upper ninja, the power is several times stronger than that used by Ning Hao. Ning Hao only felt as if he had been attacked wildly, his clothes were blown crackling, and his body flew backwards. Is that the only way to do it? Ning Hao fell from the sky helplessly, because his predecessor was still moving by the Sharingan, making his face a little pale, gasping slightly, and the riding wheel eyes under the sunglasses rotated rapidly, guarding against the sudden attack of the Sharingan. The wind escape just now seems to be a little familiar. Vacuum jade seems to have been used by Tuanzang, and big breakthrough is a very common. Phew! While Ning Hao was thinking, the Sharingan had already rushed towards Ning Hao quickly, and the riding wheel in Ning Hao's eyes rotated rapidly, and he could only see a vague afterimage, which was still intermittent. Little ghost, if you don't come up with something new, you'll die. See? I really saw it. Ning Hao felt a blazing sensation in his eyes, and then looked at the attacking Sharingan. The originally vague and intermittent afterimage became a lot clearer, and he could already see his movement trajectory. Today's 2 more, please collect it with your hands. Chapter 32. Do you have 3 hooks and jade riding wheels? Ning Hao soon knew that it was his 2-hook jade riding wheel eye that soon Nene had evolved into a 3-hook jade riding wheel eye. Originally, Ning Hao's 2-hook jade riding wheel eye had been developed to the limit, and there was only one opportunity left to break through to the 3-hook jade riding wheel eye. The previous first kill stimulated Ning Hao a lot, and the pressure brought by the current Sharingan also allowed his riding wheel eye to find a breakthrough and evolve from 2 hooks to 3 hooks. Paper painting. Seeing the rushing Sharingan, Ning Hao suddenly used paper painting to avoid the attacking attack. The sunglasses covered his eyes, and the riding wheel eyes of the 3-hooked jade rotated in his eyes, and the attacking attack was released several times. With Ning Hao's control of the body, with the help of the ability of paper painting, it was still possible to avoid the attacking attack. Unlike before, even the trajectory of the opponent's shot could not be seen. Arashiki. Ning Hao used paper painting to avoid the attacking attack, and with a hook of his foot, the wind attribute chakra turned into a sharp blade and condensed under his feet, sweeping towards the Sharingan. Poof! The wind blade sliced through the clothes in front of the shinobi, but it didn't hurt him. The reaction has become much faster. No, it's keeping up with the speed of my shots. The Sharingan glanced at the clothes in front of him, and his body retreated slightly, looking at Ning Hao. Ning Hao can control his body perfectly, but if he can't even see the trajectory of the enemy's attack, he can't talk about counterattacking, and it is not easy to avoid the attack. But after Ning Hao avoided the attack just now, he also counterattacked, which proved that he could already keep up with the shooting speed and movement speed of that Sharingan. Tisk, the Sharingan looked at Ning Hao and couldn't help licking the corners of his mouth. Ning Hao was slightly stunned, and a figure suddenly appeared in his mind: Great Snake Pill. That's right. Only Orochimaru would have this expression after seeing something he was interested in. Ning Hao looked at the upper ninja in front of him, and it seemed that he had nothing to do with Orochimaru, but Orochimaru's use of Wind Escape, Great Breakthrough, was his signature person, and Wind Escape, Vacuum Jade, was a ninjutsu used by Tuanzang in the original book, and it also appeared mostly in Konoha. Then the probability that the person in front of him is Orochimaru can be said to be very large. Thinking about it, Ning Hao also found that he was just a lower ninja, and dealing with 3 lower ninjas was enough to pass the lower ninja exam, right? Maybe there is indeed a team led by a shinobi in the entire cottage, but this shinobi should be solved by Orochimaru, and then Orochimaru takes his place and uses the identity of this enemy to assess Ning Hao's strength. Hey! Ning Hao breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, at least his life would not be in danger. At the same time, in Ning Hao's heart, he also kept cursing the Great Snake Pill. Are you a shadow-level powerhouse? Are you embarrassed to run here and abuse children? Or are you a 6-year-old child? Are you still so serious? The kick that the Great Snake Pill kicked out before was really painful. Ning Hao had at least 3 broken ribs. Did he need to be so serious? If Ning Hao hadn't dodged, he might have to lie on the bed for a year and a half. But thinking of the task about Orochimaru, which was to worship Orochimaru as a teacher, Ning Hao felt that his previous performance should be bad. The absolute control of the body, the subtle strength and the control of the chakra, the change in the form of the chakra, the change in the nature of the wind attribute chakra, and the change in the nature of the thunder attribute chakra have not been completed, but there is also a little effect, plus the one-handed seal, the physical technique moon step shaving paper painting iron fast. Wait, it should be enough to get Orochimaru's attention, right? Okay, this exam should be over, right? Ning Hao's body relaxed, took a few steps back, leaned against the tree, and there were bursts of stinging pain in front of him where he was kicked by the Great Snake Pill. Hey! Orochimaru looked at Ning Hao's performance and knew that the little ghost in front of him seemed to have discovered his identity, but as for where it was exposed, he didn't know. If he hadn't read the original book, Ning Hao would not have found out that the Sharingan in front of him disguised as an enemy was actually Orochimaru. I didn't expect you to find out, it's very good, little ghost. Bang! The Sharingan who had fought with Ning Hao before turned into a big snake pill, dressed in black background, wearing a green vest, with Konoha forehead protection on his forehead, long black hair, snake-shaped earrings on his ears, and a pair of vertical pupils fell on Ning Hao. How did you find out that it was my? In Orochimaru's opinion, he only had one relationship with Ning Hao, that is, he met once when he was in the ninja school, and it was very short. It's just a shinobi exam, and it's a joke to ask me, a person who has studied at a ninja school for a year, to be able to deal with a shinobi. Ning Hao said helplessly, if you can defeat the upper ninja after studying in the ninja school for a year, Konoha has already dominated the ninja world. Of course, if Konoha didn't send this cottage camp to have a ninja, it means that Konoha is incompetent, otherwise it would not have been possible to arrange for me to do the graduation assessment here. It's a little clever. Orochimaru looked at Ning Hao and nodded, you passed your graduation exam, and from now on, you will be a shinobi. Orochimaru then swung it, and a square object with a flashing metallic luster flew towards Ning Hao. Smack! Ning Hao steadily followed the thing that flew over. The strength was not small, and after catching the thing, he pulled the wound in front of him, which made Ning Hao grin, and scolded in his heart, "Can you use such strength?" What Orochimaru threw over was Konoha's forehead protector, and having this thing marked that Ning Hao had become a shinobi. "Can I let you be my instructor?" Ning Hao asked, holding his forehead guard and looking at Orochimaru. "Oh, why?" Orochimaru looked at Ning Hao with interest. Although the 3 generations had arranged for him to become Ning Hao's instructor, Ning Hao actually took the initiative to ask him to be the teacher. This made Orochimaru a little surprised. Generally speaking, Ning Hao was abused so badly by him. For a child, he would not ask him to be an instructor. One of the 3 ninjas, this name is enough. There are not so many whys. Ning Hao said lightly, "If you really want to say why, it is that you beat me a little badly, follow you for a few years, and then I will find you for revenge." For a small child, it is completely possible to have this kind of thought, and Ning Hao did not talk nonsense. "I don't know what's going on lately. Not in the state at all. Looking at the computer, I don't want to code words, I can't help but pick up the phone after writing for a while, or the fruit to gnaw. In short, I don't want to code words, lazy cancer embarrassed." Chapter 33. Chapter 33, The Great Harvest. Orochimaru looked at Ning Hao and curled up, "You will be my disciple from today onwards. Although the previous 3 generations of old men have already decided, if you don't satisfy me with this exam." Ning Hao was speechless for a while. He was still worried that the task of apprenticeship Orochimaru would fail. It turned out that the previous teacher had already been set by the 3 generations. However, Orochimaru is also boring enough, and he actually came to test his strength in person, and he... Such a heavy shot! Orochimaru-sensei. Ning Hao said lukewarmly, it seems that he still has a great prejudice against Orochimaru. After all, his broken ribs are still hurting. As compensation, this one is given to you. Orochimaru then waved and threw a scroll at Ning Hao. "Although I don't know what your chakra attribute is, but the nature change of the chakra in the 5 is not so easy to grasp, don't be too greedy." Orochimaru used the crystal ball in the office of the 3rd generation to see the battle between Ning Hao and Kakashi, plus he was already supposed to be Ning Hao's knowing teacher. Therefore, he also observed Ning Hao, and found that Ning Hao's shadow clone was cultivating the chakra nature changes of the 4 attributes, and in the competition just now, Orochimaru also found that Ning Hao's wind attribute chakra nature change had been completed, and the thunder attribute had also been completed for the most part. Therefore, the scroll that Orochimaru gave to Ning Hao was the scroll that cultivated the change in the nature of chakra. Orochimaru observed Ning Hao before, and found that Ning Hao's cultivation of the change in the nature of chakra was not correct, and many times he was cultivating in the wrong direction, relying on the accumulation of shadow clones, and accumulating little by little. It is not easy to reach this point. Ning Hao took the scroll, didn't open it to look at it, and didn't know anything, but thanked him first. "Thank you, Teacher Orochimaru. I know you must be scolding me in your heart, little ghost, you're still far away." Orochimaru looked at Ning Hao, the corners of his mouth slightly hooked. "Go back and treat yourself." Saying that, the great snake pill slowly sank into the ground and disappeared in front of Ning Hao. Fake. Ning Hao finally couldn't help but complain, "Is there such an instructor? I didn't say if there would be a mission tomorrow, when would he teach him to cultivate, just throw a scroll and run away? How do you feel like you are less reliable than Kakashi?" Ning Hao covered Xiang's mouth with one hand, his body jumped up slightly, and slowly rushed towards Konoha. Every time he jumped, Ning Hao would feel a burst of pain. It was really uncomfortable. "It's late at night when I return to Konoha, and I don't know what Kakashi's exam looks like. Have you come back?" Now it's late at night, and it's impossible to go to the hospital, so Ning Hao can only go back to Ning's house first, and then go to the hospital tomorrow. Back at Ning's house, Fu Bo didn't rest. Originally Ning Hao planned to go back to the room directly, but he also walked in through the door. "Young Master Ning, are you okay?" Fu Bo sat in the hall, looking at the door, and saw the door pushed open, and Ning Hao, who was bloodless, stepped into the door. Fu Bo suddenly walked over and asked with a concerned face. "It's okay, Fu Bo, you go fix it first, I'll go back to the room first." Ning Hao shook his head. Fu Bo was already in his 50s, and it was the cold season at the moment, and his body was not as good as a ninja, so Ning Hao also asked him to rest first. Fu Bo asked Ning Hao if he was okay and needed to prepare dinner. Ning Hao pushed it all and asked Fu Bo to rest, and he replied to the room. Damn! Ning Hao grinned and lay on the bed, scolding secretly, "Damn Orochimaru, after you are reincarnated, you will definitely be abused into a dog with a riding wheel eye." Ning Hao couldn't help but complain, and then silenced his mind in his mind. Ding! Mission 1, learn from the ninja and defeat Kakashi, completed, reward first level wish power fragments, 2. Mission 2, apprentice to Orochimaru. Achieved, reward 2 tier 1 wish power fragments. Existing level 1 wish power fragments, 7, can be crafted. Yes, there are 7 fragments at once, and a complete wish power has arrived, and in a few days, it will be January 1st, and another wish power will be in hand. Although he was kicked by Orochimaru and broke a few ribs, this kind of injury should not be very serious. After all, this is the world of the Hokage, there are chakras itself, and there are medical ninjas, plus Ning Hao's own body is extremely resilient, and the recovery is still relatively fast, and it will not take 10 days and half a month, or a few days to get better. Of course, if you awaken Mu Dun, it may be faster. But now is not the time to awaken Mu Dun. What Ning Hao needs now is a kind of self-preservation ability. Throughout the entire Hokage world, there are not many abilities that can protect themselves. And if you want to protect yourself, the best thing is undoubtedly to run away. And when it comes to running away, it should be space-time ninjutsu, and there are not many space-time ninjutsu that appear in the Hokage. The 4th generation Flying Thunder God's technique, Obito's Kamui, Obiki's Heavenly Palace. Of course, the 2nd generation Flying Thunder God is also counted. In general, there are 3 kinds of them. The Heavenly Imperial middle of the Big Barrel Wood Kagaya can be removed directly, and it is impossible to exchange it now, and the only thing left is Shinwei and Flying Thunder God. Flying Thunder God's technique, I don't know if the current Bo Feng Shui sect has it, and it doesn't need to be improved. This ability to run away is definitely very effective, but the flaw is not small, that is, it needs to move through the technique. Ning Hao prefers the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye ability with soil, Shinwei. Kamui comes with a space. Can't I hide if I can't beat the enemy? Hiding directly in the space of Shinwei, no one can enter, and the so-called void is also a weapon for pretending. Ning Hao now has the riding wheel eye of the 3-hook jade, and he wants to write the wheel eye of the kaleidoscope, but he doesn't know that a first-level wish can make a wish successfully. System, I hope my eyes can evolve into kaleidoscope Sharingan and have the ability of Uchiha with Earth Kamui. Level 3 wish power required to fulfill this wish. 1. Do you confirm the fulfillment of this wish? Note, awakening the eye kaleidoscope writing wheel, the eye requires a level 2 wish power. Uchiha Obito double eye power, requires a level 2 wish power. What Ning Hao said just now was to evolve his eyes into kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, and to have the ability of his eyes divine power. It was impossible to achieve a first level wish power. Sure enough, I knew. Ning Hao sighed helplessly. This kind of result was also expected by him. As for eternal life or something, it's not too late, is it? After all, the horns are only a few years old now, so let's get a life-saving thing first. Chapter 34. Chapter 34, Kaleidoscope, Kamui. Give up this wish. I want the Uchiha Obito's right eye kaleidoscope to write the ability of the wheel eye, Kamui. Ning Hao decisively gave up his previous wish. He only has one first-level wish power now, and it is impossible to come up with 2 second-level wish power, that is, a level 3 wish power, so first realize the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye of one eye. Judging by the previous notes given by the Dragon Ball system, a single kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, whether it is awakening, or wanting the ability of others, only needs one first-level willpower, and so on. The kaleidoscope writing wheel eye of the 2 eyes requires a level 2 wish, and if you exchange for 4 kaleidoscope writing wheels, you may be able to upgrade to an eternal kaleidoscope, which requires a level 3 wish power. One level 1 wish power is required to fulfill this wish. Do you confirm the fulfillment of this wish? Okay. The wish has come true. As Ning Hao took his attention away from his mind and returned to his body, there was a tingling pain in his right eye, and a force was surging towards his right eye. Ning Hao's eyes suddenly turned into 3 hooked jade writing wheel eyes, spinning wildly under the sunglasses, and slowly stopped after a while. I saw that the writing wheel eye of the 3 megatama in the right eye suddenly began to change, and the 3 megatama began to elongate, like a spinning shuriken, with a pinch of tail. Kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Ning Hao could feel the changes in his right eye, and he could also feel a space connecting his right eye. It only takes him a thought to enter this space directly, leaving a projection. Ning Hao didn't want to move a little, and as soon as he moved, he felt a tingling pain in front of him, so he held a handful of kunao in his hand, and threw it into the space as soon as his mind moved, and took it out with a thought, and had a lot of fun. I don't know what time it is. Ning Hao also feels a little tired. After all, today's first kill is also a great stimulation for him, and the consumption is not small, and he is injured. Pulling the quilt over his body, Ning Hao didn't know when to go to sleep. The next day's biological clock would make him wake up automatically. As soon as he got up, there was a tingling pain in his abdomen, and he complained about Orochimaru with dissatisfaction, then got up, refined the chakra to relieve the injury, and then went to Konoha Hospital after breakfast. Konoha Hospital. Kakashi, Sunset Red, Yuan Yelin, Shizuan, Yuan Fei Ace and others were also gathered in front of Ning Hao's hospital bed, and they didn't know where they knew that Ning Hao was injured. And Kakashi looked at Ning Hao with a very stinky fart, with a forehead guard on his forehead, proving that this guy had completed the exam. I didn't expect that it was you who was injured in the end, but it was your. You won't fail the exam, will you? Kakashi asked coldly as he looked at Ning Hao. Ning Hao was lying on the hospital bed, without forehead protection, and the big sunglasses on his face were also rare to take off, revealing a handsome face, no lost emotions, and it didn't look like a failure. Sunset Red also looked at Ning Hao with worry. How could the people present say that they were also Ning Hao's classmates, although like Asma, they also had a competition with Ning Hao. But they didn't have much trouble, so they also looked at Ning Hao curiously. Is it true that I failed the exam? It's just an accident. Ning Hao took out his forehead guard and shook it, saying that since he passed the graduation exam, this injury was indeed an accident. If it wasn't for Orochimaru's metamorphosis, how could he be injured? It's good to be over. Congratulations! Congratulations! Ning Hao passed the graduation exam, went to school in the same year as Kakashi, and graduated in the same year. But Ning Hao is more than half a year older than Kakashi, and in total, Kakashi is still the youngest shinobi in history. A group of people came and went quickly, and soon only Xi Rihong was left here to take care of Ning Hao, and when it was close to noon, Xi Rihong was also squatting for lunch and sent it to Ning Hao. Shouldn't you feed me? Ning Hao watched Sunset Hong hand the lunch to him, and he also said this sentence by ghost, which is all played on TV. Sunset's cheeks were slightly red, and he glanced at Ning Hao. Don't even think about it, it's not that you can't move, give me food for myself. Sunset Red then sat by the bed, eating lunch in small bites. Ning Hao watched quietly for a while. Little Lori is also very cute when eating. If I don't eat, I'll take it away. Sunset Red was a little strange by Ning Hao, so he could only threaten it. Okay, eat. Ning Hao could only eat with his hands, feeling that what he was playing on TV was all a lie. Towards the afternoon, the little Lori went to practice, and Ning Hao didn't stay. After all, it was boring to stay in the hospital. The only son, Ning Hao took out the scroll given by the Great Snake Pill and opened the old one, just like Ning Hao thought, it was the cultivation method of chakra's nature change. Thinking that when Orochimaru gave him the scroll, he also reminded him not to be too greedy, and Ning Hao guessed that it was to repair the scroll that changed in your nature. It's a pity that there is no cultivation method for yin and yang attributes. It seems that I will ask for the Great Snake Pill after the meeting. Yin attribute. It stands to reason that Ning Hao has a writing wheel eye, and it can also be regarded as a yin escape, but Ning Hao doesn't know much about yin escape, and the writing wheel eye and the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye are obtained by making a wish. If Mu Dun is awakened, the chakra of the yang attribute will naturally have a change in nature. Towards the end of the evening, Sunset Red came back to see Ning Hao. Ning Hao was also ready to be discharged from the hospital. The ribs had been taken care of under the treatment of medical ninjutsu, and Ning Hao went home to recuperate overnight. Goodbye. If you have time, you can go to my house. If I'm at home, I'll teach you to cultivate, and if I'm not there, Fu Bo will take care of you. Ning He and Sunset Hong waved their hands and said goodbye to each other. Ning Hao is the only one in the Ning family. In addition to Fu Bo and the two subordinates, Ziriong has also been there a few times, and he feels very free. This is the time when Ning Hao should stay at home, and no one knows what Orochimaru will take him to carry out the mission. According to Ning Hao's calculations, Yamato should have been born last year. In other words, Orochimaru has been using the cells between the thousand-hand pillars for experiments for a while. And this guy should take care of the experiments and ask him to take his own cultivation and missions, which may be a little unrealistic. Back at the Ning family, Ning Hao used the shadow clone and began to cultivate to check the nature changes of the other 4 chakra attributes. Of course, the main thing was to concentrate on thunder and fire, and only 2 clones of water and earth were cultivating. Although the shadow clone also has injuries, the change in the nature of the practice chakra is still not in the way. Chapter 35. A few days passed quietly, and Ning Hao had already recovered. After all, after the bones were connected, with his body's recovery power, he would soon get better. These days, Ning Hao directly threw the shadow clone into the Shinwei space, practicing the nature change of the chakra inside, and in a few days, the biggest progress was the nature change of the thunder attribute chakra. Now that it has been completed, some of the clones are cultivating Lei Dun. Young Master Ning, the Uchiha family sent an invitation. In the backyard, Ning Hao himself was also cultivating Lei Dun, with Sunset Red beside him, practicing paper painting. Among the 6 styles, only Moonstep and paper painting can be learned by the current Sunset Red, and the others have too high requirements for the body. Even if there is a chakra, there are a lot of requirements for the body and strength. An invitation from the Uchiha clan. With sweat stains on his face, Ning Hao walked to the side and washed his hands, wiped the water dry, and took the invitation handed over by Fu Bo. When I opened it, it was indeed an invitation sent by the Uchiha clan, hoping that Ning Hao could go to the Uchiha clan and discuss something. Ning Hao and Uchiha have no communication. At most it is the winery under the Ning family, and they will send it over after the major families buy good wine. In addition, not to mention Ning Hao himself, even the entire Ning family did not have any relationship with that family. Forget it, don't bother. Ning Hao thought for a moment, threw out the invitation casually, and firmly inserted it into the trunk. Young Master Ning, wouldn't this be bad? After all, the Uchiha clan is a wealthy family in Konoha. Fauber said with some concern. Ning Hao shrugged his shoulders indifferently. It's okay, the Uchiha clan invited me over, it's nothing more than to win over Wu. Now that I'm a disciple of Orochimaru, it's obvious that if I want to stand in the Hokage family, the Uchiha is just a crooked way. This. Okay. Fu Bo listened to Ning Hao's words, and he was also helpless for a while. Although he had a little immunity to his maturity and style of doing things for young Master Ning, Fu Bo didn't expect that Ning Hao could see this kind of political standing so clearly. Now Ning Hao is a disciple of the three ninja Orochimaru, and Orochimaru is a disciple of the three generations of Hokage, which proves that Ning Hao has been labeled as the Hokage. Whether the Uchiha clan knew that Ning Hao's Sharingan teacher was Orochimaru, inviting him over like this was nothing more than trying to win him over. Because Ning Hao is just an ordinary commoner, at most, he has a little money and a good reputation in Konoha. It is precisely because of this, coupled with Ning Hao's talent, if Ning Hao can be drawn into the Uchiha clan, these are all from the Uchiha clan, and the reputation accumulated by the Ning family will also be transformed into the Uchiha clan. With the qualifications shown by Ning Hao, as long as he does not fall halfway, his future achievements will not be too low, and it is also a help for the Uchiha clan. As for Kakashi Hakiki, although he graduated in the same year as Ning Hao, and even younger than Ning Hao, Kakashi Hakiki was born in the Kakashi family and was already a member of the Hokage family. What are the Uchiha looking for you? Ning Hao returned to the backyard to cultivate. And the sunset red was the invitation that Ning Hao flew to the trunk and took it down, and opened it to see. It can be guaranteed that she didn't mean to see it, because the invitation that Ning Hao flew out was inserted on the trunk of the tree, and Sunset Red was just a little curious, opened it and took a look, and found that it was an invitation written by the Uchiha clan to Ning Hao. Don't bother with it, you may want to introduce me to the sister paper as my fiancé, but our family is so beautiful, how can I go over, right? Ning Hao looked at Sunset Red, and the corners of his mouth hooked up a wicked smile. However, this kind of thing is indeed possible, and if the Uchiha clan wants to win over Ning Hao, it is very likely that it will be a joint marriage. Because the Uchiha clan is not the same as the Hyuga clan. The Uchiha clan doesn't take bloodline too seriously, and there are family members who marry other people. The Hyuga clan is very serious about blood and white eyes, and family members are generally not allowed to marry people who are not Hyuga clans. Wu. And when Sunset Hong heard Ning Hao's words, her face suddenly turned red. You. How do you say that? When did I belong to your family, and I am not allowed to go to the Uchiha clan? Although he knew that Ning Hai did it on purpose, when he heard Ning Hao say that the Uchiha clan was going to introduce him to a fiancé, he naturally wouldn't agree to Ning Hao going to the Uchiha clan. Didn't I already refuse? Ning Hao looked at the Sunset Red, who was a little shy and a little angry, and felt very cute. But Ning Hao's voice changed, dragging his voice very long. When Sunset Hong heard this, he immediately looked up at Ning Hao. Although he was a little easy to repair, he still asked, but what? However, in this case, I can't have a fiancé, or marry me when Hong grows up. Otherwise, it's okay to be my fiancé. This. How does this work? When Xiri Hong heard Ning Hao's words, her face suddenly turned even redder, and she whispered, this requires my father's consent to do it. If it weren't for Ning Hao's good hearing, he wouldn't have been able to hear the last half of the sentence. Your father will definitely agree. Ninga nodded and smiled slightly. Ignore you, I'm home. Sunset blushed, there was no way to stay any longer, so he turned around and left. Ning Hao watched Sunset Red leave shyly, with a smile on his face, and it was also a pleasure to tease little Lori occasionally. It seems that this time has been very good. A slightly hoarse voice sounded in Ning Hao's ears. Ning Hao felt that this voice was very familiar, turned his head to look, and saw that the big snake didn't know when he was standing under the tree in the backyard. Orochimaru. Teacher. Ning Hao said Orochimaru's name and added another teacher. Orochimaru clasped his hands around him, nodded, and praised, very good, it seems that you have completed the nature change of the Thunder Attribute Chakra, which is faster than I imagined. Although Ning Hao had already mastered a lot of changes in the chakra nature of the Thunder Attribute before, after getting his scroll, he had completely mastered it in just a few days, which really made Orochimaru feel quite satisfied. "Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, I'll wait for you at the door of Konoha," Orochimaru said. His body was directly smoky. And it was a shadow clone. "Really?" Ning Hao watched Orochimaru's shadow clone disappear and shook his head helplessly. The old snake wants to make 3 changes, but he wants to save the manuscript. Changing the keyboard code words is not smooth, and all kinds of things lead to no time to write, and it is not in the state. Then there is a change. 3 changes today. Ask for collections, flowers. Philo 18th anniversary brand upgrade to give back to readers, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 36. Early the next morning, Ning Hao was carrying a small bag, just to hide people's eyes, and the main things were put in the Shinwei space by Ning Hao. Ning Hao stood at the gate of Konoha with his back against the eaves, bored looking at the red light coming out of the sky, and his hands were practicing sealing. At this moment, it was just dawn, and there were not many people in the entire Konoha interior, let alone at the Konoha gate. There were only 2 members of the Uchiha clan who were in charge of guarding the gate, and their eyes fell on Ning Hao, looking at Ning Hao, who looked bored. Ning Hao didn't pay attention to the gaze of the 2, practicing the seal with both hands in his sleeve, looking at the newborn son. Phew! Orochimaru appeared at the gate in an instant, and after a glance, he saw Ning Hao standing at the door, the corners of his mouth hooked slightly, and with a wave of his hand, the 2 certificates of leaving the village flew towards the police department at the door like sharp swords, and were firmly inserted into the huge wooden door. "Let's go!" Orochimaru walked out of Konoha directly, and then quickly disappeared from the gate. Ning Hao didn't say much, followed closely and quickly followed. As for the members of the Uchiha clan in the police department, they have no temper at all for a big man like Orochimaru, so they can only take down the 2 certificates of leaving the village that are inserted in the door. Ning Hao followed Orochimaru in the woods and hurried quickly. "Teacher Orochimaru, what mission are we going to perform?" Ning Hao sped up a few points and walked side by side with Orochimaru, looking at Orochimaru with some curiosity. Orochimaru smiled slightly. "This is your task. I have my own things to do. After you complete the task, you will go back directly to find the 3 generations of Hokage." Emotional Orochimaru is the existence of Ning Hao as an excuse to leave the village. Ning Hao was sure that Orochimaru was talking about taking him out on a mission, but in fact, this guy was the who came out to find the test sample. "Oh, to you." Orochimaru casually took out a scroll and handed it to Ning Hao. "When you arrive at the country of Tien, your task is to go to the daimyo of the country of Tien and discuss with him the specific task type, which is probably some protection tasks, which will last for about a month." "A month is so long." Ning Hao took the scroll and frowned slightly. "If you don't go, Orochimaru teacher, that daimyo will agree with me to protect him. Ning Hao will be 6 years old tomorrow, and because his body is perfectly developed, he looks like he is 7 or 8 years old. But it's still a little ghost. Such a little ghost has to protect a big name? Just kidding, right?" If Ning Hao himself was a daimyo and saw that the person sent by Konoha was actually a little ghost, he would not agree. "Then it's up to you," Orochimaru said indifferently. "If you can't take this task, you can just go on a casual trip and return to Konoha in a month." "Okay. I guess I should know." Ning Hao could see that the so-called task, Orochimaru didn't pay attention to it at all. He should have other things to deal with when he came out, and it would probably take a month. In short, this task is in the hands of Ning Hao, and it doesn't matter if it can be done or not. Ning Hao remembered that Orochimaru would create a village from the sound in the future, and it seemed that it was in the country of Tien. The country of Tien is adjacent to the country of fire, and Ning Hao and the big snake are also in a hurry. With Ning Hao's control of the body, he could completely follow the footsteps of Orochimaru, so it only took 2 days for the 2 of them to step into the territory of Tien's Higuo. "Go ahead, it's not that important, but it's best to get ahead. Stepping into the country of Tien, Orochimaru separated from Ning Hao, leaving Ning Hao alone to continue his journey. Ning Hao looked at the back of Orochimaru in the distance, pursed his lips disdainfully, and rushed towards the daimyo mansion of Tien's Higuo. On the way, Ning Hao also took out the scroll that Orochimaru gave him, and the task showed that the daimyo of Tien no Kuni wanted to travel for a month, and it seemed that he wanted to enjoy the cherry blossoms in the country of Sakura near the sea, and he needed someone to protect him. And in today's ninja world, there is no doubt that Konoha is famous, and the country of Tien itself is a small country, attached to the flag of the country of fire, and the entrusted task is naturally to go to Konoha. Orochimaru took over this task, perhaps because he was optimistic that it would take a lot of time, and it was not difficult, so he handed it over to Ning Hao. Ning Hao didn't have much hope for this. Even the Great Snake Pill said, "Okay, forget it." After a while, moving towards Ning Hao, a bustling town appeared in front of him, and the destination was almost there. Daimyo's Mansion. Ning Hao found the daimyo's mansion and walked directly towards the red gate. Who? As soon as Ning Hao walked to the door, the guard holding a spear at the door crossed the spear in his hand and blocked his way. Ning Hao's forehead guard didn't stay on his head, but on his arm. Maybe the two guards didn't see it, or even if they did, they didn't care. After all, Ning Hao was too small, who knows if it's true. "I'm a ninja from Konoha and I'm in charge of this mission commissioned by the daimyo." Ning Hao didn't say much, and threw the scroll that Orochimaru gave him to the guard on his right. "You?" The two guards glanced at Ning, a trace of disdain and doubt flashing in their eyes. The daimyo wanted to go on a trip and entrusted Konoha to send someone to protect him to ensure the safety of the trip. The two guards also knew about it, but was the person in Konoha in front of him too young? "You wait, I'll report back." Catching the task scroll that Ning Hao threw over, Shang Hao did have the seal of the daimyo, as well as the approval of the Hokage. It didn't look like a fake. Although this guard did underestimate Ning Hao a little, after all, he was Konoha's person, and it was also a task approved by the third brother Hokage, so he naturally had to report to the daimyo. Even if there was any dissatisfaction, it was the daimyo who had the final say. Ning Hao waited for a moment with the bag on his back, and the guard walked out and said to him, "You come with me." Ning Hao didn't say a word, and followed the guard into the daimyo's mansion. The daimyo's mansion is indeed not bad. The pavilions and water pavilions are complete, and the place where Ning Hao lives is much more luxurious, mainly because Ning Hao has no requirements for these. Otherwise the Ning family can do better than this daimyo's mansion. Follow the escort through the long hallway to the backyard. Several guards were on guard, and a fat man was sitting in the courtyard, looking at the three dancing women with relish. "It's almost watering. Daimyo-sama, the people of Konoha brought it." I know. When the fat daimyo heard the guard's words, he waved his hand a little bored, and took his eyes off the three beauties and landed on Ning Hao. When the fat man saw Ning Hao, his eyes turned around, and there was no one beside Ning Hao, and the fat man suddenly frowned. "Why is it a little ghost?" Chapter 37. Hearing the words of this fat man's name, Ning Hao frowned slightly. He looked at the courtyard in front of him, and when the fat man waved his hand, the three singers had already retreated, and there were 10 guards around the courtyard, and 3 people dressed casually, perhaps also the fat man's guards. "I'm the only one, and I'll be in charge of protecting you for the next month." Although Ning Hao felt a little uncomfortable with the tone of this fat man's voice, he didn't care too much about who called him young. "You." When the fat man heard Ning Hao's words, he was sure that Ning Hao was the only one, and he was immediately furious. "What can you do, this little ghost?" "I'm a daimyo." "Daimyo knows mom." The fat daimyo yelled at Ning Hao, "Can you little ghost protect my safety?" "Ha ha ha." The 3 casually dressed guards beside the daimyo also laughed. "Konoha is really nobody. I told the adults at the beginning, and we will leave your safety to me, and now Konoha has sent such a little ghost to fool you, and he simply looks down on you." I think you should cancel this commission, and the three of us will be able to protect the safety of you and your wife." The three people behind the fat daimyo kept making suggestions to the daimyo and belittled Ning Hao's amount of Konoha. Even if Ning Hao was steady, he felt uncomfortable after listening to it. Illusion, decapitation. As soon as Ning Hao's hand hidden in his sleeve was sealed, the lower three hooks of the sunglasses rotated slightly, and the powerful spiritual power instantly impacted towards the three of them through the blessing of the writing wheel. Bang bang bang! Only the sound of falling objects was heard. The three people who were still chattering to the fat man stopped abruptly. Their eyes were blank, their mouths were drooling, their faces were painful, and they fell directly to the ground. This. When the original fat daimyo heard the words of the three of them, he was also thinking about taking back Konoha's commission, but this undoubtedly seemed to be a little stingy, that is, a small amount of more than 100,000 taels. Money is a small thing, and it won't be good if the relationship with Konoha is broken. But before the fat man could think about it, he heard the sound of falling objects, and when he looked back, the three guys who were talking to him had fallen directly to the ground. Bang! Seeing this, the guards in the courtyard also pulled out the sword they wanted to see, or raised the spear in their hands to warn the surroundings, looking at Ning Hao vigilantly. Yes. What did you do? The fat daimyo still had some knowledge, and the three guys behind him before belittled Konoha and Ning Hao like that, so he thought that this matter must have been done by the little ghost in front of him. Ning Hao said lightly, "They are too noisy, I will let him be quiet and sleep for a day or two." As the name suggests, those who fall into the illusion will face the pain of decapitation. With Ning Hao's powerful spiritual power and the amplification of the writing wheel he forcibly launched an illusion. The more powerful the person's spiritual power, the smaller the effect of the illusion, and the spiritual power is strong to a certain extent, and when it surpasses Ning Hao, it is completely useless. This illusion is also cast by colleagues on multiple people. But the more people there are, the less effective the illusion becomes. However, Ning Hao's spiritual power is so strong, even Sharingan can hardly resist this illusion, not to mention the increase of the writing wheel. If you use the kaleidoscope person writing wheel, it will be even stronger. This illusion is mainly a blow to the spirit, and like moon reading, if Ning Hao goes to use it with all his might, the three of them just now may become fools, or die on the spot. After all, these three people are ordinary wandering ninjas, and their strength is between the lower ninja and the middle ninja, and their mental power is not strong enough. This. The fat daimyo hesitated slightly, and then beckoned to the guards on the side, "Drag him out and throw him away." I just know that in an adult village like Konoha, the people sent must be elites, and the little brother has such a strong strength at a young age, it's really powerful. The fat man also patted Ning Hao's ass without any discipline, which was completely different from the previous one. "Do you agree with me to protect you on this mission?" Ning Hao looked at the fat man and smiled like a chrysanthemum. It made people sick to his stomach, so he simply closed his eyes and didn't look at it. With sunglasses in the way, the fat man couldn't see that Ning Hao was closed. "Agreed, totally agreed." Ning Hao missed a hand, and the fat man completely agreed. Then the fat man asked Ning Hao's name, and after a brief understanding, he sent someone to take Ning Hao down to rest, and prepared to leave for the country of cherry blossoms in the afternoon. Afternoon. A horse-drawn carriage departs from Tanokuni and heads towards the seaside Sakura-kuni, which is now winter and the cherry blossom season. Ning followed the carriage, and behind the carriage were a pair of 20 soldiers. And Ning Hao also saw the wife of the fat man's name, which is better than this fat man's name, and she is also a fat woman, at least more than 205 pounds. Looking at the carriage in front of him pressing out 2 deep marks, Ning Hao mourned for a while for the 2 horses pulling the carriage in front of him. It was really hard. Sakura no Kuni is not too far from Tanokuni, just a small country adjacent to Tanokuni, much smaller than Noda no Kuni, just close to the sea. But such a short distance was not very far, but it took 4 or 5 days to arrive, which made Ning Hao feel bored for a while. Fortunately, nothing happened along the way, and the fat man entrusted Konoha just to protect the safety of his entourage, and did not say that there would be an attack, so the whole mission can only be regarded as sea level, and if there is an attack, it may be able to rise to B level, and of course, the gratuity will also increase. However, Ning Hao is a master who is not bad for money, and the remuneration or something is a piece of paper and scrap metal to him. Sakura no Kuni is a large town on the whole, named after the cherry blossoms, and it is beautiful to look at as pink. Ning Hao didn't expect it to be so beautiful, but unfortunately he didn't bring a camera with him, otherwise it would be good to take a picture of it and show it to Sunset. After staying in the country of Sakura for more than 10 days, the fat daimyo is also preparing to go back. I thought it would be as smooth as when I came out, but something happened. Title or something? Please ignore it. Ask for collection, 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 important things to say 3 times. Chapter 38. Stop. On the way back, Ning Hao's figure flashed, blocking the front of the carriage and stopping the carriage of the fat man. Oops! Because the carriage suddenly stopped, the 2 fat men in the carriage shook for a while and almost fell. What's going on? Came a scolding from the fat man in the carriage. The groom driving the carriage also immediately explained, it was the little master from Konoha who stopped the carriage. The fat man daimyo saw that Ning Hao didn't even move his hand, so he let the 3 wandering ninjas fall. Thinking of this, he couldn't get angry, poked out a head and looked out, and saw Ning Hao standing in front of the carriage with his back to him. Is something wrong? The fat man looked at Ning Hao's back and asked calmly. Someone is waiting here for us. Ning Hao looked around, with his powerful spiritual power, although he had not yet reached the level of perception, he could still feel it if he was being stared at, it was still the kind of ill intentions. Phew! Ning Hao's words fell, and 3 figures suddenly appeared in front of Ning Hao. Little ghost, I didn't expect to be discovered by you, Konoha ninja. The 3 were all men, and they didn't have forehead guards. The man standing in the middle was dressed in blue, and he looked older, about 30 years old, and the 2 people standing on either side were younger, about 20 years old. Even if it's Konoha people, it's just a little ghost, said a younger man. And the middle-aged man in blue standing in the middle didn't take Ning Hao to heart, but looked directly at the daimyo behind Ning Hao, and said, Daimyo-sama, I don't know if I have thought about the things I discussed with you before. Ning Hao heard this person speak to the fat man, and he could see that they might have already had a relationship with this daimyo of Tien no Kuni. Humph! The fat man was very confident in Ning Hao, snorted coldly, and said directly to the middle-aged man who spoke just now, "You Wind Demon clan is simply wishful thinking, die of this heart." These 3 people are from the Wind Demon clan of the land of Tenno. Although there is no ninja village in the country of Tien, the most powerful ninja family in the country to which the Wind Demon clan belonged at the beginning, it can be said that in the country of Tien, they are like a ninja village. And the 3 people standing in front of Ning Hao, the middle-aged man in the lead was the upper ninja of the Wind Demon clan, and the 2 people next to him were the ninjas of the Wind Demon clan. Originally, when they came to find the daimyo of Tenno Kuni, they were ready to fight with the shinobi team. But there was only one person who saw the protection of the daimyo. And still a little ghost? Even if it's a Konoha person, how strong can a little ghost be? Therefore, the 3 people of the Wind Demon clan didn't take Ning Hao to heart at all. In this way, Tien no Kuni is going to re-elect a daimyo talent. Phew! As the words fell, the figure of a man standing beside the middle-aged man flashed, and instantly rushed to the daimyo, waving a spike and stabbing at the fat daimyo in the carriage. Ding! The spikes fell, and a black kunai steadily blocked the spikes that stabbed at the fat man's daimyo, and the sharp spikes were still a few centimeters away from the fat man's head, and slowly stopped. Quick, get rid of them! The fat man was so frightened that he retracted his head directly, sat on the ground with his buttocks, and supported his fat body with both hands, and retreated towards the inside of the carriage. Stinky little ghost, let me die! Seeing that the attack was under Ning Hao's crotch, the person who shot also felt a little angry, but he didn't expect to be stopped by a ghost. Whew! The man's other hand moved slightly, and a spike came out of his sleeve and swept towards Ning Hao's neck. Ning Hao leaned back slightly, and the swept spikes swiped against his face, and the sharp spikes with a cold edge made the pores on his face stand up. While Ning Hao leaned back to dodge the attack, a wind attribute chakra emerged from the kunao in his hand. Ning Hao had already mastered the change in the nature of the wind attribute chakra, and the chakra that came out condensed a wind blade, about 40 centimeters, and while his body leaned back, his hand held a bitter one. Poof! The sharp wind blade slashed, and although the enemy using the spikes sensed Ning Hao's attack and wanted to retreat, how could his reaction be as fast as Ning Hao's? I saw that my arm flew out, and the blood instantly dyed the white curtains of the carriage red. A sound of pain sounded, and the enemy who used the spikes, one of his arms had been cut off by Ning Hao, and the man held his bare arm in one hand and flashed back. Bang! Ning Hao stepped on his feet, and as soon as he stepped on the moon step, a powerful force and chakra suddenly burst out, causing Ning Hao's body to rush out like a sharp sword, instantly rushing towards the enemy with a broken arm, and a blue chakra in his left hand spun for a flying spin. Spiral pills! Ning Hao rushed in front of that person, and the enemy who had nowhere to borrow his strength could only wave his arm and use the spikes to resist Ning Hao who was rushing in, and Ning Hao's right hand was spiked under the kunao crotch, and the spiral pill in his left hand was directly imprinted on him. Bang! The spiral pill is firmly imprinted on the enemy. The moment he was hit, the clothes in front of the man instantly shattered, revealing his distorted skin, and his body spun in the air and flew out, falling heavily to the ground, his eyes wide and lifeless. Fire escape, dragon fire technique. Ning Hao knew that he would definitely fall into a bitter battle if he was 1 against 3, after all, 2 fists were hard to beat with 4 hands, so he took advantage of the moment when the enemy underestimated the enemy, and then he would solve one person at the fastest speed. After finishing the matter, Ning Hao stepped on the moon step with both feet, his body borrowed strength in the air, and his left hand instantly completed the seal with one hand, and a flame was released from Ning Hao's mouth, turning into a sharp sword and rushing towards the 2 of the Wind Demon clan. 2 done, Tulia wall. As a wall of earth rose in front of the 2 of them, the flames that struck at the beginning. Boom! The power of the sword-like flame was naturally not weak, and it directly broke through the earthen wall and landed where the 2 of them were standing, blasting out a large hole, hitting a lot of gravel and flying in all directions. And the 2 members of the Wind Demon clan had already dodged away the moment the earth wall was raised. Die, stinking imp! The middle-aged man in blue performed an instantaneous technique, and he didn't know when he had already rushed to the sky above Ning Hao, and slashed down at Ning Hao with one kick. Bang! Ning Hao stepped on it out of thin air, and stepped on the moon step under his feet, as if changing shapes. He flashed to the side in an instant, looking at the middle-aged man who kicked down. Ning Hao's right hand was a wave of bitterness. Hey, the kunao of the wind attribute chakra wind blade slashed it. Wouldn't it be good to have another collection? The first task is written, the rest should be a simple over-the-top. After all, the old snake is not good at originality. Read books on Friday and have fun, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 39. Poof! The kunao with the wind attribute chakra fell, and instead of hitting the middle-aged man as expected, a chakra line blocked it. This chakra line is similar to the iron wire commonly used by ninjas, but it is much thicker than the chakra line used by the puppeteer to control the puppet, and it is very obvious and can be seen at a glance. This kind of chakra line is very hard, even if Ning Hao's bitter supreme chakra with wind attribute points, the condensed wind blade is enough to easily cut gold and jade, but it does not cut off this chakra fine line. Phew! Ning Hao quickly flashed to the side, and information about the Wind Demon clan came to mind. But there doesn't seem to be much useful information, there are only a few mentions in the original book, and it's an original anime. At that time, it would not be more than 10 or 20 years later, and the Wind Demon clan at that time seemed to have declined. And now, with the rise of the major ninja villages, although the Wind Demon clan has also declined, there are still many powerful people. And this chakra thread in front of him is very difficult to entangle, and the most important thing is that this organ can connect the enemy and the caster with a thin thread. It can be said that it links one's own life to the enemy, and once the caster dies, the enemy will also die. Therefore, when he saw this ninjutsu, Ning Hao would avoid it in an instant. He didn't want to associate his life with that scrap on the other side. Mad Demon Ninja Mantra Bondage. After landing on the ground, the middle-aged man burst out with a powerful chakra, and the intersection of the index finger and thumb of both hands formed a triangular form, pushing towards the place where Ning Hao was. Die, little ghost! I saw a 5-color enchantment like a 3-corner pyramid formed in an instant, flashing like glass in colorful brilliance. As the middle-aged man's hand was launched, the colorful enchantment suddenly rushed towards Ning Hao. Maybe he knew that Ning Hao's speed was extremely fast, and it was very weird, and he could relay in the air, so this colorful enchantment was not small, and its purpose was to make Ning Hao unable to escape the range where the enchantment was located. Boom! The colorful enchantment rushed through, and the ground was directly rushed out of a ditch gully, and the 3-corner cone-shaped enchantment was formed as if it was instantaneous, towards Ning Hao's cover. What a hassle! Ning Hao had expected this move to appear, and had even distanced himself so that he could have more time to avoid this attack. It's just that although it can be done to avoid this enchantment, but after avoiding it, the daimyo behind him must be covered in it, and when the middle-aged man presses his hand, what if he directly compresses the fat daimyo into small particles? Let's see if this trick can break through your barrier. Ning Hao didn't dodge the attacking enchantment. The 3-hook jade riding wheel eyes under the sunglasses rotated wildly, his eyes were fixed on the Wind Demon clan's upper ninja, and a large number of thunder attribute chakras gathered in his hands. Twitter. Twitter is like 1,000 birds crying for a while, and the momentum is magnificent. Thunder and Chidori. Crackling. The moment the 1,000 birds formed, there was a sound, and the blue thunder light seemed to be held in Ning Hao's hand. And arcs of electricity flashed in the air. The 3-hook jade riding wheel in Ning Hao's eyes looked at the rushing enchantment, and the wind attribute chakra covered his body, and his body suddenly became lighter. Shaving. Ning Hao stepped under his feet, and his body instantly disappeared in place, rushing towards the rushing enchantment. I saw a flash of thunder light, and I couldn't see Ning Hao's figure at all. By the time Ning Hao's figure appeared, he had already rushed to the junction with 1,000 birds in his hand, and the 1,000 birds in his hand flashing with an arc of electricity directly bombarded the colorful enchantment. Boom! A deafening sound sounded, and the collision between the 1,000 birds and the 5-colored enchantment shook the ground to the point of cracking directly, setting off a burst of mud and dust. Caw-caw! Click! The power of the 5-colored enchantment was pushing Ning Hao backwards, causing his feet to sink deep into the dirt. But where the 1,000 birds in Ning Hao's hand collided with the enchantment, cracks also appeared, and then the entire enchantment shattered like glass. Boom! The shattered disenchantment unleashed an explosion that blew a large hole in the ground and a puff of dust. How is this possible? The middle-aged man in blue who performed the crazy demon secret technique saw that the mantra bondage was directly shattered by Ning Hao, and looked at Ning Hao with an incredulous expression. Phew! At the moment when the enchantment shattered and exploded, Ning Hao rushed out of the dust, and a white thunderbolt rushed out of the dust one step ahead of him, directly penetrating the middle-aged man's body. Thunder escape, 1,000 birds rush robbery. Ning Hao, who rushed out of the dust, stretched out his right hand and the original 1,000 birds had turned into a spear that spread out from his hand, directly piercing the middle-aged man. Poof! With a wave of Ning Hao's hand, the thunder blade formed by 1,000 birds sharp grab waved, directly cutting off half of the middle-aged man's body. The thunder and lightning had a paralyzing effect, and the middle-aged man looked at Ning Hao with incredulity. It's over. Ning Hao looked at the middle-aged man who was cut off by him in front of him, and slowly breathed a sigh. Thousand Bird Ning Hao himself has not practiced, but in divine power, the shadow clone has already gone through thousands of cultivations. After the Thunder Attribute Chakra completes the nature change, Ning Hao's shadow clone has 6 of them continue to practice the remaining 3 chakra nature changes, and the other 4 shadow clones are cultivating other things, including the derivative skills of Thousand Birds, Rachel, and Thousand Birds. Moreover, there are only 3 seals of Thousand Birds, and Ning Hao undoubtedly remembers very well that after cultivating Thousand Birds, he may learn the enhanced version of Thousand Birds, Rachel. Ninja, Shadow Mole, Bubble. The middle-aged man who was cut open by Ning Hao suddenly turned into a cloud of dirt, like a silkworm chrysalis. Click. When he turned into a silkworm chrysalis in middle age, his body, which was originally as dry as loess, instantly cracked, and a figure flew out of the silkworm chrysalis of the human figure, with 2 pairs of wings behind his back, and his body flew into the air. Ning Hao was speechless for a while when he saw this. How the hell is this open, right? How can he still master this egg-sore thing when he is mastering the mad demon ninja Manchaloyo bondage? Although Ning Hao knew that the middle-aged man in this state would basically finish the game if he launched an attack, it was a little annoying to avoid this guy's attack. Shulker Serpent Hand. When Ning Hao's body jumped up and opened the distance, he saw that on the ground, the figure of Orochimaru slowly emerged. Because the middle-aged man of the Wind Demon clan was paying attention to Ning Hao, and the appearance of the Great Snake Pill was too sudden, he didn't expect that someone would launch a surprise attack behind him. Or do you want to collect its 3 more? It's good to ask for a collection. Chapter 40. Shulker Serpent Hand. As soon as Orochimaru stretched out his hand, more than a dozen poisonous snakes in the cuffs wrapped around the middle-aged man who used secret techniques, and the sharp fangs instantly bit through his skin and injected venom. Poof! The middle-aged man who got a new life didn't expect that someone would sneak attack behind him like this, and the person who attacked him was still one of the legendary 3 ninjas, Orochimaru, even though he waved the wings formed by the chakra behind him and cut off all the poisonous snakes on his body. But the venom injected by the poisonous snake before had made him unable to support it, and his body fell downward. Bang! The middle-aged man didn't know if he was dead or unconscious, and the wings formed by the chakra behind him disappeared, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Orochimaru-sensei, why are you here? Ning Hao looked at Orochimaru with some curiosity. This thing wouldn't always be behind him, right? But it's not like that. If he had been being watched, although Ning Hao's powerful spiritual power had not formed a sense of perception, his keen senses would still be aware that someone was spying on him again. Oh, that's what I'm here for, but I didn't expect to end up with you. Orochimaru walked away from the man who smashed on the ground, summoned a snake, swallowed it directly into his abdomen, and then returned to Tongling Street. Seeing this, the corners of Ning Hao's mouth twitched, and the big snake pill was still as heavy as ever. The thunder escape I used just now is good, the power is powerful, and the mastery difficulty should be at the A level. You created it yourself. Orochimaru can also be said to be a master of ninjutsu, and when he saw the 1000 birds cast by Ning Hao, he could see at a glance that the difficulty of mastering it was still very high. This move involves the change of chakra's nature, and this Lei Dun has not seen or heard of it. Plus Ning Hao has now created a lot of ninjutsu techniques, so Orochimaru guesses that Ning Hao himself developed it. I thought about it before, but due to the change in the nature of the Thunder Attribute Chakra, it was not completed, so one of them was in a state of failure, and it was only recently completely completed. Ning Hao said lightly, "Thank you for the scroll of teacher Orochimaru. It is indeed a large snake pill scroll. Otherwise Ning Hao will waste a lot of time in cultivating the nature change of chakra. This is also the benefit of having an instructor. On the road of cultivation, you can avoid many detours. No need to thank you, I'm very interested in you. If you want to thank me, just give me a little of your blood." Orochimaru looked at Ning Hao with a pair of vertical pupils, licked his lips, and asked, "You have the attribute of the 5 chakras?" Ugh! To a dedicated teacher like Orochimaru, it is right to care for students, so forget about thanking or something. Ning Hao's heart was full of countless grass and mud horses, but he didn't expect that in the end, this guy still dared to be interested in him, although he had expected it, but was it a little too fast? "I only have 3 chakra attributes, wind, thunder, fire, water, and earth, and I am ready to slowly cultivate them." Ning Hao told a little lie, his chakra attributes were indeed all 5, and he might even have yin and yang. But it was impossible for Ning Hao to admit that the great snake pill had already wanted his blood or cells to study just now, and if he admitted that he had 5 attributes, he would not be taken to slice. Well, although it won't be that serious, Ning Hao shuddered at the thought that his cells might be taken for study. Orochimaru nodded, he didn't care too much about Ning Hao's refusal to give him blood, and Ning Hao said that he only had chakra with 3 neutralizing attributes, Orochimaru believed it or not, and Ning Hao didn't know. Orochimaru did not leave, but escorted the fat daimyo of Tien no Kuni back to Tien no Kuni with Ning Hao. It turned out to be a disciple of Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, no wonder he was so powerful. Seeing that Orochimaru was actually Ning Hao's teacher, the fat man also nodded, no wonder Ning Hao was so powerful at a young age. "Can Orochimaru-sensei teach me psychic techniques?" On the way, Ning Hao was practicing sealing, and he seemed very bored, so he wanted to find Orochimaru to learn the art of channeling. Psychic is still very useful, it can be regarded as a good helper, and it can also pass on information. "You're going to learn the art of spiritism?" Orochimaru glanced down at Ning Hao, and then agreed, "Yes, but when summoning psychic beasts, do what you can, don't be eaten by the summoned psychic beasts." Orochimaru felt that Ning Hao's strength was not bad, and it was enough to learn the art of channeling, as long as he didn't summon 10,000 snakes or several other super large snakes, he should still be able to suppress it. It is different from Tsunade's slug, Jiraiya's toad. Orochimaru's psychic beast is a snake. Snakes are cold-blooded animals, don't talk to them about feelings. If you want to summon a powerful enough snake, you must have the strength to suppress the summoned beasts that are summoned. Orochimaru also told Ning Hao about this, lest Ning Hao have nothing to do, release a large amount of chakra, summon 10,000 snakes, and when the time comes, he will be eaten by 10,000 snakes, so he can't blame him for not reminding him. "I see." Ning Hao also nodded when he heard Orochimaru's admonition. Ninja psychic technique. Orochimaru summoned a giant snake from a bucket. "Orochimaru-sama." After the snake appeared, he respectfully greeted Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded and said to Orochi, "This is my disciple, Ning Hao, take out the psychic contract." "Yes." The giant snake listened to Orochimaru's words, opened his mouth and spit out a big scroll, and then wrapped around the scroll with his body and sent it to Orochimaru. "Just write your name and press the palm print." Orochimaru handed the huge scroll to Ning Hao. Ning Hao took the scroll and spread it on the ground, then bit his finger, wrote his name, and pressed the palm print to mark the signing of a psychic contract with the snakes in the dragon cave. "That's it." Ning Hao closed the scroll and handed it to the giant snake. And the giant snake rolled the scroll with its body, then swallowed it into its belly, nodded to Ning Hao, looked at the big snake pill, and asked, "Does the big snake pill have any other orders?" "You go first." Orochimaru said lightly. "Farewell," the serpent said, turning into smoke and vanishing. Ning Hao and Orochimaru are also moving forward again, keeping up with the daimyo of Ueda no Kuni. Chapter 41. Later, the daimyo of Tenokuni was sent back to the daimyo mansion of Tenokuni, which also marked the completion of this mission. Ning Hao also followed Orochimaru towards Konoha. When they went back, the speed of the two of them was not fast, and when they came out, maybe it was because Orochimaru had something to do, so they were in a hurry. Along the way, Ning Hao also had a rare opportunity to ask the Great Snake Pill some questions about his cultivation. Orochimaru can be said to be very proficient in ninjutsu to illusion and body arts, and he can solve the problems raised by Ning Hao very well. Ning Hao has gained a lot, especially in the use of illusions. According to Orochimaru, illusions often belong to the yin attribute. Ning Hao also took this opportunity to ask Orochimaru about the chakra of the yin and yang attributes. Teacher Great Snake Pill, how can you cultivate the nature change of yin and yang attributes? Ning Hao looked at Great Snake Pill with some anticipation. The yin attribute represents the power of spiritual power, and the yang attribute represents the power of the body. Orochimaru briefly mentioned it, and did not elaborate. Perhaps in his opinion, the yin and yang attributes are still a little far away for Ning Hao. Ning Hao had now accumulated a first-level wish power, and was considering whether to awaken Mu Dun. Ning Hao already has the ability to save his life. If he takes down Mu Dun, it shouldn't be a big problem. Even if he is found out at that time, someone wants his attention, and he will not be caught if he has the ability to protect himself. However, thinking of the matter of the Great Snake Pill asking him for blood a few days ago, Ning Hao decisively took the matter of awakening Mu Dun back, leaving a wish for backup. Although I don't know if Orochimaru mentioned it casually last time, he still has this plan. In short, this matter can only be pushed back first. Returning to Konoha and looking at the huge wooden door of Konoha, Ning Hao followed Orochimaru into it and rushed towards the Hokage building. This is Ning Hao's first time in the Hokage building. He usually cultivates, he doesn't go out at all, although it has been more than 6 years since he arrived in the Hokage world, but Ning Hao is not familiar with Konoha. Teacher Yuan Fei. I've seen Hokage-sama. Stepping into the Hokage's office, Ning Hao also saw this legendary third-generation Hokage. The third-generation Hokage, who is nearly 50 years old, does not seem to be too old, but from the slight white of his temples, it can still be seen that the body of the third generation of Hokage has begun to decline. It's back. The third generation Hokage nodded to Orochimaru, then looked at Ning Hao and said with a smile, "This is Ning Hao, one of the 2 geniuses of our Konoha family, right? It's really a genius." Orochimaru also praised it. With Ning Hao's physical arts, spiral pills, and 1,000 birds, it is enough to be called a genius. Even Orochimaru has to admit this. Geniuses don't dare to be, they just work hard and sweat a lot. Ning Hao humbly handed the scroll of this mission to Yuan Fury. It's humble, it's good. Yuan Fury smiled slightly, nodded and took the scroll handed over by Ning Hao. For ordinary children, it is already good to be praised and not fluttering. But Yuan Fei knew that Ning Hao was indeed very serious and had paid a lot of sweat in exchange for today's harvest. When Ning Hao's talent is very high, this is also a fact. After handing in the task and getting the commission, Ning Hao and Orochimaru left. Tomorrow we will have a day off, and the day after tomorrow we will continue to go on a mission. Leaving the Hokage's office, Orochimaru told Ning Hao about the time of his next mission. Now it's morning, which is 2 days of rest, but this mission is not tiring, and it doesn't matter to Ning Hao whether he takes a break or not. But he needs to go and see Sunset Red, he said at the beginning. Even after graduation, he is very busy and has to find time to see this little lorry. Yo, isn't this Orochimaru? Jilla and Bofeng Shuman are also coming head-on, and it looks like they have just returned. It seems that you are not slow. Orochimaru said hello to Jiraiya, and he knew what tasks Jiraiya and Bofeng Shuman were performing. Wait, I'm talking to you, I'll hand in the task first. Zilla was also in a hurry, and when he passed by Ning Hao's side, he still said hello, this is Ning Hao. I've seen Lord Jiraiya. Ning Hao looked at Jiraiya, wearing a burst of sackcloth, a red gown, white hair, and 2 red lines on his face. Hello, Bofeng Shuman. The Bofeng Shui gate behind Jiraiya is dressed in a blue outfit and a green vest, and it seems that it is either a middle ninja or a top ninja. However, according to Ning Hao's conjecture, maybe Bofeng Shuman is already forbearing. Although it is not mentioned in the original book when Bo Feng Shuman was promoted to Shangnan, but Bo Feng Shuman is already 17 years old, and it should be completely enough to be promoted to Shangnan. Ning Hao. Ning Hao also said hello to Bo Feng Shuman. Then Jiraiya and Bo Feng Shuman stepped into the Hokage's office and went to complete the task. Orochimaru-sensei, is Bo Feng Shuman forbearing? Ning Hao watched Jiraiya and Bo Feng Shuman step into the Hokage's office, looked at it and asked softly. It's already a ninja, and the strength is not bad. It seems that I've been studying space-time ninjutsu recently. Orochimaru said casually. But a gleam flashed in Ning Hao's eyes. From Orochimaru's words, it can be seen that the Flying Thunder God technique of Bo Feng Shuman should not be perfected. If you can communicate with Bo Feng Shuman, you will not be able to use the Void of Shinwei in the future, and you will not be nameless. After all, no one would know that he has a Shinwei space, and he can completely use Void as a space-time ninjutsu, so he can say that he got inspiration from Bo Feng Shuman. Rotisserie. Ning Hao sat next to Orochimaru, and Zilla also sat next to Bo Feng Shuman. Zilla was also discussing the issue of space-time ninjutsu with Orochimaru, and Bo Feng Shuman was also listening quietly. Ning Hao was eating quietly, listening with his ears pricked up. It was so simple to use two minds. Many times, Zilla can't reply today to Bo Feng Shuman's question about the ninjutsu of the space-time gate, thinking that Orochimaru is involved in any ninjutsu, and Zilla is also planning to ask Orochimaru. It's a pity that Orochimaru doesn't know much about space-time ninjutsu. Silently begging for a collection 2 more today. I haven't finished writing, the old snake has something to go out for pick up someone. I may not have time to write. Philo 18th anniversary brand upgrade to give back to readers, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 42. Ning Hao buried his head in eating. When you meet Bo Feng Shuigate and Zillet, you should trigger the task. After all, Jiraiya and Orochimaru are basically on the same level, although they received a bento in the end, and Bo Feng Shuman is also the protagonist of this era, the future 4 generations of Hokage. It seems that it is impossible to get through without triggering the task, and there are also the previous 3 generations of Hokage. In this way, there are already 3 tasks, and if you don't check it, the next task will come, and the task will be overwritten again. Ning Hao calmed his attention in his mind a little and turned on the task options. Mission 1, Yuan Fei Ri is very old, and he is ready to elect the 4th generation Hokage, obtain Yuan Fei Ri's approval, and become the 4th generation Hokage. Reward, 1 level 3 wishing power. Time limit, none. Task 2, assist Jiraiya to help Bo Feng Shuigate complete the development of the Muji task. Reward, 1 tier 1 wish power shard. Limited time, none. Mission 3, assist Bo Feng Shuman to complete the improvement of Flying Thunder God's technique. Rewards, level 2 wish power fragments, 3, limited time, none. What the hell is the first one? Ning Hao saw the tasks displayed, and the tasks related to Bo Feng Shuman were quite normal, and he could consider whether to accept them. But is Yuan Fei's mission a sinkhole? It's 2, isn't it? Ning Hao is only 6 years old this year. Bo Feng Shuman became the Hokage after the Third Ninja World War, and Bo Feng Shuman was 23 years old at that time, and he was already the youngest Hokage. Now there are still 4 years left before the Third Human War, counting the 2 years of the Ninja War. Ning Hao will be 13 years old when he dies. Became the Hokage at the age of 13? The tasks related to Yuan Fei's slashing were directly cancelled, and there was no need to pay attention to them at all. Because that's completely impossible, even if Ning Hao blocks the Bo Feng Shui gate, so that he doesn't become the 4th generation Hokage. In the end, there are still other people who become the 4th generation Hokage, and the position of the 4th generation Hokage will not be there at that time. Even if Ning Hao becomes the Hokage in the future, he will not be the 4th generation Hokage, and the task will be useless. The main age is hard injury, and this task is simply impossible to complete. Cancel Quest 1 and accept Quest 2 Quest 3. Ning Hao said silently in his mind. Assisting Gillette to help Bo Feng Shuman complete the Muji ninjutsu is the simplest, it is nothing more than the spiral pill. With Ning Hao's control of chakra, the development of the spiral pill has already been completed. In addition to the spiral pill, there will be a lot of Muji ninjutsu Ning Hao, but they are all derived from the 6 styles. For example, the finger grab combined with the wind attribute chakra greatly increases the strength and has strong penetration and lethality, and the wind blade slashed by Arashiko, as well as the thousand bird flow and the castrated version of Thunder Dew and Torrent, all belong to Muji ninjutsu. As for assisting Bo Feng Shuman to complete the improvement of the Flying Thunder God's technique, this one is a bit difficult. Ning Hao could only rely on his understanding of the original book to tell the Flying Thunder God technique researched by Bo Feng Shuman to see if he could complete the entire task. After all, the reward was 3 second-level wish power fragments, so why should he give it a try? Ning Hao took over the task, and he heard Jiraiya wave his hand, and ended the discussion of space-time ninjutsu with Orochimaru, and the two of them must be not good at it, and it is useless to talk about it. Then, I heard Jiraiya say, recently, Watergate is developing a Muji ninjutsu of chakra form ice flowers, give me some advice. Bo Feng Shuman has already obtained the Flying Thunder God technique between the 2nd generation of Hokage Thousand Hands, and is researching, but there is not much progress. He is ready to develop a Muji ninjutsu, which will be used in conjunction with the space-time ninjutsu in the future. Muji ninjutsu. Orochimaru glanced at Jiraiya, then turned his head and looked at Ning Hao beside him. Zilla also followed the gaze of the big snake pill, looking at Ning Hao. And Bo Feng Shuman also looked at him with some curiosity. Ning Hao buried his head in eating and drinking, pricking up his ears to listen to the conversation between Orochimaru and Jiraiya, thinking about how to complete the 2 tasks about Jiraiya and Bo Feng Shuman, and how to cut in. Although these 2 tasks show an unlimited amount of time, the time is still short. Once Bo Feng Shuman and Gillette also complete the spiral pill and Flying Thunder God technique on their own, it will also mark the failure of Ning Hao's mission. Hearing Jiraiya and Orochimaru talking about the Muji ninjutsu, and then the words suddenly came down, and with Ning Hao's keen senses, he suddenly found that the eyes of the 3 of them were focused on him. That's a great place to start. Ning Hao had a bottom in his heart, raised his head and wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth with a napkin, and looked at the 3 of them with some curiosity. What's wrong? Jiraiya and Bo Feng Shuman shook their heads, and their eyes fell on Orochimaru. I don't know what Orochimaru means. Could it be that Ning Hao has completed the development of Muji ninjutsu? Jiraiya thought that when he was in the Hokage's office before, Orochimaru decided to be Ning Hao's instructor, and teacher Yuan Fei seemed to have mentioned that Ning Hao had learned the change of chakra's form, and the sound of the change in the nature of chakras seemed to be involved. Let's let Ning Hao and Shuman have a competition. Orochimaru didn't explain anything, made such a suggestion, and glanced at Ning Hao beside him with great interest. Orochimaru and Ning Hao didn't get along for a long time, but he could find that Ning Hao seemed to be born with a serious sense of crisis about anyone and everything. He studied Ning Hao's information and life rules when he was a child, and even suspected that Ning Hao might have had a sense of crisis at noon since he was born. This also led to Ning Hao's lack of information since he was a child, because he rarely went out, basically in the Ning family, and he was still exercising. From an early age, regular exercise, talent and hard work have created Ning Hao's current genius side, and at the same time, Orochimaru can be sure that the strength shown by Ning Hao is definitely reserved. This is a powerful perception at the shadow level, and this thing belongs to the feeling of a snake. Because Orochimaru also belongs to such a group of people. Watergate. Compete with him. Zilla also looked at Ning Hao. It seemed that Ning Hao had only graduated from the ninja school for more than a month, right? A shinobi who has graduated for more than a month and a shinobi with sufficient combat experience is a competition. And he is also a disciple of his own origin? Can I refuse? Ning Hao said. It shouldn't be. Orochimaru shook his head, and also learned Ning Hao's way of communication, which made Ning Hao feel a pain in his eyes. Today's 3 more, ask for a collection. Chapter 43. However, Bo Fengshuman smiled slightly and said, I'm also looking forward to Ning Hao, one of the 2 geniuses of Konoha, competing. Bo Fengshuman is really like a little son when he laughs, and it gives people the feeling of healing. If this is placed in the great heavenly empire, he is definitely a person who can live a very good life by relying on his face. But Ning Hao is not interested in this. You are looking forward to having eggs, I don't look forward to it. In the end, Ning Hao still went to the training ground with Orochimaru Jiraiya, because he needed to use this as a starting point to complete the 2 tasks related to Jiraiya and Bo Fengshuman. It is an indoor training ground, where there is no one and you can fight boldly with confidence. And the 3 generations of Hokage in the Hokage's office also put down the documents in their hands. After learning that Orochimaru and Jiraiya took their respective disciples to the training ground, they also took out the water polo ball and used the far eye technique to start peeping. It's okay to process a morning's paperwork and relax with a little entertainment. Ning Hao and Bo Fengshuman stood in the middle of the training and made a set of etiquette before the battle began, while Jiraiya and Orochimaru were on the edge of the training ground, looking at the 2 on the field with interest. Let's do it! Bang! Ning Hao's voice fell, and his feet instantly stepped out continuously, and the shaving was unleashed, covering his body with chakra, turning into a streamer and rushing to the front of Bo Fengshuman. Bo Fengshuman was a beat slower. He didn't expect Ning Hao to say that he would do. But as a forbearance with sufficient actual combat experience, Bo Fengshuman's reaction ability cannot be weak, and when Ning Hao rushed over, he also rushed towards Ning Hao. Bang! The speed of the 2 was extremely fast, and the moment they got closer, they each swept away a kick and kicked towards each other, and when the 2 feet collided together, there was a collision sound. The power on his feet came, and Ning Hao's body suddenly flew out, and Bo Fengshuman took a few steps back slightly. Ning Hao's kick carried the powerful explosive power of Lanjiao, although his own strength could not be compared to Bo Fengshuman, but with the explosive power of Lanjiao, the power that erupted was not weak. Of course, Ning Hao is attacking with all his might, and Bo Fengshuman must have some hands. Moon step. At the moment when Ning Hao was separated, he kicked his feet, and his retreating body suddenly stopped, but instead rushed directly towards the Bo Feng Shui gate, and slowly stretched out and pointed at the Bo Feng Shui gate. Illusion, the art of drawing shadows on paper. Ning Hao's right hand stretched out, and his left hand instantly completed the seal in the wide robe. This. Bo Fengshuman felt a trance, and a powerful chakra erupted from his body directly breaking through the illusion, and looked at Ning Hao in surprise. What a powerful spiritual power! Bo Feng Shui Men is a forbearance, and his spiritual power itself is very strong, but at the moment when Ning Hao cast his illusion, he still fell into the illusion. But the moment Ning Hao's illusion was detected by him, he directly burst out with a powerful chakra to break through the illusion. Phew! Bo Fengshuman's body was attached to the chakra of the Zephyr attribute, and the instantaneous body technique was very fast, and he instantly rushed in front of Ning Hao and kicked at Ning Hao. Bang bang bang! Ning Hao's riding wheel eyes under his sunglasses slowed down the speed of Bo Fengshuman, and the 2 had already fought several times in just a few seconds. Bo Fengshuman's shots are extremely tricky, and he can always seize the gaps and weaknesses of Ning Hao's shots and attack. And Ning Hao relied on his unexpected physical skills and control of his body to avoid the attack of Bo Fengshuman. Ning Hao knew that he couldn't fight with Bo Fengshuman in close combat, where the flaws of actual combat experience were, so he stepped on the moon step under his feet and took off directly. Bo Fengshuman looked at Ning Hao, who was in the air, and said with emotion, "What a subtle body control ability!" After a short period of fighting, Bo Fengshuman was also shocked by Ning Hao's control of the opponent's body. The speed of his attacks is still very fast, and he is extremely tricky. But every time he was about to attack Ning Hao, he would be subtly avoided by Ning Hao, and sometimes even his body showed strange contractions and distortions, and he forcibly avoided the attack that was impossible to avoid. Fire escape, dragon fire technique. The moment Ning Hao took off, his hands were sealed in front of him, so fast that he could only see the afterimage, and it was completed in an instant, and he opened his mouth to release a flame, like a sharp sword, rushing towards the Bofeng water gate. Bofeng Shuman was still in surprise. He didn't expect to be surprised by Ning Hao's speed of sealing. Dragon fire technique is just a sea-level ninjutsu. The difficulty of mastering is not high, there are not many seals. Ning Hao can complete it in less than a second. It can be said that the moment the body jumps, the seal is completed, and Bofeng Shuman wants to use ninjutsu to resist, but he doesn't have that time. Boom! The flames fell to the ground like a sharp sword, and the ground was made of stone, but a wooden plank was laid on it, and after the fire fell, the plank was directly knocked away, and the scorching ground would also break out of a hole. The fire escape fell, and Bofeng Shuman had already avoided Ning Hao's fire escape, although he didn't have time to use ninjutsu to fight back, but he could still avoid it. Phew! Bofeng Shuman's figure flashed, his body took off, and he appeared beside Ning Hao in an instant, kicking towards Ning Hao. Don't you use ninjutsu to fight me? Ning Hao looked at Bofeng Shuman. Bofeng Shuman is a ninja, he has his pride. Ninjutsu has not been used, not even the three-body technique has not been used, and the forbearance has not been used, but he just used the body technique to fight with Ning Hao. Moon step, stepped on his body, borrowed his strength out of thin air, and instantly dodged the kick from Bofeng Shuman. Whew! When Ning Hao was avoiding the front foot, Bofeng Shuman's body turned hard, and the other foot flew quickly, kicking Ning Hao in the direction of dodging. Arashiki! Ning Hao looked at the attack of the Bofeng Shui gate, and he also flew out with one kick, and the wind attribute chakra turned into a wind blade and was kicked out by Ning Hao, like a crescent moon, flying towards the Bofeng Shui gate. The body of the stormy water gate turned upside down, spinning and falling downward, avoiding the flying wind blade. Poof! The wind blade with the wind attribute chakra flew past the body of the wave Feng Shui gate, landed on the wall, and cut a crack. This can be regarded as Muji ninjutsu, right? Bofeng Shuman looked at the wind blade that flew out, and felt that if he modified it, he could use his hands to cast it, which was also very practical Muji ninjutsu. Spiral pills. After kicking out the land foot, Ning borrowed his strength again, and his body swooped down, rushing towards the Bofeng Shui gate. The right hand was raised slightly, and the chakra converged in his hand, instantly forming a blue ball, heading towards the wave of wind and water. Chapter 44. Muji Ninjutsu. Zilla also looked at Ning Hao in surprise, or at the blue ball in Ning Hao's hand. The wind blade kicked out by Ning Hao's land foot before can be regarded as a combination of the skills used based on physical techniques and the wind attribute chakra, and it can also be said to be a ninjutsu without a seal, but it is not pure. However, at this time, the round ball in Ning Hao's hand was a pure Muji ninjutsu. Gillette also turned his head to look at the big snake pill beside him, only to see the corners of the big snake pill's mouth slightly hooked, and his gaze stayed on Ning Hao. Jiraiya felt very depressed, and he also said that he was going to find Orochimaru to study the development of Muji ninjutsu, and he wanted Orochimaru to give some advice, but he didn't expect that other people's disciples had already developed a complete Muji ninjutsu. For Genius Lun, there is still not much recognition. There is genius, but if Ning Hao doesn't work hard, he won't reach the current point. But I have to admit that Ning Hao is indeed a genius, and he is also very hard-working, so this is a hard-working genius. There is no such thing as complacency. It seems that he is in awe of anything, and he has a natural sense of crisis. Bang! Ning Hao's spiral pill was imprinted on the body of the Bofeng Shui gate that fell from the sky, and it was concentrated in the Bofeng Shui gate and directly turned into a piece of wood, and it was avoided by using the stand-in technique. Wow! I saw the spiral pill fall on the wood, and the entire wood was directly shattered by the tearing force of the spiral pill, turning into wood slag and spilling from the air. Bofeng Shuman had already flashed to the side using the stand-in technique, looking at Ning Hao with a look of surprise and consternation. That was Muji ninjutsu just now. Bofeng Shuman watched Ning Hao use the spiral pill, feeling that this was the Muji ninjutsu he wanted, and he took a fancy to it at a glance, and it seemed that he was born to like this ninjutsu. Tell you to pretend to be forced, you don't need ninjutsu to fight me, isn't it? Use stand-in technique now. Ning Hao looked at Bofeng Shui Gate and had no intention of stopping. There were not many opportunities to abuse the future 4 generations of Hokage Bofeng Shui Gate, and when Bofeng Shuman's Flying Thunder God technique was completed, it would be difficult to abuse him again. Thunder Escape, Chidori. Ning Hao's left hand was sealed, and countless thunder rays converged in his right hand. Twitter. The entire training ground sounded like countless bird calls, and as soon as Ning Hao shaved under his feet, the 3-hook jade riding wheel under the sunglasses looked at the wave wind and water gate, and rushed over in an instant. I saw a thunderbolt rushing in front of Bofeng Shui Gate in an instant, and I couldn't see Ning Hao's figure clearly. And Bofeng Shuman didn't expect that Ning Hao would be able to master such a powerful thunder-done ninjutsu at a young age. Even if it was an ordinary ninja, it would be impossible to learn such a ninjutsu, right? Shadow Clone Technique. It is impossible for Bofeng Shuman not to use ninjutsu. 4 and 3 figures appeared in front of Bofeng Shuman, and a doppelganger rushed directly towards Ning Hao, and was waved by Ning Hao. And the thunder of the 1,000 birds struck and disappeared directly into smoke. Woohoo! The remaining 3 clones rushed out. One of them rushed in front of Ning Hao, slipped with one foot, rushed towards Ning Hao with his body against the ground, and then kicked at Ning Hao's arm, and the other 2 clones grabbed Ning Hao's arm directly from both sides of Ning Hao. Chidori Garyu. Ning Hao's speed did not decrease, and he simply ignored whether these 2 wave feng shui gates were clones or entities, and a burst of thunder and lightning erupted from his body, hitting the wave feng shui gate clone, and even the wooden planks on the ground were also electrocuted with a scorch mark. Bang bang! The 2 waves of wind and water that were hit by the lightning directly turned into smoke and disappeared. What a powerful thunder end! At the moment when Ning Hao rushed to the front of Bofeng Shuman was slightly surprised, and his body turned slightly sideways, avoiding the attacking Chiendori. Because the speed and sensing ability of Bofeng Shuman were not bad, he wanted to reach out and grab Ning Hao with Chidori's right hand. However, Ning Hao's eyes have the riding wheel eye of the 3-hooked jade, although the speed of the Bofeng Shui Gate is fast, but how fast it seems after slowing down, coupled with Ning Hao's control of the body, the elbow of the right hand fell off directly, showing a 360 bend, rushing towards the arm stretched out by the Bofeng Shui Gate. Phew! Seeing this, Bofeng Shuman stretched out and instantly retracted his hand, and his whole body retreated violently. Crackling! But in the hand of Bofeng Shuman, there was still a flash of dead land, and he was hit by the arc of the 1,000 birds, but he was not hit by 1,000 birds, and it was no big deal. Thunder Escape, 1,000 Birds Rush Robbery. The 1,000 birds in Ning Hao's hand couldn't be hit with one blow, and the entire 1,000 birds directly turned into white thunder, stabbing towards the Bofeng Shui Gate 2 meters away like a long spear. Poof! Bofeng Shui Gate avoided slightly, and white thunder light swept across his waist, and his clothes were torn. I threw in the towel. After the move was cast, Ning Hao gasped slightly, and did not give Bofeng Shui Gate a chance to get close at all, and directly admitted defeat and walked towards Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Bofeng Shuman felt that Ning Hao didn't look like a ghost at all. Chakra's form changes and attribute changes had actually been completed, and they had already developed their own physical skills and ninjutsu. This made Bofeng Shuman a big blow. Muji ninjutsu and that move Lei Dun are both A-level difficulty, and Lei Dun's derivative skills can even reach S-level difficulty, so you will hand over such a dangerous ninjutsu to him. After all, the difficulty of mastering the 2 derivative skills is very high, and it takes a lot of time to develop them, not to mention that Ning Hao is quite proficient in using them, although he is a little reverie, but for children, being able to master such thunder escape and derivative skills is already a real genius. Tisk, I haven't developed such a thunderous. Orochimaru licked the corners of his mouth. He had seen Ning Hao use Spiral Pill and Thousand Birds, and Thousand Birds derivative technique Thousand Bird Sharp Robbery. Orochimaru had also seen it. But Thousand Bird Flow had not seen it. As Orochimaru thought, Ning Hao definitely had something to hide. Even now, Orochimaru still believes that Ning Hao definitely has the hidden strength. You said that Lei Dun also sent it himself. Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru in surprise. It seemed that in his impression, Orochimaru had indeed not developed Lei Dun, and it was basically some strange ninjutsu. But Ning Hao was so young, he developed the Muji ninjutsu that changed in form, and even the thunder ninjutsu with attribute changes was developed. The third is sent, ask for collection. It takes more than an hour to upload a chapter. I'm really drunk now, eating busy. Ask for a wave of collections, flowers evaluation reward or something, you may throw it over. Read books on Friday and have fun, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 45. But at such a young age, it is really remarkable to be able to grasp the nature change of the thunder attribute and use that kind of thunder escape. It can also be seen that the difficulty coefficient of Ning Hao's thunder escape is above A, and even reaches S level. He has 5 chakra attributes. The wind and thunder have completed the attribute change, the fire may be almost completed. Orochimaru looked at Ning Hao who came over, his eyes fell on his face, and he couldn't help licking the corners of his lips a little. When Ning Hao heard Orochimaru's words, his body paused slightly, and his heart set off a monstrous wave. But relying on the control of his body, his expression did not change, and his body paused slightly and pretended to be too consumed. With Ning Hao's chakra amount, he has successively used 3 ninjutsu of Thousand Birds, Thousand Bird Flow, and Thousand Bird Rui Robbery, and the consumption is not large, because his current chakra already has the amount of upper ninja, and it is still very simple to use a few thousand birds. Returning to Orochimaru's side, Ning Hao's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. He was sure that Orochimaru had studied him. As for where to find the blood or cells, Ning Hao could only guess that Orochimaru had collected his blood during the graduation exam. Originally, Ning Hao had planned how to complete the tasks of Jile and Bo Feng Shuman, but at this moment, they were completely left behind. At the time of the graduation exam, he already had a writing wheel, and if Orochimaru had studied the cells, he would definitely know that he had the blood inheritance limit of the Uchiha group, and this solution would not be able to be explained. From the beginning of the battle just now, Ning Hao knew that Orochimaru was staring at him. Originally he thought that Orochimaru was just watching normally. But when he walked towards the Great Snake Pill just now, Ning Hao could feel the Great Snake Pill's gaze definitely fell on his face. Or more specifically, looking into his eyes. Because Ning Hao had sunglasses on his face, Orochimaru couldn't see his eyes. But the curious big snake pill still looked at Ning Hao's eyes, wanting to see a hint of clues. It just so happened that Ning Hao used the Thousand Birds, and it was not difficult to see from the knowledge of Orochimaru and Jiraiya that it was a kind of ninjutsu that required a distance dash and a powerful eye to lock on to the enemy. Ning Hao used it easily, which proved that his eyes were very good. Zilla didn't have any doubts, or had doubts, but he didn't care too much. Since Ning Hao used it, it proved that he had overcome this problem. Only Orochimaru thought that Ning Hao must be using the Sharingan. But Orochimaru didn't ask, and when Ning Hao was standing beside him, he didn't continue to stare at Ning Hao, but looked at the wave wind and water gate that came over. How? Asked Jiraiya, looking at the wave feng shui men who came over. The sleeves of Bo Feng Shuman's shirt were a little wrinkled, which was the reason for being hit by thunder, and the vest on his waist was cut a notch, which was drawn out by Thousand Bird Sharp Robbery. After thinking for a moment, Bo Feng Shuman said seriously, a real genius. Ning Hao is only a little over 6 years old now, and he has already mastered the form changes of chakra, the changes in chakra's attributes. And even developed the Muji ninjutsu and a thunder ninjutsu, and even before he went to the ninja school, he had already developed the physical technique. Bo Feng Shuman can't be admired without admiration. Since that's the case, you can communicate with Ning Hao about the Muji ninjutsu. Zilla also looked at Ning Hao as he said and asked, I don't know if Ning Hao is willing. Oh, yes. Ning Hao was thinking about what to do after Orochimaru found out that he had Uchiha blood, so he was distracted, and he came back to his senses when he heard Jiraiya's words. What's wrong? Orochimaru looked at Ning Hao and asked lightly. Ning Hao's face remained unchanged, and he said, It's nothing, it's just the shortcomings that I showed in the battle with Bo Feng Shuman before. I still have too little experience in actual combat, and I will have more tasks in the future. Ning Hao's face was not red or out of breath when he told lies, and the reason for the refutation that others couldn't find under the whole excuse seemed to be true. Then you should communicate more with Watergate and compete with each other, and then you will naturally have more experience in facing the enemy. Zilla also said to Ning Hao. It's okay, I'm tired of you. Ning Hao nodded, and said to Bo Feng Shuman a little politely. Where Bo Feng Shuman said politely, I also hope that you can guide the study of Muji ninjutsu at that time. Bo Feng Shuman was very sincere, and he didn't feel embarrassed because Ning Hao chose to be a ninja and was much younger than him, and still hoped that Ning Hao could guide him to learn Muji ninjutsu. I'll leave first. Orochimaru is a busy man, and when he saw Ning Hao and Bo Feng Shuman talking, he also turned around and left directly. Let's have a good exchange. I have a rest for these 2 days, and there are no tasks. The second half of the sentence is said to Bo Feng Shuman. Oh, that's right. Jiraiya suddenly stopped, looked at Ning Hao, and said, You broke the floor and walls of the training ground, don't forget to repair them after you use them. Ning Hao is definitely a person who belongs to the level of a local tyrant, and it was indeed him who used ninjutsu just now, and the ground and walls were also damaged by him. This little money, Ning Gao didn't pay attention to it at all. Orochimaru left, Ning Hao's somewhat hanging heart also calmed down. At least now, it seems that Orochimaru has not shown any performance, but I don't know if it will be in the future. At least Ning Hao can't expose the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye now, otherwise Orochimaru will find Ning Hao to study it. After all, the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye has been gone for too long, and the original Uchiha Madara brothers relied on the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye to compete with the Thousand Hands Pillar brothers. Of course, the kaleidoscope Sharingan is just a powerful support, and the strength of the Madara Uchiha brothers is not bad in itself. Do you want to learn the spiral pill? Ning Hao calmed down, looked at the Bo Feng Shui gate, and taught the spiral pill to avoid the Feng Shui gate. The task about Zilla must have been completed, right? Spiral pill is the same Muji ninjutsu that I used before? Bo Feng Shuman nodded, and said to Ning Hao very sincerely, I hope you can guide me to cultivate the spiral pill. If there is anything that can help, I will also help you. Today's 2 more. Because of the recommendation in the old book, I wrote 1 more chapter, and I will resume the 3rd watch tomorrow, and I hope you understand. Chapter 46. In fact, the cultivation of the spiral pill is also very simple, as long as the control of the chakra reaches a certain level, and then the chakra is condensed in the hand to form a chakra ball that rotates at high speed, because the chakra in this chakra ball does not rotate in one direction, so it will produce a powerful tearing force. Ning Hao stretched out his hand, and the chakra gathered in his hand, and soon formed a round ball, which was quietly rotating in his hand like a small typhoon. You can try it. Ning Hao dissipated the spiral pill in his hand, sat on the floor on the side, and quietly watched the cultivation of Bo Feng Shuman, but in his heart he was thinking about how to deal with the fact that Orochimaru found out that he had Uchiha blood. Now Ning Hao still has 1 first-level wish power in his hand that has not been used. This is the wish power given this year, and he plans to keep it for backup, just in case of emergency. Now Orochimaru hasn't shown any excessive interest in him, maybe Orochimaru doesn't care at all, at least at this stage, it's fine. It doesn't seem to be as simple as I imagined. Bofeng Shuman is a forbearance, and his control over chakra is also extremely powerful. But when the spiral pill converges in the hand, it is still very simple to control the chakra to rotate within a certain range, but the direction of rotation of the chakra inside the spiral pill is irregular, and it does not rotate in one direction. Herein lies the difficulty. It's like fighting left and right, and it's in the palm of your hand, controlling a certain range of the chakra ball to rotate irregularly, and it takes a little time to practice and get used to it. Practice slowly, just practice more and get familiar with it. Ning Hao watched Bofeng Shuman cultivating the spiral pill, and a strange feeling suddenly rose in his heart. Use the ninjutsu created by Bofeng Shui Gate to teach Bofeng Shui Gate? Or the future Hokage? Ning Hao suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. If this is in the great celestial empire, it will be another bragging capital. Yes. Bofeng Shuman didn't know what Ning Hao was thinking, but nodded, not in a hurry. Actually, you can divide your cultivation into several stages, which may be faster. Ning Hao felt that it was necessary to speed up the speed of Bofeng Shuman to master the spiral pill, so that he could complete the task of Jiraiya and get a level 1 wish power fragment. What he needs now is the power of willingness. The main thing is that the power of willingness is too little. If there is a bunch of wishing power, Ning Hao still needs to be afraid of the Great Snake Pill or afraid of the 3 wars. It's a joke. If you set him on fire, you will directly become a Super Saiyan and pack the whole world of Naruto. Well, overthinking. Now that the power of the will is scarce, Ning Hao thinks that it is good to get the power of the wish one step earlier. When he is fine, he can go out and see if he can meet anyone, maybe the task will be triggered. Bofeng Shuman dispersed the chakra in his hand, looked at Ning Hao who was sitting on the side, and asked expectantly, which stages? First of all, you can release a small amount of chakra in your hand. First perform a small amount of chakra irregular rotation, complete this step, and then increase the amount of chakra. The condensation spiral slowly solidifies. You don't need to directly condense the spiral pill, you can increase the amount of chakra little by little, until the spiral pill is completely condensed. In fact, Ning Hao just briefly said the method of balloons and balls. After all, Bofeng Shui Men is a forbearance, and there is no need to use balloons to cultivate. Even if Ning Hao doesn't say it, Bofeng Shui Men can complete cultivation within a few days. Will you take a break? Bofeng Shuman practiced for a long time, and felt that his hands were starting to be sore, and it might be counterproductive to continue cultivating. Do you need my help in any way? Do you want to practice actual combat? Bofeng Shuman stopped practicing, and asked Ning Hao if he needed help. After all, he had learned Ning Hao's ninjutsu, and if he could help anything, he would do his best. Then I'm sorry for you. Ning Hao didn't shirk either. He stood up directly, ready to practice with Bofeng Shuman and accumulate actual combat experience. After all, this was his weakness. Bang bang bang. Soon on this indoor Xian training ground, Ning Hao and Nagato were fighting together. Ning Hao first practiced hand-to-hand combat, and he could only practice this here. If he joined the practice of ninjutsu, this indoor training ground might soon be demolished by them. Even if it was just a physical competition, the two of them controlled the strength. If you want to join the ninjutsu duel, you can only go outside. It's really old, and the future is for young people. In the Hokage's office, Yuan Fei witnessed the previous competition between Ning Hao and Bofeng Shuman, the practice of the current spiral pill, and the actual combat sparring. I am also very satisfied with Ning Hao in my heart. Ning Hao is indeed a genius, but he is not proud, not complacent, and even careful everywhere, and works very hard. If you want to say that the only flaw may be too modest, love to hide yourself, and have no youthful vitality, just like a little adult, too old to become. Ning Hao knew that Yuan Fei was peeping. After Jiraiya and Orochimaru left, Ning Hao still felt that someone was staring at him, but if there was anyone around, then it could only be the third-generation Hokage using the distant eye technique. Ning Hao has the ability to never forget, and his mental power is strong and his ability to think logically is equally strong. When practicing actual combat with Bo Feng Shuman, he is constantly improving the angle of dodging, the angle of attack, and the grasp of the timing of the shot. Wait a minute. Only Bo Feng Shuman could feel Ning Hao's changes. As the actual combat practice progressed, Bo Feng Shuman found that Ning Hao was slowly modifying his flaws. Originally some of his tricky attacks, Ning Hao still needed to empty the bones and muscles of his body to avoid them, but after a few times, he could directly avoid them. Strong mental power, the ability to remember, plus the ability to control the opponent's body. Originally, Ning Hao had always been in a state of dodge, and he had no chance to make a move, and he even needed to control the bones and muscles of his body, and with Ning Hao's own physical skills, he could avoid the attack of Bo Feng Shuman. Now, facing Ning Hao as if he was on the surface of the sea, he was constantly absorbing combat experience and skills, and he was already able to counterattack with the help of that 6 styles. Ning Hao is a natural ninja, to put it bluntly, he is a perfect killing machine. Seems to be someone else. Ning Hao felt that the feeling of being watched disappeared and reappeared soon after, and it didn't seem to be they of the third generation. It seems that the new book has been strongly promoted. This recommendation has to turn the page to see, but it's better than nothing, right? Read books on Friday and have fun, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 47. As the sun set, the red sun on the horizon was only a short distance away from the horizon, and after Ning Hao and Bo Feng Shuman left the training ground, they agreed to continue practicing together tomorrow, and then the two left separately. Throughout the afternoon, after the competition with Bo Feng Shui Gate, Ning Hao has mastered a lot of skills, and he has also adjusted the defects of his body in battle, and the rest still needs to be used to be proficient. After all, this kind of sparring lacks a sense of crisis. Tomorrow, Ning Hao decided to go to the open space not far from Konoha with Bo Feng Shuman to have a competition after ninjutsu. And now, he is going to the ninja school to see the little lorry sunset. Counting that he has been on a mission for more than a month, if he doesn't go to see the little lorry may be angry at that time. After all, it's a child. At the same time, Ning Hao also wanted to see if he could meet someone and trigger the task, so it would be better. Red. Ning Hao was dressed in a wide black robe, with short hair, a delicate face and a large sunglasses, which could be recognized at a glance from a distance. Xirihong glanced at Ning Hao's voice when he heard him, and ran over quickly. "You're back from a mission, more than a month, it's a long time. I thought I hadn't seen you for so long, you would give me a hug." Ning Hao looked at Sunset Red with a disappointed expression. Little Lori is wearing a white coat, and because it's winter, she looks a little clumsy and looks very open. The long hair was not tied up, but the two families on both sides, the faint willow eyebrows, and a pair of crimson eyes were like jewels, which was very charming. In short, little Lori is very cute. Don't. Little Lori proudly turned her face coquettishly, avoiding Ning Hao's disappointed appearance. She already knew that Ning Hao was lying to her, and she had been fooled a lot of times. Then Ziriong and Ning Hao returned home, stayed with Ning Hao for a while, practiced with Ning Hao for a while, mainly chatting, and then went back. Ning Hao found Fu Bo and asked him to find someone to repair the indoor training ground that was broken during the day. This little money was nothing to Ning Hao at all. Young Master Ning, the Hinata of the Hyuga family is here, saying that he wants to see you. Ning Hao was refining the chakra quietly in the backyard, and the shadow clone was cultivating in the Shinwei space. Hearing Fu Bo's voice, Ning Hao nodded, and a small doubt was solved. In the afternoon, when he was practicing with Bo Feng Shui Gate, although Yuan Fei Ri did not use the far eye technique to watch the battle between him and Bo Feng Shui Gate later, Ning Hao still felt like he was being watched by them. Now that Hinata is on the line, it seems that everything can be explained. Wide-eyed. The person who was looking at his Bofeng Shuman battle before must have been someone from the Hyaga family. Let him wait a minute, I'll be over later. Ning Hao nodded and replied to Fu Bo. As for the intention of the Hyaga family, he can almost guess that it is nothing more than the same as the Uchiha, trying to win him over. Before, the Dragon Ball system gave the task of the 3 generations to become the 4th generation Hokage, presumably because the 3 generations are old, Uchiha and Hinata, as the 2 giants of Konoha. Naturally want to compete to see if they can become the 4th generation Hokage, so they need to win over some powerful people, as well as extremely talented people. And Ning Hao was born innocent, which is undoubtedly the best choice. But Ning Hao was not interested in this. If he didn't want to see if Hinata could trigger the task, he wouldn't have bothered to see Hinata. However, at least the attitude of the Hyaga family is much better than that of the Uchiha family. Hinata also came in person, and the Uchiha family sent a letter, which can be said to have not taken Ning Hao too seriously at all, giving people the feeling that it is, our Uchiha family wants to see you, it is your honor. The seniors of the day are coming, I don't know what is going on. Ning Hao simply took a shower, changed his clothes, and it took about 10 minutes before he came out to see Hinata, but looking at Hinata's expression, there was no impatience. At least on the surface, it does not manifest itself. I've heard of Ning Hao, one of the 2 geniuses of Konoha for a long time, and I want to come and see it today. When Hinata saw Ning Hao coming, he also put down the teacup in his hand, went directly to the topic, and said, Hinata Fihung must be familiar with you, he entered school in the same year as you, and he has a sister, Hinata Figzu, it should be a few years older than you, our Hyaga family is willing to set a family affair for you and Figzu, how about it? Hinata is direct enough, and when the marriage is set, it means that Ning Hao is a member of the Hyaga family, and Hinata is the 2 wealthy families of Konoha, so there is basically no choice. This. Ning Hao hesitated slightly, shook his head, and said, thank you for the kindness of the seniors of the day, I may not be able to promise you. Well, in that case, I'll take my leave. Ning Hao refused. Hinata couldn't ask Ning Hao to agree, didn't he? Hinata is coming, and it can be regarded as enough sincerity. However, Hinata didn't say anything, although the Ning family was just an ordinary rich family, but their reputation in Konoha was good, and Ning Hao was still a disciple of Orochimaru, so Ning Hao called Hinata a senior, and Hinata had nothing to say. Ning Hao got up and sent Hinata out of Ning's house, and then turned back. Fauber, close the door and rest early. Although it's February now, the weather is still very cold, and Ning Hao can't feel anything, but Fu Bo is an ordinary person after all. Yes. Fauber answered, locked the door, and turned off the lights. Ning Hao returned to the room and checked the task. Hinata finally received the lunch, and Ning Hao didn't know if he could trigger the task, so he might not have much hope. But when talking to Hinata, a crisp sound sounded in his head, this is the sound that triggers the task. For Ning Hao, this can be regarded as an unexpected joy. Mission 1, the Uchiha clan is dissatisfied with you, and will assassinate you in the future, and counter-kill those who assassinated you. Reward, 1 Tier 1 Wish Power Shard. Limited time, none. Are you sure this is a mission related to the Hinata Hayata? Ning Hao felt a little surprised. This mission has nothing to do with Hinata at all, right? Didn't you already say that the Uchiha clan wanted to assassinate me? Ning Hao complained in his mind for a while, but he couldn't receive an answer at all, leaving him speechless for a while. However, the Uchiha's decision to assassinate him may have been caused by Hinata's Hinata Hinashi. The background is too stuck. Hold a grass. Uploading a chapter feels like you're going to smash the computer. In the end, I still ask for a collection, thanks to Mugan for the reward, 3Q. Philo 18th Anniversary Brand Upgrade to give back to readers, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 48. Perhaps it was because of the arrival of Hinata that it caused the reaction of the Uchiha family. Since Ningha rejected the pull of the Uchiha family, for such a genius, he still belonged to the Hokage family, and if he didn't take refuge in their Uchiha family, he would naturally kill him directly, lest he become a person like the three ninjas when the time comes, or become the three ninjas of other families. It is true that Ningha is a genius, but there is never a shortage of geniuses in the ninja world. There are countless fallen geniuses, and the geniuses who survive are the real geniuses. As for the mission regarding the Uchiha's assassination, Ningha couldn't do anything about it. He has now received 3 tasks. About the mission of the 3 of Feng Shuman, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Seeing this mission, Ningha raised his vigilance in his heart. After all, it was an assassination from the Uchiha family. After refining the chakra for a while, and then disarming the shadow clone, Ningha began to sort out today's cultivation experience. Tsunade's task can only be put aside for now, and only tomorrow we can see if we can help Feng Shuman complete the cultivation of the spiral pill, or give Feng Shuman a fulcrum move, and then he will perfect the Flying Thunder God technique as soon as possible. Early the next morning, Ningha hurriedly ate the breakfast prepared by Fubo and left Ning's house. Behind Konoha is a forest, and the altitude behind it is slightly higher than Konoha, and the whole Konoha seems to be built at the foot of a mountain, and the huge Hokage rock is very spectacular. Boom, boom. Before he got close to the place where he had made an appointment with Feng Shuman, Ningha heard a roar. This voice Ningha knew was the sound emitted when the spiral attacked. Ninghujing was very familiar with this kind of sound, because the chakra yuan rotation inside the spiral pill was irregular, so the sound caused by the attack was very special, and it would carry a trace of powerful tearing power. Here we go. When Ningha approached, Feng Shui sect was cultivating under the body, looking at him with a slight breath, and the mountain wall in front of him was full of holes. It can be seen that Feng Shui men has been here for a while, and the mastery of chakra has also made great progress. Ningha estimated that the task of Jiraiya in the past 2 days should be completed, right? This is Uzumaki Jusainai, right? Ninghao's eyes turned and saw a woman standing not far from the Feng Shui gate. Her red hair was very eye-catching, tied into a single ponytail, 2 sideburns fell on both sides with forehead guards, and a dark blue dress with a green vest. The legendary Nine Tails Pillar Force, Uzumaki Kushina. Hello, you're Ninghao, right? I didn't expect that I was already so famous. Even you, one of our 2 great geniuses in Konoha, knew my name. The 2 geniuses of Konoha are naturally Ninghao and Kakashi. The 2 are only 5 years old, and they graduated from school in the same year, which also caused a lot of sensation in Konoha. Uzumaki Jusainai looked at Ninghao and smiled, walked directly to Ninghao's side, and pulled Ninghao's face. It looks cute, why are you wearing big glasses? Saying that, Uzumaki Jusainai directly removed Ninghao's ink, nodded with satisfaction, and said, it's much better. And it looks, even more handsome. It's not good to be too handsome, too many girls learn to like me, and they will be very annoyed. Ninghao said distressedly, stretched out his hand, and instantly took back the sunglasses in Uzumaki Jusainai's hand and put them back on. The little ghost is really not cute at all. Uzumaki Jusainai smiled slightly when she heard Ninghao's words. She was slightly surprised by Ninghao's speed, but she didn't expect to snatch the sunglasses back from her hand in an instant. Ninghao looked at Feng Shuman, and had to admit that Feng Shuman was very fast at learning the spiral pill, and he was worthy of being the developer of the spiral pill. It seems that you have mastered the spiral pill. Almost, practice more and you should be fine. Feng Shuman looked at Ninghao with gratitude and said, thanks to your guidance yesterday. It's just a small thing. Ninghao waved his hand and said indifferently, you have also helped a lot, rest for a while, and wait to try it with me. Bofeng Shuman cultivation spiral pill should have consumed a lot of chakra. The next exercises will not only be limited to physical arts, but will also add the application of ninjutsu and illusions, and the chakra required should not be less. Ning Hao practiced his physical skills on the side first, which was a warm-up. Ning Hao's physical technique is naturally the 6 styles. Uzumaki Jusainai also jumped over when he used Moon Step. Hey, Xiaoning Gao, how about teaching me the physical technique that took off just now? Uzumaki Jusainai looked at Ning Hao expectantly, as if he was very interested in Uebu. Yes. After thinking about it, Ning Hao still agreed. Moon Step is just a mastery skill for strength and chakra, because there is chakra in the Hokage world. As long as the chakra is well controlled, it is still easy to find the skill of using Moon Step. So even if Ning Hao doesn't teach Uzumaki Jusainai, as long as she explores it, she can still develop it. At most, it is not perfect than Uebu, and forcibly bursting out the chakra on the soles of her feet, maybe she can still achieve that effect. Simply talk to Uzumaki Kushina about the use of power. As for chakra's ability to control it, Uzumaki Kushina shouldn't be bad. After all, it's using the sealing technique, so it's not bad, right? However, for the control of power, Uzumaki Kushina still needs to practice. Not long after, Ning Hao Bofeng Shui Gate entered the practice of actual combat, and Vortex Jusainai was practicing Moon Step on the side, while watching the battle between Ning Hao and Bofeng Shui Gate. Although I have heard Bofeng Shuman praise Ning Hao many times, what I have heard is not the truth that I have seen with my own eyes. Above the open space, Ning Hao and Bofeng Shuman quickly fought. Although there is a ninjutsu duel, it can't be a ninjutsu, and ninjutsu is also to be used at the right time. Bang bang bang! The two of them first practiced with their bodies, and the sound and sparks of ding 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 also flashed in the air. After yesterday's competition, Bofeng Shuman also has some understanding of Ning Hao's physical skills, and it will not be a big problem to use Kunao. And Bofeng Shuman found that after a night's rest, Ning Hao's actual combat experience and skills have not been forgotten, and he has even become more proficient. Meng Xin trembles. Ask for a collection. Chapter 49. Ding! Ning Hao held the Kyowo piercing in his hand and stabbed towards the Bofeng Shui Gate, but was blocked. After Ning Hao's attack under the crotch, Bofeng Shuman suddenly kicked out a kick and kicked towards Ning Hao. Moon Step! Ning Hao stepped on his feet, his body rose into the air, and his left hand instantly completed the seal, Fire Escape, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Wow! Ning Hao's vacant body leaned back slightly, his chest bulging, and then he opened his mouth to release a large amount of flames, rushing towards the Bofeng Water Gate. Few people can do it with one hand. Bofeng Shuman and Ning Hao only met yesterday, after a competition, although they knew that Ning Hao could seal with one hand, and the speed was boundless. However, the speed of Bofeng Shuman is not slow, and when the fire escape hits, he quickly flashes out of the fire escape's attack range. Boom! A sea of fire slammed into the place where the original wave of wind and water was located, and the entire ground was swept out of a ditch by flames, burned black, and a puff of smoke struck. Wind escape, wind pressure blade. After avoiding Ning Hao's fire escape, Bofeng Shuman also sealed his hands, releasing a strong wind pressure from his mouth, compressing it into a series of wind blades and rushing towards Ning Hao. Woohoo! The range of the wind blade is large, and it is extremely fast, with the sound of breaking through the sky. It seems that it is not weak. Poof! Ning Hao in the air was hit by the wind blade, and directly turned into a shadow clone and disappeared. When will it? Bofeng Shuman was slightly stunned, but he didn't expect that Ning Hao in front of him had already turned into a shadow clone, and the one-handed seal was hidden in the wide sleeves, and Bofeng Shuman didn't notice it. The art of decapitation in the heart. When Bofeng Shuman was surprised, a pair of hands had already stretched out from his feet and grabbed at his feet. Spiral pills. Almost at the same time, Bo Feng Shuman stretched out his right hand and rushed upwards towards the ground, and chakra tone gathered in his hand, turning into a spiral pill and smashing towards the ground. Boom! The spiral pill fell to the ground, and the entire ground was blasted out of a hole in an instant, and Ning Hao also flew out of the rubble, looking at the wave of wind and water. There is perception. Ning Hao was negligent for a moment and forgot about this stubble. A competition lasted more than 10 minutes, and this time the competition used weapons and ninjutsu, and both of them seemed more serious. However, Bo Feng Shui Men mostly uses physical techniques, and rarely uses physical techniques, because Ning Hao is proficient in 6 styles and is too flexible, and Bo Feng Shui Men cannot use ninjutsu to attack. And Ning Hao uses more ninjutsu, because he can seal with one hand, and his hand is still hidden in his sleeve, so he can't feel a ninjutsu thrown towards Bo Feng Shuman. Hu! More than 10 minutes later, Ning Hao and Bo Feng Shuman stopped separately and gasped slightly. I didn't expect your chakra 2 to be more than me. Bo Feng Shuman looked at Ning Hao a little speechlessly, not to mention his strong mental power, physical arts, ninjutsu, and illusions, and the chakra is terrifying. You must know that after this competition, Ning Hao did not use ninjutsu less. But he still fought with Bo Feng Shuman for more than 10 minutes. Born like this, I can't envy it. Ning Hao took a breath and smiled slightly. Bo Feng Shuman looked at Ning Hao, and shook his head helplessly. Talent is really not enviable. Xiaoning Gao is good, not bad. I didn't expect it to be so powerful at such a young age. Ning Hao and Bo Feng Shuman stopped, and Uzumaki Jusainai also walked over, patting him on the shoulder with great appreciation, looking like I am very optimistic about you. Before she heard Bo Feng Shuman talk about Ning Hao, the summary was 2 words, genius. Now that he really sees it, Uzumaki Jusainai also has to admit that Ning Hao is indeed a genius, even more genius than her and Bo Feng Shuman. I heard that you've been studying space-time ninjutsu recently. Have you made any progress? Ning Hao and Bo Feng Shuman sat down to rest on the grass on the side, and Uzumaki Jusainai also sat down. For the cultivation of Uebu, she has been cultivating for a while, and she doesn't have much interest. As long as she exercises regularly in the future, it won't be a big problem. I still don't have a clue, although there is information left by the second Hokage, but there are some places that I don't understand at all. Bo Feng Shuman shook his head, looking a little helpless. There are too few people who know and understand time and space, and throughout the entire history of Konoha, only the second-generation Hokage has left a little record of time and space ninjutsu. The space-time ninjutsu left by the second-generation Hokage? I'm also very interested. Is it convenient to talk about it? Ning Hao asked casually, not too forced. After all, it is something left over from the second-generation Hokage, and there are some things that ordinary people can't touch. However, Ning Hao is a disciple of Orochimaru, and the teacher of Bo Feng Shuman is Jiraiya. Orochimaru and Jiraiya are both one of the 3 ninjas, and they are also the disciples of the Hokage. Ning Hao should have no problem if he wants to see it. Of course you can. This Dongjong ninjutsu is more complicated, and it is very rare, and no one can understand. Bo Feng Shuman happily said to Ning Hao the information about the Flying Thunder God technique left by the second-generation Hokage. Maybe for some reason, or maybe the information left behind was written by the second-generation Hokage before, so the Flying Thunder God technique is not complete. Ning Hao has read the original book. During the 4th Ninja World War, the second-generation Hokage was summoned by Orochimaru again, and at that time he could use the Flying Thunder God technique, and it was also very perfect. Flying Thunder God technique. Ning Hao read a sentence lightly after listening to Bo Feng Shuman's words. Bo Feng Shuman said in detail, and also said some of his thoughts, as if he wanted to find someone to share. After all, it is very boring to study alone, especially when encountering bottlenecks. Ning Hao still looks very young, but he has developed a lot of physical arts and ninjutsu. Maybe he will have any good ideas and say that he is certain, even if he doesn't have it now. with Ning Hao's qualifications, if he conducts in-depth research in the future, he may be able to have good suggestions. Bo Feng Shuman thinks so. In fact, it seems that there is also a feeling of rushing to the doctor. The main reason is that his teacher has never studied it, and even Orochimaru also has no good opinions, which makes Bo Feng Shuman feel a little helpless. Ning Hao organized the language, and if he wanted to assist Bo Feng Shuman in perfecting the Flying Thunder God technique, he had to think of a break with the right words to fool the popping fans and the water gate and help him perfect the Flying Thunder God technique. The third chapter is sent, ask for a collection. Chapter 50. How about it, with your intelligence, you can also learn this Flying Thunder God technique. Bo Feng Shuman looked at Ning Hao, who was thinking, and felt that with Ning Hao's talent, it was completely possible to learn space-time ninjutsu. After all, Ning Hao is still young, and he will always succeed in studying slowly. Actually, I have an idea, I don't know if it's going to work. Ning Hao pondered for a moment, frowned slightly, and said with some uncertainty. Bo Feng Shuman did not suggest, but looked at Ning Hao with great interest. You say? In fact, if we look at the space we are in as an object space, it is composed of points to form lines, then to form planes, and finally to form the entire space. Ning Hao was talking slowly, Bo Feng Shuman was listening carefully, and he was even a little stunned. Can you still explain the space like this? Bo Feng Shuman didn't think about it like this, even Uzumaki Jusainai was listening to it as a story, and it felt very interesting. Generally speaking, the straight line movement between 2 points is the fastest. Ning Hao said lightly. Bo Feng Shuman nodded. Just like when they went out on a mission, they generally rushed directly towards the Konoha gate on the Konoha building, instead of slowly turning around on the street. If you think of the distance between 2 points as a wall that cannot be crossed. Ning Hao said forcefully, then penetrate him and forcibly break through the past directly. Cut through the space and go directly to the place you want to go. Bo Feng Shuman frowned slightly after hearing this. He had also thought of this, but the way he understood it was different from Ning Hao's. But what do you do to break through the space? Just like Ning Hao said, the distance between 2 points is regarded as a wall, so how to break this wall? That can be said to be an invisible wall. How to break it? Psychic technique. Ning Hao said to Bo Feng Shuman, I just learned the psychic technique a few days ago. The psychic beast should be in a very far place, not even in this space. However, after the seal, you can use the psychic technique to summon them directly. This is one of the fastest ways to move. This. What a good idea. Bo Feng Shuman was simply stunned by Ning Hao's thinking. Just for a while, he could think of so much. Thank you so much. Bo Feng Shuman patted Ning Hao's small body excitedly. I believe that it won't take long for my Flying Thunder God technique to be perfected, and I will teach you when the time comes. Ning Hao shook his head and said, let's talk about it later. I am very interested in space-time ninjutsu, although after the Flying Thunder God's technique is perfected, it must be a very powerful ninjutsu, but I have my own ideas. At this point, it can be said that the task about Bo Feng Shui Gate has also been won, and all that remains is to wait for Bo Feng Shui Gate to truly perfect the Flying Thunder God technique, and the task will really be over. The same is true of the spiral pill. Bo Feng Shuman has almost learned. As long as Jiraiya sees it, the task about Jiraiya is completed. Then Bo Feng Shuman was thinking about how to perfect the Flying Thunder God technique, and Ning Hao started to cultivate alone, looking very leisurely. After all, there were still 10 shadow clones cultivating in the Shinwei space. It seems that it's time to find Orochimaru and ask for the multiple shadow clone technique. Ning Hao thanked the shadow clone technique for not being enough for him, and perhaps he could consider contacting the multiple shadow clone technique. Approaching noon, Bo Feng Shuman invited guests, had lunch at the barbecue restaurant, and it was also noon, and it was obviously impossible for Orochimaru to come. Maybe this guy was doing something to study. How's that? How is your cultivation? Gillette also stepped on the wooden shoes. walked to Ning Hao and sat down, while Bo Feng Shuman sat with Uzumaki Jusainai. The Muji ninjutsu has been completed. Bo Feng Shuman looked very happy, stretched out his right hand, and the chakra converged in his hand, and soon formed a spiral pill, like a small typhoon, spinning in his hand. Zilla also smiled slightly, and nodded with satisfaction, not bad. Good. The excitement on Bo Feng Shuman's face was also difficult to hide, and he said to Jiraiya, and I have already found the general direction of space-time ninjutsu, I believe it won't take long to complete it. Oh, is it? That's really worth celebrating. Zilla was also slightly surprised when he heard Bo Feng Shuman's words, and then looked at Ning Hao, who was eating beside him. Wouldn't it be Ning Hao's guy who helped you? It's this little ghost again. Zilla also sighed, a little more than Ning Hao. The imp of Muji ninjutsu has also been completed, and even the imp of space-time ninjutsu is also involved? Bo Feng Shuman seemed to guess Jiraiya's thoughts, and explained, I told Ning Hao about the information of the Flying Thunder God's technique and some of my methods, and he just thought about it for a while, and then put forward a few suggestions, and I feel that it is completely feasible. Bo Feng Shuman said what Ning Hao said again. After listening to it, he sighed again, what a genius. As for Ning Hao's explanation of space, it was the first time I heard it, and I felt very novel. Points, lines, planes, and bodies seemed to be able to form a space. And Ning Hao didn't pay attention to Zilla at all. This was jealousy, Chiguakuo's jealousy. At this moment, Ning Hao's attention was focused on his mind. When Jiraiya saw Bo Feng Shuman casting the spiral pill, Ning Hao heard the voice in his head as he wished, and knew that the task about Jiraiya was completed. Ding! Task 2. Assist Jiraiya to help Bo Feng Shuigate complete the development of the Muji task, completed. Reward 1 Wish Power Fragment. Existing Level 1 Wish Power Fragment, 1. The task about Jiraiya is completed, and a fragment of wish power is in hand. Ning Hao looked at the page where he received the task again. Mission 1, the Uchiha clan is dissatisfied with you, and will assassinate you in the future, and counter-kill those who assassinated you. Reward, 1 Tier 1 Wish Power Fragment. Limited time, none. Task 2, Teach Uzumaki Kushina Moon Step, Task Reward, 1 Level 1 Wish Power Fragment, Time Limit, 1 day. In addition to the mission that appeared after meeting Hinata yesterday, there is one more mission after meeting Uzumaki Kushina today. Ask for collection, ask for collection, ask for collection, important things to say 3 times. In the end, the book has a collection of 5,000. Why are there so few flowers and evaluations? Monthly passes and rewards for old snakes are not to mention. Flowers and evaluations are completely free, everyone collects them at the same time. Click on Flowers and Evaluations. Chapter 51. Accept Mission 2. According to the degree of difficulty, Ning Hao chose to accept the task related to Uzumaki Jusainai first. Now that Ning Hao is in Konoha, it is impossible for the Uchiha clan to come and assassinate him, and tomorrow Orochimaru will take him out on a mission. According to Orochimaru's urine nature, it must be a mission that takes a long time. When the time comes, plus the time for the two of them to hurry, it will be as little as half a day, or as long as there is Orochimaru, it will be impossible for the people of the Uchiha clan to do it. And during this time, it may be that Uzumaki Kushina has already completed the cultivation of Moon Step. Once it is completed, it is not sure if this task will still be there, and if it is not there, it will be missed. Ding! Task 3, Teach Uzumaki Kushina Moon Step, completed, reward 1 Tier 1 Wish Power Fragment. As soon as Ning Hao accepted the task, he heard the display of the completion of the task, which made him slightly stunned. I didn't expect it to be done so easily, I just need to teach, I don't need to confirm that Uzumaki Kushina has learned. But it's also very good, it's so easy to have a wish power fragment in the account, it's really smooth. Accept Mission 1. Then Ning Hao followed the last untask, and among the accepted tasks, the third one was a mission related to the assassination of the Uchihas cluster, and now he is waiting for the Uchihas people to assassinate him. Is Ning Hao going to continue the competition in the afternoon? Bo Feng Shuman's words sounded, and Ning Hao also drew his attention back. He knew that Bo Feng Shuimen wanted to study the Flying Thunder God technique in the afternoon, so he didn't pull Bo Feng Shuimen to compete. I'll practice by myself in the afternoon, I have a mission tomorrow, and I also want to take a good rest. Thanks, let's practice together when we come back from the mission. Bo Feng Shuman also knew that Ning Hao had seen his thoughts, so he said it, so Bo Feng Shuman also looked at Ning Hao with some gratitude. I'll talk about it when I get back from the mission. Ning Hao nodded, replied casually, and then everyone left after lunch. Ning Hao returned to Ning's house, and he couldn't find the Great Snake Pill if he wanted to, and the multiple shadow clone technique could only be said tomorrow. In the afternoon, he practiced the nature change of the fire attribute, and when school was about to end, Ning Hao went to Sunset Red to practice for a while, and Chai Zuan and Lin also seemed to know that Ning Hao was back, so they practiced together for a while, mainly because Ning Hao guided the three little lowly to cultivate. It was not until the evening that they went home. Early morning. It's still more than 6 o'clock, and the weather is cold in the early morning, but it's majestic, and the whole Konoha is quiet, and there are not a few people in sight, and occasionally there are 2 or 3 small seedlings, and some ninjas go out on a mission, or just come back from a mission. After a while, Orochimaru arrived on time, still dressed in the same simple attire, and didn't bring anything. Ning Hao is also a Dr. Black, wearing a big sunglasses and carrying a small bag on his back to cover up. Basically everything is in the Shinwei space. After handing over the certificate of leaving the village, Ning Hao and Orochimaru left Konoha. This time it doesn't seem to be in a hurry, and the speed at which the two of them are not hurrying is very fast. Orochimaru-sensei, what is the mission this time? Escort mission, bring people to Konoha. You can do this mission alone, it's just a B-level mission, you can still complete it if you are careful. Just as Ning Hao thought, Orochimaru dumped the task scroll at him. Ning Hao was speechless for Orochimaru, an unreliable teacher, but he still caught the scroll that was thrown over. Orochimaru will know more ghost clone technique? Can you teach me? Ning Hao took the task scroll, asked casually, and then opened the scroll to check it out. The mission is to go to the country of tea to escort a caravan of tea merchants to Konoha and indicate that it may be attacked, and the mission level is tentatively set at B level, because I don't know if there will be a ninja to shoot. The whole mission will fluctuate up and down, and it is not difficult. Multiple shadow clone technique? That is a forbidden technique. Can your spiritual power withstand the ground? Orochimaru glanced at Ning Hao in surprise. He hadn't seen Ning Hao use the shadow clone technique these days, and Orochimaru thought that Ning Hao had cancelled the use of shadow clones to cultivate. It doesn't seem to be the case now, otherwise Ning Hao wouldn't have asked him for the multiple shadow clone technique. Be careful, don't overdo it, it shouldn't be a problem. Ning Hao took a look at the task and put the scroll away. Hearing this, Orochimaru nodded slightly, which was considered to be a promise, and then talked to Ning Hao about the cultivation method of the multiple shadow clone technique. Shadow clone technique is only a B-level ninjutsu, and the difficulty of mastering it is not too high. But the multiple shadow clone technique is already an A-level difficulty, and it is also listed as a forbidden technique, and ordinary people can't see this ninjutsu at all, although the seal is the same as the shadow clone technique, but the things involved are different. Otherwise, anyone who knows the shadow clone technique will be able to multiple shadow clone technique. After Orochimaru taught Ning Hao the technique of multiple shadow clones, Ning Hao walked with him for 2 days, and then left, leaving Ning Hao to hurry by himself and go to the country of tea to escort the tea merchants. For Ning Hao, age is still a hard injury, and escorting others at his age will make people suspicious. When the time comes, use the transformation technique, so as not to be underestimated again. Although Ning Hao doesn't care about being looked at, but for the task, if you can avoid trouble, try to avoid it. As the sun set, Ning Hao raised his vigilance to the highest level, and with every step he took in the treetops, he was ready to shoot and dodge attacks at any time. According to the map, the next town should be a short distance away, before the sun goes down. In about 10 minutes, Ning Hao arrived in the town, found a hotel and prepared to rest for the night, and continued to hurry during the day. To Ning Hao's surprise, he was not assassinated or attacked for a night, and he did not feel like he was being watched. Until Ning Hao arrived in the country of Tea, he did not encounter the assassination of the Uchiha clan. Arriving in the country of Tea, Ning Hao first used the transformation technique, and then found the tea merchant to escort, and after discussing it, the tea merchant also set off directly and rushed towards Konoha. There were 3 carriages along the way, all of which pulled goods, and there were about a dozen people, who seemed to be very relieved of Konoha, and even Ning Hao came alone, and he didn't say anything. Generally speaking, it will be 1 upper ninja with 3 lower ninjas. However, it was also the reason why Ning Hao used the transformation technique. He looked like he was in his 20s, otherwise Ning Hao would have used his original appearance to escort these tea merchants to try. The second update, ask for collection. This book will be on the shelves tomorrow, which is 12 o'clock tonight. The old snake is very worried. When the time comes, I hope that all the brothers will support a subscription. The old snake will thank you again. Chapter 52. For the entire ninja world, ninjas are a great deterrent. Generally, people or goods escorted by ninjas are rarely hijacked or attacked. But the cost of hiring a ninja is relatively large. Generally speaking, even if it is a D-level task, it will be reduced to thousands of taels and tens of thousands of taels, and ordinary people can't afford to consume it at all. Especially the more advanced tasks, even more than 1,000,000 taels, or even millions of taels. Ninja-sama, there are often accidents on the mountain road ahead. When the convoy advanced to a canyon, the wealthy businessman who hired Ning Hao also reminded him. Ning Hao looked around, there was a canyon in front of him, and a path spiraled up the mountainside, leading to a mountainside in front. The path on the mountainside was not wide, and the 2 carriages were about the same in parallel, but it would be very dangerous. After all, there were a lot of goods, so it should be one after another. If someone sets up an ambush on the mountainside, it is difficult to avoid. Ning Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. He had been on the road for 3 days all the way. Adding the time to go out and rush to the road, a week has passed, but the Uchiha family doesn't seem to have done it yet. If the Uchiha family knows the content of his mission this time, this path is the only way to go, so they must be able to make a move here, right? And on top of the mountain in the distance. With a sound, the black-robed Orochimaru stood on a tree trunk, looking down at the convoy slowly approaching below, looking at Ning Hao, who was using the transformation technique, with a strong expectation in his eyes. Tisk, the show is about to begin. As an ally of Tuanzang, and Ning Hao is a disciple of Orochimaru. The Uchiha clan wants to stab the snake Ning Hao, and it is impossible for the root of Danzang not to know, even the 3 generations of Hokage. It's just that Orochimaru didn't pay attention to it, or did he just want to see where Ning Hao's limit was? Judging from the previous competition between Ning Hao and Bofeng Shuman, Orochimaru knew that he must still have something to hide, and his real strength was far beyond the strength he showed. And when Ning Hao and the convoy slowly approached, the powerful spiritual power also made him feel that someone was staring at him. Stop! The mission is to escort the caravan to Konoha, and it would be bad if there was a conflict with the Uchiha clan and the convoy would be affected. If there is a battle on the mountainside, the road is destroyed, and the whole caravan may fall off the cliff. Ning Hao's words fell, and the entire caravan slowly stopped. Ning Hao walked to the front of the caravan, slowly advancing with vigilance, and looked around. Perception ability. Orochimaru looked at Ning Hao below, frowning slightly. It doesn't seem like it. It should be the intuition brought by the powerful spiritual power. Woohoo! When the convoy stopped, the Uchiha members who were hiding in the shadows also made a move, knowing that Ning Hao might have discovered something. so he attacked directly. Several kunmyu flew towards Ning Hao from the ground, and then I saw two figures rushing out of the woods, one left and one right, attacking towards Ning Hao. Wind escape, great breakthrough. In the moment of Kunao's Sheraton, Ning Hao's left hand hidden in his sleeve instantly completed the seal. And a huge whirlwind rushed out, lifting the attacking Kunao ball away. Fire escape, how fireball technique. Fire escape, how fireball technique. The two ninjas who rushed out were all dressed in black, without forehead protection, nor did they wear clothes with small fans, and as soon as one of the ninjas came out, they were all in flames and pressed down towards Ning Hao. And after Ning Hao used the wind to sweep Kunao away, the riding wheel under the sunglasses looked at the Uchiha members who cast the fire escape. The three Megatamas slowly rotated, and their hands were sealed at the same time, which was the same as the seal of the members of the Uchiha clan, and the last to come first. The two of them completed the seal almost at the same time, releasing a huge fireball. Boom! The two Hao fireballs collided violently in the air, and the huge fireballs exploded instantly, turning into several large and small fireballs and flying in all directions. Ning Hao and the Uchiha member who had cast the fire escape flashed away instantly. Whew! When Ning Hao had just flashed out and had not yet gained a foothold, another member of the Uchiha group had already swung Kunao and attacked his vital point. Ding! Ning Hao made a move with his hand, and there were many Kunao in his hand, blocking the Kunao that was stabbing him. Is it the level of forbearance? There was a hint of disdain in his faint voice, which made the member of the Uchiha clan very angry. Konoha ascending wind, the angry Uka member kicked out, towards Ning Hao's neck collarbone. Illusion, decapitation. Ning Hao's three-hooked jade riding wheel eyes under his sunglasses instantly turned, and his powerful spiritual power cast an illusion, causing the Uchiha member to fall into the illusion. In the next moment, this member of the Uchiha clan turned pale and suffered the pain of being beheaded in the illusion, almost making him escape and collapse. Spiral pills. Ning Hao stretched out his left hand, and without hesitation, a spiral pill was imprinted on the enemy's mouth. Bang! I saw the member of the Uchiha clan spin and fly out several meters away, slamming into a large tree. The heart was torn by the spiral pill, and the mental wound before it directly killed him. Damn! Another member of the Uchiha clan evacuated when the fire escaped and struck, but in an instant, the other companion was eliminated. Fire escape, Phoenix fire technique. The members of the Uchiha clan jumped up, spit out fireballs from their mouths one after another, and rushed towards Ning Hao. If you want to hide your identity, don't use this kind of ninjutsu that can be seen at a glance, and it's embarrassing. Here. Ning Hao looked coldly at the Uchiha member who was using ninjutsu, stepped on the moon step under his feet, and his body rose directly into the air, avoiding the incoming fireball, and then his feet were slightly bent, and with a strong step, he rushed towards the member of the Uchiha clan. Spiral pills. Ning Hao flew towards the Uchiha member, and the chuck in his hand instantly gathered into a round ball. Damn! The body of the member of the Uchiha clan slowly fell, and with a stretch of his hands, he flew away with Ning Hao in a few handfuls, blocking all of Ning Hao's retreats. Bang! The spiral pill in Ning Hao's hand flicked off, and the spinning and tearing power of the spiral pill flew out of the attacking Kunao. It's better to be quiet. Illusion decapitation. An illusion was thrown over, and with Ning Hoki's powerful spiritual power, the other party couldn't resist at all, and then Ning Hao had already rushed to his side and made up for the spiral pill imprinted on his body. Bang! The spiral pill directly smashed it to the ground, slamming into the ground and blasting out a big crater. Read books on Friday and have fun, charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. To rush immediately, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 53. Bang! The members of the Uchiha clan were directly smashed to the ground by the spiral pill, heavily imprinted on the ground. The clothes on their bodies were shattered, revealing their distorted bodies. Blood continued to flow out of the corners of their mouths, and they looked at Ning Hao with a stunned expression. Even if you're from the Uchiha clan, wouldn't killing you kill you? Who knew you were the Uchiha? Maybe a bunch of bandits. Ahem. When the Uchiha clan heard this, he coughed violently for a moment, and blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it. His neck was crooked, and he lay in the pit without moving. This is the previous ninja-sama. The people in the caravan also looked at Ning Hao with an incredulous expression. Because of the battle, Ning Hao also lifted the transformation technique and revealed his true face, just a small child. Let's go, what's so strange? Ning Hao looked at the people in the caravan, and said arrogantly coquettishly, I am a disciple of Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, and it is not too simple to escort your caravan. Ning Hao had a feeling of egg pain. He was too young to be despised by others, and there was no way to do it, so he could only move the big snake pill out. Although this unreliable teacher is not useful, he finds that the effect is still very good when used as a signboard. It turned out to be one of the 3 ninjas, a disciple of Orochimaru. No wonder it's so powerful. The people of these caravans have also traveled south and north for many years, and people in the ninja world like Orochimaru naturally know about it. As soon as they heard that they were the disciples of the Great Snake Pill, these people also showed such an expression. No wonder Ning Hao was so small, and his strength seemed to be very strong, and the emotional family was the disciple of the legendary 3 ninja, the Great Snake Pill. Ning Hao didn't care about the discussion and emotion of these people, but turned his eyes around, and looked around vigilantly. A feeling of being looked at still exists, although it is not very strong, and it seems that the other party has no malicious intent. It should be Orochimaru. What Ning Hao could think of was the Great Snake Pill. If it was a member of the Uchiha clan and saw 2 companions dead, it would be impossible to look at it quietly like this, and at least it would show hostility. But this person who was secretly spying on him didn't seem to be hostile, except for Orochimaru. Ning Hao really couldn't think of anyone else. Ning Hao didn't go to find the west of the Great Snake Pill, but continued to hurry with the caravan. There was not much to do along the way, except that a group of bandits saw Ning Hao's young age and launched an attack on the caravan, and the final result can be imagined. For the sake of unnecessary trouble, Ning Hao also continued to use the transformation technique, which looked more reliable, at least not being considered bullied by a group of bandits or bandits. As Konoha approached, Orochimaru was quietly leaning against the trunk of a tree on the side of the road, and it seemed that he had been waiting for a long time. Teacher Orochimaru. Seeing Orochimaru, Ning Hao also changed back to his original state and said hello to Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded, and looked at the caravan that had already accepted Ning Hao's side. It seems that it is still going well. I encountered 2 waves of robbers, there is no big problem. Ning Hao said lightly. As for the 2 members of the Uchiha group, they were naturally divided into the ranks of robbers. The caravan went directly to Konoha, while Ning Hao and Orochimaru went to the Konoha office to hand in the mission. Follow me. Walking out of the Hokage's office, Ning Hao hadn't opened his mouth to ask about the time of the next mission, but Orochimaru was the first to speak, and then slowly walked down the Hokage building. Ning Hao followed behind Orochimaru and asked softly, is there anything wrong with Orochimaru-sensei? I'm very interested in you. Orochimaru said lightly, slowly moving forward. And Ning Hao's expression changed, and he felt a shudder. It's not a good thing to be taken by Orochimaru and interested. Ning Hao didn't speak, but followed quietly, as usual, as if he hadn't heard Orochimaru speak. After a short while, walking through the bustling streets of Konoha and entering a more remote and quiet area, a quiet courtyard comes into view. This is where Orochimaru lives. Stepping into the gate of the front yard, I saw a snake entrenched in the doorway, spitting out a letter slightly, and when I saw Orochimaru returning, it suddenly turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Walking through the living room, Ning Hao followed Orochimaru directly to the backyard. Solution. In the backyard, the great snake pill sealed with both hands, which seemed to have unlocked some kind of enchantment, and Ning Hai did not study the sealing technique, so he didn't know about it. Whoa! At the feet of Orochimaru and Ning Hao, the ground split directly, and a bottomless staircase spiraled down, and the faint candle light swayed on both sides of the stage. Da-da-da! Orochimaru stepped up the stairs and slowly walked underground. Seeing this, Ning Hao hesitated for a moment, and then followed. Although he was still a little worried in his heart, with Kamui, he was not afraid of Orochimaru. If you can't beat you, can't you let me hide? With the whole cards in hand, Ning Hao didn't worry too much at all. Stepping into the stairs, slowly thinking about going underground through the stairs, the exit behind him was closed after Ning Hao stepped in, and the entire staircase instantly became a little dim, only the candle light on both sides emitted a dim light, which seemed very quiet. The footsteps of Ning Hao and Orochimaru sounded above the stairs. Have you done any research on your identity, or your background? Walking through the stairs, there was a long passage, and Orochimaru's voice sounded slowly. There is Ning Hao alone here, and if he is talking to himself, he is asking Ning Hao. I haven't researched it, and I don't have time to do it. Ning Hao opened his mouth and said, he had always been very tight on the schedule, and he had not studied his life experience at all. But through the Dragon Ball system, Ning Hao can still understand one thing, that is, his cheap father, or mother, one of whom has a relationship with the Thousand Hands family. He once made a wish to get Mu done, but he didn't hint at the need for third-level wish power. This proves that in his body, there is a Mu done blood inheritance limit, or very little, very thin, but there is always it. Then it must have something to do with the Thousand Hands clan. Chapter 54. At the third generation of Hokage, I heard him say that your mother was a member of the Thousand Hands clan, so I decided to be your instructor, but I didn't expect you to give me a surprise tut. Orochimaru licked the corners of his mouth, hooking up a trace of arc. On the day of your graduation exam, I got your blood and studied it, and the results surprised me. You didn't awaken the ability of the Thousand Hands clan, but you have the blood inheritance limit of the Uchiha clan. Then I investigated your father again, and found that he has no relationship with the Uchiha clan at all, even if you count the members of your father's first 3 generations, he has nothing to do with the Uchiha clan, and your mother's information is not much. As for your mother's family, there is no information to be found. Ning Hao listened quietly, but he didn't expect that Orochimaru actually learned about his background from the 3rd generation, and it was before graduation. No wonder he always couldn't think of why Orochimaru was interested in him, and why he got his bloodstains to study during the graduation exam. The relationship is that this guy is doing ghost for 3 generations. After knowing the truth, Ning Hao was also speechless for a while. However, Ning Hao also knows about his life experience. His mother is a member of the Thousand Hands clan, and his father may just be an ordinary person. It's no wonder that after the last time he tried to play with Kakashibi, Tsunade unexpectedly appeared, and specially reminded him to be careful and not to die. Maybe Orochimaru also knew his identity that day, and it was precisely because of this that Tsunade would care about him, although this concern was a little indifferent. Orochimaru-sensei is looking for me this time, is there something wrong? Ning Hao knew that Orochimaru couldn't have come to him just to tell him his identity, and there must have been other purposes. Your body is very special, it has almost reached the point of perfection, and the strength of the body cells alone is several times that of ordinary people, so your chakra must be several times that of ordinary people, or even more. Orochimaru stopped, looked at Ning Hao and said, although I don't know when the Uchiha bloodline in your body is, but I can be sure that if your body can awaken the Uchiha clan and want to inherit the blood limit, you may awaken the blood limit of Mu Dun. Orochimaru looked at Ning Hao, a blazing light flashed in his eyes. He had been studying Mu Dun for a long time. He had studied Ning Hao's blood and knew the general condition of Ning Hao's body, which had almost reached the point of perfection, and Ning Hao's awakening of the blood inheritance of the Uka clan may have been passed down from Ning Hao's mother's previous generation, or even several generations. It's getting thinner. Even so, Ning Hao still awakened the writing wheel. Although Orochimaru didn't really see the writing wheel eye, Ning Hao always had sunglasses on his face, and he should have awakened the writing wheel eye a long time ago. Previously, in the assassination of the Uchiha clan, he copied the opponent's Hao fireball technique, and Orochimaru was also able to determine Ning Hao's awakening of the writing wheel eye. A thin bloodline can be awakened. Ning Hao's mother is a member of the Thousand Hands clan. The bloodline of the Thousand Hands clan should be even stronger. With Ning Hao's almost perfect body, it is very likely that Mu Dun will awaken. Orochimaru-sensei wants to study my body. I probably won't be able to promise you that. Ning Hao heard that this guy Orochimaru just wanted to study his body. Because the previous blood may not be enough for Orochimaru to study, Orochimaru is now directly looking for him. I'm helping you research a way to awaken Mu Dun. Orochimaru said lightly, not paying attention to Ning Hao's refusal at all. Hiss. Not long after, Ning Hao followed Orochimaru into a huge basement. As far as the eye can see, there are large and small round containers, which contain all kinds of specimens, some animals and even humans. Although Ning Hao had already killed people, he couldn't help but take a breath when he saw this kind of scene. What's the matter? I've already started researching, but unfortunately it's all failed. Seeing Ning Hao's expression, Orochimaru nodded with satisfaction. Ning Hao immediately regained his composure and became nonchalant. I'm not interested in being one of these specimens. I think you'll say yes. The master looked at Ning Hao lightly, looking like he was sure of you. Ning Hao frowned slightly. He didn't understand why Orochimaru had such confidence, and he looked like he was sure of him. It's impossible for you to study my body, and I'm not going to agree. Ning Hao still refused, thinking that Orochimaru could use his cells to create countless clones. Just thinking about it makes people shudder. Mu Dun is the blood inheritance limit between the Thousand Hands of the first Hokage, and you are not interested in such a powerful blood inheritance limit. Orochimaru saw that Ning Hao was firm here, and he was also a little puzzled. After all, for Mu Dun, as long as he knew the legend of the first Hokage, he would be interested. What's more, he was just studying Ning Hao's body, and he didn't plan to do anything. Now Orochimaru has not considered reincarnation, and without reincarnation the soul there is no defect, and he has not been abused into a dog by Uchiha Itachi using a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Therefore, the current Orochimaru studying Mu Dun just wants to get this kind of blood inheritance limit, just like he wants to learn all the ninjutsu. Mu Dun is a powerful ninjutsu, how can he miss it? As for the writing wheel, the highest talent now is the three-hook jade, and Orochimaru hasn't studied it much. Therefore, the current Great Snake Pill is not yet in Ning Hao's body, but it may be difficult to say in the future. I will study Mu Dun myself. It is best to awaken it. It doesn't matter if I can't awaken Mu Dun, it is enough to have a writing wheel eye. Ning Hao has the Dragon Ball system, and now there is a first-level wish power stored. If you want to awaken Mu Dun, it's not a matter of minutes. Orochimaru looked at Ning Hao, who had a determined face, and shrugged his shoulders. It seems that there is no way to negotiate peacefully. Shout! Orochimaru's voice fell, a fine light flashed in his eyes, and the chakra, which was covered with wind attributes, instantly rushed in front of Ning Hao. Shulker Serpent Hand. As soon as Orochimaru stretched out his hand, more than a dozen black snakes in his sleeve opened their bloody mouths and rushed towards Ning Hao. Skirt number, the old snake welcomes you to settle in here. Chapter 55. Ning Hao had already taken precautions, and he expected that Orochimaru would launch a surprise attack like this. The speed of the Great Snake Pill is very fast, and the purpose is to catch Ning Hao by surprise, and it is not good at all if it is not fast. So even if Ning Hao's three-hook jade's writing wheel eyes rotated wildly under the sunglasses, he could only catch a trace of shadows. Woohoo! Several poisonous snakes attacked Ning Hao, rolled up his body, opened their bloody mouths and bit him. Only a trace amount of toxin was needed to make Ning Hao unconscious in an instant. But Ning Hao didn't dodge at all, and still attacked him by more than a dozen poisonous snakes, looking at the big snake pill quietly, which made the big snake pill feel a little surprised. Orochimaru also knows Ning Hao very well. Even if Ning Hao's riding wheel I can't catch his movements, it should still be possible to dodge, right? Why did you give up resistance? But the next moment, Orochimaru was directly stunned. I saw that when his shulker snake hand rushed in front of Ning Hao, it passed directly through Ning Hao's body. The bodies of several poisonous snakes spun, trying to roll Ning Hao up and restrain him, but they were also rolled up empty, as if they were rolled up in the air, and there was nothing. Tisk, no wonder you dare to come with me like this. You should have known that I was studying your blood, but I still came with me, just because I have such an ability, right? Orochimaru licked the corners of his mouth, looked at Ning Hao's body, and did not continue to attack. The attack just now was ineffective against Ning Hao, and with Ning Hao's resolute attitude before, Orochimaru knew that it was impossible to catch Ning Hao now. At least until he figured out Ning Hao's weird ability to make his body blur, it would be very difficult to catch Ning Hao. People always have to leave a few whole cards, and show them all at once, which makes me very insecure. Ning Hao's body showed an entity, and he looked at the big snake pill and said lightly, "Shout." Orochimaru's body took a step in an instant, and swept towards Ning Hao with one foot. Hey! This kick swept over Ning Hao with the sound of an empty explosion, but it still passed through his body without causing him the slightest damage. It's really an interesting ability. Orochimaru looked at Ning Hao with interest. There should be a weakness in this ability, but I don't have time to study it now. All ninjutsu has weaknesses. Ning Hao didn't deny it, because Shinwei's blurring has a time limit, and this void ability can only be maintained for a few minutes at most, and when the time comes, he must show his form. But in this case, it is impossible for Orochimaru to study Kamui weakness. It looks like there are still whole cards, and I'm getting more and more interested in you. Orochimaru looked at Ning Hao with admiration. Give me a little blood research, I can really teach you, but whatever I can teach you. How? Orochimaru looked at Ning Hao and said again, as long as you provide some blood, it will also be very helpful for you to awaken Mu Dun. No. Ning Hao refused without hesitation. If the great snake pill extracted cells from his blood, just like studying the first generation of cells, and used them for human experiments, Ning Hao might not want to be a happy father. You must know that Yamato should have completed the experiment, and this situation is entirely possible. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Orochimaru smiled slightly. I don't know why, Ning Hao had a bad feeling. Sunset Zhenhong's daughter seems to have a good relationship with you. Last time I seemed to hear that you were going to take her. Your Ning family is just a small family with some money, that old housekeeper should be quite good to you, right? Orochimaru looked at Ning Hao and spoke unhurriedly. This word fell on Ning Hao's ears one by one, hitting Ning Hao's heart, making him feel powerless. Sunset Red is indeed very cute. Ning Hao doesn't know if he really likes her. After all, it's just a little lorry, but it involves her for no reason, which makes Ning Hao frown slightly. With the strength of Orochimaru, it is entirely possible to make Sunset Red have an accident. Moreover, Fu Bo has taken care of Ning Hao since he was a child, and now he is at least in his 40s, and he is also involved in such an old man, which makes Ning Hao feel that the great snake pill is a little shameless. You are shameless. After a long time, Ning Hao could only think of such a word to describe the guy Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked at Ning Hao with a smile. As my disciple, I will forgive you for this provocation. Orochimaru's voice was full of threats, but it was not difficult to see in that confident tone that he had identified the conditions that Ning Hao would agree to. Ning Hao was silent. It seemed that in this matter, he was really eaten by the big snake pill. Unless he is not in Konoha, unless he doesn't care about Fubo's life and death, unless he doesn't care about Sunset's safety. Otherwise, until Orochimaru defected. Orochimaru could threaten Ning Hao, and the only solution was to find the 3 generations of Hokage, but the Uchiha clan's blood inheritance limit could not be explained. What's more, with the preference of the 3 generations of Hokage for Orochimaru, it may be useless to find the 3 generations of Hokage. If you want to talk about Orochimaru's human experiments, if the 3 generations of Hokage don't know, it's just, and he is in charge of the entire Konoha, and it is impossible for the old man of the 3 generations not to know. You can think about going back, I'll give you time to think carefully. Orochimaru looked at Ning Hao, not afraid that he would run away. Ning Hao may be able to run, unless he doesn't care about Fubo and Sunset Red, otherwise Ning Hao can't take Fubo out of Konoha with him. Even if he can take Fubo out of Konoha with him, can he still take Sunset Red with him? Well, I promised you. Ning Hao didn't leave. When the Great Snake Pill threatened him, he was thinking about how to break the game, and after thinking about it, it seemed that he could only agree to the Great Snake Pill. Only give you blood, not the study of the body. Also, as you said before, teach me not to forget. Since I have been studying for so long, there should be a few forbidden techniques, don't hide them. Ning Hao also determined the conditions first, lest the Great Snake Pill regret it. In fact, this is not enough. Orochimaru really admires Ning Hao very much, and as one of the 3 ninjas, what Orochimaru said is still very weighty. Chapter 56. You're smart, I can promise you. Orochimaru looked at Ning Hao with a smile, very satisfied. Ning Hao has to be qualified, he has to have a brain, and he also works hard. Such a little ghost, in addition to being a little smarter, is too vigilant. In fact, he is also the best candidate to be a disciple. System, I want the body, the blood, the cells, the soul. And so on. After being obtained, you can't study anything, and you can't be used by others. Level 7 wish power is required to fulfill this wish. Do you confirm that this wish will be fulfilled? What the hell is a question mark? Ning Hao complained in his heart. He meowed. He actually wanted a 7th level wishing power? A 7th level wishing power needs to be accumulated for 64 years. This is still a question mark? Hey! Ning Hao looked at the bottom of the system. He didn't pay attention just now, and there was a line of notes. Note, when it comes to the soul, the wish is too absolute, and the 7th level wish power is not enough to be realized. So that's the case. Seeing this, Ning Hao's heart felt a lot better. It turned out that it involved the soul, and the problem was too absolute. Maybe his desire was too demanding. If a person of the level of the 6 Dao immortals can't touch his soul? But what about a higher being? Doesn't it touch his soul? Does reincarnation also move his soul? What if it's a person of the level of a saint? Therefore, even the 7 stars wish power could not realize Ning Hao's wish. I want my body, blood, cells, and other things related to my body to be obtained and then not able to study my abilities, and I can't be used. Ning Hao directly cancelled the requirement for the soul. After all, he was not dead yet, and the reason why the soul restriction was added was because he thought of filthy earth reincarnation. Since he was not dead, the filthy earth reincarnation technique was useless. Level 1 wish power required to fulfill this wish. 1. Do you confirm the realization of this wish? Sure. Ning Hao said silently. The wish has been fulfilled, and the wish power has been strengthened. Ning Hao felt a mysterious power coming from his body, as if his entire body was locked, and then he felt that his body was slowly becoming stronger. It seems that the wish he made just now was too simple, which led to an increase in the power of the wish and strengthened his body. You need my blood right now. Ning Hao looked at the Great Snake Pill after making a wish. Although it took a lot of power to make this desire, at least it avoided the happy father thing in the future, and it was definitely not a good thing to be targeted by the pervert of Orochimaru, not to mention that there was a pocket. However, this first level wish power is not completely wasted, at least it strengthens the body, isn't it? Of course, give it to me now. Orochimaru took out a measuring cup and threw it at Ning Hao. He felt very satisfied with this cooperation. Ning Hao pursed his lips dissatisfiedly, caught the flying glass, and then took out the kunao and cut the palm of his hand, and the blood suddenly flowed out, dyeing the glass red. Enough, right? The glass is not big, it is about the size of an ordinary disposable paper cup. Ning Hao bleeds and drips half a cup, and glanced at the big snake pill. That's all for now. Orochimaru nodded, walked to Ning Hao's side, and took the glass. I'll officially take you to cultivate tomorrow, get ready. Anytime. The corners of Ning Hao's mouth hooked up a smile. In fact, the role of this first level wish power is still good, at least he can get the real teaching of Orochimaru, and there are still a lot of ninjutsu here in Orochimaru, Rashomon, Filthy Earth reincarnation technique, these are all good ninjutsu. As for the art of reincarnation, Ning Hao is not interested. It may take a lot of wish power to make a wish to get immortality, but he is still young now, and it is not too late to make a wish for immortality when he has accumulated enough. I'll leave first if it's okay, and I'll wait for you at the door tomorrow. Ning Hao said that his body slowly twisted, as if he had been sucked in by his right eye, and disappeared directly into Orochimaru's laboratory. It's really not cute at all, and I don't even follow the basic politeness. Orochimaru read lightly, but there was a strong interest in his eyes. Time and space ninjutsu, right? This little ghost really has a lot of hole cards. I heard that the time and space ninjutsu of Bofeng Shuman is also the advice he gave. Orochimaru licked the corners of his lips, slowly turned around and began to study Ning Hao's blood. This study is destined to be a tragedy. Maybe the Great Snake Pill can also discover the blood inheritance limit of the Writing Wheel Eye from Ning Hao's blood cells, and even the thin power of the Thousand Hands clan, but it is basically impossible to use it for experiments. When Ning Hao returned to Ning's house, he felt like he had experienced a big war, and even felt more tiring than a big war. Lying on the bed, Ning Hao looked at the task system in his mind. The Uchiha's assassination is over, why isn't it over yet? Bofeng Shuman, this guy is too slow, isn't he? Tsunade here. Mu Dun can only wait for the awakening of Mu Dun to talk about it. Ning Hao looked at the 3 tasks, and felt helpless and painful. The Uchiha's mission has undergone an assassination, and now it has not been completed, which proves that there are still assassinations, and this task cannot be completed on its own initiative. It takes time for Bofeng Shuman to perfect the Flying Thunder God's technique, so you can't rush. Looking for Tsunade to Mu Dun can't be in a hurry. Then you can't continue to take on the task, and there is no task to accept. Forget it, cultivate. Being made like this by the Great Snake Pill, Ning Hao used up his wish power in case of emergency, and he was a little irritable in his heart, so he could only cultivate frantically. After more than a month of going on the mission, Ning Hao still went to see Sunset Hong in the afternoon and taught him to cultivate for a while. Early the next morning, Ning Hao and Orochimaru left Konoha. It may be a bit long to leave this time, and I won't have to wait until the middle ninja exam to come back. Orochimaru is preparing to take Ning Hao out to practice, and at the same time complete the experiment outside. Orochimaru's laboratory is not only Konoha 1. And with Ning Hao here, Orochimaru directly said that he would take Ning Hao to cultivate, and the 3 generations of Hokage also directly approved. Leaving Konoha this time will last for more than half a year, and I will come back when I take the middle ninja exam. At that time, Ning Hao went directly to take the Zongnin exam. Chapter 57. After leaving Konoha for a long time, Ning Hao has no opinion, he is a lonely person, and after the family, Fu Bo has a better relationship, and then there is the sunset. When he left, Ning Hao didn't know that he would leave for so long, he didn't go to talk to Xiao Lori, and he didn't know if he would make Xiao Lori dissatisfied when he came back. However, Ning Hao quickly put this matter in his mind, followed behind Orochimaru, and slowly left Konoha. At this moment, there is still a period of time before the ninja war. This period of time is a relatively calm period of time, and Orochimaru wants to find a battlefield to practice Ning Hao well, but he can't find it at all. As for that kind of secret battle, the confrontation between the major ninja villages is all handled by the shadows, and Ning Hao is not easy to contact. So Orochimaru can only take him to one place, and that is the black market. Is this the black market? Leaving Konoha behind, Orochimaru took Ning Hao into a small town, found a shabby-looking inn, and entered a basement directly through a hidden staircase. Ning Hao was not familiar with the black market, but he also knew that his ninjutsu was collected in the black market earlier. There is a trade for everything in the black market: bounties from the major ninja villages, private bounties from intelligence, objects, and killings can all be traded here. Orochimaru walked into the black market with Ning Hao swaggeringly, which also attracted the attention of many people. After all, in the black market, the bounties of the three ninjas like Orochimaru are all hung at the highest place, but no one rushes to pick them up, which can only be regarded as an ornament and an honor. Your strength is already very strong, so let's start from above. Orochimaru knew that Ning Hao's strength was all hidden, and even the strength he showed was enough to compare with Sharingan. It's just that the general upper ninja has grown up step by step, and he has a lot of actual combat experience, which Ning Hao doesn't have. However, Ning Hao has the ability to save his life, and Orochimaru is not worried, so he directly found the rebel ninja in the major ninja villages, and left after the next task. He got the information. Ching Cheng Mountain, the trader of the rock ninja, you are proficient in thunder escape, it should be very easy to deal with. Orochimaru threw the scroll obtained from Konghei Market to Ning Hao. Ning Hao took the scroll and opened it. What catches my eye is a photo about 30 years old with the forehead guard of the rock ninja on his head. Other than that, it's the place where I've been haunted recently. There's very little other news. During this time, I will follow you, and after you do it, I will summarize my own shortcomings, and then I will supplement you, and after you show your experience, the Zongnin exam should be very easy. I'll teach you ninjutsu later. On the way, Orochimaru also explained his arrangement, so as to avoid Ning Hao thinking that he was not a good talker, and it would not be good if he didn't give him blood to do research in the future. Ning Hao didn't nod. In fact, Orochimaru didn't explain that he also knew, after all, he was not an ordinary child, and he could see farther than ordinary people. Under the leadership of Orochimaru, Ning Hao looked for a few places with information that the IWA shinobi frequented. But he didn't find them, but Ning Hao also learned a lot of hunting skills. Look! Orochimaru licked the corners of his lips slightly, and one converged towards him to pass the information back. Throughout the mountain forest, you can see many snakes walking through. Go by yourself. Ning Hao's psychic beasts are also snakes, so he also knows that these snakes feed back information. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Ning Hao's body hid directly in the secret woods and moved forward cautiously. Relying on the ability of paper painting to dodge and the control of his body, Ning Hao's movement speed is relatively fast, and he does not emit sound. When approaching the IWA shinobi, Ning Hao's speed slowed down a lot, and even the sound of his body moving through the air disappeared, and it could be said that he was silently approaching the IWA shinobi. The easiest way to kill this IWA shinobi is undoubtedly to throw it directly with a illusion decapitation, severely damage his spiritual power, and if his spiritual power is not strong enough, he will even win the victory. But that's not interesting. Use the earth to escape into the ground, and it shouldn't work to sneak attack again, because the other party is a rock ninja. So Ning Hao chose to shoot directly. Woohoo! Ning Hao shook his hand, and several kunai flew out towards the rock ninja, relying on the exquisite kunai throwing ability to block the way of the rock ninja. Earth escape, earth flow wall. The IWA shinobi who was hurrying heard the sound of breaking the sky, and as a shinobi, he immediately completed the seal, and an earthen wall appeared in front of him, blocking the attacking kunai. Ding ding ding! Ning Hao then threw out several kunai, with greater speed and strength, and directly hit the kunai who was thrown before, changing the trajectory of Kunao's movement, avoiding the earth wall and rushing towards the rock ninja. Soil escape, lithification. Ding ding ding. Kunao fell on the name IWA Shinobi, and there was a crisp collision sound, which did not hurt the IWA Shinobi. After the lithification, the IWA Shinobi didn't pay any attention to the Kunao that attacked, and his hands were about to seal, and he suddenly found that his body was tied. It's a wire. There is an iron wire on the Kunao that Ning Hao swung, and by hitting the Kunao to change the trajectory, he restrained the rock ninja, although it couldn't be restrained for too long, but an instant was enough. Fire escape, fire dragon flame bomb. Ning Hao stood on the trunk of the tree, pulling the iron wire vigorously with his right hand, and forming the seal with one hand with his left hand, completing the seal in an instant. His body bulged slightly, and a large amount of flames were released from his mouth, rushing towards the rock ninja along the iron wire. Boom! A sea of fire directly shattered the earthen wall erected in front of IWA Shinobi, and the flames instantly burned the IWA Shinobi to ashes, turning into a pile of charred black dirt and falling to the ground. It's a dirt stand-in. Earth escape, earth move. That Yan Shinobi instantly appeared behind Ning Hao, pressed his hands to the ground, and the entire ground fluctuated, and several earth blades appeared to surround Ning Hao, and then suddenly retracted, slashing towards Ning Hao in the middle. Ning Hao didn't dodge, but directly faced the current earth blade and rushed towards the rock ninja. And the thunder light converged in his right hand. Twitter. Countless bird calls rang out in the forest. Chapter 58. Chidori. Ning Hao stretched out his right hand, and the thunder light of the thousand birds directly shattered the earth blade in front of him, and under the surprised gaze of that IWA Shinobi, Ning Hao's feet bent slightly, and he kicked hard. Moon step borrowed force out of thin air, and his body burst out. Poof! Although the renegade of the rock ninja was surprised that Ning Hao could master such a powerful thunder escape at such a young age, and then made a dodge, he didn't expect that Ning Hao could still borrow strength out of thin air. His body accelerated instantly, and his body just retreated, and was pierced through the heart by Ning Hao's arm. Poof! After piercing the body of the rock ninja, Chidori shattered his left body, and blood suddenly splattered out, and Ning Hao stepped on the moon step and immediately dodged away. Bang! The IWA Shinobi was hit by the power of the other thousand birds, flew out of several meters, mounted on a big tree, and slowly fell to the ground, already lifeless. After completing all this, Ning Hao recalled the process of doing it, and he felt pretty good. Basically everything was in his calculations. Orochimaru's body slowly emerged from the ground and stood beside Ning Hao. For Ning Hao's process this time, Orochimaru didn't have anything to comment on, but just said, "Next time, you can kill the opponent as fast as you can. Because you can't guarantee that he's not alone, and there will be somebody else around here. There will be so many fighters, you don't have to hone it like that." Orochimaru knew that Ning Hao was honing his actual combat experience, but this time he came out for more than half a year, and he had a lot of time. "I see." Orochimaru said so, and Ning Hao also nodded and wrote it down. Orochimaru looked at Ning Yan's Renindam and said to Ning Hao, "Go and take off his head." Ning Hao frowned slightly. He knew that this guy Orochimaru did it on purpose, but he still walked in front of the corpse, took off the head, and then sealed it into the scroll. Returned to the black market again and handed in the task, and Orochimaru helped Ning Hao take the task again. Once, twice, 3 times. Time is draining, and Ning Hao's experience against the enemy is slowly increasing. There is Orochimaru with him, choosing opponents for him, so that he can get a good workout. Perhaps only the Great Snake Pill would exercise Ning Hao like this, and only Ning Hao could withstand and adapt to the Great Snake Pill's teaching method. Because Ning Hao is strong enough, has the ability to save his life, and the most important thing is that he has the ability to never forget, and after every summary of battle experience, the shortcomings and defects can be written down, and then improved. Ning Hao's opponent changed from IWA Shinobi to Sand Ninja, then Mist Ninja. The Misty Ninja Village's traitorous ninja was killed 3 times, then the Yun Ninja who was proficient in the ninjutsu, and even Konoha's renegade was killed. In the end, the ninja task of the black market is basically gone. After all, it's a ninja. Under normal circumstances, they will not defect, and each upper ninja is a great battle force for the ninja village. If it is not too serious a mistake, it will not punish them too much, and it will not cause the upper ninja to choose to defect. And in the black market, Ning Hao and Orochimaru have also slowly become famous. Because they have Orochimaru with them, and they basically know that Ning Hao, who is not a big ghost, is a disciple of Orochimaru. There are pros and cons to this. The benefit, of course, is fame. The disadvantage is that Ning Hao is too good and too genius. The major ninja villages basically have a simple information about him, and for a genius like him, basically don't be included in the must-kill list of the major ninja villages. If you encounter it, you will kill it directly. Orochimaru thought of this when he took Ning Hao to the black market to receive the task, but he didn't care. Even the great snake pill himself was deflated in Ning Hao's hands, and now he doesn't know what flaws Ning Hao's void ability has, and other ninja villages and even others don't know that Ning Hao has this ability. Want to kill Ning Hao? It's not that Orochimaru looks down on them, but it's really a little hard. Ning Hao's void ability should belong to space-time ninjutsu, but the number of times he has used it is too small, and Orochimaru has only seen it once in total, and it is too difficult to crack or find out the flaw. Moreover, with Ning Hao's character, Orochimaru knew that he would not easily display the ability of void in front of him. What a nasty little ghost! This is Orochimaru's evaluation of Ning Hao, because Ning Hao is too smart to be cute. But Orochimaru was still very satisfied with Ning Hao, a disciple. During this time, you can go to the black market by yourself, and take any tasks you want. In Tian's Higuo's laboratory, Orochimaru was tinkering with his experiments, while Ning Hao was wrapping a bandage around his palm, and just now put a cup of blood for Orochimaru to study. Knowing that the great snake pill would not come up with a reason, Ning Hao was relieved to cooperate. I've been high profile enough during this time, let's practice here, and study Mu Dun by the way. Ning Hao has been out of Konoha for 3 months, and in these 3 months, his actual combat experience can be said to have reached the approval of the Great Snake Pill. Even when Orochimaru slowed down, Ning Hao was able to fight him for a while. The main thing is that the body has not grown, and the speed, strength, and even physical strength are still growing. However, he completed his cultivation in 3 months, which was already greatly unexpected by the Great Snake Pill, and he originally planned to take Ning Hao to accumulate actual combat in the past half a year. Unexpectedly, Ning Hao actually achieved the requirements he wanted in only 3 months, and it was very easy to go back to take the public exam, and he might pass the forbearance exam. But that's okay, Orochimaru also directly let Ning Hao go and let him take over the task by himself. With Ning Hao's current strength and actual combat experience, as long as it is not the 3 upper ninja squads, there will be no danger. Even if he encounters it, with the time and space ninjutsu, it is very easy for Ning Hao to escape, so Orochimaru is not worried about his safety at all. But when he heard that Du Feng was going to study Mu Dun, Orochimaru also had a smile on his face. Actually, if you ask me to study your body, I think it will help you awaken Mu Dun faster. The big snake pill was like a poisonous snake listening to this prey, and his blazing hot gaze fell on Ning Hao, and he almost pounced on it and grabbed it. The 5 chapters have been updated, please order the first. Chapter 59. Chapter 59, Prepare for the Awakening of Mu Dun. Don't even think about it, Ning Hao directly refused, although he knew that Orochimaru was just casually mentioned, but if he wanted to study his body, he didn't have to think about it at all. Although Ning Hao said, "Teacher Orochimaru, give me a copy of Mu Dun's information. Come with me." Hearing Ning Hao's words, Orochimaru led him towards another dark room. The entire research laboratory of Tanokuni can be said to be the largest base of Orochimaru outside Konoha, and it is also the foundation for Orochimaru to create the Sound Ninja Village in the future. Following the Great Snake Pill, after a tedious seal, he stepped into a sword secret room, which contained a lot of information, but not much. After all, this place was far less complicated than later, and now the Great Snake Pill has not yet started to study the art of reincarnation, but is only studying the Forbidden Book and the Blood Inheritance Limit. This is the information about Mudun, take it. Orochimaru threw a large scroll half a person high to Ning Hao. The huge scroll was as tall as most of Ning Hao, and it was almost up to his shoulders. Thank you. Ning Hao took the roll and left. When he returned to his room, he opened the scroll and glanced at it, then tossed it aside and lay heavily on the bed to sleep. About a month ago, the Dragon Ball system reminded Ning Hao that the task of Bo Feng Shuman had been completed. In other words, Bo Feng Shuman's Flying Thunder God technique has been roughly perfected, and he has also obtained 3 second-level wish power fragments. Existing Tier 1 wish power fragments, 2, Level 2 wish power fragments, 3. The reason why Ning Hao asked for information about Mudun from Orochimaru was to prepare for the awakening of Mudun in the future. With these materials, when the time comes, Mudun will be awakened, and it can be said that he has studied it, and it will not seem too abrupt. As for whether anyone believes it, now Ning Hao still has 2 tasks to complete. One is about the Uchiha assassination mission, but he has been with Orochimaru for the past few months, and the people of the Uchiha clan want to assassinate him in front of Orochimaru? It seems impossible. So I haven't seen anyone from the Uchiha clan assassinate me for months. There is also a task to find Tsunade to ask for Mudun's secret technique, but now Ning Hao has not awakened Mudun, and he is not familiar with Tsunade, so it seems a little abrupt to find Tsunade to ask for Mudun. Looks like we're going to lure the snake out of the hole. A carp stiffened, Ning Hao stood up directly from the bed, and then went out of the door. I'm out. When Ning Hao left, he said a word to Orochimaru. And Orochimaru didn't care about Ning Hao's departure at all, and continued to tinker with his doomed experiment. After Ning Hao left Orochimaru's laboratory, after 7 turns and 8 rounds, he left the country of Tien directly and rushed towards the country of fire. All he had to do was lure the snake out of the hole and let the people of the Uchiha clan know that he was now alone, and Orochimaru was not around. Let them assassinate him. The easiest way to do this is undoubtedly to walk around the territory of the fire country, or go to the black market to see if there are any tasks to take, and then make some noise. Presumably the Uchiha clan will know, right? The Uchiha family. Lord Fuyu, there is news that you want us to pay attention to. Ning Hao seems to have appeared in the land of fire. A ninja of the Uchiha clan told the current patriarch of Ning Hao, Uchiha Fugaku, the current patriarch. Orochimaru doesn't seem to be following him. Is the news accurate? Said Uchiha Fugaku in a deep voice. We have already sent someone to investigate, and it is true that Ning Hao is the only one. It seems that Orochimaru is very relieved of Ning Hao's strength, and let him come out alone. You go to Uchiha Ken, you two go and get rid of that guy together. Be careful, don't make too much noise. In recent months, Ning Hao and Orochimaru have made a lot of noise, and the tasks they accept are all Sharingan. I don't know if Ning Hao's strength has reached the level of upper ninja, or if Orochimaru strikes first, and then throws those rebellious ninjas to Ning Hao to feed him. But no matter which one it is, Uchiha Fugaku felt that sending 2 Sharingan over should be enough to solve Ning Hao's little ghost. Yes. Uchiha Ichizawa left directly when he heard this, and then found another shinobi, brought him to the Knight General, and secretly left the village. The entire Konoha is the Uchiha clan in charge of police work, and the people of the Uchiha clan want to secretly go out of the village, and it is not the same as swaggering, and it is still easy to deliberately avoid the observation of the shadows and other people. I said yes, it's just a half-sized ghost, do you need to be so serious? In the dark night, the 2 people of the Uchiha clan were fully armed, without forehead protection, and without wearing the clothes of the Uchiha clan, with a black outfit, carrying a short knife on their backs, but they did not cover their faces, and they could still see the appearance of the two of them, both of them in their 20s. Last time, the two clansmen with the strength of the middle ninja were killed by this little ghost, and now this little ghost has been cultivating under the Great Snake Pill for 3 months, and his strength has definitely improved, so it's better to be careful. The person known as Ichizawa seems to be a little more careful, and Uchiha Ken is not impressed. No matter how strong he is, how strong can he be? Although it is the Great Snake Pill of the 3 ninja who is teaching, after all, he is just a little ghost. As for the last failure, it was just because they were careless. The two of them advanced quickly in the darkness, rushing towards the town where Ning Hao appeared. In addition to the Uchiha clan, the other 4 major ninja villages also sent a lot of people out. For a genius like Ning Hao, the best way is to wipe it out in the cradle, and kill it directly after it has not grown. And in a small town in the land of fire. It was dark at the moment, and there were no people in the whole town, only a few inns and a few shops were still open, and Ning Hao was swaggering down the streets. If you look closely, you can see that Ning Hao is very vigilant. Because secretly, at least 2 eyes fell on him. Shout! In the end, one person couldn't help but make a move, and an instantaneous body technique appeared directly in front of Ning Hao, and the kunao in his hand stabbed towards Ning Hao. It doesn't seem to be from the Uchiha clan. Ning Hao felt that he was rushing out, slightly disappointed. In the wide sleeves, his left hand was sealed. Illusion Decapitation. Chapter 60. Illusion Decapitation. Under the cover of the sunglasses, the 3-hooked jade writing wheel eye in Ning Hao's eyes rotated slightly, directly impacting the enemy's mind through the powerful illusion of the writing wheel eye's amplification. I saw the body of the enemy who rushed out slightly. Ning Hao never stopped, he walked forward in small steps, and waved his right hand at will. Poof, the sharp kunao directly cut through the enemy's neck. Fell into the illusion, and the person who suffered the pain of beheading turned slightly pale, and before he could react, he felt a chill in his neck, and he opened his mouth a little unwillingly, and his body fell directly backwards. Bang! The corpse slammed to the ground. Ning Hao walked directly and continued to stride forward. The bitterness held in his right hand was stained with the slightest blood, and he quickly hid his hand in the wide sleeve. Ning Hao knew that there was still someone staring at him secretly, as for which person was sent by the ninja village, or someone who was sent by the black market and wanted to kill him. He wasn't sure about that either. After a while, the feeling of being stared at disappeared. The person who was hiding in the dark also left directly, because the direction in which Ning Hao was moving was the direction in which he was hiding. With the experience of the past, he felt that he was not sure about a little ghost like Shang Ning Hao, so he left directly. It's really boring, and the Uchiha is too slow. Ning Hao glanced at the snake spitting out the letter not far away, feeling very bored. These days, the people of the Uchiha group did not wait, and there were many people from other talents who waited by then, and there were also many people who accepted the task to kill him in the black market. But all of these people, who did their hands, were already dead. Ning Hao's spiritual power is strong, although he has no perception, but his strong senses can still detect it when he is being stared at, and with the detection of the psychic beast, he can still find out where the enemy is hiding, but it will only take some time. How long is this mission going to be delayed? If the Uchiha doesn't come again, I'll just start it. Ning Hao returned bored. The person who fell before had been cleaned up. There was a black market here, and the person who shot might have some value, so he was directly cleaned up by them. Back at his residence, Ning Hao sat cross-legged and refined the chakra. Early the next morning, Ning Hao got up and had breakfast, and went out in a good way. There were 2 people in the dark whose eyes fell on him, and Ning Hao didn't know who it was. Ning Hao chose to leave and rushed towards Tian's Higuo. As long as he left the town, the people became scarce, and the secret psychic beasts could find the hidden location of these people. Woo boom! But this time, the people who came seemed to be in a hurry. After Ning Hao left the town, he took the initiative to attack, and he didn't need the psychic beast to find their traces at all. Hey! The two people who appeared, one on the left and one on the right, holding short knives, slashed towards Ning Hao in an instant. The speed was so fast, it seemed that they were ready to kill with one blow, and they cooperated very tacitly. Illusion, confusion. In just a moment, when the two of them attacked, Ning Hao's left hand was hidden in the cuff. And I completed the seal in an instant. Even if it was a basic illusion, with Ning Hao's powerful spiritual power, and with the blessing of the writing wheel eye, it was still very terrifying. Moon step. At the moment when the illusion fell, Ning Hao stepped on his feet, his body rose into the air, and he stamped his hands towards the two enemies below. Fire escape, fire dragon flame bullet. Hula! The moment Ning Hao jumped up, a flame was released from his mouth, instantly drowning the two enemies below. What a powerful mental power! 1. Uchiha Ichizawa has always been vigilant about assassinating Ning Hao, and when Ning Hao's illusion fell, he sensed that something was wrong, and then opened the writing wheel eye, and the writing wheel eye of the two hooked jade rotated wildly in the eye, and the powerful chakra suddenly burst out and rushed away from the illusion. Immediately, a kunao flew out and flew towards the Uchiha Ken on the side, and he himself was there and quickly evacuated. Poof! The kunao thrown out by Uchiha Ichizawa slashed across Uchiha Xian's shoulder, and a tingling pain came, which made Uchiha Xian also feel wrong, and then opened the writing wheel eye, and the powerful chakra before it burst out, breaking through Ning Hao's illusion. But at this moment, Ning Hao's fire escape has already rushed in. Water escape, water array wall. Evacuate Uchiha Ichizawa to seal his hand, and a wall of water was erected in front of Uchiha Ken, helping him to quench the flames that attacked. Wow! Huodun and the water array wall collided together, and suddenly set off a burst of water vapor. Although the water escape was restrained by the fire escape to a certain extent, Ning Hao's fire escape had already completed the nature change, and the water escape was just a casual use by Uchiha Ichizawa, and in less than a moment, the entire water array wall was evaporated. Shout! When the water array wall was lifted, Uchiha Ken took this opportunity to directly benefit from the sea of fire. But at this moment, he looked a little embarrassed, his hair was burned a lot, and there were a few big holes in the black clothes on his body, and the places were burned, although it seemed that the injury was not very serious, but for him, this was simply a great insult. Damn stinking imp! The three-hooked jade writing wheel eye in Uchiha Xian's eyes slowly rotated, and his writing wheel eye had one more hooked jade than Uchiha Ichizawa, so he was a little arrogant, and he didn't put Ning Hao in his eyes. It's just that Ning Hao's spiritual power is so strong that at that moment, even he fell into illusion, and he thought that Ning Hao was killed with one blow. Fire escape, how fireball technique. Originally, his identity was not revealed, but now that he even uses the writing wheel, there is no such thing as continuing to conceal his identity, so Uchiha Xian directly used his best fire escape and flew towards Ning Hao in the air. Fire escape, Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. Uchiha Ichizawa is also very cooperative with Uchiha Xian, his hands are sealed, and fireballs are released from his mouth, flying towards Ning Hao in the air, sealing Ning Hao's retreat. Even if Ning Hao can borrow strength out of thin air, he can't avoid the attacking fire. The Uchiha clan. I've been waiting for you for a long time, and you're finally here. Ning Hao's voice sounded unhurriedly, making Uchiha Ichizawa and Uchiha Hyun both slightly surprised. They didn't expect Ning Hao to appear in the fire country, and actually did it to lure people from their Uchiha family to appear. Why? Chapter 61. Thunder Escape Chidori. A large number of thunder attribute chakras converged in Ning Hao's hands, and the entire sky flashed with blue arcs. Boom! Ning Hao stepped on his feet and waved his hand, directly shattering the fireball of the Phoenix Immortal Fire, and his body burst out, and the three-hooked jade writing wheel eyes in his eyes locked on Uchiha Ichizawa, turning into a blue streamer and rushing towards him. Persimmon of course to pick a soft pinch. Uchiha Ichizawa obviously only has 2 hooks of jade riding wheels, although he is more vigilant than Uchiha Sien, but where is the gap in strength? Uchiha Sien is a little proud, but his strength is much stronger than that of Uchiha Ichizawa, and the 3 hooks of the jade riding wheel I alone can slow down Ning Hao a lot. And Uchiha Ichizawa is only a 2-hook jade riding wheel I, which is much worse than a 3-hook jade riding wheel I. Illusion decapitation. Ning Hao carried Chidori in his right hand, sealed it in his left hand, and threw an illusion at Uchiha Ichizawa. Although Uchiha Ichizawa directly chose to retreat when he saw Ning Hao attacking, Ning Hao's riding wheel I had already locked on him and followed closely. Feeling the impact of strong spiritual power, Uchiha Ichizawa also wanted to resist this illusion, but Ning Hao's mental power was too strong. Even with the riding wheel I and strong spiritual power, it was difficult to resist, and he suffered the pain of a blow and decapitation, and let out a muffled snort. Goodbye. And Ning Hao's body flashed, and he had already rushed in front of Uchiha Ichizawa, and with a stretch of his right hand, Chidori directly penetrated Uchiha Ichizawa's body. Ahem! A hole appeared in Uchiha Ichizawa's heart, and he coughed, and with great difficulty, he directly grabbed the arm that passed through Ning Hao's heart and through his heart. Die, stinking imp! And Uchiha Hyun was also when Ning Hao was caught. An instantaneous body technique rushed to Ning Hao's side, and the short knife in his hand slashed towards Ning Hao. Chidori Ryu! Cracking sound! A powerful thunderbolt erupted from Ning Hao's body, and the Uchiha Ichizawa who grabbed him was directly scorched by electricity, and the Uchiha Ichizawa, who was already the deepest and last breath, directly lost his breath, and there was a trace of smoke on his body, and he went straight down. And the Uchiha Hyun, who rushed to Ning Hao's side, avoided it instantly, and the all-round defensive attack ninjutsu of Chidori would definitely be injured if it collided, and the body would be paralyzed. Fire escape, dragon fire technique. Uchiha Ken took half a step back, his hands sealed, and he suddenly changed his body technique to ninjutsu, and a huge fire dragon rushed towards Ning Hao. Fire escape, fire dragon fire technique. Almost at the same time, Ning Hao directly copied this ninjutsu, and with his speed, even if it was a post-seal, he directly caught up with Uchiha Sien, and 2 huge fire dragons were installed in the air. Boom! A violent collision sounded, and the 2 fire dragons suddenly turned into countless large and small fireballs and fell from the sky. How could it be? Uchiha Hyun looked at Ning Hao incredulously. Did he copy his ninjutsu? Or did Ning Hao know it in the first place? Thinking that Ning Hao's teacher was Orochimaru, Uchiha Hyun felt that he knew this fire escape ninjutsu himself. Goodbye, illusion decapitation. Ning Hao looked at the Uchiha Hyun opposite, completed the seal with one hand, and immediately released the illusion. And Uchiha Sien had already prepared, although he had the intention of underestimating Ning Hao before, but Uchiha Ichizawa died in the hands of Ning Hao, and now he still underestimated Ning Hao. It is impossible, and even he has the illusion of guarding against Ning Hao. When the illusion struck, the 3-hooked jade riding wheel in his eyes spun wildly, trying to bounce it back directly. This! How can it be so powerful? Uchiha Hyun found that he couldn't rebound this illusion at all, he could only resist passively. No wonder Uchiha Ichizawa couldn't avoid Ning Hao's thunder escape after bearing this illusion, and at this moment Uchiha Hyun also knew that Ning Hao's spiritual power was too powerful. Earth escape, the art of decapitation in the heart. Poof! At the same time as Ning Hao launched the illusion, a pair of hands reached out from under the small body of Uchiha Ken's feet, grabbed Uchiha Ken's body and pulled him into the ground. Shout! A handful of kunao in Ning Hao's hand flew out in an instant. Poof! Kunao passed directly through Uchiha Ken's neck and stabbed steadily into the ground. And Uchiha Ken's neck was filled with holes in many places, and blood flowed out, staining the entire ground red. I'm not a polite subordinate to your riding wheel. Ning Hao couldn't afford to cut off Uchiha Sien's head and seal it in the scroll. As for Uchiha Ichizawa's corpse, Ning Hao ignored it. After all, it was just a 2-hook jade writing wheel eye, and it was also scorched by the thousand bird stream, so it might not be usable. Leaving a corpse and a corpse buried in the soil, Ning Hao rushed directly towards Tian's Higuo. It's finally done. After killing 2 members of the Uchiha clan, Ning Hao breathed a sigh of relief. This trip was not in vain, and the task was finally completed. However, Ning Hao didn't enter the Dragon Ball system to check the rewards. After all, there was only one first-level wish fragment. Returning to Tian's Higuo, Ning Hao cautiously returned to Orochimaru's laboratory. "You're back, give me some blood." Orochimaru saw Ning Hao coming back, and immediately stopped his research. This trip to Ning Hao has been out for more than a month, and Ning Hao's blood has long been used up before, but nothing has been studied. Although Ning Hao's blood shows that there is a blood inheritance limit of the Uchiha clan, and there is also a thin bloodline of the Thousand Hands clan, if you want to study further and extract the cells for experiments, it is simply not possible. After successive failures, Ning Hao's blood had run out, and the Great Snake Pill was waiting for him to come back. Okay. Ning Hao knew that the research of the Great Snake Pill must have failed, and he didn't say much. This was just a deal. Anyway, he wouldn't be able to study anything if he was given a little blood. A cup of blood was given to Orochimaru, who ignored it, turned around and walked to his laboratory, continuing to trick him on his experiment. Ning Hao, on the other hand, returned to the room to check the completion of the task. "Fake, what the hell is this mission, why hasn't it been completed yet?" Ning Hao looked at the task in Ran Wuxian, but he hadn't completed it yet. You must know that he has already experienced 2 assassinations by the Uchiha clan, and he has been killed by him. Shouldn't he have not completed it? Chapter 62. Ning Hao had a feeling that he was about to vomit blood. What kind of task did he meow about? Don't you take away such a play, right? The 2 assassinations have not been completed? Wait. This reward seems to have changed. Ning Hao's gaze fell on the reward at the back of the task. Mission 2, the Uchiha clan is dissatisfied with you, and will assassinate you in the future, and counter-kill the person who assassinated you. Rewards, Level 2 Wish Power Fragments, 2 limited time, none. Ning Hao can be sure that the reward for this previous task is a first-level wish power, 1. But now it's a second-level wish, 2. That is, the reward of the task has been increased. Damn, Ning Hao had a feeling of being deflated. He originally thought that he could complete the task, but he didn't expect this result, and he didn't know if it was good or bad. It's a good thing overall. After all, the rewards have been increased. He only has 2 first-level willingness now, and it is useless to have 1 more first-level willingness. On the contrary, there are 3 second-level wish power fragments. There are 4 more ones, plus the task of the Tsunade is to reward 2 if you get it. It's 6 second-level willpower. Raise another 1, you can synthesize a complete 2-level willpower. It's only been a while. Ning Hao could only give up this matter for the time being, and then began to research Mu Dun's information at Orochimaru's base. Orochimaru-sensei, when the cells between the Thousand Hands Pillar and the Blood Wheel Eye exist at the same time, it seems to play a balancing role. After a few weeks of research, Ning Hao pretended to be presentable, and came up with the same equals research results. That is, I used the cells between the Thousand Hands column and the previously obtained Writing Wheel Eye to synthesize, and found that the cells between the Writing Wheel Eye and the Thousand Hands column existed at the same time, and it was in a delicate balance. Generally speaking, if the cells between the Thousand Hands Pillar are transplanted to any person or animal, they will become a tree. But Ning Hao used animals for experiments, and threw the cells between the Writing Wheel and the Thousand Hands Pillar at the same time, putting them in a delicate balance. Such a research result emerged. Hey. Orochimaru has been studying Ning Hao's blood for a few months recently, and he has not gained anything at all, and he can only see from Ning Hao's cells that he has the blood inheritance limit of the Uchiha clan and the thin blood of the Thousand Hands, but using Ning Hao's cells for experiments has no effect at all. Hearing Ning Hao's words, Orochimaru also turned around and took a look. Ning Hao had been learning for half a month, and he couldn't communicate with the Great Snake Pill at all. His purpose was to divert the attention of the Great Snake Pill and stop asking him for blood. In the past few days, the Great Snake Pill has been looking for him to ask for blood more and more ordinary, and Ning Hao is also annoyed by self-harm. Even if he has a strong recovery power, he can't play like this. Orochimaru studied it, and he also found that there was indeed such a relationship between the cells between the Sharingan and the Thousand Hands Pillar. Where did you get the Sharingan, or the three hooks? Orochimaru asked casually, continuing to study the cells between the Sharingan and the Thousand Hands Pillar. Ning Hao said, when I went out some time ago, 2 people from the Uchiha clan came to assassinate me, and I killed them, and I brought back the head of one of them. I didn't expect it to be a little useful. The Uchiha clan is still assassinating you? Orochimaru asked in some surprise, but he didn't raise his head, and it could be seen that he was indeed asking casually. Yes, Ning Hao replied boredly. Suddenly, Orochimaru turned around and looked at Du Feng. It may be a little difficult for your Mudun to awaken. The power between the Uchiha's blood inheritance limit and the Thousand Hands Pillar seems to be suppressing each other, which is why that delicate balance is formed. In other words, if you have awakened the blood inheritance limit of the Uchiha clan, it will suppress the bloodline of the Thousand Hands clan, making it more difficult for your already thin Thousand Hands bloodline to awaken Mudun. It doesn't matter, I said it before, it's enough to right the wheel. Ning Hao heard Orochimaru's words and said with a look of indifference. At the beginning, Orochimaru also used the awakening wood escape to lure to confuse him, but he also said that it didn't matter at that time. He only needs 1 first-level wish power to awaken Mudun, which is very cheap. This can't be said to be hopeless, judging from the situation of the cells and riding wheels between the Thousand Hands Pillar. They are suppressing each other. If you can make your riding wheel eyes weaker, or hide it, and then stimulate the bloodline of the Thousand Hands clan, maybe you can still awaken Mudun. Orochimaru frowned slightly and said, but the probability is very small. After all, the blood of the Thousand Hands clan in your body is thin, even Tsunade can't do it. It is difficult to awaken Mudun. I'll look into it again and see if there's anything else. Orochimaru looked at Ning Hao and stretched out his hand. Give me the other riding wheel eye as well. Shout. Ning Hao shook it casually and threw a glass bottle to the Great Snake Pill. Orochimaru caught the flying glass bottle, which contained a nutrient solution, and a 3-hooked jade riding wheel eye soaked in the glass. Then Orochimaru continued to study, while Ning Hao went to cultivate. Finally separated the attention of Orochimaru, and it didn't take a few days to bleed, which was even more annoying than the great ant he was aiming at. Ning Hao had now completed the transformation of the nature of the 3 attributes of wind, thunder, and fire, and the shadow clone was cultivating water and earth. Ning Hao's ninjutsu cultivation is also focused on the 3 ninjutsu of wind, thunder, and fire. After all, these 3 ninjutsu are more lethal. The reason why I practiced the attribute changes of water and earth was because I wanted to copy a ninjutsu in the future, and the power would not be too bad. A few days later, Ning Hao was cultivating Chidori's derivative skills, and this guy Orochimaru found him, and the riding wheel eye was used. Why are you looking for me when the riding wheel eye is used up? Ning Hao looked at the big snake pill vigilantly. This guy wouldn't want to hit his attention, right? You must know that Ning Hao himself also has a riding wheel eye. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth hooked, and he didn't care about the vigilant Ning Hao, but said, the Uchiha clan has assassinated you twice, there may be 3, 4. Do you want to use me as bait? Take the initiative to lure someone from the Uchiha clan to assassinate me, and then collect the riding wheel. Before Orochimaru finished speaking, Ning Hao knew what Orochimaru was looking for him for. Chapter 63. Orochimaru asked Ning Hao to be a bait to lure the Uchiha clan to assassinate him again, so as to collect the Sharingan. Ning Hao also agreed. The reason is very simple. If, as he thinks, the number and difficulty of the Uchiha clan's assassinations on him increases, the character's rewards will increase. Within the Land of Fire, Ning Hao is fighting with a member of the Uchiha family. Water Escape, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. In front of Ning Hao, a water dragon appeared quickly, and even the scales on the dragon's body were lifelike, and it quickly attacked him. Ning Hao's body rose up depressed, and with the continuous soaring of the moon step, the water dragon attack failed. Boom! The water dragon bomb hit the ground, and the entire ground was suddenly blasted out of a hole, and dirt and water stains splashed out. And not far from Ning Hao, there was a man who was about 30 years old, such a grade, pushed forward 7 or 8 years, and he was also in his 20s, and he was definitely an elite ninja who came from the Second Ninja World War. This person wears a Konoha forehead guard and wears clothes marked with the Uchiha clan, although the ninjutsu used is water escape. But who doesn't know that the most important thing for the Uchiha family is ninjutsu? But whenever the Uchiha clan of the original Sangotama Riding Wheel I fights against the enemy, in addition to the secret art and the blood inheritance limit, the opponent's ninjutsu can be copied. Fire Escape, Hao Fireball Technique. Ning Hao took off into the air, sealed his hands, and released a huge fireball towards his opponent. Using the ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan to deal with the people of the Uchiha clan made Ning Hao feel very energetic. As the elite of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Jun looked at the attacking Fire Escape, his hands quickly sealed, his eyes stared at Ning Hao, and shouted, "Ning Hao, you actually dare to attack the ninjas of the wood industry, and attack us Uchiha." Water Escape, Water Array Wall. Uchiha Jun finished sealing as he spoke, and a wide wall of water blocked the incoming fireball, and the water and fire were frozen for a moment, and there was a burst of sizzling, and countless water vapors turned the surrounding area into a white expanse. The nature of the fire attribute has changed, and I can't leave you behind. Seeing the change in the nature of Ning Hao's use of the fire attribute, Uchiha Jun's killing intent towards Ning Hao became even stronger. Originally, he knew that Ning Hao was a change in the nature of the thunder attribute, but he didn't expect that at a young age, he had already mastered the changes in the two attributes. You must know that in general, ninja can master two attribute changes. The most important thing is that Ning Hao, this little ghost, actually took the initiative to attack him. Take the thorns. A water whip was like a thorn, with the sound of breaking the sky, in the water vapor, quickly attacking Ning Hao in the air. Paper painting. Whew! The water whip kept waving, Ning Hao's body fell from the sky, shaking like a fallen leaf, and the thorny water whip attacked several times, and even the corners of Ning Hao's clothes did not touch. Cracking sound. Uchiha-kun snorted coldly, and the water whip in his hand with thunder light quickly spread to Ning Hao's side, accumulating a burst of fire, and immediately hit his body. Bang! Ning Hao's body directly turned into a shadow clone and disappeared. Spiral Pill. Ning Hao's body instantly carried the wind attribute chakra, not when he had already rushed to Uchiha Jun's side, and a spiral pill was imprinted on his abdomen. Bang! The spiral pill hit Uchiha Jun's body, only to see that his body directly turned into water and shattered, and the water splash fell on Ning Hao's face. Water Escape, Water Prison Technique. Beside Ning Hao, a water prison suddenly wrapped him. Erashik. The water dungeon starts from below, and then gathers at the top, and the speaker is wrapped inside. Ning Hao flew out with one foot, and the wind attribute chakra turned into a wind blade and flew over his head, breaking the water prison. Ning Hao immediately stepped on the moon step and rushed out of the water prison. Water Escape, Water Dragon Bomb. At the moment when Ning Hao jumped up, Uchiha Jun seemed to have expected that when Du Feng had just used the moon step to get out of the water prison, he grabbed the opportunity and rushed straight towards Ning Hao. Ning Hao saw the chakra erupt under his feet, and in the car with a fast pace, his right hand turned into an afterimage, and the seal was completed in an instant, and it was indeed the same as the other party's seal. Water Escape, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Bang! Ning Hushi displayed the Water Dragon Bullet and collided with the attacking Water Dragon Bullet, and the two water dragons collided violently together, emitting a burst of Hongming Sheng hum. Countless water splashes fell from the sky, and the entire ground also turned into a small lake, setting off a wave of waves. Illusion, riding wheels. Uchiha Jun was not too surprised that Ning Hao used the same ninjutsu as him. After all, Ning Hao's teacher was Orochimaru. After the explosion of the water dragon, the three-hooked jade riding wheel eye in Uchiha's pure eyes changed and rotated, and directly used the riding wheel eye to cast an illusion and release it towards Ning Hao. Illusion decapitation. Ning Hao stepped on the surface of the water, and directly rushed over to the Uchiha Jun. The three-hooked jade riding wheel eye of the sunglasses slowly rotated, and the three-hooked jade riding wheel eye of the right eye slowly lengthened, with a small tail, turning into a kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. For Uchiha Jun's riding wheel eye illusion, Ning Hao directly ignored it and bounced it back, and then a illusion decapitation fell heavily towards the opponent's spiritual power. Damn, how could it be? Jun Uchiha, who had always maintained his composure, was also moved, with a look of horror on his face. His mental strength is definitely not bad, after all, he has experienced World War II and is already in his 30s, and the riding wheel eye is even more three-hooked jade riding wheel eye, and it is very well developed. But the illusion he released to Ning Hao was actually directly rebounded, and even an even more powerful illusion directly rushed into his mind, making him feel like a big knife fell, directly cutting off his head, and the pain in his heart changed slightly, and his face changed slightly, a little pale. This is the illusion decapitation that has been amplified by the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. Chidori. Before Ning Hao had actually practiced the illusion, he rushed directly towards the Uchiha Chun. And the chakra with the thunder attribute in his hand was gathered, and he remembered the sound of birdsong. Uchiha Jun originally wanted to take advantage of Ning Hao's fallen, but he didn't expect Ning Hao's to rebound his illusion, and even let his spirit suffer a heavy blow. Chapter 64. Uchiha Jun's face turned a little pale, and he looked at the thunder light in Ning Hao's hand and stopped directly. For such a powerful thunder escape in Ning Hao's hands, he knew that it was not easy to resist, so his body jumped up, retreated backwards, and then sealed his hands. Fire escape, dragon flame singing technique. Crash! One after another, the fire dragons fell from above, attacking Ning Hao one after another. The riding wheel eye in Ning Hao's eyes rotated rapidly, copying the Dragon Yan Song technique. As an A-level ninjutsu, it is extremely difficult to master, and it is a very rare and advanced ninjutsu, and there are not many opportunities to replicate such a ninjutsu, because there are not many people in the entire Uchiha clan. Copying this ninjutsu, Ning Hao's hand flashed with thunder light, and his body jumped up, avoiding an attacking fire dragon. Moonwalk. Another fire dragon struck one after another, and Ning Hao could only use the moon step to quickly avoid in the air, and a powerful force and chakra erupted under his feet. His eyes locked on Uchiha Jun, thinking that he rushed over. Ning Hao's body swooped down, his right hand stretched out, and Chidori flashed a crackling thunderbolt and stabbed towards Uchiha Jun's heart. As soon as Uchiha Jun landed, Ning Hao rushed over, the three-hooked jade riding wheel eyes in his eyes rotated wildly, slowing down Ning Hao's speed, reaching out and grabbing Ning Hao's wrist directly with the thousand birds, holding the kunao sweep in his left hand, stabbing towards Ning Hao's head. Now Ning Hao's actual combat experience has indeed made up for this weakness, but the fatal flaw, strength, speed and body are difficult to make up. So after Uchiha Jun slowed down Ning Hao's speed, Han directly reached out and grabbed his wrist. Chidori Ryu. Cracking sound. Ning Hao was waiting for this moment. When Uchiha Jun reached out, a ray wrapped his body, and then I saw Ning Hao's body leaning back directly, avoiding the attacking kunao, and the powerful thunder light fell directly on Uchiha Jun's body, instantly paralyzing his body. Puff! Ning Hao's right hand Chidori passed directly through Uchiha Jun's left shoulder. Originally he wanted to attack Uchiha Jun's heart, but he didn't expect to be avoided. Chidori sharp spear. The moment Ning Hao's body leaned back, the thunder light in his hand condensed into a white thunder spear, slashing towards Uchiha Jun's neck, and his colleague flew out of Landfoot with one kick, made up a wind blade, and flew towards Uchiha Jun head-on. Poof! The paralyzed Uchiha Jun plus his left shoulder was pierced, and he couldn't avoid the thunder grab and the wind blade at all, and a head flew out, and the wind blade cut out by Lanjiao fell on him, kicking it out. Whew, that's it. Ning Hao stood on the water and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. This Uchiha Chun's strength is indeed not bad, and his combat experience is very sufficient, which is a relatively difficult type of person to deal with. Bang! A figure flew from a distance and landed directly on the corpse of Jun Uchiha not far away. Then Orochimaru's body slowly walked out of the forest. It seems that there is another Uchiha member hiding in the shadows. Maybe he wants to make a sneak attack, or he wants to pass the information back. In short, this person was solved by Orochimaru. It seems that it is impossible to lure the Uchiha clan to continue assassinating you. Orochimaru walked over to Jun Uchiha and took the chakra eye off. After coming out for more than a month, Ning Hao has experienced a lot of assassinations, but there has not been a single assassination of Uchiha. This time it was Orochimaru who took Ning Hao to ambush the Uchiha group. The Uchiha clan lost 2 upper ninjas last time, so naturally they would not continue to send people to assassinate Ning Hao. Although I'm not sure if Ning Hao killed the 2 upper ninjas, a single Orochimaru is not something that ordinary people from the Uchiha clan can handle, and they are just sent to death. Because it was necessary to write a will for research, and the Uchiha clan did not send someone to assassinate Ning Hao, Orochimaru took Ning Hao to take the initiative to block the people of the Uchiha clan. Knowing that the people of the Uchiha clan would not continue to assassinate Ning Hao, Orochimaru and Ning Hao also returned to the country of Tien, although they had 2 3-hooked jade riding wheels, but it was enough for a while. It won't be long before I go back. Back in Tianziguo, Orochimaru also asked Ning Hao for blood a few times, which was already very good compared to once a few days ago. After studying the cells between the Sharingan and the Thousand Hands Pillar, Orochimaru was going to try to see if he could suppress Ning Hao's Sharingan power and stimulate the awakening of the Thousand Hands blood pulse in Ning Hao's body. It's just that in the end, they all ended in failure, because Ning Hao's cells were so strange that they could neither be suppressed nor stimulated. In the end, Orochimaru could only put Ning Hao aside, and simply directly studied the cells between the Thousand Hands Pillar and the Writing Wheel Eye. After all, Ning Hao only had the bloodline of the Thousand Hands clan, and it was still very thin, since even he didn't care much about the matter of awakening Mu Dun, there was no need for the Great Snake Pill to study it, so he simply studied the cells between the Thousand Hands Pillar. As the end of the year approaches, the time for the last ninja exam this year is slowly approaching. The Chunin exam is held twice a year, in the middle of the year and at the end of the year. In this relatively peaceful period, if you want to be promoted from the lower ninja to the middle ninja, you can basically only rely on the examination, and there is no additional meritorious service to be promoted without war. Of course, there are still such exceptional promotions, but they are rare. Little guys like Ning Hao and Kakashi Heiji want to be promoted to Zongnin by an exception just after graduation. It's basically impossible. Even if the strength is reached, it's still not good. Unless you really pass the middle ninja exam. But all those who have graduated from the lower ninja, after being recommended by the upper ninja instructor, can take the middle ninja exam. The Zongnin exam is generally divided into 3 parts: preliminaries, knockouts, finals. If it is the kind of large-scale middle ninja exam, which is jointly held by the major ninja villages, the way of the exam may change. However, this kind of large-scale joint examination only occurs once every few years. After all, it is only an occasion for the major ninja villages to observe each other's combat power of other ninja villages. And it is impossible to have it every year. And Ning Hao naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to be promoted to the middle ninja, and Orochimaru was already going to take him back to take the middle ninja exam, so when the time was approaching, the 2 of them also set off towards Konoha. Chapter 65. It's finally back again. In the morning, the sun was shining. Ning Hao and Orochimaru had already approached Konoha. Looking at the gate of Konoha, Ning Hao followed Orochimaru and sped up his speed and stepped into Konoha. Stepping into Konoha can see a lot of lower ninjas. Usually these lower ninjas are on a mission, although you can also see a lot, but definitely not as many as now. Dressed in black, wearing sunglasses, and carrying backpacks, Ning Hao and Orochimaru stepped into Konoha and immediately attracted a lot of attention. And the Uchiha members of the Konoha police department also set their eyes on Ning Hao, and only moved away after a moment. According to the patriarch's meaning, after seeing Ning Hao, he needs to report to him. The Uchiha clan lost 2 middle ninjas and 2 upper ninjas. Although the Uchiha pure died, the Uchiha clan didn't know that Ning Hao did it, but the people who died before were not dead in vain, and the Uchiha clan naturally wanted to get back to the field. Moreover, Ning Hao's task has not been completed yet. It is obvious that the Uchiha clan wants to seize the opportunity of this middle ninja exam and kill him in the exam. This time it's really dark, it's not going to be bright. With Ning Hao's keen senses, he naturally felt the gaze of the 2 guards, and even guessed what accidents would occur in this Zongnin exam. This is Ning Hao, one of the 2 geniuses. It's said that some time ago it was famous in the black market. There are already more than 10 million bounties. Does it look small? Did you come back to take the Zongnin exam? That's Orochimaru-sama, right? It turns out that Ning Hao's teacher is actually Orochimaru-sama. Ning Hao and Kakashi are among the 2 geniuses of Konoha, and both of them are very easy to recognize. Even if it is just hearsay, they can recognize Ning Hao and Kakashi. Kakashi has silver hair, which is rare, and with a mask covering the lower half of his face, a face that is cold and recognizable at a glance. And Ning Hao has short black hair, very capable, and looks relatively ordinary. It is said that he looks very handsome, but with a big sunglasses that covers half of his face, he looks a lot ordinary. As long as he sees the big sunglasses, he can basically recognize it at a glance. Back in Konoha, Ning Hao and Orochimaru first went to the Hokage building. Mr. Ape Fei. I've seen Hokage-sama. Ning Hao followed Orochimaru into the office of Ape Fei Ri Chop, and Ape Fei Ri Chop smiled slightly. You 2 are really on time. There are still 2 days before the middle ninja exam starts, and Orochimaru and Ning Hao are only back now, so generally speaking, they have missed the time. But who called Orochimaru a disciple of the Hokage, and Ning Hao was a disciple of Orochimaru? This is all a family, and there must be privileges. Teacher Sarafii, I recommend Ning Hao to take the middle ninja exam. Orochimaru nodded indifferently and said to Sarafii, rise up. I've arranged it. Ape Fei Ri nodded and looked at Ning Hao, who was silent. Some time ago, the little guy made a lot of noise. It's better to be careful in this middle ninja exam. Obviously, Sarutobi knew about Ning Hao and the Uchiha family. The first half of the sentence was about the movement between Ning Hao and Orochimaru in the black market. And the second half of the sentence was about the matter between Ning Hao and the Uchiha family. I see. Hearing the words of the ape flying son, Ning Hao nodded lightly. Then it's okay, I'll go down first. Go ahead. Orochimaru and Ape Fei Ri said that it was okay for the 3 generations to leave Orochimaru and Ning Hao, so naturally there was no need to keep them. Ning Han and Orochimaru walked out of the office of Ape Fei Ri / and they heard Orochimaru say, come to me if you have something, I'll leave first. Saying that, Orochimaru left directly. Ning Hao pursed his lips, the ghost will come to you, and if he looks for you, he will be bled again, right? I thought you'd miss this time to start the... When Ning Hao wanted to go home directly, he saw Kakashi appear in front of him with a very stinky fart. Although he had grown a little taller, he still had that cold look, as if everyone owed him money, covering half of his face. Kakashi thought that Ning Hao would be absent from this exam, but he had heard the news that Ning Hao and Orochimaru were back before, so he was here waiting for Ning Hao to come out of the Hokage's office. It seems that you are very confident in your own strength. Ning Hao looked at Kakashi, his glasses narrowing slightly. Kakashi looked at Ning Hao coldly. Do you want to have a competition? 41st competition. Ning Hao looked at Kakashi, a smile on the corner of his mouth. From the first competition at the beginning of school, to the time of graduation, he and Kakashi had a total of 40 competitions, but Kakashi lost 40 times. Ning Hao mentioned this matter, and it was suspected that Kakashi's complexion changed instantly. How depressed he was. Goodbye to the Zongnin exam, I'll go home first. Ning Hao said that the instantaneous body technique disappeared directly in place. He has been out for more than half a year, and he should go back to Konoha to take a look. If the Uchiha family can't deal with him at that time, it will not be good to deal with the Ning family. Kakashi pursed his lips disdainfully when he saw Ning Hao disappear using the instantaneous body technique, but he had to admit that the gap between him and Ning Hao seemed to have a chasm. An insurmountable chasm. During this time, Kakashi also heard some news about Ning Hao, that is, Ning Hao's battle target seemed to be already Shang Shinobi. The entire black market, the tasks related to Shang Ren have been completed by Ning Hao. Whether there is a big snake pill to help or not, one fact cannot be denied, that is, Ning Hao's strength has become stronger. At least that skillful teleportation technique, Kakashi himself couldn't do it. Young Master Ning, you're back. When Ning Hao returned to Ning's house, Fu Bo greeted him, and according to his understanding of Ning Hao, he knew that Ning Hao should come back during this time. Nothing has happened recently, has it? Ning Hao looked at the Fu Bo who ushered in, and there was not much change, and he was also a lot relieved. Hearing this, Fauber thought for a moment and said, "It's not a big deal, it's just that the sales of the distillery have dropped a lot recently, and it seems that some caravans often encounter robbers when they come to buy goods." "Humph, don't bother with it, lower it, it's useless to take so much money." Chapter 66. This kind of thing is a trivial matter at all. It doesn't matter if the Uchiha clan is playing ghost or not. For so many years, the Ning family has earned enough money, and if Ning Hao uses it himself, he may not be able to use it up for a lifetime. Since this is the case, the shipment volume of the distillery will be controlled within a certain level in the future. If there is more, there will be a limited supply. Let those merchants raise the price by themselves. Ning Hao said indifferently, "This can be regarded as a kind of hunger marketing." "Yes." Fu Bo heard Ning Hao's words and wrote them down, and asked casually, "If the price rises, if those merchants still want to goods? No matter how much money you pay, you don't have any money, it's only available in limited quantities." Ning Hao said firmly. Fu Bo wrote down what Ning Hao said, and then went to the winery. And in the Uchiha family, the police department that was originally guarding the gate also found Uchiha Fugaku and reported the matter of Ning Hogui. "Humph, sure enough, I'm still back to take the middle ninja exam." Uchiha Fuyu snorted coldly. He originally admired Ning Hao, but he sent someone to send a letter over, wanting to invite him to the Uchiha clan to meet him. Who knew that Ning Hao didn't agree at all, and without even replying a word, he almost went on a mission with Orochimaru, and then came into contact with the Hyuga clan. It's just looking down on the Uchiha family. Although Ning Hao did not agree to the Hyuga clan in the end, a genius like Ning Hao could not be used for his own purposes, and the best way to deal with it was naturally to wipe it out in the cradle. After learning that Ning Hao was back, Uchiha Fuyu also arranged it to prepare for the middle ninja exam. Although it is also clearly said in the middle ninja test, you can't kill you, and there is usually a ninja or a dark part to protect in secret. But it's not uncommon for a momentary miss to happen, and it's basically every year. It's just that the only thing that is a little troublesome is that this is just a middle ninja exam, and there are really not many people who can deal with Ning Hao. After all, it's just an assessment of the promotion of the lower ninja to the middle ninja, and if it is the upper ninja exam, it will be much easier to deal with Ning Hao. Konoha School. Ning Hao. As soon as little Lori came out of the ninja school, Ning Hao also got a hug as he wished. I have to say that it was not easy. Ever since Xiao Lori knew that she was kissed by Ning Hao for the first time, she was actually deceived, so she kept it in mind. Ning Hao came back from the mission in a month, and it was impossible to get Xiao Lori's hug. Finally back, did you take the middle ninja exam? I'll go back and watch it when the time comes, don't fail. Little Lori hurriedly came out of Ning Hao's arms, her cheeks were a little blushing, but she looked very happy, and said to Ning Hao, I'm back, of course I'll take the shinobi exam, and I'll definitely pass. Ning Hao stretched out his hand and hit Xiao Lori's head and rubbed Sunset's long red and black hair. Don't. Like this, Sunset Hong grabbed Ning Hao's hand on her head, pulled it down, and then straightened her hair. Ning Hao, you're back, it's been a long time since you've had a competition, how about it? In the distance, Ning Hao saw a figure rushing over. And with that familiar voice, except for Mate Kai, no one else here would shout to compete with him. Ning Hao is back. Are you coming back to take the shinobi exam? Come on. As one of the two geniuses of Konoha, Ning Hao's popularity is still okay, especially when he was in school. He didn't have anything to do to guide the others in the class to cultivate. After a while, Shizuan and Lin also stopped to chat with Ning Hao for a few words, while Ape Fei Asma and the others said hello to him and left, saying that they would go back to see his Zongnin assessment. Hey! Suddenly, Ning Hao felt a powerful spiritual force attacking, and it seemed that a powerful illusion fell towards him. There was no need to think about it, and he knew who was using illusion on him, so Ning Hao could only resist. Fortunately, with his strong spiritual power, he didn't fantasize when the illusion fell, but his mental power was a little impacted. Little ghost, your spiritual power has become much stronger again. Sunset Zhenhong came from a distance, and her eyes fell on Ning Hao. I wish you to be promoted to Zongnin in advance, and it is a record of the youngest to be promoted to Zongnin. Father! Sunset Red looked at the coming Sunset Zhenhong, and greeted with some surprise. And in Sunset True Red's opinion, Ning Hao's powerful spiritual power alone to perform illusions is enough to be promoted to Zongnin. You must know that Ning Hao has deceived a lot of illusion skills from his baby daughter. To say that Ning Hao can't use illusions, nonsense. To borrow the auspicious words of the real Red seniors, but the youngest shinobi should be Kakashi. Although Ning Hao is the same age as Kakashi, he is more than half a year older than Kakashi, and in terms of the youngest graduation and promotion to the middle ninja, Kakashi is still younger. Almost. I'll see you the day after tomorrow. Sunset True Red said and left naturally. There is little Lori Sunset Red who left together. Ning Hao and Lin chatted silently for a while, instructing the two of them to cultivate, and when night fell, the three of them also went home separately. The next day, Ning Hao didn't go anywhere, but sorted out what he had learned, prepared for tomorrow's middle ninja exam, and waited for the Uchiha clan to make a move. And on this day I can already see a lot of ninjas rushing back. The originally rare upper ninja has become ubiquitous. These upper ninjas may usually be on a mission come back to see the beginning of this year's middle ninja. Some are bringing the lower ninja students back to take the middle ninja exam. This is the essence of Konoha. After the Second Ninja World War, after 8 or 9 years of cultivation, it belongs to the heritage of the first ninja village. Early the next morning, Ning Hao hurried towards the location of Zongnin's exam without hurry. The people I met along the way were all moving in the direction of the location of the Zongnin exam. There are ninjas, there are ordinary wood residents. Ning Hao also attracted a lot of attention along the way. He must be the young master of the Ning family, and the residents of Konoha generally know it, and between the lower ninjas, they know that Ning Hao and Kakashi are the two geniuses of Konoha, and they are also the geniuses who graduated at the youngest age and became the lower ninja. And when he arrived at the location of the Zongnin exam, the first feeling he gave Ning Hao was a sea of people. Chapter 67. At this time in Konoha now, you can apply for graduation in 3 years, which makes the generation of shinobi very fast. The biannual middle ninja exam, some people may have failed last time, some may have missed the mid-year exam. In short, at a glance, there are at least more than 200 lower ninjas, and more likely to be people watching the excitement. Upper ninja, middle ninja, or the commoner of Konoha. Ning Hao's arrival attracted the attention of many people. Generally, it is mostly lower forbearance and upper forbearance. Shinobu is because Ning Hao and Kakashi are known as Konoha for 2 days, and they are worried about facing Ning Hao or Kakashi. And Shangren mostly heard about the movements of Ning Hao and Orochimaru in the black market, mainly to see if Ning Hao's strength was close to Shang Ninja, or just that after Orochimaru made a move against Shang Ninja, he threw it to Ning Hao. Some of the upper ninjas turned around and didn't see the figure of Orochimaru. As Ning Hao's teacher, he didn't show up when Ning Hao took the middle ninja exam. It seems that he is very confident in Ning Hao. As for Orochimaru, he must have confidence in Ning Hao. He felt that Ning Hao was bullying children when he came to participate in the middle ninja assessment, and it was almost the same that he should go directly to participate in the upper ninja assessment. Ning Hao. Here. Not far away, Ning Hao saw Sunset Red, Shizuan, and others, and Sarafi Asma, Uchiha Obito, and others were also there, as if they wanted to see how Ning passed the preliminary round of the Zongnin exam. And the sunset is really red, Tsunade, and they are not there, because this kind of preliminary competition is not good at all, and with Ning Hao's strength, he can pass lightly. The rules of the preliminary round are also very simple, that is, battles. The examiner will then draw 2 places to fight, and if you win 2 games in a row, you will pass the preliminary round and enter the next exam, and if you lose one, you will be a failure. To a large extent, the preliminary round has a little bit to do with luck. If you encounter a strong opponent, you will basically lose, and if you happen to encounter a weaker opponent, you will go directly to the next exam. However, if you win by luck, you will basically be eliminated in the next assessment. More than half of the people will be brushed off from the beginning of the preliminary round, so at this time, the middle ninja exam is generally more difficult. There is no so-called written test, and some are just battles. Ahem, cough, cough quiet, a shinobi landed in front of the ring in the middle, and as soon as he spoke, the whole scene instantly fell silent. My name is Yuki Makihara, and I am the chief examiner of the preliminary round of this Zongnin exam, and the next exam has officially begun. Woohoo! After the examiner finished speaking, he stood aside, and there were also many ninjas wearing vests in the ring on the side. I don't know whether it was the middle ninja or the upper ninja, who were responsible for assisting the competition to start. Toyama Ryashi and Torinda, please come to the number 1 ring. XXX and XXX, please come to ring number 2. There are a total of 5 rings, all of which are not big, and they are very simple, and they look like they are made using earth to escape. Soon the battle begins. And the first winner will continue to stand in the ring and continue to compete with the next man. Ning Hao, please come to the number 5 ring. When the chief executive read Ning Hao's name, he also glanced up. Shout! Ning Hao directly appeared in the number 5 ring with an instantaneous technique, standing firmly in the ring, and did not make a sneak attack, but looked at the opponent in the ring. It was a man of about 12 or 13 years of age, very strong, and looked like he could fight. What a clever instantaneous book! As the chief examiner of Shangnan, he was also slightly surprised when he saw the instantaneous body technique performed by Ning Hao. Such an instantaneous body technique can only be achieved by Shangnan, right? Can you start? Ning Hao asked lightly. On one side of the ring, there is a man in a green vest, who is responsible for protecting the people fighting in the ring from injury, and if they find that the situation is wrong, they have the right to stop it. Ahem, okay, let's start. The one who assisted in the exam was Nishong Shinobi, who was also surprised by Ning Hao's instantaneous technique. Cut, what's the spirit, isn't it just a little kid after all? Let me beat you up. The big man opposite Ning Hao clenched his fists and rushed towards him, not slowing down. Of course, this is only for the average person. Bump! It's a pity that the big man hasn't rushed to Ning Hao's side yet, and suddenly he fell on the ground and fell asleep directly. Originally, he was looking forward to this battle, wanting to see what ability Ning Hao, who was known as the two geniuses of Konoha, and how strong he was. It's just that everyone watched with anticipation, but what they saw was that a tiger-like battle ended like this. Ning Hao didn't even move, and the opponent directly lay on the ground and slept. Illusion. It's okay if it's not sealed. You can use illusions without seals. That's the Uchiha clan. Is Ning Hao the Uchiha clan? A group of lower ninjas were still arguing about how Ning Hao put his opponent there, while Ning Hao was standing in the ring, and forgot to say a word. Next, Zhong Shinobi, who was in charge of assisting in the exam, also didn't expect such a scene, so he walked directly to the big man who was sleeping heavily, woke him up, and announced that the game was over. I'll just sleep for a while and it'll be over. The big man was helpless for a while, and didn't seem to understand the situation. Why did he fall asleep? Not many people know about Ning Hao's ability to seal with one hand. Abe Faisma and the others heard the discussion of a group of lower ninjas, and they also said with great emotion. But this ability is not enviable, not everyone can seal with one hand, and the control of chakra alone is not generally possible. Wrong, Ning Hao doesn't need to seal at all, he can also release illusions, and his spiritual power is very powerful. Xirihong was also very happy to see Ning Hao win so easily, as if she had won the victory herself. Kohei Toyama, please come to the number 5 ring. Soon, another shinobi walked to the ring where Ning Hao was, although I'm not sure if you used illusions, but... Don't you use illusions? Yes. Ning Hao nodded. That's good. Toyama Kohei nodded. Let's start. This time there is no need for Ning Hao to ask, the Zongnin who assisted in the exam has already announced that he can make a move. Shout! Ning Hao was wrapped in chakra, and disappeared in place in an instant, waving his hand casually. Chapter 68. Bump. For ordinary people and Xia Shinobi, they didn't see how Ning Hao moved at all, but they just saw his body disappear in place in an instant. Immediately after that, he appeared behind his opponent. And Yuan Shan Hoping, who was Ning Hao's opponent, also fell directly to the ground. This. When did he run behind that guy? Too fast, hey. A group of shinobi stared at each other, and they didn't see Ning Hao's movements at all, and the two battles were only completed in an instant. He was really fast, and he was not at the same level as Ben. Ning Hao won the selection of the next city assessment of the Zongnin examination. The middle ninja who was in charge of the test assistant said slowly, taking the unconscious lower ninja down. For the control of power, Ning Hao can be said to be in the subtle realm, so the unconscious shinobi will wake up in about 10 minutes, and there will be no danger. The middle ninja who assisted in the exam also confirmed this matter, and only then announced that he had passed the preliminary round of the middle ninja exam. Bang! Wow, Kakashi, who is worthy of Ning Hao's name, is very strong. If you meet these two people in the middle ninja exam, you can wait for next year. After Ning Hao finished the competition, there was also a shout next to the ring not far away. Almost like Ning Hao, Kakashi defeated the two of them in an instant and won 2 victories, and after the shoe battle, Kakashi also glanced at Ning Hao. Uchiha Suzu, please come to ring 3. Suddenly, as the main examiner of Shangnan shouted out a person's name, Ning Hao's ears pricked up. The name is familiar. In the original book, the genius who fought with Uchiha Itachi, the Uchiha clan was the first to open the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye after the death of the Uchiha Madara brothers. Originally, Ning Hao was still a little puzzled. Why didn't he hear the news of Uchiha stopping water, thinking that his appearance caused some butterfly effect, and accidentally flew with the Uchiha water stop fan. Now it doesn't seem to be like this, but the Uchiha Shisui has graduated, and he is older than Ning Hao. After Ning Hao stepped out of the ring, he originally planned to leave, but after hearing the name of Uchiha Shisui, he also looked at the third ring after walking to Sunset Red and the others. The Uchiha Shisui doesn't look big, at most he is a year or 2 older than Ning Hao. Of course, the main thing is that Ning Hao looks older than his peers. Dressed in black clothes with the Uchiha logo and short hair, he slowly walked to the ring, looking decent. Ning Hao, congratulations, you will definitely be able to become a middle ninja. Sunset Hong looked at Ning Hao coming over, and immediately sent his blessings. With the strength that Ning Hao showed just now, becoming a middle ninja is almost a matter of nailing to the iron plate. Congratulations! Congratulations! Shizuan, Lin, Akai, Ape Fei Asma and others also wanted Ning Hao to thank him. Thank you, Ning Hao replied lightly, and his eyes fell on Uchiha Shisui. Unlike Ning Hao's thoughts, the Uchiha Shisui didn't end the battle too quickly, and after fighting with the opponent, he defeated the opponent. But with Ning Hao's control of his body, it can be seen at a glance that Uchiha Shisui seems to be hiding his strength. That's Uchiha Shisui, the genius of our Uchiha clan. The people on the side who didn't understand it all the time saw that Ning Hao seemed to care about Uchiha Shisui, so he also introduced it. Well, not bad. Ning Hao nodded and said perfunctorily. Then the Uchiha Shisui won again and passed the preliminary round of this time the middle ninja exam. The battle that followed was basically nothing to watch, and the only outstanding one might be a woman from the Hyuga clan. Hinata Flying Snow. Ning Hao felt that the name seemed a little familiar, and briefly recalled it, and suddenly remembered that Hinata had mentioned it to him, as if he wanted to give him this girl named Hinata Fixu as his fiancée. That's my sister. Hinata Fihung, who was on the side, forgot to glance at Ning Hao a little strangely, and said, my sister seems to have a big opinion of you. Ning Hao was a little speechless, but he didn't pay attention to it, just a girl, and the only thing that interested Ning Hao might be Uchiha Shisui. If this person appears, there may be a mission, and as for whether it is someone sent by the Uchiha clan to kill him, Ning Hao is not sure. Although Uchiha Shisui is indeed a genius, there is still a lot of gap compared to him, and Uchiha Fugaku will not let Uchiha Shisui come to death. Shiha Kyoyu is single-minded to the number 5 ring. After watching a morning of competition with Xi Rihong and others, Ning Hao seemed very bored, while Xi Rihong and others watched it very energetically, and everyone who appeared had to ask Ning Hao who would win. And the choices that Ning Hao said are basically right, unless there are some mistakes in battle, they are basically correct. The entire preliminary round ended in the morning, and 5 members of the Uchiha clan participated, and all of them passed the preliminary round. 5 people. Ning Hao's mouth hooked up a smile. It doesn't seem to be enough to see. After lunch, I returned to the location of the preliminary round, and after a preliminary round, there were less than 100 people left, and there were only about 60 or 70 people, so it can be seen how many people were brushed off in just one preliminary round. At the same time, it also proves that there is not much moisture in the test of the middle ninja. One victory may be able to win, but it will be difficult to win 2 games in a row. Even if you win one, you will be eliminated if you lose once. If you want to quit tomorrow, you can leave directly, and tomorrow at 7 AM outside the big tree forest, and those who arrive late will be considered to have withdrawn from the people present did not quit, and now even after graduating from the ninja school, there is a murder knife course, and there are still people present who have this awareness. Or if someone doesn't stand up because of face, and won't go tomorrow, it can also be regarded as quitting. In that case, disbanded. Seeing this, the chief examiner of Sharingan wrote something on the scroll in his hand, and then left directly. Humph! Ning Hao also left slowly, and there was a muffled snort, and he saw a long-haired woman with white eyes glaring at him, and then turned around and left with her long black hair. As Hinata Fihung said, this sister of his seems to be very big for Ning Hao. It's really inexplicable. Ning Hao shook his head indifferently, and then left directly. Chapter 69. Be careful tomorrow. After the sunset red and separated, he told Ning Hao and waved his little hand back. Tomorrow's knockout match is very dangerous. Sunset red didn't bother Ning Hao, giving Ning Hao a separate time to deal with it, and she can't see tomorrow's exam, only the final can be seen. What mission will the Uchiha trigger? When Ninghao returned home, he also focused his attention on his mind. Mission 1, Uchiha Shisui doesn't want to kill you, quit the middle ninja exam, or complete the middle ninja exam alive. Rewards, Level 1 Wish Power Fragments, 2. Accept Task 1. Ninghao directly accepted this task. It was basically impossible for him to quit, but it was still possible to pass the exam. It seems that Uchiha Shisui is indeed here to kill me, but he has a good heart, and he doesn't want to make a move. Ninghao felt a little surprised, but the task given by the system also showed that Uchiha Shisui didn't want to kill him. Of course, it's one thing whether he can kill him, at least in the eyes of Uchiha Shisui, he can kill him, so the system will show I don't want to kill you. Then I'll spare you my life, and you'll be of some use in the future. Early in the morning, after breakfast, Ninghao went to the forest of big trees. Located to the west of Konoha, the forest of great trees is a forest of huge trees, and it is said to be a forest created by the original Hokage, Senju Pillar, using Kidoku. Before Ninghao walked through the forest of big trees, he saw Uchiha Shisui, dressed in black and embroidered with a fan, holding bird food and feeding the birds not far away. Or rather, a crow. Ninghao just glanced at it, and then slowly moved forward. Can't you not take this middle ninja exam? Uchiha Shisui was still feeding the birds, but he glanced at Ninghao and whispered, you know. You're going to die. I only know that I will definitely be able to pass this exam. Thank you for your concern. Ninghao continued to move forward, and after a short time he was already far away from where the Uchiha stopped the water. Hey, Uchiha sighed, and after feeding the bird food, he also thought about the forest of the big tree. When Ninghao arrived, he could no longer see that many people had arrived, and they were discussing something together. And the entire uncle's forest has been enclosed by an earthen wall, and all the towering trees that can be seen. At the entrance of the forest of trees, the examiner of the first exam before was sitting on a chair, with a small table in front of him, and when he saw Ninghao coming, he also beckoned, Ninghao, come here. Let's sign this. The examiner handed Ninghao a piece of paper. He was no stranger to this, similar to a life and death agreement. Before the graduation exam, he had already rested, but he didn't expect the Zongnin exam to come again. It seems that he is still very close to this thing. But this is also a must, so Ninghao wrote his name. All right, it's time. After a short time, it was 7 o'clock, and there were still people who did not arrive, and it seemed that they had given up or did not rush over, and no one knew which one it was. There are a total of. In this knockout round of the Zongnin exam, 62 people participated, in the form of a group of 3. If someone is willing to work in a group of 2, they can put it forward. The chief examiner of the upper ninja said, the specific rule is that each person collects 3 scrolls of upper, middle, and lower, and each team has 1 scroll per person. This knockout game also seems simple, with each person collecting 3 reels, upper, middle, lower. Basically, a team has to deal with 3 squads in order to make up 9 scrolls, which requires team cooperation, and the overall strength cannot be too bad, mainly depending on how the main exam is scored. How is it? Kakashi, who was beside Ninghao, glanced at him. Obviously wanting to get together with Ninghao, just 2 people. Can you be a team alone? Ninghao asked the chief examiner of Sharingan. No, because the number of people is insufficient. There can be a 2-person team, and if no one wants to, a shinobi will be sent to join the team of 2. The chief shinobi examiner said. Then I'll be on a team with Kakashi. Ninghao said helplessly. Kakashi glanced at Ninghao, feeling that he was a little disgusted by Ninghao. Damn! Kakashi gritted his teeth, but unfortunately he was wearing a mask and no one could see him. Then come and get the scroll, and let's go, get in a line in 3 minutes. Downstairs, 3 people came with 3 boxes and began to recite their names, and one of them took out one of the boxes and walked away from the box, and then entered the forest of trees. It is definitely advantageous to enter first, you can hide well, or even set up a trap, and then he can run farther. Ning Hao and Kakashi were two teams, but in the front position, the fifth team stepped into the forest of big trees. Take it. Stepping into the uncle's forest, Ning Hao gave all the scrolls to Kakashi. You don't follow me with this scroll, your life will be in danger. Shout. After Ning Hao finished speaking, he directly used the teleportation technique to disappear, leaving Kakashi with 3 scrolls. For Kakashi, all he needed was to collect one more scroll and basically pass the exam. Damn, do I need your handout? Kakashi was also arrogant and shook the scroll in his hand casually, disappearing with his own scroll. Bang bang bang. It's all too easy to hide a person among the huge trees. But Ning Hao swaggered along, and the eyes of the team fell on him, and he noticed it instantly, and the 3 people were knocked unconscious directly, and the 3 scrolls were also in hand, but Ning Hao's own scroll was also given to Kakashi, so he still needed a scroll. Ning Hao didn't need to hide at all, so he walked with a swagger. Shout. 5 figures struck from a distance and landed on top of the huge trees, surrounding Ning Hao in it. Several people are dressed similarly, and the group fan logo of the Uchiha group is the most obvious, so the identity is naturally needless to say. It seems that you are very confident in your own strength. Among the 5 members of the Uchiha clan, a long-haired man who looked to be 17 or 18 years old looked at Ning Hao, with a feeling of staring at the corpse, which made Ning Hao very unhappy. Of the 5, Uchiha Shisui is also among them. Chapter 70. Uchiha Shisui also looked at Ning Hao. Among the 5, his face was the most normal and calm, and the other 4 looked at Ning Hao with some contempt, or looked at him with murderous intent. Woo! 5 people made the seal almost at the same time, and it was extremely fast. This is the Zongnan exam, and this knockout test is the cooperation between the teams, and there is no provision that there can be no cooperation between the 2 teams. 5 people are generally feasible for Ning Hao, as long as they don't kill Ning Hao, the person in charge of protecting them won't do it. And with the power of the Uchiha clan, who knows if the ninja responsible for protecting Ning Hao is still there? Who can guarantee that he has not been bribed? In short, when the seal of the 5 Uchiha members was sealed, no one came to stop it. Shaved. When the 5 of them were sealed, Ning Hao's body was wrapped in a chakra with the wind attribute, and he instantly rushed towards the Uchiha member in the lead. But the seal of 5 people has been completed, and there are only 3 seals, even if the speed of 5 people is not fast, but the seal is less, and it is completed in an instant. A sense of crisis struck, making the pores on Ning Hao's body stand up. Uchiha Flame Array. Bang! A pentagonal enchantment enveloped Ning Hao in it, and a firelight several meters high instantly rose into the sky, and the entire enchantment was full of flames. Uchiha Melee Fire Array is based on the move after the weakening of the Fire Flame Array, and it is also a move prepared to deal with Ning Hao in the middle ninja exam, which requires 5 people to work together. The enchantment enveloped Ning Hao, and the flames that rose to the sky scorched for tens of seconds, although the time was very short, but the huge tree body that was in the enchantment had been completely burned into ashes, and it was conceivable that Ning Hao's small body was enough to be burned to ashes. Ha ha ha! Isn't it still dead? This is what happens to the Uchiha clan. Ha ha ha! The Uchiha clan is a group of 5 people, and 3 of them are laughing wantonly, acting sarcastically. After all, they are not very old. The Uchiha Shisui glanced at the ground. There was nothing, maybe it had turned to ashes, but it always felt that something was wrong. The consumption of the Uchiha Melee Fire Array of the Hu 5-person ninja actual combat is still relatively large, and after stopping the transportation of chakra, it is also a slight gasp. Thunder Rachel. Faint, but the voice came to mind in the ears of several Uchiha members, and along with it, there was a faint sound of thunder light beating. Different from the performance of Thousand Birds, Rachel does not have the sound of 1,000 birds chirping, but it is more condensed and restrained. Poof! Poof! Ning Hao's body flashed, and with a wave of his hand, a thunderbolt flashed, and the two heads with big eyes flew up in an instant, and they couldn't understand why Ning Hao, who was wrapped in the Uchiha Melee fire array before, was fine. Casually eliminating the two members of the Uchiha clan, Ning Hao instantly rushed towards the remaining three. The three of them were also taken aback by Ning Hao, who suddenly appeared. Even if the Uchiha stopped the water, it was certain that Ning Hao was wrapped in the fire escape barrier before. But why is it okay? You can't kill us. Chidori, sharp spear. Ning Hao's face was cold, and when the three of them fled and dodged, the thunder in his hand suddenly weakened, and his gaze was like a thunder snatch several meters long. Puff 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 puff. The thunder robbery struck suddenly, and the three people who dodged directly, including the Uchiha Zishui, did not have the ability to borrow strength out of thin air. The first one who was concentrated by the thunder robbery was concentrated on the person, and the head flew up directly, and the blood was suddenly scattered all over the ground, and the headless corpse bang slammed down from the air. The second person who was hit by the lightning robbery was slashed by the lightning robbery on the chest, and a shocking wound appeared, and he was almost cut in half. Only a little flesh and blood were still connected. And the Uchiha had already evacuated some distance, and the thunder rushed and slashed across his abdomen, making him feel a cold abdomen, a feeling of numbness, and he knew that he was injured. Originally, Uchiha Shisui thought that as long as Ning Hao swung his backhand, he might die here like the previous four, or Ning Hao only needed to throw out a kunao, and he would be killed directly if he had nowhere to borrow his strength. But Ning Hao didn't do that, but stopped directly, stood on the huge tree trunk, and forgot about him lightly. The Uchiha Shisui felt very confused, but the moment he landed, he also dodged away directly. Good teleportation technique. Ning Hao watched the Uchiha stop the water and dodged away, and said lightly. At Ning Hao's feet, it was the scorched black earth that had been scorched by the Uchiha Melee fire array before, and a pentagonal space rushed directly into the sky a few meters. In this uncle's forest that was dozens of meters high, this Uchiha Melee fire array was not very complacent at all, so the movement was not very big. Shout! The next moment, Ning Hao disappeared directly, leaving behind a slightly embarrassed battlefield and 4 corpses. Shout! Moments after Ning Hao left, a Sharingan also rushed over, stood on the huge tree, glanced at the corpses on the ground or on the tree, and then left directly. Hokage's office. Abe frowned slightly. He knew the grievances between the Uchiha and Ning Hao, because this was only the middle ninja exam, and the people sent by the Uchiha clan to participate in the assessment were also lower ninjas. The oldest was 17 or 18 years old, and his strength was not too strong. Although there were 5 people, as long as Ning Hao didn't resist, it should be fine. So Sarafii-san also watched Ning Hao's knockout match, but he didn't think that Ning Hao actually directly faced the 5 people of the Uchiha clan. In the opinion of Abe this is really unwise. When the Uchiha flame array was launched, Abe was also in the air, and he sweated for Ning Hao. When he saw Ning Hao suddenly appear, using a high-level thunderbolt like Rachel to instantly solve the 2 of them, and then using Thousand Bird sharp spear to kill the 2 again, Abe was also surprised and puzzled. Ning Hao's Rachel Abe Flying Sun had never seen before, and it looked even more powerful than Thousand Birds. Abe was a little puzzled. How did Ning Hao escape the fire escape enchantment? 4 chapters have been changed. Ask for a subscription when it is poured, there will automatically be 100 plus 1 more, and so on. Chapter 71. Ning Hao should have been wrapped in the fire escape enchantment before, and letting the ape fly to the sun was also sweating for him. But how Ning Hao avoided the fire escape enchantment, even Ape Sun couldn't think of him for a while. The only thing he could think of was the space-time ninjutsu. Because he had heard it mentioned that the space-time ninjutsu of Bo Feng Shuman seemed to be the advice given by Ning Hao, and it was slowly perfected. But when I think about it, I feel that something is wrong. If it was really space-time ninjutsu, how high was Ning Hao's talent? After all, counting the time when Ning Hao came into contact with Bo Feng Shuman, it had only been more than half a year, and in just half a year, he had developed space-time ninjutsu. What does this little ghost want to do? Suddenly, Abe Fury couldn't help but look at the crystal ball in front of him, watching Ning Hao's every move. Forest of big trees. As the location of the shinobi exam, there are all huge trees here, and there are few places where you can see the ground, and basically everyone who enters them has to move on top of the big trees. Concealment can only be hidden in a big tree. At this moment, Ning Hao was standing on top of a tree, and there were 3 unconscious shinobi beside him, which had been solved by him, and he was out of the knockout round. Let me draw an end to this Zongnin exam. Ning Hao, who was standing on the big tree, bit his finger, swiped on his palm, and pressed his hands to the ground. Ninja psychic technique. Bang! A puff of smoke rose, and a bunch of snakes appeared in front of Ning Hao in a circle. Go ahead, find out all the people in the whole forest. These snakes that Ning Hao came out of the psychic were not big, and after his words fell, the snakes quickly scattered one by one, and Ning Hao himself continued to move forward and started hunting. That's right, it's hunting. The game is on. Ning Hao moved quickly on the trunk of the tree, but wherever there were snakes, he could get the news, and soon a team was found by Ning Hao. That's Ning Hao. Ning Hao was extremely fast, and he could barely see a vague shadow as he rushed above the tree trunk. Illusion Evil Heart. When Ning Hao approached, they saw that the person who came was actually Ning Hao, but when these people saw that the person who came was Ning Hao, they also fell directly to the ground and fell asleep. Ning Hao unceremoniously took the scrolls of the 3 of them away. Let's come back next year to participate in the Zongnin assessment. Ning Hao dropped this sentence and quickly moved towards the next place. In the entire forest of big trees, one team after another was attacked by Ning Hao, either directly put down by illusion, or knocked out by Ning Ho Kiao. There were originally more than 20 teams, and there were only a few sporadic teams left. Ning Hao, this is going to sweep the rhythm of the entire Zongnin exam. This guy. Sarutobi, who was sitting in the Hokage's office, also felt that Ning Hao was too crazy, and he actually dared to do this? Since the birth of the middle ninja exam and the upper ninja exam, no one seems to have been able to do this. If only Ning Hao passes the knockout round in the end, he will be the only one in the finals, so how can he play alone in the finals? Of course, he will directly pass the Zongnin exam. But it's impossible to be alone, at least there's a Kaka, isn't it? When night approaches, it's also a time when many teams make a move. For the Hyuga clan, who have white eyes, it is really easy to find the hidden one. But they searched for a long time, and it was late at night, and they still didn't find a team, which was like a ghost, because the losing team had already been taken away by the main test shinobi or the person in charge of protection when they were unconscious. At the same time, he was disqualified from continuing to compete. And Ning Hao also met a woman who made him inexplicable, Hinata Fixu. Ning Hao. Hinata Fixu looked at Ning Hao, who appeared. I finally found you. Ning Hao shook his head. Actually, I'm looking for you. Now your exams are over. Illusion Evil Heart. Ning Hao sealed with one hand, and an illusion suddenly fell on Hinata Fixu and the 2 people on her team. Bang bang, the 2 people next to Hinata Fixu fell directly. White Eyes and Hinata Fixu used White Eyes, and a powerful chakra erupted from his body, directly rushing away Ning Hao's illusion. Ning Hao's illusion just now did not use too much mental power to avoid dealing a blow to these lower ninjas, so it was only possible to break through by the Hyuga flying snow. Gossip Chapter 64. After breaking through the illusion, Hinata Fixu assumed a gossip pose, and an invisible realm appeared at Ning Hao's feet, enveloping him in it. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. Bang bang! Hinata Fixu slapped palm after palm on Ning Hao, but Ning Hao didn't dodge at all. Hoo-hoo! How could it be? How could there be such a powerful body control ability? After the 14-palm attack, Hinata Fixu 6 was almost at the limit, his body was slightly undulating, panting, and he looked at Ning Hao in disbelief. Her 64 palms attacked Ning Hao's body, and each palm was hit towards Ning Hao's acupuncture points, but Ning Hao directly controlled her body to transfer the acupuncture points in the moment before each of her palms fell, so that every time she attacked, it basically had no big effect. It's over. Ning Hao's body flashed, and instantly appeared behind Hinata Fixu, and a hand knife fell. Bang! Hinata only felt pain in the back of her neck, and then she lost consciousness. After taking the 3 scrolls, Ning Hao continued to search for the team hidden in the forest of great trees. A day plus a night of searching, basically the teams that were not eliminated after that were all found by Ning Hao, even if some teams had already collected the 3 scrolls of upper, middle, and lower, Ning Hao still grabbed them. The exam is over. As the sky gradually brightened, where heaven and earth meet, the fiery red sun rose from the sky, and Ning Hao stood on the top of the big tree, looking down on the forest of big trees. And not far away, Kakashi also saw Ning Hao, and when Ning Hao swept the entire competition, he had already collected the upper, middle, and lower scrolls. It turns out that when Ning Hao swept the knockout round, only Kakashi in the same group was left. Chapter 72. Oops, why did you come out too? You're coming out too. Isn't this the last Zongnin exam, Okamitsu, who entered the finals? As more and more people were eliminated, there were already 30 or 40 people standing outside. Originally, there were only about a dozen people, and then more and more, they wanted to see how many people would be eliminated in the end, and the results were. More than half of it has come out. Outside the entire forest of great trees, dozens of people remained dull. Every time a team comes out, they basically ask, "Who did you defeat?" Some people know that they will basically answer that it is Ning, and only the sporadic 2 teams will not answer that it is not Ning Hao. Some of them didn't know what was going on at all, and when they woke up, they were notified by the assistant exam that they were disqualified from the competition. But thinking that Ning Hao used illusion to put the opponent directly in the preliminary round, it seemed that he was also asleep. So quickly guessed that it was Ning Hao's hand. The more than 40 people who were eliminated were basically eliminated by Ning Hao. What the hell does Ning Hao want to do? How can that work? Hasn't he collected enough scrolls, and why is he knocking us all out? Quiet, said Kami Shinobi, who was the chief examiner. There is no rule in the elimination tournament that you can't continue to go to more scrolls after collecting the scrolls. I'll report to Hokage-sama for this exam, so if it's okay, you can go back first. At this time, it was already late, and the examiner felt that these failed shinobi could go back. No, I'm going to see how many people are eliminated. Yes, 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 I feel that Ning Hao may have to eliminate everyone. No, the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan are both participating. That's... Uchiha stops water, hey. Uchiha Shisui has also been eliminated, why is he alone? He seems to be hurt. Soon the Uchiha stopped the water and came out, he gave up by himself, he himself was injured, and he also saw that Du Feng was cleaning up all the caches, so he simply gave up. After a short time, Shisui was taken to Konoha Hospital. All the people present seemed to have been eliminated by Ning Hao, but none of them were injured, at most, they were knocked on the neck, and there was no big problem. But looking at the appearance of the Uchiha stopping the water, it seems that the injury is not light. Look, people from the Hyuga family. A cry came, attracting the attention of the middle ninja. I saw Hinata's team come out, and looking at Hinata's dissatisfied and angry look, I knew that I had been eliminated. This. Hinata Bezeki stepped out of the big tree forest and saw a group of people, all of whom had followed her into the big tree forest in the morning to participate in the elimination round. Soon, Hinata Fuxu knew why the other teams she couldn't find in the forest of big trees were all eliminated by Ning Hao. This guy. It's crazy. Hinata Fuxu never thought that one person would directly eliminate all the people who participated in the middle ninja exam, and the next finals basically don't need to compete, and Ning Hao's becoming a middle ninja is basically a foregone conclusion. But Ning Hao is really crazy. Simply a madman. Soon, not only a group of shinobi were waiting outside to watch the excitement, wanting to see how many people were eliminated, but even the shinobi who had nothing to do also reported to join in the fun. With the last team being eliminated by Ning Hao, in the entire forest of big trees, only Ning Hao and Kakashi remained. And now the sky is also bright. Let's go, the exam is over. In the forest of big trees, Ning Hao looked at Kakashi and said lightly, then jumped and rushed towards the exit of the big number. The exit to the forest of trees is in the opposite direction of the entrance, and after collecting the scrolls, you can walk out of the forest of trees to sign that the mission is complete. You've swept everybody. Kakashi followed Ning Hao. His eyes were like looking at a madman. In his opinion, Ning Hao was crazy. Being famous is sometimes a good thing, but being too famous is not necessarily a good thing. Yesterday Kakashi naturally saw Ning Hao running around, so he knew what Ning Hao was doing. Actually, according to my thoughts, you should also be eliminated. It's just that I don't know if people from the same team can pass the exam after they are eliminated. Ning Hao's words made Kakashi's face change, and he even had the urge to fight with Ning Hao. But now I've walked through the exit of the big tree forest. It's out. It's coming. It's coming. Everybody, beat him up. Seeing Ning Hao and Kakashi come out, a group of shinobi who had been waiting all night suddenly rushed towards Ning Hao and Kakashi. Whoa! Ning Hao and Kakashi flashed to the side of the ninja examiner in an instant. Stopped! The chief examiner of the upper ninja roared a Hedong lion, which shook everyone's ears and buzzed. The knockout round of this middle ninja exam is over, and the people who passed are Ning Hao and Kakashi Heiji. About the results of this exam, as well as the assessment of the finals, I will report to Hokage-sama and let Hokage-sama arrange it. After checking the scroll that Ning Hao handed over, Kakashi also turned over the scroll and handed it in, and when the examiner disappeared, Ning Hao and Kakashi also flashed, so as not to cause public anger. Hokage building. Hokage-sama. It's up to you to decide. The chief examiner of Sharingan reported what Ning Hao did in the rematch to Abe Fei Chop. I already know about this, so let's announce that Ning Hao and Kakashi have passed the middle ninja exam, and there is no need to compete in the finals, and at the same time revise the rules. This situation can't happen again in the next middle ninja exam. Yes. Teacher Sharingan left, and then announced, the final of the middle ninja exam was cancelled, and Ning Hao and Kimu Kakashi passed the middle ninja exam and became middle ninja. The whole Konoha was in an uproar. Ning Hao and Kakashi may be the only people who have not held a final since the Chunin held the Chunin exam and directly announced that they had passed the Chunin exam. This is already similar to the nature of being specially promoted to a middle ninja. However, Ning Hao alone swept all the teams participating in the middle ninja exam, which was a sensational thing in Konoha. Chapter 73. Throughout Konoha, Ning Hao and Kakashi once again became the gossip of everyone's after-dinner conversation. However, Ning Hao was indeed a bit high-profile this time, which caused a lot of dissatisfaction, but most people still admired Ning Hao. Even if you have to pick up all the people in the middle ninja exam alone, you have to have this strength. The Uchiha flame array prepared by the Uchiha clan for Ning Hao also failed to deal with him, so the matter could only be stopped for the time being and another opportunity was found. Opportunities are expected to be few and far between. Uchiha Fuyu also asked Uchiha to stop the water, but the stop water didn't know how Ning Hao avoided the Uchiha flame array, which seemed very weird. Hokage's office. Ning Hao and Kakashi walked here, both of them were notified to come over to get the certificate of the Zongnin exam. The little guy is a little too high profile. This needs to be changed. Abe Fari looked at Ning Hao with a little headache, and then asked the chief examiner of the upper ninja to hand over the certificate of the middle ninja to Ning Hao and Kakashi, along with a set of vests. Now you're a shinobi. The chief examiner of the upper ninja handed over the things to Ning Hao and Kakashi, and his heart was full of emotion. These two little ghosts were only 6 years old, and this upper ninja suddenly had a feeling that he had lived to a dog in his life. Thank you. Ning Hao and Kakashi thanked the vest as a result. Do you have to wear this vest? Ning Hao looked at the vest he was holding in his hand. How he looked ugly, it was still green. You can't wear it. The chief shinobi examiner shook his head and said. Hokage-sama, I'll take my leave if it's okay. The chief examiner said that he wanted to say hello to the ape and left directly. Then Hokage-sama, it's okay, let's go first. Ning Hao held the vest in his hand, looked at the ape flying sun, and said that he was about to leave. Wait, what's the hurry? Sarafiri left Ning Hao with a voice, and said to him and Kakashi, you two are still young now, this time the middle ninja exam is a bit high profile, have you ever thought about going to the dark department to cultivate for a while? This thing. Let's talk about it later. Ning Hao shook his head and didn't agree, but asked, is there anything else? Hokage-sama, can you finish it all at once? I'll go. Kakashi gritted his teeth and agreed. He was also stimulated by Ning Hao. Kakashi could feel that the gap between him and Ning Hao was indeed getting bigger and bigger, and if he didn't work hard, he might be left behind. Okay, then Kakashi, you stay. Abe Fari then looked at Ning Hao. As for you, go really. Seeing that Ning Hao looked like he was in a hurry to leave, Abe Fari also waved his hand and let him leave. Kakashi stayed, while Ning Hao left directly. Shout! After leaving the Hokage's office, Ning Hao teleported home directly, and when he got home, Fu Bo said, congratulations to young Master Ning for becoming a middle ninja. Well, thank you, I'll go back to my room first. Ning Hao thanked him and walked to the room. When he was in the Hokage's office, he remembered a few voices in his mind. This kind of thing rarely happened, except when he was in the ninja school. He met too many people at once, released a lot of tasks, and directly appeared the things covered by the mission. Other than that, there doesn't seem to be too much of a sound. It was precisely because of this that he was in such a hurry to leave the office of Abe Fari and come back to see what was going on. Before returning to the room, Ning Hao was focused on two things, paying attention to the information that appeared in his mind. Ding! Mission 2, the Uchiha clan is dissatisfied with you, and will assassinate you in the future, and counter-kill the person who assassinated you. The quest has been completed, rewarding 3 Tier 2 Wish Power Fragments. Mission 3, Uchiha Shisui doesn't want to kill you, quit the middle ninja exam or complete the middle ninja exam alive. The quest has been completed, rewarding 2 Tier 1 Wish Power Fragments. Existing Tier 1 Wish Power Fragments, 4, Level 2 Wish Power Fragments, 6. There are 6 second level Wish Power Fragments, and one is just one short of being able to synthesize a complete second level Wish Power. Ning looked at the rewards of the 2 tasks very satisfied, especially the Uchiha Assassination task, which was really up and down, and now it has finally been completed, and the rewards have also been increased several times. Ding! The host is out of the protection standard, and the task system is upgraded. There is also a system message below, because the system message is written in the format of a document, so it can be seen directly, which is a bit unclear. Breaking away from the protection standard, this Ning Hao can probably guess that he may have become a middle ninja, right? But there is no change in the update of the mission system? There is no change at all, there is only one task about Tsunade on it. Task 1, get the wood escape secret art from Tsunade. Rewards, Level 2 Wish Power Fragments, 2 time limit, none. However, after completing this task, there are 2 Wish Power Fragments, and when the time comes, you will be able to directly merge with the second level of force. Forget it, nothing has changed, just look backwards. Ning Hao was a little speechless. This system can't ask. Many things can only be taken one step at a time. Towards the end of the night, Ning Hao went out and celebrated the promotion of Zhongnan with Sunset Red and the others. Where's Kakashi? We're not here to look for him. It's a mission. Kakashi should have gone to the shadows, and Ning Hao couldn't say. Joining the shadows doesn't mean that they won't appear generally, it will still appear when there's nothing to do, it's just that when you're in the shadows you can't reveal your identity. Of course, Kakashi should be cultivating in the shadows now, and it may not be enough to go on a mission. After dinner, everyone ate very well, and everyone present knew that Ning Hao was not a bad money, so there was no need to save him money. As a reward for the night, Ning Hao lifted the shadow clone in the Shinwei space, sorted out his cultivation experience, and a snake crawled in front of him slowly, spitting out the letter. Ning Hao sorted out today's cultivation gains, and an instantaneous body technique disappeared in place. Coming to the Great Snake Pill Mansion, it was still extremely deserted. Ning Hao walked to the backyard, directly entered the long underground steps, and walked towards the Great Snake Pill's laboratory. As for what happened to Orochimaru looking for a guy to find him, Ning Hao didn't know, it was nothing more than to get some blood. Chapter 74. Orochimaru, now you can only cooperate with me. Ning Hao was walking in the dim underground corridor, and before he stepped into Orochimaru's laboratory, he heard a person talking to Orochimaru. Judging from the tone and accent, the voice of the voice should be quite old, and the most important thing is that Orochimaru seems to be threatened. Who is So Diao? Come. After approaching, Orochimaru greeted Ning Hao lightly, and Ning Hao nodded, looking at the person next to Orochimaru. Tuanzang. Dressed in a black robe, Tuanzang's right eye is wrapped with a bandage, and there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with his right hand, and there are two members of the root standing next to Tuanzang. It seems that the person who talked to Orochimaru before was Danzo. Ning Hao. Tuanzang looked at Ning Hao, who came over, took a closer look, and then said softly, "Are you interested in coming to my root to do things?" "What is root?" "I'm not interested." Ning Hao pretended not to know about root, shook his head, and refused directly. After all, he was only born as a civilian, although his mother was from the Thousand Hands clan, but he had already integrated into Konoha, and now the Ning family only had a small family of money, and he didn't know anything about the organization of root. And when dealing with Danzang, it's better to deal with Orochimaru. Ning Hao looked at Orochimaru and asked, "What's the matter with coming to me?" "Originally, I was looking for you to ask for blood, but I didn't expect you to come, but a guest came," Orochimaru said lightly. And Ning Hao nodded, and then walked to the side. "Then let's talk about you first. My root is exactly the same as the Hokage's dark part, and it's more free. How about it? Add my root? I'll help you with the Uchiha clan's affairs." Tuanzang looked at Ning Hao, obviously did not give up easily. He knew Ning Hao's talent, such a genius joining the root would definitely be a big help in the future. "I'm not interested." Ning Hao sat down on the side, still looking indifferent. "During the day, the 3 generations of Hokage invited me to go to the dark department, and I also refused. Let's talk about it in 2 years. Then let's talk about it in 2 years, the door of the root will be open to you at any time." Tuanzang nodded, "Not too urgent. Since that's all said, let's talk about the cooperation between us." Orochimaru didn't show dissatisfaction with Tuanzang digging Ning Hao in front of him like this, and still looked like that. "It's okay to cooperate with you, but I need to write a will I. I want Mu done, not writing will I's." Tuanzang frowned slightly. Nowadays, the kaleidoscope writing will I has not come out, although the writing will I is relatively powerful, but for ordinary people, it is a burden and does not have much effect. "It is necessary to write the will I," Orochimaru explained, "because the writing will I and the wood escape coexist, they can play a balance with each other, otherwise the cells between the Thousand Hands pillar alone can turn a person into a tree. Can writing will I's and Mu done coexist?" Tuanzang frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said, I will help you make up for writing wheel eyes, but not too much, and not too fast. Now that there is no war, it is impossible for the people of the Uchiha clan to lose a large amount. And once the amount is exceeded, it will inevitably arouse the vigilance of the Uchiha clan. Then wait for your writing wheel eye to be delivered. Orochimaru smiled slightly when he heard this, so that he would not have to collect the writing wheel eye by himself. Shout! After discussing with Orochimaru, Tuanzang also left directly. What a troublesome old man! Orochimaru looked at Tuanzang leaving, and his face became extremely serious. Ning Hao looked at Orochimaru and said casually, since you do such research, it will be discovered sooner or later, right? Orochimaru flicked his head, looked at Ning Hao, and said with a smile, what you said is really good. It was discovered by Tuanzang, and it will be basically impossible for you and I to stay in Konoha at that time. How about leaving Konoha in the future? Are you interested in continuing to follow me? He invited me to his roots, how could I not stay in Konoha any longer? Ning Hao just said casually that it was basically impossible for him to join the root equals. It seems that Orochimaru-sensei is not allowed to leave at any time. What are you going to do after leaving? Ning Hao asked casually. It's still early in this matter. If Tuanzang asks me, he will help me hide it. I don't have to worry about it at all. It won't be possible to be discovered in 3 or 5 years. Orochimaru shook his head, and then said to Ning Hao, after leaving, I plan to create a ninja village and cultivate a few smart and talented imps like you. I think it's an experiment to cultivate you, right? Ning Hao glanced at Orochimaru lightly, and then said in a serious voice, what are you looking for me? I'll leave first if it's okay. Recently, I have made a little progress in my research on Mudun. Is there anyone interested in giving it a try? Orochimaru's eyes flashed, looking at Ning Hao, like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. No need. Ning Hao refused without hesitation, I also have some thoughts about Mudun, let's talk about this later. Oh. Orochimaru was slightly surprised, you already have an idea, let's exchange our ideas and discuss it with each other. There's not much progress yet, I'll come back to you when I fail. Ning Hao got up, about to leave, looked at Orochimaru and asked, do you still want blood? Orochimaru nodded. Originally, the Great Snake Pill didn't need Ning Hao's blood, because he couldn't study anything at all, and during this time, he had made good progress in the cells between the 1,000-hand pillars, and he was going to try it with Ning Hao. Who knew that Ning Hao still refused, and said that with his own ideas, the Great Snake Pill was going to ask for Ning Hao's blood to see if there were any changes. For Ning Hao, a person who is good at hiding his strength and whole cards, Orochimaru would not believe that Ning Hao just had some ideas, so he directly refused his invitation. After putting a cup of blood to the Great Snake Pill, Ning Hao then left directly. The Great Snake Pill studied it with Ning Hao's blood, but it was easy and difficult to check, and it was indeed no change. As before, there was not the slightest sign of the awakening of the bloodline of the 1,000 hands. Chapter 75. It was already late at night when Ning Hao got home, and the first thing he did when he was lying on the bed was to check the impulse task system in his mind. When he met Danzo, he had already expected the mission that would appear, but the sound sounded 3 times. This is the same as when I was in the Hokage's office during the day. I completed 2 missions in a row, and the news of the update of the mission system was added. So Ning Hao couldn't sit still at Orochimaru, and was ready to rush back to take a look. After all, during the day, the system just said that the mission system would be updated, and he also wanted to see what the mission system would be updated after encountering Tuanzang. Ding! The main quest is opened, Unify the Ninja World. Reward, Level 7 Willpower. 1 time limit, none. Please select the faction you want to join. 1. Fire Country, Konoha. 2. Wind Country, Sand Ninja. 3. Water Country, Mist Ninja. 4. Thunder Country, Cloud Ninja. 5. Earth Country, IWA Shinobi. 6. Orochimaru, 7, Akatsuki Organization, 8, Danzo, 9, Self-created. Note, once selected, it cannot be changed, and the reward after selection, Level 3 Willpower, 1-1. Task 1, accept the invitation of the group and join the roots. Task reward, Level 1 Wish Power Fragments, 2. Crazy. Ning Hao was also surprised when he looked at the tasks that appeared. Although as a traverser, he definitely wants to compete for hegemony in the ninja world, but to dominate the ninja world, he has never thought about it at all. But now it seems that Ning Hao has to do this, and he needs to choose to join a strength, and use this as a starting point to start the road of dominating the ninja world. Because in addition to this main quest, the following quests related to the group are grey. There is no need to think about this situation at all. Ning Hao also knows that he must choose the main quest in order to accept the task of Task 1. But which force do you want to choose? Konoha Akatsuki Organization, Self-created. Ning Hao had a headache. As far as he is concerned, choosing Konoha is the best choice, because his home is here, and little Lori Sunset Red is also doing it here. But as Orochimaru said before, since Danzang knew about his experiment, it was basically impossible for Ning Hao and Orochimaru to continue to stay in Konoha at that time. How did Orochimaru defect in the original book? It was nothing more than touching the interests of Danzo, and in the Hokage's election, kicking Orochimaru out of the way directly caused him to defect. Although Orochimaru also had a premonition, this incident also illustrates this problem. Ning Hao wants to choose Konoha and has to kill Tuanzang. Aside from Konoha, this reasonable choice, the best choice is the Akatsuki Organization. If you join the Xiao Organization, just follow in the footsteps of the Xiao Organization. When the time comes, at the time of the Fourth Ninja World War, it will not be too easy to dominate the ninja world by sweeping Obito, Uchiha Madara, and the like strongly. In addition, it is a self-built force. This is a bit troublesome. As an otaku, it is not enough to ask Ning Hao to take care of a force. Moreover, he doesn't have the eloquence of Orochimaru to fool people. Except for these three, the others can be removed, and there is no need to think about it at all. None of this matters, if you choose them all. You will have 1/3 level wishing power. It's not a fragment. It's not a fragment. Ning Hao was drooling when he saw it. What he lacked now was wishing power. This is still a big 3rd level willpower, and you only need to choose a force to join to get it. But the more easily it is to get something, in Ning Hao's opinion, this Miao is a trap. Because the choice to join the force cannot be changed, it must be done carefully. All night, Ning Hao was thinking and thinking. He didn't close his eyes all night, and after careful consideration, he basically had a decision in his heart. That's to choose Konoha. Ning Hao himself was born in Konoha, and Konoha didn't do anything to be sorry for him, although there was an assassination by the Uchiha group, but it was only a matter of the Uchiha group. And Ning Hao's home is also in Konoha. His mother is also a member of the Thousand Hands clan, and Sunset Red is also in Konoha. The most important thing is that there are still a few years before the Third Ninja World War. If you choose other strengths, will there be any accidents? Like what? What was the reason for being expelled from Konoha? However, this probability may not be large. After all, the Xiao organization is still established. The sky was getting brighter. Ning Hao opened the door and looked at the horizon rising in the sky. The red sun rose like a jade. A new day begins. Choose to join Fire Country, Konoha. Ning Hao looked at the red sun rising in the sky and said it directly. Once selected, it cannot be changed, whether or not to confirm joining the camp of Fire Country, Konoha. Sure. Ning Hao said silently. Join the Fire Country, Konoha camp and gain level 3 wish power. 1. Increase the opinion of the Fire Land residents towards you by 20%. The 3rd level wishing power is in hand. Ning Hao was full of emotion at the moment. A 3rd level wishing power saved him 4 years of time. However, there was also a hint of expectation on Ning Hao's face. what the hell is the favor ability? Ning Hao felt a little different, but instead of researching it, he looked at the task about Tuanzang that appeared in his mind. Now that he has chosen the force, then the task about Tuanzang should be acceptable. Mission 1, warn the group. Rewards, Level 1 Wish Power Fragments, 2 limited time, none. Sure enough, the mission has changed. When Ning Hao looked at the task again, the task had changed. It was originally to promise Tuanzang's invitation, but now it had also become a warning to Tuanzang. However, this task made Ning Hao a little confused, and warned Tuanzang. Why should he be warned? How should he be warned? And should he be warned by force or verbal threats? Accept Mission 1. Although he was a little confused, Ning Hao still took over the task. Now it's time to make a wish. Ning Hao looked at the sunrise on the horizon with an extremely expectant expression on his face. A third-level wish power can allow Ning Hao to get an ability that he doesn't have. Now he has a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, and he has the foundation of Mu Dun. He only needs one wish power to awaken Mu Dun. There is no need to waste the third-level wish power here. System, I need Super Saiyan blood.